Spiritual movement stage late phase. Lu Mubai's body also shook for a bit and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. When Mu Chen was fighting against Lu Yang, he had just reached the spiritual movement stage middle phase. He never imagined that Mu Chen would be able to reach the spiritual movement stage late phase after such a short period of time. This cultivation speed wasn't slow at all. Moreover, what surprised him the most was Mu Chen blocking one of his attacks head-on. Although Mu Chen did not gain the upper hand, it was still extremely surprising for him to be able to fight against him like this with the strength of a spiritual movement stage late phase. You have a bit of skill. No wonder you also had this annoying appearance. I originally planned on making you lose completely in a formal competition during the fight for the space in the 5 Great Academies. However, I really dislike you, so it seems that I shouldn't give you that chance. Lu Mubai said heartlessly. Then, he took a step forward and the fiery red spiritual energy gushed out from within his body. This spiritual energy pressure directly enveloped Mu Chen. From his appearance, it seems that he really planned on killing Mu Chen here. Swish! Lu Mubai did not hesitate at all as his spiritual energy gushed out to shape-shift his palms into claws. The fiery red spiritual energy seemed to have formed into a shape of a fire eagle, and the claws combined with the fire eagle as he swept towards Mu Chen fiercely. Seeing this powerful offensive come from Lu Mubai, Mu Chen did not directly confront it again. Lu Mubai was indeed stronger than him. If he was to face him directly, it would fit Lu Mubai's intention. Mu Chen's toes touched the ground and he jumped back vigorously. As he retreated backwards, a dark black light flashed on his fingertips. Lu Mubai immediately chased after him. He let out a sneer as he watched Mu Chen constantly retreating and dodging his fierce attacks. Weren't you always so prideful? Why are you dodging here and there like a loser dog now? Mu Chen's reply was a sneer as well. However, he still did not plan on engaging in a frontal confrontation. Let's see where you can hide. Lu Mubai's eyes flashed and he lunged out. As the dense spiritual energy burst out, his claws turned into fists and he blasted out a punch from above towards Mu Chen. Hawk Inferno! A fiery red spiritual energy gushed out like flames when the punch was fired out. The winds formed by the fist within the flames erupted out like a matchless fire hawk. It completely surrounded all paths of retreat for Mu Chen. Mu Chen suddenly stopped and his eyes remained fixed on the fierce offensive that was approaching. In an instant, he placed his hands together and a cold cry came out from his mouth, "Form array." Buzz! The air within him shook slightly when the words were shouted out. Beams of spiritual energy erupted out from the air and actually binded Lu Mubai's 4 limbs. This sudden binding made Lu Mubai's body stiffen. He immediately let out a hint of surprise, "Spiritual array." However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. He already noticed how weak the binding ability of this spiritual array and let out a sneer, "So it's only a tiny spiritual array." Boom! A dense spiritual energy gushed out and severed the beams formed by spiritual energy. Lu Mubai's offensive remained unchanged and he fiercely blasted it towards Mu Chen. However, the momentum of his offensive had weakened due to the tiny spiritual energy. This time, Mu Chen did not continue to dodge Lu Mubai's fierce offensive. A hint of chill gushed out from his black eyes. The dark black spiritual energy surrounded Mu Chen's arms and he immediately charged forward. His hands were placed together and 2 limitless death seals emerged quickly from between his palms. So you finally won't escape. Seeing this, a murderous intent surged through Lu Mubai's eyes. Above the winds formed by the punch, the fire hawk that was devouring the fiery red spiritual energy let out an abnormal fluctuation as it blasted out towards the center of Mu Chen's chest. Limitless Death Seal. With a low cry, a sound rang out from within Mu Chen's heart. The spiritual energy within his body flowed through his meridians like a flood. His palms were drawn back in towards his body and then it exploded outwards. The 2 limitless death seals let out a domineering glow within the center of his palms. Under the 2 vicious and cold gazes, the fist and palm swept over and finally collided with each other. Chapter 54, Black Poison Marsh. Chapter 54, Black Poison Marsh. Boom! A loud sound suddenly resounded out among the tree shades. A storm-like spiritual energy impact spread out and shattered the numerous leaves on the ground. The large trees also vibrated intensely and leaves appeared in the sky. As the leaves were falling down from the sky, the two figures that collided with each other trembled fiercely. Then, their bodies staggered backwards. Mu Chen's feet grazed the ground and he staggered backwards a dozen steps. He took a fierce stomp and stabilized his stature. At this moment, his palms were still trembling slightly. The overly powerful impact caused his palms to ache. Although his hands hurt, he still forcibly received Lu Mubai's fierce offensive. It was evident that the might of the two limitless death seals was finally revealed. Ever since he formed the two limitless death seals, Mu Chen was never able to truly unleash it completely. This is because the two opponents that he faced, Xue Tu and Ji Zong, far surpassed him in strength. With this difference in power, it was impossible to make up for it even if he activated the two limitless death seals. Therefore, Mu Chen never knew how powerful the two limitless death seals were. But right now, he finally knew. Although Lu Mubai had advanced into the spiritual rotation stage, he was probably still in the initial phase. This had surpassed Mu Chen, but the gap wasn't impossible for him to make up for, unlike with Xue Tu and Ji Zong. Thus, in this level of battle, the might of the two limitless death seals were finally displayed completely. Compared to Mu Chen's expression, Lu Mubai had a somewhat ashen face. His eyes remained fixed at Mu Chen. It was apparent that he did not understand how his opponent was able to fight against him like this by relying on the strength of a spiritual movement stage late phase. Although he still had some moves that he hasn't displayed yet, he was still in the spiritual rotation stage. This strength surpassed Mu Chen who knows how many times. But even with that, he was still not able to obtain the upper hand. How could he accept this? Was your prediction regarding me off? You originally thought that I am someone that you can just step on, but now it seems that it's different than what you expected. Mu Chen stared at Lu Mubai's ashen expression and said with a smile. The veins on Lu Mubai's forehead twitched. He immediately sucked in a deep breath and suppressed the rage within his heart. His eyes gradually turned abnormally dark and chill was felt within his voice. You really surpassed my expectations, but, do you think that you have the right to act arrogant? Because of this? When the final words filled with chill exited Lu Mubai's mouth, the fiery red spiritual energy surged out again from within his body. His eyes were filled with a rich murderous intent. It was clear that Lu Mubai had finally revealed a true killing intent towards Mu Chen. No matter what he had to do, he decided that he must wipe out this loathsome fellow. Seeing this, Mu Chen's eyes narrowed. The corners of his lips slowly rise up and formed a cold smile. Although it would be a bit troublesome to deal with Lu Mubai right now, Mu Chen would not let him get any benefits if this guy continues to pester him. Under the tree shades, the two of them confronted each other with razor-cold eyes. The leaves drifted down between the two of them endlessly as the atmosphere became tenser. Gotcha. However, just when the two of them had tensed their body up like a fully arched bow, a faint sound rang out from the forest behind. This strange sound caused the tense atmosphere to stiffen. Swish. The sound was getting closer and closer. Then, a dozen or so individuals suddenly came out from the forest and were behind Lu Mubai. Little master, we finally found you. Seeing the figures rushing over, Mu Chen frowned for a bit. This is because they were all Lu territory's men. Seeing this, Lu Mubai secretly let out a sigh of relief. He immediately sneered at Mu Chen and said, "It seems that you've used up all your luck." That might not be true. Hearing this, Mu Chen smiled and his eyes glanced behind him. A few familiar figures rapidly appeared from there. From their statures, it was Duan Wei and the others. It was clear that Duan Wei and the others were aware of the early commotion. Thus, they hurried over. Moreover, their expressions changed when they saw Lu Mubai's group. They instantly protected Mu Chen and stared vigilantly and unkindly at the other group. Mu Chen shook his head and relaxed his tense body. Since both sides' men had rushed over, there was no way of fighting again. Otherwise, the degree of the fight would probably attract a few of Black Eerie Swamp's spiritual beasts over. At that time, both sides would be troubled. Lu Mubai also seemed to have thought about this point and gritted his teeth as if he was unwilling. He stared at Mu Chen again and said, "It seems that you've survived again. It's useless if you only say it. You should say these words to me when you manage to completely step on me." Mu Chen said with a calm expression. "There will be a chance when that happens. I really want to see if you will still have such an annoying expression at that time." Lu Mubai took a deep glance at Mu Chen before waving his hand. He did not say anything more and brought the Lu territory's men back into the forest. Duan Wei and the others were relieved when they saw Lu Mubai's group leave. Then, he looked at Mu Chen and asked, "Little Lord, are you all right?" Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. His black eyes still had a hint of coldness as he stared at Lu Mubai's departing figure. Only after a while did he rush out in the other direction. "We should go as well. Let's hurry and reunite with my dad." This is an extremely vast, black swamp and a black deathly miasma was above it. The deathly miasma at this place was exceptionally strong. If anyone dares to charge into it, they would not be able to last for long even if they were at the spiritual rotation stage strength. In the black swamp, a faint poisonous gas emerges whenever the bubbles explode. From time to time, black mud would roll down. Under the black mud, scarlet and vicious eyes would emerge and slowly sweep around the surroundings. At this edge of the swamp, a group of men were a bit worried. The one leading them was Mu Feng. At this moment, he was frowning as he stared at the endless black swamp. "Territory Lord, the black poison marsh is too dangerous to pass. It is impossible for us to pass through the deathly miasma in the skies above. If we were to cross the swamp, not many of us would be able to survive from the black poison crocodile's attacks." A Mu territory city lord said with a wry smile beside Mu Feng. "Can we enter the depths of the black eerie swamp from another location?" Zhou Yi frowned and asked. "There is a way, but we would have to go around for quite the distance. If we waste this much time, we would probably be far behind the Lu territory." A man replied. "Those guys, they really came fully prepared." Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. It was apparent that the Lu territory had investigated everything carefully. They might have sent a few men to investigate it before. Since they did not head down this way, they must have found another passageway to the depths of the black eerie swamp. Mu Feng secretly sighed. Then he asked, "Is there any news from Little Mu and the others?" "Not yet. Should I bring some men to search?" Zhou Yi asked. Mu Feng thought for a moment. But just when he was about to speak, his expression changed and he said with a smile, "No need, I've said it before, you should not underestimate that boy." As he said this, he turned around and looked at the forest behind them. He saw the bushes shake and a dozen figures quickly dashed over. The one leading was a handsome boy. It was Mu Chen. "Dad." Mu Chen stared at the men around the edge of the swamp and immediately smiled. He had finally caught up. "Are you all right?" Mu Feng smiled at Mu Chen and asked. Mu Chen shook his head and walked forward. He scanned the vast swamp and jokingly said, "Dad, it seems that you found trouble." It was evident that Mu Chen also noticed the crisis that Mu Feng and the others were currently facing. Mu Feng could only shake his head sourly and let out a helpless sigh. He and Zhou Yi could rely on their spirit stage strength and forcibly leap over the swamp. However, it was impossible for the other men. If we continue to drag this out, the Nine Netherworld Bird would probably be captured by the Lu territory. Zhou Yi also said with a bitter smile. "Uncle Zhou, relax. The Nine Netherworld Bird probably isn't that easy to obtain either." Mu Chen shook his head. Although he had never seen that Nine Netherworld Bird before, he knew that the Nine Netherworld Bird wasn't that simple to obtain through the information left behind by the skeleton. Moreover, it isn't impossible for us to pass through the black poison marsh safely. Mu Chen's gaze swept through the poisonous swamp in front of him and suddenly said with a smile. "Oh." Hearing these words, Mu Feng, Zhou Yi and the others were surprised. Their eyes brightened up as they stared at Mu Chen. At this moment, the boy was leisurely patting his hands and was at ease. "You have a plan?" Mu Chen nodded his head when he saw the eager expressions. In the spiritual road, there were many places even more dangerous than this black poison marsh. Chapter 55, Plan. Chapter 55, Plan. When they saw the smiling boy in front of them, Mu Feng and the others exchanged looks. A hint of joy and uncertainty appeared within their eyes. Even with their experiences, they were not able to deal with this. However, this boy could resolve it. Then let's hear you explain it. If you say any nonsense, I won't forgive you. Mu Feng smiled and asked. Mu Qin stared at the vast black poison marsh and said, even birds will find it difficult to cross the black poison marsh, once they step in, as it will be difficult for them to escape. It is impossible for one to leap through the sky filled with deathly miasma. However, if we were to have a floating object at the landing point, we would be able to progress forward. But soon after that, the numerous black poison crocodile within the black poison marsh would drag us down and rip us into shreds. We all know about this. Mu Feng chided. Actually, it's not that difficult to pass through. In the black poison marsh, what is able to freely pass through it? Mu Qin asked with a smile. Freely pass through? Mu Feng was slightly stunned and thought for a moment before saying, the black poison crocodile? Yes. As long as we capture a few of the black poison crocodile and use its crocodile skin as a boat, we will be able to pass through the black poison marsh without being obstructed. Moreover, the smell emitting from the black poison crocodile's skin will help us avoid attacks from the other black poison crocodiles. Mu Qin said. It's that simple. Mu Feng and the others frowned. This method wasn't too difficult to execute, but would it be able to pass through the black poison marsh just with this? Although the black poison crocodile's skin would have some effect, it would not completely allow them to be safe. Oh ho ho, there is indeed another step. Mu Qin smiled and replied. The black poison crocodile wasn't highly intelligent, but it wouldn't be easy to muddle past them. As for the final step, we should get the earlier steps completed first. Dad, Uncle Zhou, we'll leave the matter of killing the black poison crocodiles up to you two. When everybody heard this, they all looked at each other. They weren't sure what Mu Qin wanted to do. Boy, you better not be messing around. Mu Feng gritted his teeth. As of now, they really didn't have any ideas. Moreover, they could not afford delaying the time. Otherwise, they would be thrown far behind the Lu territory. Zhou Yi, we will attack. The others should prepare making boats. Mu Feng waved his hand and made an order. Yes. Although others were suspicious of the method that Mu Qin was talking about, they still immediately responded due to Mu Feng making it an order. They instantly spread out and began hacking at trees. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi glanced at each other. A dense spiritual energy suddenly erupted out from within their bodies. Mu Feng's body moved and appeared in the skies above the black poison marsh. A fiery red spiritual energy swept out from behind him and directly formed into a flame bird. The flame bird's body was filled with fiery red scales and had wings like a dragon. It seemed to be filled with power and an enormous spiritual energy pressure emitted out. Furthermore, it caused the black poison marsh below to tremble and numerous black poison crocodiles appeared out as the swamp shook. They stared in alert at the flame bird in the sky. Roar! Zhou Yi was also suspended in the sky and a mountain-like, brown rhinoceros emerged behind him. This heavy weight seemed to cause even the air to vibrate. The spirit stage powerhouses, who ingested a spiritual beast's soul essence will all possess some of the distinct characteristics and strength that the spiritual beast had when it was alive. For example, Mu Feng's dragonfire bird granted Mu Feng speed, while Zhou Ye's mountain spirit rhinoceros granted him pure strength. Mu Qin stared at the majestic spiritual beasts behind Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. A burning passion could not help but pour out from his eyes. It seemed that the spirit stage was so powerful, that they far surpassed the spiritual rotation stage. Zhou Ye's hand clenched into a fist and with a cry, a punch was blasted out. A deep yellow spiritual energy that seemed to be mixed with the power of being heavy like a mountain roared out like a pillar of light and bombarded into the swamp. Boom! The earth seemed to have trembled at this moment. A deep crater was directly formed from the punch in the swamp. This enormous spiritual energy caused dozens of black poison crocodiles to fly out into the sky due to the tremor. Mu Feng also acted at this moment. The dragonfire bird behind his back let out a long roar at the sky. A violent and dense light of flame erupted out and directly wrapped around the dozens of black poison crocodile. Kacha. As the spiritual energy wriggled around, the dozens of black poison crocodile that had the strength of a spiritual rotation stage strength instantly died. Then, Mu Feng waved his hand and threw them at the edge of the marsh. When Mu Feng and Zhou Yi attacked, a couple of men suddenly stopped at a certain cliff path that was slightly away from the black poison marsh. It was the Lu territory's men that Mu Feng and the others met earlier. This spiritual energy fluctuation. Lu Zong's footsteps suddenly paused and he stared at the distance. It's Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. It seems that they met some sort of trouble. They should be trapped at the black poison marsh. Oh ho ho, with Mu Feng and Zhou Yi's strength, they could forcibly pass over. However, they will consume a large amount of strength. As for the others, they do not have the ability to pass through. Lu Qingtian, who was in front, said, if that's the case, they would basically be injured individuals when they reached the deepest part of the Black Eerie Swamp. Would they even have the courage to fight with us then? Big Brother sure is thoughtful. If we have the chance at that time, we should not let them escape. Once the Mu territory does not have Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, won't that territory be easily and freely obtained by us, the Lu territory? Lu Ming said with a sneer. Lu Qingtian gave a faint smile and nodded. A tiny bit of killing intent surged through his eyes. If they have the opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. Right now, they only have to wait for the Mu territory's mentally tired and injured individuals at the deepest part of the Black Eerie Swamp. Mu Feng, you could have enjoyed a happy life in the Mu territory, yet you do not want that. You just had to come and try to fight against my Lu territory for the Nine Netherworld Bird. Then, don't blame me. Boom. The earth trembled as Mu Chen stared at Mu Feng tossing over a dozen of black poison crocodiles. He could not help but smack his lips. Every single black poison crocodile had the strength of a spiritual rotation stage initial phase. However, they were completely powerless against his dad and Uncle Zhou. Mu Chen let out a sigh of praise. Then, he called a couple of the experts to peel off the crocodile skin from the black poison crocodile. At the same time, a simple boat was already finished at the side. Mu Chen allowed them to wrap the crocodile skin around the tiny boats. If they were to throw the tiny boat into the black poison marsh, it would probably sink immediately. However, the black poison crocodile's skin had a bit of spiritual energy fluctuation in it when they were still alive. It was just enough to let the boat float on the swamp. After everybody had finished doing this, eyes began to stare at Mu Chen again. Would this method really allow them to pass through the black poison marsh? It's your turn now. Mu Feng looked at Mu Chen with a serious expression and said, don't fool around. If trouble appears after we enter the black poison marsh, there won't be many that will be alive. Dad, relax. Mu Chen smiled instead and pointed at the swamp. Our primary problem is to avoid the attacks from these black poison crocodiles. The black poison crocodiles are middle-rank spiritual beasts. But because they lived in the swamp for so long, their sensing abilities are extremely weak. Moreover, they do not have sharp eyes as well. As long as we are able to disrupt their vision, we would be able to mix in and pass over with the aura from these crocodile skin. How would we disrupt their visions? Mu Feng inquired with a frown. That's all thanks to Dad allowing me to learn about spiritual arrays over this period of time. Mu Chen smiled and gripped his palms. 8 spiritual seals soon emerged at his fingertips. You are already able to arrange a spiritual array. Seeing the spiritual seals at Mu Chen's fingertips, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were shocked. The other Mu territory's men were also surprised as they stared at Mu Chen. It's only a tiny spiritual array. Mu Chen said with a smile, I will be arranging a tiny spiritual array known as the Soul Confusion Array. It will be able to cause a slight confusion. Although it will not have much effect, it is perfect to use to deal with the black poison crocodiles with low sensing abilities. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances at each other. They never imagined that Mu Chen's understanding about spiritual beasts surpassed even veterans like them. After saying this, Mu Chen ignored them and his face turned serious. He flicked his fingertips and the 8 spiritual seals vanished at the surroundings of the small boat. Then, everybody was able to faintly feel the air vibrating slightly and emitted out a strange fluctuation. Mu Chen's hand seals changed and finally let out a sigh of relief after a while. He wiped off the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's done." Everybody hurriedly glanced over. They really saw that a faint mist emerged on the boat and enshrouded the majority of it away. This cover would be broken immediately if a human were to see it. Fortunately, the black poison crocodiles did not possess such high intelligence. There's really more to the little lord than what meets the eye. Duanwei and the others could not help but let out a cry of admiration. They had always treated Mu Chen as a child before. However, now they discovered that this boy wasn't that simple. Although they weren't sure whether or not this method would work this smoothly, they still had a little bit of confidence after seeing this. Why are you praising him so early? It's only good if it works. Otherwise, we would have wasted all this effort and harmed others instead. Although Mu Feng had traces of satisfaction appearing on his face, he did not let out any praises. This was done so that the boy wouldn't be too proud of himself. Whether it is mule or a horse, you'll know soon. 1 inch. Mu Chen pouted his mouth. He directly pushed the tiny boat into the black poison marsh and was the first to jump onto it. Chapter 56, A Vicious Scheme. Chapter 56, A Vicious Scheme. Pop. Within the black poison marsh, huge black poison bubbles rise up and burst apart. A smelly stench of poison gas rises up and further adds onto the deathly miasma enshrouding the air. At this moment, above the black poison marsh without many living creatures, a small boat wrapped with black poison crocodile skin was being paddled over cautiously. Everybody on the boat was extremely tensed up. They did not dare to make the slightest sounds as their eyes remained fixed on the swamp. Moreover, the spiritual energy within their bodies quietly surged. This group of men was the Mu territory's men who naturally used Mu Chen's method to pass through the black poison marsh. Although Mu Chen's confidence gave Duanwei and the others a little bit of confidence, they were still in a dangerous location. The feeling of how the slightest mistake would make the boat to capsize and turning them into the swamp's mud did not make them feel good. Compared to them being tensed, Mu Chen's face was a lot calmer. However, his eyes still remained fixed at his surroundings. This tiny boat contains many experts of the Mu territory. If they were to have any loss here, it would be a severe blow for the Mu territory. Mu Feng stood beside Mu Chen and had a seemingly calm face. However, it still carried a sense of seriousness. His entire body was tense and he would immediately act if he noticed that the situation was off. As everybody on board was tensed up, the small boat gradually entered the depths. A little bit of movement appeared in the swamp and the swamp filled with poison gas shook. Then, numerous hideous black poison crocodiles' heads emerged in the swamp and slowly swam towards the boat. Everybody on board had their eyes twitch when they saw this. Their heartbeat also accelerated. Amongst the silent boat, dozens of black poison crocodile were around the boat's surroundings. The pair of scarlet eyes brutally scanned across the black mud. Everybody immediately became alert. Under Mu Chen's control, the boat continued to maintain a slow and steady pace as it quietly crossed the swamp. Instead, Mu Feng and the others were able to feel relieved as the black poison crocodiles did not attack them. From their scarlet eyes, they were able to see some sort of confusion in them. It was evident that the black poison crocodile, who weren't highly intelligent, could vaguely sense that something was wrong, yet they were not able to figure out the reason of it. The small boat eventually passed through the black poison crocodile's encirclement smoothly. However, everybody on board still did not dare to breathe. Only after half an hour later, when they finally saw the edge of the swamp, they finally spat out the foul smell that had been within their hearts. Heh, we really crossed over. The little lord is really amazing. The atmosphere on the boat suddenly relaxed. Duanwei and the others had a happy expression and could not help but praise Mu Chen. Dad, how is this? I didn't disgrace you, right? Mu Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief and clapped his hands as he directed a smile at Mu Feng. You damn brat. Mu Feng scoffed at him. However, he could not hide the pleasure within his eyes. This boy had finally grown up and was able to help him share the burden. At least it wasn't in vain for him to separate his father and mother over all these years. Little Mu really isn't the same now. Zhou Yi also let out an emotional sigh. Ever since Mu Chen came back from the spiritual road, he had changed too much. If he was an understanding boy with talent before, now, he was someone who could take up some of the responsibilities. Mu Feng nodded his head slightly. His hand rubbed Mu Chen's head and moved. He directly landed on the edge of the swamp and said, we should also hurry, otherwise, we'll be too far behind the Lu territory. Yes. Duan Wei and the others all replied and came onto the shore one after another. After slightly reorganizing themselves, they kept alert and accelerated as they headed towards the depths of the Black Yuri Swamp. The instant that Mu Feng and the others passed through the Black Poison Marsh and headed to the depths of the Black Yuri Swamp, a cold gaze looked down from above at them from a mountain cliff far away. These guys, they actually made it through the Black Poison Marsh safely. How is that possible? Lu Ming stared at the figures at the distance and immediately turned pale. It seems that the Mu territory came prepared. Lu Zong frowned. He originally planned on taking them easily after the Mu territory's men were thoroughly exhausted through their trip across the Black Poison Marsh. However, he never expected them to have passed through without any efforts. A cold chill flashed through Lu Qingtian's eyes. The more prepared the Mu territory was, the greater the obstacle it was for them. These guys must be eliminated and the Nine Netherworld Bird must belong to the Lu territory. As long as they have the Nine Netherworld Bird, the Lu territory will become the overlord of the northern spiritual realm. And he, Lu Qingtian, will not be a territory lord anymore, but instead the lord of the northern spiritual realm. This raging ambition was burning within Lu Qingtian's eyes. Big brother, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked. Based on this scene, the Mu territory's men would soon catch up to them. There's no need to be impatient. Lu Qingtian said with a smile, how much time have we used to prepare for this plan? We had surveyed the Black Yuri Swamp since a long time ago. The Mu territory still wants to fight against us recklessly without any preparations. Saying this, he stared at the depths of the Black Yuri Swamp again and a cold chill surged through his eyes again. Let's go. At that place, I'll prepare a big gift to welcome them. Because they were gradually entering the depths of the Black Yuri Swamp, Mu Feng and the others were getting more and more careful. In the depths of the Black Yuri Swamp, there were genuine traces of high-rank spiritual beasts. If they were targeted by these vicious individuals, it would be particularly troublesome. After all, Mu Feng and the others would still have to be careful about the Lu territory's men at all times. The party quietly passed through the dark jungle. Even when they met some spiritual beasts, they did not dare to attack them. Instead, they would go around them and swiftly depart. This sort of torture lasted for half an hour before Mu Feng and the others finally walked out from the jungle. After passing through the jungle, there was a black mountain cliff. On the body of the mountain, there was an enormous crack that spread out from within it. It made it seem like a demon's giant mouth. Mu Feng and the others stared at the black mountain abyss. They frowned and their eyes carried a sense of seriousness. We are gradually approaching the depths of the Black Yuri Swamp, Mu Feng said slowly. The area in front should be considered the true Black Yuri Swamp. Inside this place, high-rank spiritual beasts exist. High-rank spiritual beast. Duan Wei and the others turned solemn. These spiritual beasts are equivalent to spirit stage powerhouses. Along the way, we will not kill any spiritual beasts. The high-rank spiritual beasts here are all extremely bloodthirsty. A tiny smell of blood would be able to attract them over to look. If it attracts more than 2 high-rank spiritual beasts, we would have to pay a great price. Mu Chen nodded. This place was a lot more dangerous than the northern spiritual field. Let's go, all of you should be careful. Mu Feng waved his hand and he led the way as he charged towards the dark crack on the body of the mountain. Behind him, Mu Chen, Zhou Yi and the others were cautiously following. Because the sky was often shrouded by the deathly miasma, the deepest part of the Black Eerie swamp was quite dark and damp. From time to time, a variety of muffled and bloodthirsty roars would come from the distance. Mu Feng and the others cautiously walked in the shadows and avoided all places where traces of spiritual beasts appeared. Moreover, Mu Chen could feel the surging spiritual energy from Mu Feng and Zhou Ye's bodies. It was evident that they were prepared to deal with any emergency situations. However, they did not meet with any obstacles along the way. This smoothness made Duan Wei and the others quite relieved. According to the speed that they are going at, they would soon reach the deepest part of the Black Eerie swamp. But Mu Chen frowned instead of feeling relieved like the others. This smoothness made him feel uneasy instead. Just when they turned once at the mountain path, Mu Chen exchanged gazes with Mu Feng. He could also see a sense of vigilance within the latter's eyes. It was obvious that the latter had the same feeling. As the mountain path turned, their visions widened up in front. It was a vast mountain space. This area was the intersection point between the three mountain peaks and was surrounded by very steep cliffs. Mu Feng looked at this area and his eyes suddenly became serious. He lifted his head and remained fixed at a secluded location on a cliff. At that location, a few figures slowly emerged. Oh ho ho, Mu Feng, you're really not that slow. On the cliff, Lu Qingtian stared down at Mu Feng and the others with a smile. It's the Lu territory's men, be careful. Seeing this, Zhou Yi let out a cry and a dense spiritual energy surged out from his body. Lu Qingtian, what are you planning to do? Mu Feng let out a deep cry. The Lu territory seemed to be completely aware of this Black Eerie swamp, while they knew nothing about it. This undoubtedly made them to be quite passive. Seeing you be this careful, it really makes us not that happy. This is why I want to find you to help us out. Lu Qingtian smiled, but it was a hideous smile. Then, he waved his hand and the Lu territory's men threw a big jar down. Crack. The jar burst open when it hit the ground and a black-red liquid instantly spread out. The jar was actually filled with sticky, fresh blood. Moreover, with the fresh blood spreading out, a thick stench of blood emitted outwards. Seeing this scene, Mu Feng and the others' expressions became disgusted. The effects of just animal blood aren't that great. Lu Qingtian smelled the stench of the blood and a hint of coldness surged through his eyes again. He suddenly waved his sleeves and dozens of Lu territory's men were blasted out. Shrill screams emitted out instantly. Boom. Lu Qingtian had an expressionless face and flicked his fingers. Numerous spiritual energy lights erupted out and fiercely bombarded the dozen individuals. Bang! A deep cry rang out. The dozen individuals actually exploded in midair and a mist of blood poured down. This scene was extremely bloody. Mu Feng and the others' eyes turned quite gloomy and dark. Roar! Just when their eyes turned gloomy, numerous roars finally rang out from the depths of the Black Eerie swamp. The roars were filled with violent spiritual energy fluctuations. High-rank spiritual beasts. Mu Feng's face finally turned completely pale. Lu Qingtian's scheme was really ruthless. Chapter 57, Seizing an Opportunity. Chapter 57, Seizing an Opportunity. Roar. When the bloodthirsty roars rang out from a distance away, Mu Feng and the others had turned pale. They actually fell for the trap that the Lu territory designed this time. Mu Feng, how is it? Do you like this big gift? Lu Qingtian stared down from above at Mu Feng. The sounds of laughter had a bit of sarcasm within it. Just how much time do you think we, the Lu territory, had spent on this Nine Netherworld Bird plan? You think that you're qualified to compete with us just because you earned a little bit of information? Forget it, since you came, you'll have to pay a price. Just treat it as buying a lesson. Mu Feng stared coldly at Lu Qingtian. However, he did not plan on arguing with him. His eyes flashed and he was constantly thinking for a method. From the spiritual energy fluctuations within the roars earlier, it was definitely high-rank spiritual beasts. If they were entangled by these high-rank spiritual beasts, they would definitely be gravely injured and thoroughly consume their strength even if they managed to resolve it. At this moment, Lu Qingtian and the others would not give up on this opportunity. However, if they were to leave now, they would follow the Lu territory's intentions. They would not be able to stop them from obtaining the Nine Netherworld Bird. And once the Lu territory obtains the Nine Netherworld Bird, the Mu territory would be in great danger. In this situation, they were forced into a great dilemma. What should we do now? Zhou Yi could not help but ask. We'll first look at the situation. Mu Feng whispered with a pale expression. Beside him, Mu Chen also frowned. The bastards from the Lu territory sure are disgusting and are always trying to trouble them. Roar. While the Mu territory's men remained on alert, a beast's roar resounded again from the distant. Then, everybody heard the sound of the winds breaking approaching quickly. Soon, 3 lights quickly charged over from the depths of the Black Yuri swamp and appeared around the mountain cliffs. 3 high-rank spiritual beast. Seeing the 3 lights, Mu Feng could not help but grit his teeth. Under everybody's nervous gazes, the 3 lights swiftly revealed their huge bodies above the cliff. Their scarlet beast eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness and brutality. On the left mountain cliff, there was a blood-red, giant lion. A pair of sharp, purple wings was on the back of the lion and it looked extremely majestic. On the right mountain cliff, there was a completely black, giant beast and it seemed to be made of steel. The sunlight shone down on its body and made it extremely dazzling. It was as if it was a killing machine. Purple-winged lion. Black steel beast. When Duanwei and the others saw the 2 giant beasts, their faces changed and they exclaimed loudly. It really is a high-rank spiritual beasts. These 2 spiritual beasts probably possess the strength of a spirit stage initial phase. That is an aquablaze crane. Mu Feng's eyes swept past the 2 high-rank spiritual beasts and landed on the final one. His eyes instantly turned serious. It was a huge black crane. However, the wings of the crane revealed different colors. One was a blue like the flowing water, while the other was fiery red like a flame. When they flapped, it was quite beautiful as it was like fire and water rushing out. However, a deadly force was within this brilliance. The aquablaze crane was the strongest amongst the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts. Its strength had reached the spirit stage middle phase. Mu Feng, it seems that you're quite unlucky. Even the aquablaze crane was lured out. It seems that we'll be able to witness a good fight between men and beast. Lu Qingshan stared at this formation and could not help but laugh. Then, he waved his hand and his men secretly hid in the cliff. Right now, the high-rank spiritual beasts were lured by the blood below and were not aware of them. Assholes. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with fury. Territory Lord, what should we do? If we were to fight against the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts, we would probably suffer sneak attacks from the Lu territory after we dealt with them. Duanwei said with a worried expression. Mu Feng's eyes turned grim. At this moment, the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts had already targeted them. If they were not going to fight, they must retreat. However, he really wasn't willing to retreat now. Seeing Mu Feng's flashing eyes, Duanwei and the others did not dare to disturb him. They could only stare at the 3 eagerly high-rank spiritual beasts as their palms began to fill with cold sweat. Mu Chen also understood the situation that they were in. He frowned and an idea flashed through his head. Shortly after, he narrowed his eyes and a light seemed to have passed through the night-like black eyes of his. Dad. Mu Chen said out quietly. Mu Feng responded absently. He was showing a troublesome expression and had a headache due to thinking too much. Can Uncle Zhou and you block off these 3 high-rank spiritual beasts? Mu Chen asked. Mu Feng glanced at him and nodded his head helplessly as he said, but this way, your Uncle Zhou and I would both consume a great deal of strength. Once the 2 of us are weakened, Lu Qingtian would definitely attack. You don't have to kill these 3 high-rank spiritual beasts. It's fine as long as you block them off while allowing yourself to consume the least amount of energy. Mu Chen said. Entering into a stalemate like that would not benefit us. Mu Feng frowned and said, "If we cannot kill these 3 high-rank spiritual beasts, we can only go away. I have a plan to get rid of them." Mu Chen hesitated as he spoke. Mu Feng's body trembled at this moment. He looked in surprise at Mu Chen. Beside him, Zhou Yi and the others also had an incredulous expression as they stared at Mu Chen. These were 3 high-rank spiritual beasts. They are comparable to spirit stage powerhouses. How is it possible for Mu Chen, who is merely a spiritual movement stage late phase, to get rid of them? You don't necessarily have to rely on your fists to get rid of them. Mu Chen curled his lips and said with a smile, "There's something calling seizing the opportunity. It's something I enjoy doing the most. In the spiritual road, it saved me many times." "What are you ultimately planning to do?" Mu Feng could not help but ask. Could this boy really have a way of dealing with it? "There's no time to explain. You should stall them while I go prepare." Mu Chen stared at the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts that would lunge over at any time. There was no time to explain it in detail, so he could only urge them to do it. Hearing this, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi exchanged glances and gritted their teeth as they nodded. Right now, Mu Chen truly made them feel assured. Since he said this, then, he really should have some sort of plan. "I'll leave this place to you." Mu Chen did not say anything more and immediately turned around. He quickly vanished as he rushed towards the outside. Someone ran. Seeing Mu Chen escape, Lu Qingtian, who was concerned about the movements of Mu Feng and the others, frowned and spoke. The one that ran away was Mu Chen. What is he planning to do? Is he planning to escape by himself? Lu Mubai whispered in confusion. He did not know why, but he always felt a slight unease coming from Mu Chen. Forget it. We should not care about him. He is only a boy at the spiritual movement stage late phase. Without Mu Feng and the others' protection, he probably wouldn't be able to escape the Black Eerie Swamp. Lu Qingtian was not too concerned. Compared to the pillars of the Mu territory, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, who would care about a measly Mu Chen? Lu Mubai also nodded. He had indeed overestimated Mu Chen. How is it possible for him to reverse the situation they are in? What nonsense! Boom! While they were talking, a dense spiritual energy erupted out from below. They saw Mu Feng and Zhou Yi charging out in the lead as they headed straight towards the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts staring at them. Mu Feng stopped the Aquablaze Crane and the Black Steel Beast. After all, he was at the spirit stage late phase. He would not be disadvantaged even if he was fighting against 2 by himself. On the other hand, Zhou Yi was only at the spirit stage initial phase. He was neck and neck against the purple-winged lion. This amazing confrontation instantly set off bursts of spiritual energy impacts. Every time they fought against each other, the air seemed to tremble. Lu Qingtian let out a playful smile as he stared at the fierce battle. However, his eyes remained cold. Mu Feng, just attack with all your strength. Since you're unwilling to leave, then leave your life behind here. When the fierce battle broke out in the valley, Mu Chen quickly scurried out. Then, he leapt onto a hill and his eyes looked at a vast black forest. His hands instantly turned over and a flute covered with engravings appeared in his hand. This item was the spirit bug flute that he had obtained before. Chapter 58, Luring Bees. Chapter 58, Luring Bees. Mu Chen gripped on the icy cold spirit bug flute and he contemplated for a while. Then, he no longer hesitated and placed the flute at his lips. The spiritual energy within his body surged out and was blown into the spirit bug flute. Mu Chen wasn't a spirit bug user. He naturally did not have the ability to activate the spirit bug flute. However, he knew the basic method of using it. If it was an experienced spirit bug user, they would be able to lure over the spirit bugs that they wanted with their spirit bug flute. However, Mu Chen could not do this. But luckily, the most massive population within the Black Eerie Swamp was the devouring spirit bees. It should be feasible for him to lure them over if he blew the spirit bug flute at this place. Woo! As the idea flashed through Mu Chen's mind, the spirit bug flute also emitted a faint light. The engravings on it also activated and a strange sound wave came out from the spirit bug flute. Then, it spread out far away. The sound wave wasn't particularly loud. It was even to the point where it would be easily overlooked if you do not listen to it carefully. However, Mu Chen knew that the spirit bugs were extremely sensitive to this kind of sound wave. Mu Chen continued to pour spiritual energy into the spirit bug flute and allowed the sound waves to spread out endlessly. Moreover, he took the time to watch at the sky in the depths of the Black Eerie Swamp. At that location, the spiritual energy fluctuation was gradually become more violent. It seems that his dad and Uncle Zhou had already began to fight against the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts. He must hurry. A hint of anxiety passed through Mu Chen's eyes. The 3 high-rank spiritual beasts aren't weaklings. For his dad and Uncle Zhou, every minute that they are entangled with the spiritual beasts means a minute of consumption. When their strength is consumed to a certain extent, the men from the Lu territory hiding in secret would definitely attack. And that scene was something that Mu Chen did not wish to see. The sound from the flute leisurely spread out. However, there wasn't much movement occurring in the distance. This made Mu Chen's palms sweat. Was his method useless? Although he said it confidently in front of Mu Feng and the others, that was only comforting them. Mu Chen knew the struggle occurring in Mu Feng's heart. Since Mu Feng didn't want to leave like this and let the Lu territory obtain the Nine Netherworld Bird, but at the same time, he did not want the Lu territory to stealthily attack them. Mu Chen could only think of this plan to break through this extremely unfavorable situation. If he was unable to lure the devouring spirit bees over, his method of seizing an opportunity would be useless. "Brothers, please give me some face," Mu Chen muttered in his heart. While Mu Chen was waiting anxiously, the time quickly passed. In a blink of an eye, nearly 10 minutes had passed. The spiritual energy fluctuation in the valley was getting even more violent. Even the earth started to tremble. It was evident that the battle was becoming more intense. He didn't have much time left. Mu Chen gritted his teeth and was prepared to turn around. The gaze he stared at the distance suddenly became serious and joy filled his face. "It's coming." In a distant location, a black cloud covered the sky and swiftly approached. A unique buzzing sound came from afar. The devouring spirit bees were finally lured over. Mu Chen endured the joy within his heart and put away the spirit bug flute. He immediately turned and scurried back towards the valley. Boom! In the valley, a violent spiritual energy exploded forth. It caused the cliffs to tremble and a few boulders rolled down from the cliff. Duanwei and the others stared nervously at the 2 battle circles. At that location, there were 2 humans and 3 beasts. They had already collided fiercely with each other and the lights from spiritual energy surged out. It turned the rubbles within the valley into powder. Damn it! Seeing this stalemate, Duanwei looked at the certain location on the mountain cliff again. At that place, a cold gaze stared downwards. It was obvious that this situation was what the Lu territory intended it to be. The little lord hasn't come back yet. Someone looked behind and could not help but speak. Duanwei shook his head with a bitter smile. He did not know what Mu Chen had gone to do. However, from his earlier appearance, he probably did this because he had some sort of idea. However, he did not know whether or not Mu Chen's idea would be able to help them break out of this predicament. Just wait a little longer. If the Lu territory dares to attack, we would not let them have an easy time. Duanwei grinded his teeth and said. The other people nodded as well. Their eyes flashed fiercely. Just when they were beginning their preparations, a sudden sound rang out from behind. They hastily turned their heads back and saw Mu Chen's figure quickly approaching. Little Lord. Seeing this, Duanwei and the others were happy. Dad, Uncle Zhou, retreat. Mu Chen stared at the 2 battle circles and shouted out. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, who had always been waiting for news from Mu Chen, instantly retreated backwards. However, the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts were hot in pursuit. Mu Chen stared at the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts as they chased over and gripped his palm. A bottle emerged and he opened the bottle. A strange fragrance emitted out from within it. Bang! Mu Chen smacked the bottle and the black liquid within flew out. Mu Chen's palms moved and his spiritual energy was like the wind as it spread the black liquid apart. It turned into black moist air and smashed into the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts' body. The black moist air stuck itself on the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts' body. However, they did not give the slightest reaction to it. They did not even care about Mu Chen, who was like a weak ant-like existence in their eyes, and continued chasing after Mu Feng. Duan Wei and the others were also confused when they saw Mu Chen's strange actions. Enter that fissure. Mu Chen pointed at a mountain crack nearby and quickly shouted. Duan Wei and the others looked at each other. However, they immediately gritted their teeth and nodded their head. They charged straight into the crack within the mountain. Mu Chen also quickly followed them. In the rear, Mu Feng and the others were at the back and they caused the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts to retreat by erupting out a dense amount of spiritual energy. What are they doing? The Lu territory's men watched the Mu territory's men enter the crack within the mountain and were stunned. If they did this, isn't that just cutting off all paths of escape? When did these guys become so stupid? Lu Qingtian also frowned. With Mu Feng's intelligence, how could he do such a stupid thing? Big brother? Lu Ming whispered. It was obvious that he was unsure of this situation as well. Lu Qingtian narrowed his eyes. Then in the next moment, his face suddenly changed. He lifted his head and stared at the outside of the valley. A buzzing sound suddenly became louder. This is, devouring spirit bees. Lu Ming and the others also noticed it. They hurried lifted their heads and they saw a black cloud enshrouding the sky within their sights. A buzzing sound echoed in the valley. Roar! The 3 high-rank spiritual beasts in the valley also noticed the devouring spirit bees approaching. They instantly let out uneasy growls. Against such a terrifying amount of devouring spirit bees, even high-rank spiritual beasts would be in a predicament. The black cloud finally poured into the valley like a black torrent. They did not stop at all and rushed in like a flood. Then, under the gazes of both Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian's men, they charged straight towards the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts. Roar! After being surrounded by the black cloud, the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts instantly struggled fiercely. The violent spiritual energy constantly erupted out and they squashed thousands of devouring spirit bees. However, following this, they were surrounded by even more devouring spirit bees. Mu Feng and the others watched as the roaring sounds became increasingly faint within the black clouds. They could not help but shiver. Afterwards, they slowly turned their heads towards the boy, who was smiling brilliant, and their faces turned stiff. Could this be the plan that Mu Chen mentioned? But how did he attract all these devouring spirit bees over and made them attack only the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts? The scheme he devised was too incredible. Chapter 59, Arrival. Chapter 59, Arrival. Buzz. The devouring spirit bees' unique buzzing sounds echoed within the valley. It made everybody feel horrified. Especially since there were 3 high-rank spiritual beasts struggling within the black torrent. Because of the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts' resistance, the valley floor was covered with corpses of devouring spirit bees. Moreover, the devouring spirit bees did not show the slightest signs of retreating and their scarlet eyes stared crazily at the 3 high-rank spiritual beasts. Waves and waves of attacks continued to charge over at them. The black torrent seemed to form into a gigantic storm and anywhere that storm passed by, only white bones would remain for any living creature. The 2 groups of men hidden in the valley shivered as they stared at the scene in front of them. At this moment, no matter which party was involved, they would probably be completely annihilated. Mu Chen's body was also hidden in the crack inside the body of the mountain. He peered through the gaps and stared inside the valley. The spirit bug flute and the black liquid with a strange fragrance were already returned to his mustard seed bracelet. He did not dare reveal it all. If it attracted the devouring spirit bees over, there was truly no way out for them. The black storm inside the valley lasted for approximately 10 minutes. The original fierce and powerful spiritual energy fluctuations gradually weakened until it finally disappeared completely. When the three spiritual energy fluctuations disappeared, everybody knew that the three high-rank spiritual beasts were also wiped out by the devouring spirit bees. This made Mu Feng and the others smack their lips. Although the devouring spirit bees were quite weak individually, they became one of the most deadliest creatures within the Black Eerie Swamp. After the enormous swarm of devouring spirit bees eliminated the three high-rank spiritual beasts, it circled the valley once before quickly disappearing with its buzzing sound. As the devouring spirit bees left, Mu Feng and the others drilled out from the fissure and gazed at the center of the valley. Only bones remained of the three originally majestic high-rank spiritual beasts. Traces of blood cling onto the white bones, making it look particularly cold. At this moment, Mu Chen walked over leisurely and obtained the three abnormally dazzling spiritual beasts' soul essences from within their cranial. He did not show any restraint and placed it within his mustard seed bracelet. This was a high-rank spiritual beast's soul essence. Its value far surpassed the ones that they obtained earlier in the northern spiritual field. This level of soul essence would even make spirit stage powerhouses moved. After collecting the spiritual beast's soul essences, Mu Chen smiled and raised his head. He stared at the mountain cliff and said, "What other schemes do you have? You want to continuing leading the high-rank spiritual beasts over? I don't mind luring the devouring spirit bees over again." In the cliff, the Lu territory's men all had exceptionally ugly expression. Lu Qingtian's eyes also narrowed and he fixed his eyes at Mu Chen as he said with an incredulous tone, "You lured the devouring spirit bees over? You think that you were the one who did it?" Mu Chen's smile turned cold and said, "I think that you guys should hurry and get out of the Black Eerie Swamp. Otherwise, you might end up having the same fate as them when the swarm of devouring spirit bees appears again." The Lu territory's men were slightly in a mess. Lu Zong, Lu Ming and the others' expressions all changed. They had personally seen how powerful the swarm of devouring spirit bees was. If they fell inside of the swarm, they would definitely die. "You immature and inexperienced brat, you're still too inexperienced if you want to intimidate me." Lu Qingtian recovered from the shock and let out a cold sneer as he said, "You might have lured the devouring spirit bees over, but it was obvious that you do not have the ability to manipulate them. The black mist that you sent over before was probably the reason why the swarm of devouring spirit beast would attack the three high-rank spiritual beasts, right?" Mu Chen smiled. However, he was shocked at how sharp Lu Qingtian was. He was able to see his earlier actions clearly. "Mu Feng, you have a good son." Lu Qingtian stared coldly at Mu Feng. They should have been able to severely injure the Mu territory today, yet they were stopped by a boy. This made them feel wrathful flames within their hearts. "Oh ho ho, thank you for the praise." Mu Feng also laughed and said, "Lu Qingtian, so what other schemes do you have? Are you going to fight personally now? That's great, it's been a while since I sought advice from you. Why don't we have a fight here?" Lu Qingtian turned gloomy. Although he was quite furious, he still understood that it wasn't the time for them to fight against the Mu territory. Otherwise, they would suffer too much damage and would not be able to obtain the Nine Netherworld Bird. "Let's see how long you can act proud." Lu Qingtian's voice was cold as he spoke. Then, he no longer said anything and waved his hand. He gathered the Lu territory's men and headed quickly to the depths of the Black Eerie Swamp. Right now, they did not want to waste time to stop Mu Feng and the others. This is because they knew that it would end up all in vain. "Let's go, we'll follow them." Seeing this, Mu Feng let out a cold cry. His body charged out and led the Mu territory's men as they followed behind Lu Qingtian. After the Lu territory's plan failed, they were not able to get rid of the Mu territory's men anymore. The two groups of men quickly entered the Black Eerie Swamp one after another. This time, Lu Qingtian and the others became more honest. They no longer dared to cause any more trouble since they were afraid of getting involved in it as well. Along the way, the two groups of men cautiously headed forward and did not dare to disturb the other spiritual beasts. This rapid pace lasted for approximately half an hour. After half an hour since the two groups of men advanced vigilantly, the black color in the valley began to subside and their vision widened up. Swish! Mu Feng's team stepped out of the valley and appeared on top of a high slope. He gazed in front and his expression became serious. In front of him was a vast basin. The ground at this place seemed to be burned by flames, causing it to show a charred color. Of course, the thing that frightened them the most wasn't this, but the white bones within the basin. From the sizes, these bones were probably from spiritual beasts. They assumed a posture where they are crazily running towards the front. From their appearance, it seemed that something had attracted them and made them unable to free themselves. Mu Chen stared at the white bones on the ground and sucked in cold air. Just what happened over here? Why did so many spiritual beasts die? His eyes slightly went up and stared in front. Then, he saw it. In the center of the basin, there is a large black volcanic mountain. The dark zone on the very peak of the mountain seemed to be like a demon's gigantic mouth and would devour everything. This place. Mu Chen's eyes turned serious. The scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. He pondered for a moment before he remembered. This scene was exactly the same as the one inscribed on the copper piece. Mu Chen tilted his head and exchanged glances with Mu Feng. He could tell from the other person's eyes that he was surprised and delighted. It was apparent that this place is where the Nine Netherworld Bird was located at. It was also where their goal was located at. Chapter 60, The Strange Rock. Chapter 60, The Strange Rock. Inside the black basin, a cool breeze blew and the numerous dense bones trembled slightly. This scene made everybody shiver. This place is where the Nine Netherworld Bird is located at. In this area, the eyes of the two groups of men lit up. The gazes they used to stare at the black volcano were mouth-watering and filled with heat. Lu Qingtian's eyes were burning. He immediately turned around and stared at Mu Feng. Then, he let out a sneer as his dense spiritual energy surged out and he charged straight towards the volcano. Behind him, Lu Zong, Lu Ming, Lu Mubai and the others also immediately follow. Let's move. Mu Feng also let out a deep shout. The dense spiritual energy erupted out from within his body and formed into a huge flame bird. The dragonfire bird's wings shook and turned into a flash of light. Afterwards, Mu Feng jumped onto the back of the dragonfire bird. The human and bird charged out. This violent spiritual energy directly caused a storm to appear in midair. Humph. Seeing Mu Feng head over, Lu Qingtian's eyes turned cold. He let out a low cry and a silver light erupted out from within his body. A giant silver beast emerged soon after. This giant beast was like a giant ape. However, the entire body was filled with silver scales. On the scales, lightning flashed across them. Moreover, lightning rumbling sounds actually burst out as it howled. This is, the lightning scale beast. Mu Chen stared at the gigantic silver beast behind Lu Qingtian and was slightly surprised. This was a powerful spiritual beast ranked at the 133th place in the Myriad Beast Records Earth ranking. Although it had not reached the heaven-rank spiritual beasts, it was still a top existence amongst the high-rank spiritual beasts. Bang! The lightning scale beast stopped on the ground and lightning surged out. It carried Lu Qingtian as it stopped Mu Feng. Huh, Lu Qingtian, you finally couldn't resist on fighting? Then let me see how much we've both improved over the past year. Seeing this, Mu Feng was not afraid and instead laughed. The dragonfire bird beneath him let out a sharp cry and charged towards Lu Qingtian as it released out a violent, fiery red spiritual energy. Boom! The two massive monsters collided fiercely with each other in midair. The violent spiritual energy impact caused many of the bones below to shatter. The territory lords from the Mu territory and Lu territory had already begun their fight. The men from both sides naturally would not be polite with each other and their eyes were filled with viciousness as they charged at each other. Leave Zhou Yi to me. The Lu territory's second master, Lu Zong, stared darkly at Zhou Yi, who was leading the Mu territory's men over. With a cold cry, a green light emitted out and an illusionary giant beast formed behind him. It was a giant scorpion who was completely green. A faint fragrance came out from its body and it was obvious that it was poisonous. Jaded venomous scorpion, ranked at the 204th place in the Myriad Beast Records Earth ranking. Mu Chen immediately recognized the jaded scorpion when he noticed it. Dawn. The men from both sides had finally fought with each other. The sounds from the fight also broke the silence within this place, and the spiritual energy endlessly emitted out along with murderous intent. Under Duan Wei and the others' protection, Mu Chen also collided against the Lu territory's men. However, he quickly rushed past and did not hesitate to shoot off like an arrow towards the black volcano. Mu Bai, stop him. Seeing this, Lu Ming, who was fighting against Duan Wei, instantly cried out. Lu Mubai nodded his head when he heard this and turned around. He quickly chased after Mu Chen. When Mu Chen heard the sounds of winds breaking behind him, the corner of his eyes twitched and he frowned slightly. He immediately circulated the spiritual energy within his body and infused it into his legs, causing his speed to accelerate again. You want to run away? Seeing this, Lu Mubai snorted and accelerated as well in order to pursue him. The two of them quickly jumped into the black basin one after another and approached the black volcano. They climbed up the steep mountain cliff like a nimble monkey. Swish! Just when Mu Chen was rapidly arriving at the peak, Mu Chen suddenly felt a fierce wind shooting out from behind him. He immediately lunged forward and pressed onto the ground with his palms. His body rotated in midair. Ding! A sharp dagger fiercely inserted itself at the location where Mu Chen would have landed on. It directly pierced through the hard volcanic mountain. Swish swish. Lu Mubai gripped his hands again and a couple of daggers were fired out again. This time, he directly aimed it in front of Mu Chen. It was obvious that he was trying to drive Mu Chen to retreat. Feeling the sounds of wind breaking, Mu Chen gripped his hand and numerous spiritual seals quickly emerged. Then, it shot out and quickly integrated itself into the air. Chi. Numerous light beams emerged. The air became distorted and spiritual energy fluctuations stormed out from the beams of spiritual energy. It directly blocked out all the daggers. When he arranged the tiny spiritual array for defense, Mu Chen did not plan on letting Lu Mubai have an easy time. He passed through a pile of sharp volcanic rocks and let out an whirlwind kick with one foot as he stepped on the ground with the other. The sharp volcanic rocks instantly covered the sky as it fired off towards Lu Mubai, who was behind Mu Chen. Bang bang. Seeing this, Lu Mubai clenched his hands into a fist and punched out. The fiery red spiritual energy mixed with the violent winds shattered the volcanic rocks that were shot over. Although Lu Mubai blocked the attack, his speed was reduced slightly. He watched as Mu Chen took advantage of this gap and scurried away like a nimble monkey. He could not help but grit his teeth before hurriedly chasing after Mu Chen again. The two of them continued to display various means to block the other. Anything that could be utilized was used by them. This scene seemed quite lively. However, only the two of them could feel how dangerous it was. They had never shown any mercy when they attacked. Swoosh! After a few minutes while one chased and the other ran, Mu Chen was a step earlier to reach the peak of the black volcano. The peak was a sunken crater. However, it was quite dark, so Mu Chen was not able to see what was inside. Boom! Mu Chen's eyes swept across the crater of the volcano. Behind him, the fist winds bombarded over from behind. He hesitated for a moment before dropping straight down into the volcano's crater. Lu Mubai followed him in hot pursuit. He noticed Mu Chen entering the dark volcano's crater and hesitated for a moment as well. However, he soon gritted his teeth and followed. The two of them quickly slid into the crater of the volcano and landed vigorously inside of the volcano's crater. Inside the volcano's crater, the lights were dimmed and it was filled with black volcanic rocks. Mu Chen's gaze quickly scanned across. But to his surprise, he did not see any traces of the Nine Netherworld Bird. There were only many black volcano rocks here caused by the volcanic impact at this location. As Lu Mubai entered the crater, he did not immediately attack Mu Chen. He also scanned the surroundings to search for traces of the Nine Netherworld Bird. The two of them scanned the surroundings, yet their eyes were filled with doubt. Mu Chen frowned. He carefully moved around the bottom of the crater and continued to search. At the same time, Lu Mubai also glanced at Mu Chen before moving away. It was apparent that he had the same idea as Mu Chen. The bottom of the volcano's crater wasn't too spacious. The two of them quickly went in a circle, but they did not have any harvest. This made the doubt within their eyes grow even further. Could what the copper piece mentioned be fake? Mu Chen curled his lips and searched the surroundings. At this moment, he had unconsciously walked to the center of the bottom crater. At this location, there were a couple of gigantic, black volcanic rocks that had been pushed out by the volcano in the surroundings. He stared at these gigantic, black volcanic rocks, yet he did not see anything. He sighed helplessly in his heart and was about to turn around. However, he suddenly stopped and gripped his palms within his sleeves. Then, the ancient copper piece emerged within his palms. At this moment, the copper piece emitted out a faint heat. This copper piece, can it sense the location of the Nine Netherworld Bird? An idea appeared in Mu Chen's mind. He immediately looked quietly at Lu Mubai, who was searching at another direction, before heading quietly towards the gigantic, black volcanic rocks. He touched each of the black rocks as he passed by. Shortly after, he stopped moving and stared at the slightly shining, gigantic black rock in front of him. As he stood here, the copper piece within his hand turned exceptionally hot. Chapter 61, The Mysterious Black Egg. Chapter 61, The Mysterious Black Egg. The gigantic black rock that was in front of Mu Chen was approximately dozens of zhang tall. There were shattered holes on it, yet it was particularly smooth as if was eroded by magma before. Mu Chen's palms lightly touched the gigantic black rock. He could feel the ancient copper piece within his palms becoming abnormally hot. Could the Nine Netherworld Bird be inside? An idea flashed through Mu Chen's mind and his eyes twinkled. Then, he looked at Lu Mubai, who was on the other side, and clenched his fist. A dark black spiritual energy surged through his palms and the limitless death seal emerged on the surface of his fist. Boom! Mu Chen drew his arm back towards him before blasting out a fierce punch. The sounds of the winds breaking broke out from the short distance. It smashed heavily onto the gigantic black rock as the arm was wrapped by spiritual energy. Bang! Mu Chen's fist landed on the gigantic black rock and a deep sound rang out. The giant rock shuddered for a bit. Then, Mu Chen was able to see cracks quietly spreading out from behind the fist. Crack! Pieces of rubble continued to fall down endlessly from the gigantic rock. The speed of how fast the cracks spread accelerated and it soon filled the enormous rock. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen took a step backwards carefully. After that punch, he had already discovered that the inside of the rock was hollow. The gigantic rock continued to tremble and pieces of rubble constantly fell down. Just when Mu Chen was staring at it, his eyes narrowed. This is because he saw a black light emitting out from the cracks of the gigantic rock. The commotion over here also attracted Lu Mubai's attention. He also stared in surprise at the trembling rock and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Black lights shot out from the cracks in the rock. A wave of fluctuation spread out and the gigantic rock exploded open after a banging sound. The rubble shot out and a few crossed through Mu Chen's body. However, he remained motionless and stared at the location where the rubble shot out from. At that location, the gigantic black rock had already erupted and a dark black light quietly appeared as it floated in the bottom of the crater. As the light floated in the air, a 1 zhang tall black egg seemed to be inside the light. The black egg was smooth and completely black. On the surface of the egg's shell, there were a couple of exceptionally obscure and mysterious engravings on it. The engraving seemed to be a mysterious black bird spreading its wings out and it protected the egg. This is... Mu Chen's eyes twinkled when he saw the shining black egg. He hesitated for a moment and joy filled his eyes. From the image within the copper piece, the Nine Netherworld Bird seemed to have turned into a black egg and landed here in the end. Could it be the one in front of him? When Mu Chen saw the black egg, Lu Mubai was also aware of it. Greed instantly gushed out from his eyes and he charged straight for the black egg. Seeing this, Mu Chen's eyes flashed. However, he did not recklessly rush over. He did not believe that it would be that easy to obtain the Nine Netherworld Bird. Lu Mubai quickly approached the black egg. But just when he was about to enter a couple of zhang distance away from the black egg, a black light blasted out from the surface of the egg. Bang! The black light fiercely bombarded Lu Mubai's body. His originally moving body was shot backwards and he landed heavily on the ground. He could not help but spit out fresh blood. Fizz! After the black egg caused Lu Mubai to fly backwards, it seems to be activated and a black light wrapped around its surroundings. Then, it slowly flew up to the sky above the crater. Seeing this, Mu Chen hurriedly rushed out of the crater and appeared on the peak of the volcano. Fizz! The black egg finally suspended itself on the sky above the crater. Black lights emitted out and caused the spiritual energy within the world to become violent. This commotion soon attracted everybody's attention. Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian both retreated backwards and stared bewilderedly at the mysterious black egg that appeared. Dad, the black egg is formed by the Nine Netherworld Bird. Hurry and take it away. Lu Mubai also helplessly followed him above and let out a cry. The Nine Netherworld Bird. Lu Qingtian's eyes narrowed and ecstasy flowed out from within his heart. His body turned into a blurry figure as he charged like a lightning towards the mysterious black egg above the crater. Seeing this, Mu Feng did not want to fall behind and immediately followed. The two of them were extremely fast and charged to the crater in an instant. They both extended their palms and wanted to capture the mysterious black egg. Dad, don't. Mu Chen's eyes remained fixed on the mysterious black egg. However, he suddenly remembered the skeleton that he met within the Black Eerie Swamp. His heart was suddenly filled with anxiety and he immediately shouted out. Mu Feng, who was about to seize the mysterious black egg, heard this cry and was slightly surprised. His eyes twinkled and he gritted his teeth. Then, he actually forced himself to stop his body from moving. Although this was a rare opportunity, he still suppressed the impulse he had within his heart because of the trust he had for Mu Chen. On the other hand, Lu Qingtian let out a sneer when Mu Feng stopped and touched the mysterious egg with a finger. Just when he was able to take it for himself, his face suddenly changed. Fizz! A strange sound came out from the mysterious black egg. Lu Qingtian's finger, which touched the mysterious black egg, actually quickly became charred and an enormous pain emitted out from his finger. This sudden change of events made Lu Qingtian's expression change. He struggled frantically, but found that his finger was stuck to the black egg as if it was glued on. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to get rid of it. Moreover, what made him terrified was that the spiritual energy within his body actually quickly flowed into the black egg through his finger. Damn it! Lu Qingtian let out an angry howl and his eyes turned ruthless. He raised his blade and actually cut off the finger that was in direct contact with the mysterious black egg. The finger dropped down and blood spattered out. Lu Qingtian endured the pain from it and desperately retreated backwards. All these events happened in an instant. Mu Feng was the closest and he clearly saw the scene. He immediately trembled as he stared at the mysterious egg. This item wasn't a weakling. It was fortunate that he was stopped by Mu Chen earlier. Otherwise, he would probably pay an even greater price. Big brother. Seeing the desperately retreating Lu Qingtian, Lu Zong and the others hurried over towards him. Their eyes twitched when they saw that Lu Qingtian's finger was chopped off. Be careful, this damn thing is a bit strange. Lu Qingtian hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy, stopped the blood at his chopped-off finger and said with a grim expression. Lu Zong and the others nodded. It seems that it wasn't that easy to obtain the Nine Netherworld Bird. Mu Feng also landed at this moment and reunited with the Mu territory's men. He patted Mu Chen's shoulder and said with a bitter smile, "It's lucky you warned me quickly." Mu Chen's eyes turned serious. His eyes remained fixed at the mysterious black egg above the crater. Then, he said softly, "Dad, be careful. I feel that something is wrong." Mu Feng also nodded his head. The Nine Netherworld Bird wasn't any ordinary spiritual beast. It was a super existence that was ranked 11th on the Beast Records Earth ranking. Compared to the Nine Netherworld Bird, his Dragonfire Bird was worth nothing. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. The two groups of men that were originally fighting in a life and death battle while refusing to let the other get the slightest lead suddenly did not dare to act. They only stared vigilantly and greedily at the mysterious black egg. A breeze blew in from afar and relaxed the tensed atmosphere slightly. Mu Chen's eyes were also fixed at the mysterious black egg. However, his eyes suddenly turned cold. This is because he discovered that the mysterious engravings on the mysterious black egg suddenly began to light up. A strange fluctuation was quietly born from within and emitted outwards. 1. It is a Chinese measure of length which is approximately 3.3 m. Chapter 62, Unusual Change. Chapter 62, Unusual Change. Fizz. The mysterious black egg floated above the crater of the black volcano. At this moment, a couple of the obscure light engravings gradually lit up on the surface of the black egg. As these light engravings emerged, everybody was able to feel that the spiritual energy within the world suddenly became extremely violent. Mu Feng and the others all looked solemnly at this scene. He could feel the restless movements of the spiritual energy within the world. A hint of unease surged through his eyes. This situation was slightly beyond his expectation. From the image brought up by the copper piece, the Nine Netherworld Bird should have been in an extremely weak state after failing its evolution. However, from the way the mysterious egg made Lu Qingtian cut his finger off, it seems that this item was not something they could just grab as they thought. Be careful. Mu Feng said in a low voice, if the situation seems off, we will immediately retreat. We'll give up on taking the Nine Netherworld Bird. Zhou Yi and the others were slightly taken aback when they heard this. However, seeing Mu Feng's serious expression, they nodded their heads. It was apparent that they noticed that something was off. Mu Chen's gaze was also fixed tightly at the mysterious black egg in the sky. The Nine Netherworld Bird was too powerful. Although they did not know what level the Nine Netherworld Bird had reached before it failed its evolution, it definitely far surpassed the strength of a spirit stage. And the Nine Netherworld Bird which possessed this strength would probably be something that nobody could subdue even if it only possessed a couple of % of its power from before. Not that far away, the Lu territory's men also stared at the mysterious black egg above the sky of the volcano as if they met a great enemy. Lu Qingtian's face turned extremely grim. On the other hand, Lu Mubai's face was turning red and blue alternately. If it wasn't for his words earlier, Lu Qingtian probably wouldn't have frantically snatched it. Moreover, in the critical moment, Mu Chen decided to shout something completely different than him and saved Mu Feng. After comparing their actions, his handsome face reddened and was filled with hatred. Big brother, are you alright? Lu Zong and Lu Ming stared at where Lu Qingtian's finger was cut off and asked with concern. If anything was to happen to Lu Qingtian, it would be a severe blow for the Lu territory. Lu Qingtian shook his head with a grim expression. His eyes remained fixed at the sky and did not blink at all. All of you should stare at it. I don't want to return empty-handed this time. Lu Qingtian said in a gloomy voice. When the Lu territory's men heard this, their hearts jumped and they hurriedly nodded. Under the intense gaze from both groups, the mysterious black egg's light engravings gradually brightened up in the sky. Moreover, it followed a sense of rhythm. It would light up and darken as if it was breathing. Fizz. As the light engravings brightened up, the mysterious black egg suddenly trembled. Then under the surprised gazes of everyone, black light erupted out from the black egg. The sky instantly turned dark at this moment. It seemed to have caused the day to turn into night. This change made everybody's faces change. Cry. Just when the darkness enshrouded the location, a clear cry resounded out in the world. This clear cry seemed to have turned into a sound wave and spread outwards before it vanished at the end of their visions. Mu Chen stared at the black light that enshrouded the sky. He suddenly jumped and a hint of unease appeared. Something's wrong. Mu Feng's face suddenly changed. He gripped his fist tightly and let out a horrified expression. The spiritual energy within our body are rapidly disappearing. After he said this, Zhou Yi and the others' expression changed. They hurriedly inspected their body. As expected, the spiritual energy within their body was vanishing abnormally. It was as if something was sucking away the spiritual energy within their bodies forcibly. After hearing Mu Feng's cry, Mu Chen's heart jumped. He was only at the spiritual movement stage late phase, so he was not that sensitive to the feeling of losing spiritual energy. Instead, Mu Feng and the others with their spirit stage would sense it the most. It's because of the black egg, Mu Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, the mysterious black egg was the only thing that could explain this strange scene. Not far away, the Lu territory's men also entered in a commotion and sounds of exclamation rang out endlessly. It was evident that they detected this strange situation. Territory Lord, what should we do? Duan Wei urgently asked. If this continues, the spiritual energy within their bodies would completely be exhausted. How would they leave the Black Eerie Swamp then? Mu Feng's eyes changed rapidly and he gritted his teeth. Leave, we're retreating. This situation here was too strange. Mu Feng understood that the trip this time was too recklessly. Just what sort of existence is the Nine Netherworld Bird? Even if it failed to evolve and was in an extremely weak state, how was it possible for them to easily get a bargain with their strength? At this moment, there was no use being greedy anymore. No matter how precious the treasure was, it would be useless if they could not protect their lives. Therefore, Mu Feng decisively acted and led the others away. Bang! However, just when Mu Feng let out the order for retreat, the ground seemed to tremble like an earthquake. Territory Lord, look quickly. A voice filled with horror suddenly rang out. Mu Feng, Mu Chen and the others hastily looked up and stared behind them. They saw various lights emerged from within the Black Eerie Swamp. The lights were all powerful spiritual beasts. In the lead, there were at least a dozen of high-rank spiritual beasts. These spiritual beasts were rushing over crazily towards this direction. The scene of dozen of beasts rushing over made Duan Wei and the others turn pale. Mu Chen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. What is this situation? Could it be that all the spiritual beasts within the Black Eerie Swamp would rush over? Hurry and dodge. Mu Feng's eyes twitched. He suppressed the horror within his heart and led them to a cliff. Against such amounts of beasts rushing over, even a spirit stage powerhouse would have to hide. When Mu Feng and the others hurriedly gave way to the beasts, the Lu territory also discovered this scene. Many of the men felt powerless in their legs. This formation was definitely too terrifying. Lu Qingtian was also shocked as well. Luckily, he did not lose his cool and brought his men away. They did not dare to appear in front of the beasts rushing over. The two groups were separated by some distance and did not dare to make a sound. They carefully crouched down and stared at the group of spiritual beasts charging over from a distance. Mu Chen fixed his gaze on the spiritual beasts as they charged over. His eyes instantly became serious and he noticed that signs of madness appeared in the spiritual beasts' eyes. It seems that something mysterious had caused them to turn berserk. Mu Chen frowned and finally thought back to the spirit bug user's skeleton. He became even more alert to the Nine Netherworld Bird that he never met. It seems that it was not simple at all. The herd of beasts brought a trail of smoke and charged into the black basin. The dense bones that existed there earlier were squashed under their foot. However, they ignored it and charged in the direction of the mysterious egg above the crater. Mu Chen stared at the herd of beasts and watched as they charged into the basin towards the mysterious black egg. Then, his eye narrowed when he witnessed the black bird light engraving on the mysterious black egg gently fluttering its wings as if it resurrected itself. The originally dark sky turned even darker again. Cry. Another clear cry emitted out like a black sound wave again. This sound wave was as gentle as the flow of water and it spread over towards the berserk herd of beasts galloping over. The heaven and earth seemed to have become completely silent at this moment. Mu Chen fiercely sucked in a breath of air. A hint of astonishment surged out from his black eyes. This was because he saw the spiritual beasts instantly freeze when they were affected by the black sound wave, whether it was a high-rank spiritual beast or low-rank spiritual beast. Then, their flesh would be stripped apart and revealed dense bones in the form of running over as it stood within the basin. Mu Chen exchanged glances with Mu Feng. They both saw the shock within each other's eyes. Afterwards, they thought about the white bones that they saw earlier. So the white bones appeared like this. In other words, it wasn't the first time that this situation occurred. Chapter 63, Divine Black Thundercloud. Chapter 63, Divine Black Thundercloud. The black sound wave gently rippled and emitted outwards from the black basin. As the black sound wave passed through, all the spiritual beasts would instantly turn into dense bones. Not even a single trace of blood existed on the white bones. Mu Chen and the others stared at this scene, stunned. Then, they shivered as this scene was too abnormal. Swish. A dense light would surge out from the spiritual beasts that turned into bones and form a light rainbow as it surged through the sky towards the mysterious black egg above the crater. Fizz. And while facing the dense light rainbow filled with spiritual energy, the mysterious black egg also released a black light. Then, it sucked in all of the light rainbows like a bottomless pit. Light rainbows endlessly rise up from within the spiritual beasts' bodies. Under that brilliance, they devoted their lives. Furthermore, the most horrifying thing was that the spiritual beasts would watch this terrifying scene occur without any panic. A hint of craziness was within their scarlet eyes. It was as if they were flies flying into a fire, yet they seemed to feel glory in their actions. This strange contrast made Mu Chen shiver. Then, he stared at the mysterious black egg that was endlessly sucking in the light rainbows within the sky. This method had far surpassed the intelligence of all the spiritual beasts that Mu Chen had seen before. It was even more cruel and cunning than a human. That black egg is probably formed by the Nine Netherworld Bird. Mu Feng's face became serious as he stared in fear at the black egg absorbing many rainbows in the sky. The spiritual beasts in the Black Eerie Swamp seemed to be providing an enormous amount of spiritual energy to the Nine Netherworld Bird, Mu Chen softly spoke. Mu Feng also nodded and said, "Moreover, it's not the first time that a scene similar to this has occurred. Over these years, the numerous spiritual beasts in the Black Eerie Swamp had turned into white bones and devoted all their spiritual energy to the Nine Netherworld Bird." The spiritual beasts in the Black Eerie Swamp, Mu Feng's face turned strange as he said, "It seems that it was raised by the Nine Netherworld Bird. It will let them grow and fatten up before the Nine Netherworld Bird slaughters it to extract their spiritual energy." On the side, Duan Wei and the others all shuddered when they heard this. If it was done by a human, they wouldn't be too surprised. However, this scenario was planned by a spiritual beast that was considerably powerful. And, perhaps the copper piece that we obtained was also its intention. It used that to lure a few greedy humans over to absorb the spiritual energy away from our bodies. Mu Feng said with a bitter smile and said, "This time, it might not think highly about us. Otherwise, I feel that we would end up no better than the spiritual beasts." Zhou Ye's face turned pale. If this was all planned out by the Nine Netherworld Bird, then it would be too terrifying. Mu Chen also sighed. He knew that what his father said was mostly true. There were probably many humans that came to this place like the skeleton he met in the Black Eerie Swamp due to greed over the past years. However, the skeleton was slightly luckier as he managed to escape. Yet, he still died due to his injuries being too severe. Then what should we do now? Duan Wei and the others wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. It was still the first time for them meeting such a terrifying spiritual beast. The terror didn't just come from its strength, but also from how it was cunning and ruthless like a human. Retreat. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in Mu Feng's voice. Don't even think about the Nine Netherworld Bird. Nobody in the northern spiritual realm will be able to capture this existence. We should immediately retreat while its attention is focused on the spiritual beasts. Yes. Duan Wei and the others let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. They could not see any hope in this bizarre situation. It would be a wise decision for them to leave as soon as possible. Mu Feng seemed to have made up his mind on giving up on the Nine Netherworld Bird. After he issued out the order, he waved his hand. A group of men quietly climbed up the cliff and cautiously headed out of the Black Basin. "Big brother, the people from the Mu territory are retreating." The Lu territory was aware of the movement caused by the Mu territory and Lu Ming shouted out quickly. "Forget about them." Lu Qingtian said coldly, "Something is wrong with the current situation. We would feel safer if they leave since we wouldn't have to remain alert against them. Then, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. In fact, he was also terribly afraid when he witnessed the scene in front of him. The mysterious black egg was too bizarre and his instincts told him that it would be smarter for him to get as far away as possible. Just wait a little longer. Signs of struggling could be seen within Lu Qingtian's eyes. However, he still gritted his teeth and said these words. The temptation of the Nine Netherworld Bird was too great. If he was able to obtain it, even if the possibility was extremely small, he would instantly become the Lord of the Northern Spiritual Realm. Lu Ming and Lu Zong exchanged gazes with each other and nodded. They had prepared a long time for this plan. If they were to leave now, they wouldn't be willing to accept it. Just when the Mu territory was quietly retreating and the Lu territory was remaining there without giving up, thousands of spiritual beasts in the Black Basin turned into bones from the black sound wave. Who? The numerous light rainbows in the sky whistled out and eventually all of them were sucked into the mysterious black egg. When the final light rainbow was sucked in, the world seemed to have become unusually quiet. Crack. During this silence, a sudden cracking sound rang out. It was not loud, but the Lu territory and the Mu territory seemed to have been shocked by lightning. Then, all their eyes fixed itself onto the mysterious black egg in fear. They could see that subtle cracks actually emerged on the surface of the black egg. As the cracks emerged, black flames surged out and wrapped the mysterious black egg completely. When the bizarre black flame rushed out, the spiritual aura in the world seemed to show signs of boiling. Cold sweat seemed to drip down Mu Feng's face slowly. His voice became hoarse as he said, "The Nine Netherworld Bird seems to be coming out." Li. Just when he finished saying those words, a cry rang out in the world from the mysterious black egg. A black flame instantly enveloped the sky like a storm. The cracks on the surface of the black light egg were becoming increasingly concentrated. Then with a final crisping sound, it burst open. As the black flames became increasingly violent, Mu Chen and the others were somewhat shocked to see a pair of black wings that could cover a mountain stretching out from within the flames. The black flames continued to scorch the sky. Mu Chen and the others could vaguely see a huge shadow within the monstrous flames. It was elegantly stretching its large body as if it was resurrecting from nirvana like a phoenix rebirthing from flames. A horrifying spiritual energy pressure also emitted out at this moment. It caused the spiritual aura within the world to boil. Is this the Nine Netherworld Bird? Mu Chen watched in shock at the massive creature stretching its body elegantly in the monstrous black flames. Although he was not able to see its appearance clearly, the somewhat vague outline already feels amazing. This fluctuation. Mu Feng kept a close eye at the vague outline and immediately gulped. This spiritual energy pressure probably wasn't something that a three-heaven stage powerhouse could compare with. They actually had a wishful thinking of capturing this sort of existence. It was truly ridiculous. Hurry and run. Mu Feng took a deep breath and gathered all the drool he had within his heart. He let out a cry and prepared to retreat no matter what. Rumble. However, just when Mu Feng urged his people to retreat, thunder sounds rang out in the sky. They looked up and suddenly froze. A black thundercloud abruptly gathered above the black flames in the sky. Moreover, they could faintly feel that there was a black lightning dragon quietly surging within. The thundercloud. A destructive energy emitted out from the black thundercloud. This is the divine black thundercloud. Mu Feng stared at the black thundercloud and his eyes instantly narrowed. He could not help saying these words out as he suppressed the horror within his voice. Divine black thundercloud. Mu Chen was stunned. Mu Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the shock within his heart as he muttered, "The Nine Netherworld Bird actually hasn't given up yet. It is still attempting to evolve." Chapter 64, Evolution. Chapter 64, Evolution. Evolve? Mu Chen and the others were stunned. They stared at the massive shadow within the black flames which covered the sky. Then, he said, "Didn't it fail before? That's why it would like to try again." Signs of surprise could be seen within Mu Feng's eyes as he said, it seems that this Nine Nether Bird is extremely prideful. It had to use many schemes in order to resurrect after failing the evolution last time. Who would have thought that it would attempt to evolve again when it had just reappeared? Mu Chen was also surprised at the courage that this Nine Nether Bird had. If one was ordinary, he would unconsciously avoid doing whatever he had failed at doing. However, this Nine Nether Bird wanted to climb back up from where it had fallen. This courage, this pride, it amazed everyone. Will it succeed? Mu Chen asked in a low voice. He lifted his head to stare at the sky filled with black thunderclouds. Within the thunderclouds, the black lightning seemed to creep around like a massive black dragon as it released an indescribable power. Who knows, the Nine Nether Bird is originally an extremely powerful existence. It possesses the 11th rank on the Myriad Beast Records Earth ranking. Moreover, if it successfully evolves, it would have the qualifications to charge at the Myriad Beast Records Heaven ranking. At that time, it will truly become a divine beast. Mu Feng said. Divine beast. Mu Chen could not help but bite his lips. This simple phrase gave off an unparalleled pressure. This is because each and every one of the divine beasts were super existences within the great thousand worlds. Even sovereign-class existences would be afraid of these overlords belonging to different species. However, the divine black lightning isn't that easy to overcome. Mu Feng also said gently as he stared at the enormous shadow within the black flames in the sky. In the world are many spiritual beasts, but just how many of them would be able to evolve into these super existences? A spiritual beast and a divine beast may only be different by one word, yet there is an unsurpassable gap between them. It has already failed once before. Normally speaking, once one fails to overcome the lightning, the one who was attempting would be annihilated by the lightning. However, this Nine Nether Bird seems to have escaped with its life before. If it fails again this time, it might not be that lucky. Mu Feng's pace of retreating gradually slowed down. If the Nine Nether Bird is going to attempt to overcome the lightning, then they would be safe. This is because they were just like ants in the Nine Nether Bird's eyes. They simply weren't worthy enough for it to pay attention to them. Mu Chen felt a bit of regret when he heard these words. If the Nine Nether Bird was to vanish due to the lightning, nobody would be able to obtain its spiritual beast soul essence. This way, the Mu territory would not have gotten any harvest for coming here. However, who would have the ability to ingest the Nine Nether Bird's soul essence even if they obtained it? Mu Feng was extremely lucky back then when he ingested the Dragonfire Bird. Not to mention the Nine Nether Bird, who was even more powerful than the Dragonfire Bird. While Mu Chen and the others stared at the sky with regret and admiration, a clear cry resounded throughout the world from within the black flames in the sky. Moreover, it was possible to hear a deep unyielding fighting spirit from within the cry. It was issuing a challenge towards the divine black lightning. Boom! The divine black thundercloud seemed to have noticed the Nine Nether Bird's provocation and immediately let out a deep rumbling sound, which echoed throughout the region. Under the rumbling sound, Mu Chen and the others could feel the spiritual aura within the world trembling, as if it was fearful of that terrifying heavenly might. Li! A clear cry rang out once again. The Nine Nether Bird's wings stretched out from within the black flames and suddenly black flames surged out all over the place. It turned into numerous black flame pillars and fiercely charged at the black thundercloud. The Nine Nether Bird actually dared to take the initiative to launch an attack at the divine black lightning. Boom! The black thundercloud quietly surged and a black lightning started winding and swirling. The black lightning dragon stared coldly at the black flame pillars charging over. Then, a black lightning filled with destructive power immediately rushed down. Bang bang bang! The black lightning and black flames collided fiercely. The entire world seemed to have exploded at that moment. Then, the loud rumbling sound made the earth tremble violently and cracks spread out from the black basin. Mu Chen and the others stared in shock at the terrifying battle in the sky. At that location, the black flames and black lightning were wreaking havoc crazily. It was evident that the black lightning is an extremely terrifying thing. The lightning descended down as if it was attempting to destroy everything in the world and shattered countless black flame pillars. After the black lightning shattered the countless black flame pillars, it used a terrifying momentum to fiercely descend down into the black flames within the sky. In the end, it descended down onto the massive creature hidden within the black flames. Li. Within the cry this time, pain could be heard. But following this, anger emerged in the cry again. The Nine Nether Bird flapped its wings and the black flame sea furiously whirled together. Then, it finally turned into several interconnected black flame storms. Buzz. The earth began to shatter due to the rotation of the black flame storms. Luckily, the Nine Nether Bird's primary target was the divine black lightning. Thus, the black flame storms whirled over towards the divine black thundercloud once it was formed. Facing against the Nine Nether Bird's crazy attack, the divine black thundercloud also quickly moved. A dark lightning vortex appeared at the center of the thundercloud and numerous black lightnings gathered inside the vortex. Boom! Within the vortex, numerous black lightnings gathered together and eventually formed into a massive lightning pillar. It fired out and bombarded the black flame storms in a direct confrontation. Swoosh! The black lightning pillar was like the thunder god's punishment and forcibly tore apart the black flame storms. The entire world seemed to have become dim in that moment. The black flame storms that were formed by the Nine Nether Bird's full strength were stopped once again and the Nine Nether Bird issued out an extremely furious cry again. This damn lightning had already stopped it once. Could it again be planning to prevent it from evolving? Its prideful self would never be willing to admit defeat. The black flames within the sky suddenly shrank abnormally. It was as if all the black flames wormed itself into the Nine Nether Bird's body. As the black flames shrank, the Nine Nether Bird's body finally entered everybody's view. It was a massive creature approximately the size of 10,000 zhang and its wings were able to cover a mountain when it was spread open. On its body, mysterious black feathers had a hint of black flames surging through them. On its tail, long tail feathers extended out elegantly and clusters of black flames slowly burned at the tip. Although the Nine Nether Bird was extremely massive, it did not have a shred of fat. Its curved body made it seem extremely elegant, slim, mysterious, and beautiful. It truly was a fascinating creature. However, the Nine Nether Bird's eyes were showing a fiery red color at that moment. Unacceptance and rage were filled within its eyes as it stared at the entrenched thundercloud in the sky. Then, it flapped its wings and furious winds suddenly appeared in the world. The black flames covered its wings and the Nine Nether Bird itself turned into a black flame as it flew up high. In the end, it mustered all its power and rushed straight towards the black thundercloud. It was going to do a final showdown against the divine black thundercloud. Mu Chen stared at the flapping wings as it charged without fear into the black thundercloud, which even the Nine Nether Bird felt horror from, like a moth to a flame. His heart was filled with shock. The Nine Nether Bird's unyielding and stubborn personality made a spectator like him feel amazed. However, when this amazement rose up, a sense of regret also emerged. This is because Mu Chen saw the divine black thundercloud contracting intensely and all the lightning within it seemed to have gathered together at this moment. This blow would definitely shock the heavens and earth. Boom! At that moment, the world became silent. Only the sound of thunder resounded out. Then, a black lightning dragon, which was almost the same size as the Nine Nether Bird, pierced through the skies and landed furiously on the approaching Nine Nether Bird's body. Chapter 65, Self-Destruct. Chapter 65, Self-Destruct. The black lightning descended down from the sky above. The indescribable thunder sound emitted almost spread throughout the entire Black Eerie Swamp. The spiritual beasts within the Black Eerie Swamp also issued out fearful roars as they laid on the ground shivering. They did not dare to make even a slightest movement. Everybody at the scene had shocked expressions as they watched the events happening in the sky. Even Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian, who were the strongest individuals within the northern spiritual realm, were completely horrified. This power was too terrifying. If it landed on them, even their remains wouldn't exist. Li. As the raging lightning descended down, a mournful cry filled with despair and resignation rang out. The Nine Nether Bird is going to fail. When Mu Chen heard this clear cry, his heart jumped. So the divine black lightning calamity was this powerful. Even such a mighty existence like the Nine Netherworld Bird couldn't endure it. In the sky, the berserk black lightning was almost suppressing the black flames completely. No matter how much the Nine Netherworld Bird struggled, it was unable to move forward. The black flames were finally pushed back completely and helplessness appeared in its cry. It never imagined that it would fail again after its first failure. The black lightning filled with destructive energy had already oppressed the Nine Netherworld Bird's true body. Afterwards, a loud cry rang out from the Nine Netherworld Bird again. At this moment, the mysterious black feathers on its massive body began to burn up. As the black flames raged out, the temperature in the world also began to increase significantly. Hurry and retreat, the Nine Netherworld Bird is crazy. It's going to self-destruct. Seeing the black flames ignite on the Nine Netherworld Bird, Mu Feng's face changed and he immediately shouted out. He instantly grabbed onto Mu Chen and darted away from the black basin, like an arrow. Behind him, Zhou Yi, Duan Wei and the others also had ghastly expressions as they hurriedly followed. Just how terrifying would the Nine Netherworld Bird's self-destruction be? In the distance, the Lu territory's men also noticed this situation and their faces immediately turned pale. They frantically fled away towards the opposite direction. At this instant, they completely gave up on the idea of capturing the Nine Netherworld Bird. As the two groups of men rushed away recklessly, the black flames within the Nine Netherworld Bird turned increasingly violent in the sky. It flapped its large wings and then its massive body exploded at this moment. The black flames gushed out and even forcibly destroyed the terrifying black lightning. Even the black thundercloud in the sky was ripped apart by the surging black flames. Furthermore, the entire world seemed to have become like a steamer. The boiling temperature made the underneath forest burn up instantly. Bang! Although Mu Feng and the others had already escaped far away from the center of the explosion, the impact emitted out from it still caused the group of men to helplessly fall to the ground. Mu Feng climbed up and took a glance at the sky. His face became increasingly serious. At the location where the Nine Netherworld Bird had self-destructed an enormous black flame lotus bloomed. The black flames were like black meteorites and showered down onto the earth. It was as if the world was coming to an end. Dong dong. No matter where the black flames landed at, the earth would immediately crack open. Then, the cracks would quickly spread. This black basin had instantly turned into shambles. Hurry! Mu Feng said in a deep voice. They could not afford to stay in this place anymore. If they were unlucky and were hit by a meteorite-like flame, then it would be bad news. Swoosh! However, just when Mu Feng had shouted out, he could hear the burning sounds of winds breaking. He quickly lifted his head and his face changed drastically. The black flames that flew across the sky seemed to be shooting at them. Mu Feng stared as the black flames quickly became larger within his eyes. His face was also pale. At this moment it was already too late to escape. He hurriedly exchanged glances with Zhou Yi and took a step forward. Then with a violent cry, dense spiritual energy poured out from their bodies and formed a thick spiritual energy light barrier that protected the people behind it. Swish! The black flames with a long black tail showered down and bombarded the spiritual energy light barrier. Boom! Mu Chen and the others could feel the earth they were standing on start to crack. The boiling heat caused some minor skin irritations. While the spiritual energy light barrier blocked against the impacts of the black flames, cold sweat was constantly dripping down from Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. The hands that maintained the spiritual energy light barrier were burned so much that they felt bursts of pain. However, the two of them continued to maintain it. They understood that if the people behind them were to be affected by it, they would at least be seriously injured with their strength. Crunch! The spiritual energy light barrier trembled and twisted faintly. At this moment, a crunching sound rang out. Mu Chen and the others who were behind the light barrier hurriedly retreated as if they had met a great enemy. Be careful, we can't block it anymore. The spiritual energy light barrier was becoming more and more distorted. Finally, Mu Feng and Zhou Yi were not able to maintain it and with a low cry, the spiritual energy light barrier shattered as the two of them were blown back helplessly. The black flames rushed in like a torrent. Although the majority of its strength was cancelled out by Mu Feng and Zhou Yi, the impact still influenced Duan Wei and the others. Their bodies grinded across the land for 100 meters, as if they had suffered a heavy blow, before finally stopping. Awkwardly. Bang! Mu Chen's body also flew backwards and landed heavily on a giant boulder. His throat instantly had a sweet taste and he could not help but spit out fresh blood. It was as if the bones in his body were collapsing. Isn't this way too powerful? Mu Chen wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a wry smile. This was only just one of the flames in the sky. If they all were to bombard at them, wouldn't it instantly erase them? The Nine Netherworld Bird's self-destruction is truly terrifying. Mu Chen hobbled as he stood up. But just as he was about to call out to Mu Feng and the others, his face instantly changed as he lifted his head. He saw a tiny black flame heading straight towards him. Mu Chen. This sudden turn of events was also noticed by Mu Feng. His face immediately became distorted as he charged towards Mu Chen. With his speed, however, he was not comparable to the black flames that rushed over. So even Mu Feng could only watch as the black flames rapidly enlarged itself in his eyes. How unlucky. There was time only for this thought to cross Mu Chen's mind. Then, he felt a burning feeling and pain instantly filled his mind. Darkness filled his vision and his head dropped down. But the instant before his vision turned dark, he vaguely saw a light flashing within the black flame. Then, he entered the darkness as he suffered a terrible pain. Chapter 66, The Change Within His Body. Chapter 66, The Change Within His Body. Mu Chen's consciousness floated without aim in the darkness. There was not even the slightest trace of light in this place. He was not even aware of time as he drifted around in a comatose state. Although he did not know how long he drifted around, a strange fluctuation emitted out from within the darkness. A strange black flame surged out in the center of the darkness as it condensed itself. As the black flames condensed itself, it actually turned into a giant black bird, which let out a cry towards the sky. Then, it seemed to have noticed Mu Chen's drifting consciousness. With a sharp cry, it turned into a streak of black flames and charged over to his consciousness as it glared. Fiercely. Ah! Mu Chen issued out a scream from his mouth and his body sat up like a conditioned reflex. His forehead was filled with cold sweat while his eyes were trembling. Little Mu woke up. The little lord is awake. Just when Mu Chen was confused about the scene earlier, delighted voices rang out from the surroundings. Only then did he lift his head up in daze and realized that he was on top of a stretcher. Zhou Yi, Duan Wei, and the others were all looking at him with a happy expression nearby. Is he awake? Mu Feng's familiar voice rang out in surprise. Then, he hurriedly walked over and let out a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Chen safe and sound. Dad, what is this all about? Mu Chen rubbed his head and asked. You were affected by the flame's impact caused by the Nine Netherworld Bird's self-destruction and you've been in a coma up until now. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be a major issue. Mu Feng explained. If anything happened to Mu Chen, he really didn't know how he would face it. Mu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He vaguely remembered that a black flame was charging towards him before he fainted. What about the Nine Netherworld Bird? Did it die? Mu Chen shook his head as he asked. Yes. Mu Feng nodded with a bit of regret. Through the self-destruction, nothing was left behind of the Nine Netherworld Bird. They did not obtain any harvest this time. However, at least the Lu territory also headed back empty-handed. Thus, this could already be considered a success for the Mu territory since the other goal of this trip was to stop the Lu territory. Mu Chen also felt a bit of pity. That was an existence ranked 11th on the Myriad Beast Records Earth ranking. It was not something you could meet easily. He really didn't know just how powerful one would be if they managed to ingest its spiritual beast soul essence. We have already passed through the Black Yuri swamp and we're currently heading back to the Mu territory. Zhou Yi smiled as he spoke. It was all thanks to Little Mu for the Black Yuri swamp's trip this time. Otherwise, we would not be able to catch up with the Lu territory and see that terrifying scene. Oh ho ho, yes, there's a successor for the territory lord now. Congratulations. Duan Wei and the others smiled as he spoke. Little Mu had truly impressed them during the Black Yuri Swamp trip. After hearing these words, Mu Feng could not help but be proud. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Everybody should increase the alertness level after we head back from this trip. Since the Lu territory came back empty-handed, they would definitely be angry at our Mu territory. Moreover, with their personality, they would not let this go easily." Everybody agreed when they heard this, and then they accelerated. Although they have already exited the Black Yuri Swamp, they still felt the chills after seeing the earth-shattering scene earlier. They only wanted to get away from that place as far as possible. While Mu Chen sat on the stretcher, he immediately rubbed his head. Then, he turned around and stared at the Black Yuri Swamp in the distance. He did not know why, but he had a strange feeling that the Nine Netherworld Bird hasn't died yet. 2 days later, Mu Feng and the others returned back to the Mu territory. The dusty group of people felt relieved while they thought back about the dangerous trip they had. They finally managed to return alive. Mu Feng dismissed everybody and allowed them to rest. As for Mu Chen, he hobbled for a while and returned back to his room. He immediately took a big nap. It was evident that he was completely exhausted because of the past few days. When Mu Chen woke up from his deep slumber, it was already evening. He stared blankly at the quiet night before stretching his waist. "It's time to train." Mu Chen chuckled and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes slightly and quickly entered the state of cultivation. The surrounding air trembled around him and tiny traces of spiritual aura from the world were attracted over. Then, it finally entered Mu Chen's body through Mu Chen's breathing. He maintained this state of cultivation for approximately an hour. Then, all of a sudden, he opened his eyes. Within the dark night, his black eyes revealed amazement and hints of joy. This is because he noticed that the spiritual energy within his aura sea had actually reached a state of being completely full. This represents that he had already reached the pinnacle of a spiritual movement stage late phase. It also meant that he could charge at the spiritual rotation stage. It was actually this fast. Mu Chen was delighted. He originally thought that it would take at least another 2 weeks or so. Never did he expect that the Black Yuri Swamp trip would have brought him that much benefit. After a while, Mu Chen gradually suppressed the joy within his heart and clenched his palms as an exquisite jaded box appeared within his hand. Within the jaded box lies a round emerald-shaped elixir. It was the accumulation elixir that he had received as a reward during the Northern Spiritual Field training. This elixir would provide great assistance to the ones charging at the spiritual rotation stage. He had never used it because he was waiting for the best moment to use it. And now, it was time. Mu Chen picked up the emerald-like elixir and sniffed the faint fragrance emitted by it. His head immediately cleared up and he no longer hesitated as he threw the accumulation elixir into his mouth. Nom! The accumulation elixir immediately melted and turned into rumbling spiritual energy. It seemed to pour through Mu Chen's body like a flood. Mu Chen quickly closed his eyes as he circulated the great pagoda art. He steadily ingested the dense spiritual energy bit by bit and poured it into his aura sea. With the influx of the large amount of spiritual energy, many changes appeared in his aura sea. The clump of spiritual energy that was like a nebula slowly shrank. While it was shrinking, Mu Chen could feel the spiritual energy within his body becoming purer and fiercer. It requires a lot of spiritual energy for one to charge at the spiritual rotation stage. Luckily, Mu Chen had the accumulation elixir. Therefore, he was about to omit some trouble during this step. He stabilized his mind and slowly ingested the elixir's medical power as he sent it all into his aura sea. Within his aura sea, the originally palm-sized clump of spiritual energy had turned into the size of a chicken egg. However, the edge of the clump had become rounder. Moreover, the black spiritual energy had become increasingly abstruse. The clump of spiritual energy was still compressing itself while Mu Chen continued to send spiritual energy within his aura sea. This process lasted for around 10 minutes before the compression finally stopped. The chicken egg-sized clump of spiritual energy had become the size of a pigeon's egg. Mu Chen could sense the change happening within his aura sea and quietly entered with his mind. He noticed that a pitched black light wheel gradually floated on top of the pigeon egg. The spiritual energy light wheel was many times smaller than the clump earlier. However, Mu Chen could sense how dense the spiritual energy within it was. It had far surpassed the spiritual movement stage late phase. Mu Chen stared at the small and delicate spiritual energy light wheel as joy welled up from his heart. He had finally broken through the spiritual movement stage and advanced into the spiritual rotation stage. Just by this, he had reached the basic acceptance conditions for the 5 great academies. Although he did not feel surprised that he achieved this step, the feeling of becoming stronger was extremely wonderful. Perhaps the guys from the spiritual road had completed the final step and obtained a power far beyond his, but so what? I, Mu Chen, was not inferior to any of you in the spiritual road. And I can do the same in the Great Thousand World. Mu Chen pursed his lips and a sense of pride and persistence emerged on the boy's handsome face. After he had successfully condensed the spiritual wheel, Mu Chen had completely relaxed. But just when he was about to exit this state, a familiar cry rang out from within his mind. Li. This cry was not loud, but Mu Chen seemed to have been struck by lightning when he heard it. His entire body stiffens as a fizzing sound rang out within his mind. Boom! Just when Mu Chen's mind lost its capability to think when it heard this cry, he discovered a fierce fluctuation appearing from within his body. Then, it directly charged at his mind as if it was trying to devour his consciousness. The soul essence swallowing its owner. This situation stunned Mu Chen as his body instantly turned cold. Then, horror appeared within his eyes. Chapter 67, A page of black paper seals the spirit bird. Chapter 67, A page of black paper seals the spirit bird. This sudden turn of events had completely made Mu Chen's mind enter a state of chaos and horror. His face also turned extremely pale. The soul essence swallowing its owner. Damn it, he had just advanced into the spiritual rotation stage and did not have the strength to even ingest a spiritual beast's soul essence. How could such a thing appear within his body? Mu Chen's mind was completely stunned. However, he was still somewhat calm, so he quickly recovered from the chaos. It was not the time for him to think why this had happened. Instead, he must focus on protecting his life. The soul essence swallowing its owner was something quite common. A few spirit stage powerhouses were quite ambitious and wanted to ingest a powerful spiritual beast's soul essence. However, they did not realize that it was an extremely dangerous act. In order to ingest the spiritual beast's soul essence, you must first wipe out the consciousness of the spiritual beast. They would definitely have to suffer the resistance of the spiritual beast while they perform this act. Some of the fiercer spiritual beasts would even take the opportunity to counterattack and attempt to swallow its owner instead. If this were to happen, it was almost certain that the owner would die. An extremely fierce fluctuation charged straight at Mu Chen's mind and attempted to erase his consciousness. While facing this sort of attack from within his body, Mu Chen did not have many ways to deal with it. He immediately took a deep breath and manipulated the spiritual energy within his body to circulate it through his meridians. Then, he made it crash against each other. Dong! A low and silent sound echoed within Mu Chen's body. This tremor caused his throat to suddenly taste sweet. However, the spiritual energy collision also formed a spiritual energy fluctuation. These fluctuations quickly spread out and collided with the fierce fluctuation that was charging towards Mu Chen's mind. As the two fluctuations collided with each other, Mu Chen felt dizzy again within his mind. However, he bit his tongue tightly and used the pain to keep himself awake. Afterwards, he saw a black flame surging within his body. The black flames drifted around and an elegant black shadow with wings appeared within the flames. It's the Nine Netherworld Bird. Mu Chen saw the black shadow that had left a deep impression on him and his heart immediately trembled. He would never have imagined that the spiritual beast's soul essence that entered his body would be the Nine Netherworld Bird's soul essence. It was then. Mu Chen suddenly recalled the instant before he had fallen unconscious in the Black Eerie Swamp. The black flame that charged at him had something hidden within it. Could it be that the Nine Netherworld Bird's spiritual beast's soul essence was hidden within it? And that it entered his body through it? Damn it! Mu Chen cursed and did not feel any delight from the fact that the Nine Netherworld soul essence was within his body. He could only feel an irregular heartbeat as it was impossible for him to ingest it with his strength right now. If that's the case, there is only one result: his consciousness would be erased by the Nine Netherworld. Moreover, the vicious and cunning Nine Netherworld might even use a special method to occupy his body to be reborn again. Mu Chen was definitely not happy to see such a scene. Li. Within the black flames, the Nine Netherworld seemed to be aware of Mu Chen's gaze and instantly let out a fierce cry. The black flames turned around and drilled towards Mu Chen's aura. It was smart. It knew that Mu Chen would not be able to stop him once his aura was destroyed. After destroying his spiritual energy, he would become a useless person. What a vicious beast! Mu Chen was shocked by the Nine Netherworld's viciousness. He angrily cursed as he mobilized his spiritual energy and attempted to stop the Nine Netherworld. The Nine Netherworld within the black flames seemed to have noticed the surging spiritual energy. Within its sharp eyes, a hint of contempt flashed. Just what level of an existence is it? Even if it had no body, it was not something which a boy, who had just entered the spiritual rotation stage, could deal with. The black flames instantly turned a lot brighter and it flapped its wings. Then, flames directly charged at the surging spiritual energy. However, Mu Chen could tell that the spiritual energy within his body had completely evaporated away when it collided against the black flames. To the Nine Netherworld, this sort of blockade was simply ineffective against it. On one side, it was a super-spiritual beast, whose name was vicious and reputed within the world. On the other side, he was a boy, who was only at the spiritual rotation stage. They simply weren't at the same level. Mu Chen also noticed the gap between the two of them. However, he did not give up because of this. Instead, he gritted his teeth and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. If you want to cripple me, then I won't let you be better off either. Mu Chen moved his mind and the spiritual energy light wheel that was just formed slowly circulated. The spiritual energy that was stored within it was completely drawn out by him. Then, it charged towards the black flames approaching his aura mercilessly. Chi. The black flames continued to head forward and wherever it passed, the spiritual energy evaporated. Even when Mu Chen did everything to stop the black flames they only delayed for a moment. It was evident that it could not stop the Nine Netherworld. Within 10 short breaths, the black flames have already broken through all the spiritual energy barriers that Mu Chen had placed up. Outside of his aura, the Nine Netherworld's eyes seemed to have emerged on the black flames as it revealed a touch of pride. Swish! Under Mu Chen's furious gaze, the black flames moved and entered his aura. A burning pain instantly emitted out and caused Mu Chen's face to become distorted. He could see the Nine Netherworld heading towards the spiritual energy light wheel that was just formed after entering his aura. It roared and attempted to destroy it. The spiritual energy light wheel embodies all the spiritual energy that Mu Chen had condensed through his life. If it was destroyed, Mu Chen's efforts in training would instantly be wasted. It was obvious that Mu Chen's schemes were completely powerless in face of such an existence. This difference was not something that schemes could help make up for. Thus, he could only angrily stare at the Nine Netherworld charging at his spiritual energy light wheel. I'll go all out against you. In the final moments, Mu Chen let out a furious shout. He did not care and forced his spiritual energy light wheel to self-destruct. This was the only thing he could still do. Although he would pay a great price, it would still be better than the Nine Netherworld erasing his consciousness. The spiritual energy light wheel erupted out lights. This sort of spiritual energy had also suddenly become particularly violent. But just when it was the moment when Mu Chen was going to fight to the bitter end against the Nine Netherworld, a bell-like sound echoed within his aura. Under this strange sound, Mu Chen's rampaging spiritual energy light wheel that was about to explode actually calmed down a bit. Mu Chen watched this scene and stared at the surface of the spiritual energy light wheel. At that location, a page of black paper was quietly lying down. It seems that the sound was issued out from that place. This. Mu Chen wanted to cry, but tears did not flow out. After he obtained the mysterious black paper which he could not detect, it had always remained in his body. Never did it show any effects, but who would have expected that it would suppress the final ability that could take out the Nine Nether Bird's life in this critical moment? As the spiritual energy light will was suppressed, the black flames formed by the Nine Nether Bird were close at hand. The black flames caused the spiritual energy light will within his aura to show signs of becoming distorted. It's over. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen let out a sigh of despair. Dong! Just when the fierce black flames were about to smash into the spiritual energy light wheel, a black light screen descended down. Bang! The black flames that were almost always harmful were actually knocked back. Then, a hint of surprise appeared in the Nine Nether Bird's eyes within the black flames. Mu Chen was also stunned when he saw that scene. He hurriedly looked at the thin page of black paper. This was because a thin layer of a black light barrier descended down from it. Buzz! A strange sound that sounded like Sanskrit started to come out from the page of black paper. Then, dark purple lights emerged on the surface of the black paper that had always remained motionless. Swoosh! When these lights appeared, it actually formed into a dark purple light barrier and enveloped the black flames formed by the Nine Nether Bird within it. This unforeseeable development surprised the Nine Nether Bird. It hurriedly charged at the light barrier. But what shocked Mu Chen was that the light barrier was completely unmoving against the Nine Nether Bird's charge. It was not the end after the light barrier was formed. A purple light started to gather beneath the Nine Nether Bird and gradually extended outwards. It actually turned into purple mandala flowers. Obscure, dark gold engravings seemed to be covered on the mandala's flower petals. A hint of horror instantly appeared within the Nine Nether Bird's eyes when it saw the mandala flower and it let out a frightened cry. The mysterious dark purple mandala flower was like a cage and it bounded the black flames formed by the Nine Nether Bird. Then, it slowly drifted away and landed on top of the thin black paper. A mysterious flower cage completely trapped the Nine Nether Bird within it. As the Nine Nether Bird became trapped, the rampage within Mu Chen's aura gradually subsided. The black flames also began to fade and it turned into a baby fist-sized mini Nine Nether Bird. It struggled angrily, but it could not escape the dark purple mandala flower. Therefore, it could only stop and close its fierce and hateful eyes as it prepared to gather strength for an opportunity. Mu Chen was completely stunned as he watched this strange battle within his aura. Only after a while did he finally recover from his shock. Then, he stared blankly at the dark purple mandala flower on top of the page of black paper. It was resolved like this. Chapter 68, Spiritual Flame Array. Chapter 68, Spiritual Flame Array. When Mu Chen woke up in the morning, his mind was still somewhat confused. If it wasn't for the black paper's purple mandala flower within his aura and the trapped Nine Nether Bird, he would have thought that what had happened last night was all a dream. Damn beast. Mu Chen gradually accepted the situation after a long time. He fiercely rubbed his face and cursed furiously. Although the Nine Nether Bird was caged by the mysterious black paper, he still felt uneasy. After all, the Nine Nether Bird was too powerful. It may be extremely weak right now, but what would he do if the mysterious black paper could not stop it after the Nine Nether Bird had recovered its strength in the future? This thing that was left within his body was like an unstable bomb. It could turn him completely helpless at any time. Only after he had tasted the fierceness and ruthlessness of the Nine Nether Bird was Mu Chen aware of how naive he was of hoping to ingest it. With the Nine Nether Bird's pride, Mu Chen could guarantee that this damn beast would fight to the bitter end if anyone attempts to forcibly ingest it. What's the point of holding this sort of spiritual beast's soul essence? Mu Chen eventually calmed down after furiously scolding the Nine Nether Bird deep down inside. The situation has already happened, no matter how much he vents it out, he can't change anything. Fortunately for him, the Nine Nether Bird was currently trapped by the black paper, so he had some time to think of a way to deal with the Nine Nether Bird. He got up from his bed and slightly organized himself before leaving the room. Then, he walked to the place where he would learn about spiritual arrays from Mr. Wenling. After the Black Eerie Swamp trip, Mu Chen had understood how amazing spiritual arrays are and his interest in it increased significantly. Moreover, the ones that he was able to arrange were only tiny spiritual arrays, they weren't even considered rank 1 spiritual arrays. In a training room that he would usually practice in, Mu Chen did not see Mr. Wenling. Presumably, he had arrived too earlier. However, he was not impatient and sat down cross-legged on the cushions. He then revealed a pondering expression. Right now, he had officially advanced to the spiritual rotation stage and could feel that the spiritual energy density within his body had increased significantly. Furthermore, he had become more proficient in his control over spiritual energy. I wonder how many spiritual seals I would be able to condense. Mu Chen muttered to himself as a hint of expectation flashed through his eyes. He immediately stretched out his palm and his palm spun. Dark black spiritual energy gushed out from it and surrounded his palm completely. Mu Chen was completely satisfied about the speed and the density of the spiritual energy. As expected from the spiritual rotation stage, the efficiency of mobilizing spiritual energy greatly surpassed the spiritual movement stage. The dark black spiritual energy on Mu Chen's fingertips quickly gathered and changed. 8 spiritual seals seemed to be condensed in succession at a fast pace. Then, a 9th spiritual seal quietly condensed when Mu Chen moved his fingertips. Mu Chen stared at the 9th spiritual seal, but he did not stop at this. The dark black spiritual energy continued to condense and a 10th, 11th spiritual seal flashed. In the end, the amount of spiritual seals stopped at the 12th seal. Mu Chen watched the 12 spiritual seals on his palm. He was just barely satisfied with this result as he could feel that this wasn't the limit for him. However, he had just advanced to the spiritual rotation stage and required a little bit of time to stabilize. When that happens, he believed that he would be able to do better. Mu Chen smiled for himself when he saw his own progress. He clenched his hand and the 12 spiritual seals vanished. Afterwards, sounds of footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then, the door was pushed open and Wenling entered. Mr. Wen. Seeing this, Mu Chen hurriedly got up and greeted Wenling. Wenling gestured with his hand and stared at the boy in front of him. A smile was plastered on his strict face as he said, I heard from the territory lord that you use tiny spiritual arrays at the Black Yuri Swamp. You've learned quickly. Wenling was asked by Mu Feng to teach Mu Chen about spiritual arrays and the latter was able to quickly enter the doorway for spiritual arrays. This gave him quite a bit of face. However, he must admit that the majority of it was because Mu Chen had quite the talent in the aspects of spiritual arrays. Mu Chen smiled embarrassedly. The tiny spiritual arrays that he used could only trick spiritual beasts with low intelligence. You probably have to practice by yourself for the next 2 days. Wenling looked at Mu Chen and said, Your father is planning to construct a rank 2 spirit convergence array within the Mu city. This level of spirit convergence array isn't something that I could arrange by myself. Therefore, your father paid a great price to invite 3 other rank 1 spiritual array masters to help. During this period of time, I would have to work together with them to see if it will work out. A rank 2 spirit convergence array. Mu Chen was slightly surprised. In the entire northern spiritual realm, the only rank 3 spirit convergence array was in the Northern Spiritual Academy. As for a rank 2 spirit convergence array, only the Lu territory had it. Even the Mu territory only had a rank 1 spirit convergence array. This must be what his dad has been brooding about. After all, a spirit convergence array is a symbol to show how powerful a force is. For the Lu territory to be able to become the strongest territory out of the 9 territories, the rank 2 spirit convergence array had to play a part in it. However, a rank 2 spirit convergence array wasn't something that could be easily constructed. Even for a few rank 2 spiritual array masters, they would not be confident that they could arrange it. Moreover, constructing a spirit convergence array requires a large amount of rare materials. Thus, it was extremely costly. It would be a heavy blow to the Mu territory if it were to fail. This is why Mu Feng did not recklessly attempt it and endured it all these years. From the looks of it, his dad finally couldn't endure it any longer. But even if they invited another 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters to work together with Wenling, it was still hard to say if they would succeed on arranging the rank 2 spirit convergence array. Yes, Mr. Wen. If you're busy, it's fine if you focus on your affairs. Mu Chen nodded his head. Wen Ling gave a nod. It seems that he was quite hard-pressed because of the rank 2 spirit convergence array. He did not plan on saying anything more and intended to leave as he turned away. About that, Mr. Wen. Mu Chen suddenly spoke up. He looked at Wen Ling, who was puzzled, and hesitated before saying, I think I have some understanding about the tiny spiritual arrays now. I wonder if Mr. Wen could give me a scroll of a rank 1 diagram array so I can study it. After hearing that Mu Chen wanted to study a rank 1 diagram array, Wen Ling frowned. His face became serious again. It's good that you have talent, but did you forget the words of how I told you not to be arrogant? A rank 1 spiritual arrays requires at least 15 spiritual seals. The complexity of it also far surpasses a tiny spiritual array. If you would like to study on a rank 1 diagram array, then you should wait until you formed 10 spiritual seals. Before he even finishing speaking, he suddenly paused. Surprise emerged on his strict face because he saw the boy lifting up his palm. Then, the required 10 spiritual seals he mentioned emerged on his fingertips. You. Wen Ling was stunned as he stared at the 10 spiritual seals on Mu Chen's fingertips. He only recovered from his shock after a while before staring strangely at Mu Chen. Just for how long did this guy come in contact with spiritual array cultivation? He could actually already form 10 spiritual seals. Isn't the talent he displayed in this area too terrifying? Cough. Wen Ling let out a dry cough and concealed the shock on his face as he said, since you've already reached it, then I'll allow it. While he said this, he pulled out a red diagram array from within his arms and handed it over to Mu Chen. This scroll is a rather simple rank 1 spiritual array. Its name is the Spiritual Flame Array. This spiritual array requires at least 15 spiritual seals in order to arrange it. It's fine if you're going to study about it, but do not attempt to arrange it. Otherwise, it would not be fun if the spiritual array backfires on you. Mu Chen nodded as he excitedly accepted the red diagram array. Seeing this, Wen Ling let go of his hand and immediately left. He still had to discuss with the other 3 spiritual array masters that were invited regarding about how they should construct the rank 2 spiritual array. This was a hassle. However, it might be a good opportunity for him. He might be able to find a catalyst, which would improve himself, and allow him to advance to a rank 2 spiritual array master. Seeing Wen Ling depart, Mu Chen carefully opened up the scroll for the rank 1 spiritual array. Then, a red light flashed as a faint heat emerged. Mu Chen focused his mind and concentrated his eyes on it. Red lights were flashing on the diagram array. Light beams would extend out and intertwine with each other and form a rather complex outline. Mu Chen could not help but smack his lips as he stared at the diagram array, which would make ordinary people dizzy. The rank 1 spiritual array was indeed a lot more complex than a tiny spiritual array. However, it made him even more interested. Mu Chen was immersed in the spiritual flame array and studied the complex spiritual beams outline within it. Only after a while, he slowly retracted his gaze. Although he was quite eager to test it out, he would not attempt it recklessly. After all, this rank 1 spiritual array requires at least 15 spiritual seals and it was evident that he had not reached the level right now. It seems that I should properly condense for a while. Mu Chen was content as he put away the diagram array. Then, he closed his eyes and attempted to condense more spiritual seals. During the next few days, Wen Ling was busy with the matter of constructing a rank 2 spirit convergence array. He did not have much time to teach Mu Chen and the latter was happily at leisure. He would spend the entire time attempting to condense spiritual seals. His efforts brought a great effect. As Mu Chen had gradually adapted to the spiritual rotation stage, his control over his spiritual energy had become more proficient. Thus, on the 5th day, he had successfully increased the amount of spiritual seals to 15. After the amount of spiritual seals had reached 15, Mu Chen could not conceal the excitement within his heart. Then, the excited youth brought out the spiritual flame array once again. Right now, he had finally become qualified to attempt a true rank 1 spiritual array. Chapter 69, Rank 2 Spirit Convergence Array. Chapter 69, Rank 2 Spirit Convergence Array. In the courtyard of the Mu estate, Mu Chen was standing straight as excitement surged through his eyes. After many days of training, he had finally condensed 15 spiritual seals. This also reached the basic requirements for the spiritual flame array. And he was also finally able to test just how powerful a rank 1 spiritual array was. Mu Chen's palm opened up and dark black spiritual energy flashed before it turned into shining, black spiritual seals. He manipulated the spiritual seals and channeled them to enter the air. Then, the spiritual seals seemed to have vanished like raindrops falling in the ocean. The only thing that others could perceive was a strange, rippling fluctuation. The complexity of arranging a rank 1 spiritual array was far beyond a tiny spiritual array. Although Mu Chen had constantly studied the diagram array of the spiritual flame array over the past few days, it was still the first time attempting it for him. Thus, he was still quite not used to it. Sweat had emerged on his forehead as he channeled the 15 spiritual seals into the air. Buzz. The 15 spiritual seals fused into the air and formed spiritual energy lights which were hard to see with the naked eye. Then, Mu Chen controlled his thoughts and manipulated the spiritual energy lights to extend into light beams. In the end, the light beams were intertwined with each other. The diagram array was rather complex, so Mu Chen was quite busy. Arranging the complicated diagram array requires fine control and a single mistake would lead to failure. It was evident that a rank 1 spiritual array was not that easy to arrange. Although Mu Chen was quite talented in that area, he was not able to accomplish it in one attempt. Thus, when the light beams for the diagram array extended to a complicated step, he finally made a mistake. A spiritual energy light beam had extended to the wrong location. The instant that the spiritual energy light beam's position was off, Mu Chen secretly shouted out **T. Then, he saw the air in front of him emitting out a violent spiritual energy fluctuation. A fiery red color surged out from that location and one could faintly see the unfinished shape of the spiritual array. Boom! The violent fiery red spiritual energy directly bombarded on Mu Chen's body and a deep sound rang out. It made Mu Chen fly back dozens of meters and his depressed appearance made him seem like he was quite awkward. Afterwards, Mu Chen climbed up from the ground. Luckily, he did not suffer any major injuries. He patted his body casually and pondered for a while as he thought back to the area where he had failed. Lights constantly flashed within his black eyes. Mu Chen's first attempt on arranging a rank 1 spiritual array had ended with failure. However, he did not give up. Instead, it aroused his stubbornness and he started attempting it again after a brief rest. But the result? Boom! Boom! In the courtyard, muffled sounds rang out endlessly through the afternoon. At that location, a youthful figure was endlessly being blown away. The patrolling guards looked at each other when they heard the sounds, but they did not dare to disturb Mu Chen's training. Mu Chen, who was quite awkward, finally stopped his training when night was approaching. He had spent an entire afternoon in failure. However, this did not take a blow to his confidence. This is because he had overcome the part where he had failed and every time he failed. Based on this speed, he would soon be able to arrange the spiritual flame array. As he thought about this, Mu Chen let out a grin and clapped his hands. Then he turned around and left. For the next 3 days, Mu Chen had placed almost all his energy on the spiritual flame array. He would attempt it over and over again in the courtyard, yet he would fail every single time. Sometimes, the patrolling guards within the estate would feel surprised when they noticed Mu Chen crawling up from the ground helplessly. They did not know what Mu Chen was practicing in, but his attitude of climbing up and ignoring all those failures made them admire his perseverance and insistence. The little lord is quite diligent. It seems that there is a successor for the Mu territory in the future. The guards thought this as they walked lightly. They did not want to disturb the boy who was training in the courtyard. Mu Chen's failures continued to persist. This continued until the 3rd day's evening before there was a slight change. The boy in the courtyard was completely awkward again, only his eyes were still flashing. At this moment, he had a serious expression and 15 spiritual seals danced around his fingertips. They immediately integrated into the air and brought out a spiritual energy fluctuation. Compared to the past few days, Mu Chen's technique had greatly improved. It seems that the failures he had experienced allowed him to progress significantly. As the fluctuations occurred in the air, the spiritual aura within the world also flew quickly over. A red light suddenly emerged in front of Mu Chen and a complicated red light array gradually emerged. Within the fiery red light array, lights surged like a flame traveling back and forth. It looked exceptionally majestic. Mu Chen stared at the finally completed spiritual flame array, and delight poured out from his eyes. He had finally succeeded after many failures. Although the spiritual flame array still showed some signs of instability at the moment, this was still a successful arrangement made by Mu Chen. Go! Mu Chen suppressed the joy within his heart and his fingers moved. Two of his fingers weren't bent and pointed at a giant boulder that was like a mountain in the courtyard. Buzz! A fiery light suddenly emerged on the spiritual flame array. Then, a red flame light pillar erupted out like a volcano. It shot off fiercely from the spiritual array and bombarded the giant boulder. Bang! The earth seemed to tremble at this moment. The giant boulder that was like a mini-sized room instantly shattered and gravel exploded out. It made the courtyard into a big mess. What an amazing power! Surprise filled Mu Chen's face as he witnessed the power of the spiritual flame array. This power was probably something that even a spiritual rotation stage middle phase powerhouse would find hard to endure. A rank 1 spiritual array truly deserves its reputation. However, the consumption was quite high for him as well. Little Lord. The guards outside of the courtyard also heard the commotion and hurriedly rushed in. They stared at the mess on the ground and were stunned. Originally, they thought that Mu Chen had suffered an enemy attack and quickly rushed over. It's fine. I did this all by myself. Mu Chen smiled and waved his hand. He stared at the awkward appearance he had and smiled helplessly. Then, he turned around and entered the house to clean himself up while the guards exchanged gazes with each other. When did the little lord become so powerful? He actually destroyed a mountain-like boulder. Not even their captain, who had reached the spiritual rotation stage, could do it. After Mu Chen cleaned himself up, he walked out of the room and slipped away as he noticed the guards cleaning up the courtyard. He was quite exhausted after studying the spiritual flame array overnight for a couple of days. Mu Chen strolled down the Mu estate leisurely and walked near the meeting room. Then, he noticed lights within it. It was already this late, yet his dad was still discussing about some affairs. Mu Chen thought for a moment and walked over. He immediately heard a loud sound coming from the meeting room. The sound was quite familiar as it was the sound of Mu Feng smacking the table in fury. His dad hasn't been so furious in a long time. What had happened? Mu Chen hesitated for a moment before straining his ears to listen. Within the meeting room, Mu Feng's face was dark with rage. The table in front of him was smashed to pieces by him. He stood up and angrily shouted, "Those Lu territories as asterisk holes. They really like obstructing us secretly." Beside him, Zhou Yi also had a gloomy expression and immediately exclaimed, "Those bastards. They spent a great deal of money purchasing the materials and restraining many spiritual array masters when they heard that we were going to construct a rank 2 spirit convergence array. With the remaining materials we have left, we cannot fail again." Mu Feng clenched his fist tightly and looked at the other 4 figures in the room. One of the people in the room was Wen Ling. As for the others, they were all middle-aged individuals. They must be the other 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters that Mu Feng had invited over. "Mr. Wen Ling, what other difficulties are we facing now in order to construct a rank 2 spirit convergence array?" Mu Feng lowered his voice and asked slowly. Wen Ling sighed and said, "Territory Lord. We have already attempted once over the past few days. However, it ended in failure and we wasted a lot of materials. Based on our conjecture, we probably require another rank 1 spiritual array master to help us." Zhou Yi frowned and said, "We have basically invited all the spiritual array masters within the Mu territory. With the Lu territory's obstruction, it would probably be difficult to find another rank 1 spiritual array master. Wen Ling let out a bitter laugh. He also knew that it was troublesome, but there was no other way. They had tried it before and knew that it was not possible with just the 4 of them. Zhou Yi. Mu Feng's eyes flashed and immediately waved his hand as he said, "Send the word out to the spiritual array masters which the Lu territory had drawn away that the Mu territory will double whatever the Lu territory had promised them as long as they help the Mu territory." Zhou Yi was shocked. This means that they would have to pay a great price. Moreover, these words mean that the cunning spiritual array masters would probably take the opportunity to squeeze every last bit out from them. If that's the case, it would be unfair to the other 3 spiritual array masters in front of them. It would easily show that they were being unfair. Thinking about this, he glanced at the other 3 spiritual array masters. As expected, they were somewhat unnatural. The territory lord should not say these words out in anger. This might cause us to crumble down instead. Wen Ling said with a wry smile. At this moment, Mu Feng seemed to have woken up. He first cupped his fists to the other 3 spiritual array masters before sitting back down as he gritted his teeth with a gloomy expression. Right now, news about the Mu territory wanting to construct a rank 2 spirit convergence array has spread out. If they were not able to accomplish it, they would become a joke. Silence filled the meeting room again and the atmosphere was quite depressing. Creak. Just when everybody was silent, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. Mu Feng frowned and was about to shout. However, he immediately swallowed it back down when he saw Mu Chen's figure. Mu Chen smiled at Mu Feng and then turned around to Wen Ling as he said, "Mr. Wen, I see that you're missing a spiritual array master. Would it be fine if I were to take that spot?" Chapter 70, Participation. Chapter 70, Participation. The atmosphere within the meeting room seemed to have slightly frozen due to Mu Chen's sentence. Then, Mu Feng and the others directed their surprised eyes at Mu Chen. "What madness are you saying?" Mu Feng scolded him as he frowned. Wen Ling also frowned. Constructing a rank 2 spirit convergence array was a rather troublesome matter. Only a rank 1 spiritual array master would be able to help. Although Mu Chen had quite the talent in the area of spiritual arrays, he had only just started. How could he withstand such responsibilities? Oh ho ho, constructing a rank 2 spirit convergence array isn't something that you could casually participate in. Otherwise, if an accident was to occur, the loss of the materials would be a serious blow to the Mu territory. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows smiled faintly. It was evident that he treated Mu Chen's words as a boy acting arrogant. The other 2 rank 1 spiritual array masters also nodded their heads. If a brat was able to participate in this, then why would they need them? Mr. Wen, if you're able to arrange a rank 1 spiritual array, would you be barely considered as a rank 1 spiritual array master? Mu Chen ignored them and asked Wen Ling with a smile. Wen Ling hesitated and said, "In a broad sense, that is true. I have already successfully arranged the rank 1 spiritual array, spiritual flame array, that you have handed over to me." Mu Chen said. Wen Ling's voice suddenly stopped. He paused for half a second before immediately shouting out, "How is that possible? You can arrange the spiritual flame array?" The other 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters stared at Mu Chen in disbelief. They could not believe that a young boy would have reached the same level as them. Mu Feng and Zhou Yi also stared at Mu Chen with surprised expressions. However, the 2 of them knew Mu Chen pretty well. Mu Chen would not randomly spout nonsense in front of them. If he says that he could arrange the spiritual flame array, there was a certain degree of truth to it. You. Wen Ling also recovered from the shock and stared doubtfully at Mu Chen as if he still did not believe him. "If that's the case, then try arranging it out in front of us." Mu Chen could not help but nod. He gripped his hand and dark black spiritual energy condensed. Then, 15 black spiritual seals flashed as it was formed. He's actually able to form 15 spiritual seals. The 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters' faces turned serious when they saw this. The amount of spiritual seals that they were able to condense were only 17. And now, a boy, who was only in his teens, had already almost caught up to them. Just how frightening was his talent regarding spiritual arrays? Wenling's mouth could not help but twitch when he saw the 15 spiritual seals. However, he did not say anything. He had already believed Mu Chen's words within his heart. Mu Chen's face turned serious and he flicked his 10 fingers. The 15 spiritual seals shot off into the air and integrated into the air. Then, his hands were rapidly changing seals. Buzz. As Mu Chen's seals changed, everybody at the scene could feel the temperature in the room rapidly increasing. The spiritual energy within the world was rapidly gathering in the air in front of them. Everybody at the scene were all individuals with keen perception. Thus, they could vaguely see the quickly forming complex light diagram within the air. A light of fire surged through the array. The time slowly passed. After a while, Mu Chen finally stopped his hands from changing. In the air in front of them, a fiery red spiritual array gradually emerged as it enveloped half the meeting room. This, Wenling had a complicated expression as he stared at the formed spiritual array. He could not help but sigh as he said, "This is definitely the spiritual flame array." The other 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters beside him exchanged gazes. They immediately let out a bitter laugh. A boy, who was in his teens, was a rank 1 spiritual array master. It was the first time they saw it in their lives. Just what kind of freak is the Mu territory's little lord? Mu Feng and Zhou Ye's eyes were filled with joy. Mu Feng stood up and patted Mu Chen's shoulder as he said with a smile, "Attaboy, it seems that you've really inherited your mother's talent in this. Don't just ignore my efforts in it, okay?" Mu Chen said helplessly. If he did not spend a week fully immersed in studying the spiritual flame array, and crawled up after experiencing many failures, how could he have succeeded? Mu Feng smiled as he nodded his head. He could not conceal the pride and content within his eyes. The anger he had towards the Lu territory for obstructing him had completely vanished at this moment. "Mr. Wen, what do you think about Mu Chen? Would he be able to help?" Mu Feng looked at Wenling and asked. Wenling pondered for a moment and said, "It's true that Mu Chen is able to condense the spiritual flame array. However, he had only just started out and cannot be considered as a true rank 1 spiritual array master. After all, he still needs to hone his experience and eyesight." Mu Feng glanced at Mu Chen and also nodded his head. Indeed, no matter how talented Mu Chen was in this area, experience wasn't something which would come to him for no reason. Mu Chen's face turned a little sour. "Oh ho ho, but experience comes from slowly accumulating it. Constructing a rank 2 spirit convergence array might be a great opportunity for him. Right now, he can barely be qualified to participate in it." Wenling stared at Mu Chen, who was bitter, and smiled. Then, the tone of his voice changed. Surprise quickly poured out from Mu Chen's eyes. He smiled and said, "Then, thank you, Mr. Wen." Wenling waved his hand. The eyes that stared at Mu Chen were filled with a surprisingly gentle light. Even he could not help but show some love towards such a talented boy. However, he also quickly understood that he probably wouldn't be able to give much guidance to Mu Chen due to his talent. This is because it was a simple matter for the latter to surpass him. The other 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters did not refuse after hearing this. It was obvious that they were shaken by Mu Chen's earlier performance. According to Wenling, Mu Chen had not yet been exposed to spiritual arrays for a month, yet his abilities were about to catch up to them. Perhaps this boy would soon become the most powerful spiritual array master within the northern spiritual realm. I will take Mu Chen with me tomorrow to the spirit convergence array's location. We will let him get familiar to it and attempt it after a couple of days. How about that? Wenling looked at Mu Feng and asked. Okay. Mu Feng did not object. As long as Mu Chen was able to improve his understanding on spiritual arrays, he would not feel pain even if Mu Chen was to waste all the materials that they gathered. Since they had already made their decision, Wenling and the others talked about the details with Mu Feng before taking their leave. Boy, you should follow Mr. Wenling tomorrow and learn properly. Don't just be satisfied with your talent. Cultivation in spiritual arrays isn't something that you can go far on with just talent. Mu Feng watched Wenling and the others depart before turning around to talk with Mu Chen. No matter what, you must not be ordinary in spiritual array cultivation even if you are ordinary in spiritual energy cultivation. Otherwise, you will disgrace your mother. Mu Chen rolled his eyes and could not help but ask, Mother is really such an amazing spiritual array master? Your mother's achievement in spiritual arrays could be said to be unmatched within the northern spiritual realm. Probably even in the 5 great academies, nobody will be able to compare with her. Mu Feng said with a faint smile. She was that amazing. Mu Chen was slightly stunned. He could endure it if it was the spiritual array masters within the northern spiritual realm. But what sort of place are the 5 great academies? In that place, the strongest spiritual array masters could probably annihilate a spirit stage powerhouse on a whim. Her mother was actually that amazing. But if mother is that amazing, Dad, don't you feel a lot of pressure? Mu Chen suddenly glanced at Mu Feng and joked around. When I first met your mother, her strength was somehow sealed to an incredibly low level. At that time, I treated her as a common, weak woman and protected her on the way. In the end, I nearly died. Mu Feng smiled. Then, he revealed some pride in his eyes and said, who would have imagined that she would become that powerful? However, your mother is very gentle, so why would I feel any pressure? So you took advantage of her when she was in a perilous state. When mother had her strength sealed, it must be when she had her guard down the most. Otherwise, why would she fancy you, Dad? Mu Chen said as he understood the situation. Damn brat, you're looking for a spanking. Mu Feng finally turned the shame into anger and pretending to hit Mu Chen. However, Mu Chen laughed as he scurried away while leaving behind a dumbfounded Mu Feng. That boy. Mu Feng put his fists away and immediately let out a pleased smile as he muttered, Jing, our son is becoming more and more amazing. I think that he might be able to surpass you in the future. When that happens, it will be the time when our family reunites. After talking up to this point, he seemed to have remembered something and darkness flushed through his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly and his drooping face was quite dark. You can look down on me. I don't care. It's true that I do not have the ability, but I still have my son. On the following day, when morning had just arrived, Mu Chen had already exited his room. Outside of the meeting room, he saw Mu Feng, Wen Ling and the others, who had already been waiting for him. Let's go. Mu Feng showed a faint smile when he saw Mu Chen arriving. He took the lead and charged out of the Mu estate to the northern part of Mu City. At that location, there was a vast square. It was the place where Mu territory's guards would train daily. If they were able to arrange a rank 2 spirit convergence array at this place, it would increase the attractiveness of the Mu territory to a few powerhouses. After all, a spirit convergence array would bring great benefits to cultivation. Right now, the square had already been isolated by the Mu territory's guard. Mu Feng and the others entered the square and stopped their footsteps. Then, they stared heatedly in front. Chapter 71, Joint Array Arrangement. Chapter 71, Joint Array Arrangement. Mu Chen also looked in front of him and could see 5 deep yellow pillars erected on the vast square. The stone pillars were filled with mysterious engravings. Around the stone pillars, there were traces of spiritual aura within the world fluctuating. This is a spirit convergence pillar crafted by spirit convergence rocks, right? Mu Chen walked forward and looked at the 5 spirit convergence pillars. The rank 3 spirit convergence array within the Northern Spiritual Academy also had these things. However, the spirit convergence pillars at that place were shining gold. Its purity was also much higher than the 5 pillars in front of him. These 5 spirit convergence pillars are the central cores of the spirit convergence array. Every single one of them costs millions of spirit coins. Mu Feng said with a faint laugh. Mu Chen nodded. A spirit convergence array was different than ordinary spiritual arrays. Although it does not possess any offensive abilities, it is an essential item for many forces. Moreover, it is a symbol of strength for these forces. The reason why the Lu territory was able to become the strongest force within the northern spiritual realm was because they possess a rank 2 spirit convergence array aside from the fact that they were truly stronger than the others. In order to cultivate within a rank 2 spirit convergence array, many powerhouses would defect to the Lu territory in order to obtain better cultivation conditions, allowing themselves to go further on the path of cultivation. And generally speaking, a spirit convergence array could be considered a rather well-known spiritual array to people. Many spiritual array masters are aware of its diagram array. However, they are only aware of it. It was still extremely difficult if they want to construct it. Not to mention about the various rare materials that a spirit convergence array requires, the required number of spiritual seals in order to construct the rank 2 spirit convergence array was a total of 50. Even rank 2 spiritual array masters, who were less skilled, may not create it alone. Moreover, they were extremely rare existences within the northern spiritual realm. It was impossible for the Mu territory to invite them over. Thus, they could only use numbers and see if it could be completed by a joint force of 4 rank 1 spiritual array masters. Fortunately, Wen Ling had already been long regarded as a top existence among the rank 1 spiritual array masters and was highly likely to ascend to a rank 2 spiritual array master. With him leading, it would increase the chances significantly. To construct the rank 2 spirit convergence array this time, the 5 of us will each be responsible for 1 spirit convergence marble. We will base it on the diagram array and each of us will be responsible for a portion of it. Then, we will connect it together and cause the array to activate. Wen Ling looked at Mu Chen and said, although this method of being responsible for a portion of the diagram array is a way, it seems that it requires a high compatibility rate, right? If even the slightest mistake occurred during the connection process, it will probably. Mu Chen hesitated for a moment. He was not a rookie in spiritual arrays now and could naturally discover the flaw in this approach. Wen Ling nodded and sighed, it can't be helped. I think that it's impossible to find such an amazing rank 2 spiritual array master within the entire northern spiritual realm, who could construct a rank 2 spirit convergence array by himself. When the Lu territory constructed their rank 2 spirit convergence array, they also used this approach. And based on my knowledge, they secretly failed many times and suffered a huge loss. However, normal individuals did not know this. Mu Feng smiled and said, the materials that we gathered could only support one more failure. Otherwise, we will have to spend some time to prepare it again. If we were to fail to construct the rank 2 spirit convergence array, the Lu territory will probably not give up on this chance of attacking us. They will spread it out loudly and that will be detrimental to us. Zhou Yi said helplessly. Mu Feng waved his hand and smiled as if he did not care, it's fine if you do your best. Zhou Yi let out a bitter laugh. He knew that Mu Feng did not want to give too much pressure and responsibility to Mu Chen since Mu Chen had gotten involved with it. This is why he acted so carefree. But in fact, Mu Feng really hoped to construct the rank 2 spirit convergence array. This way, it would reap great benefits to the Mu territory's fame. Mu Chen glanced at Mu Feng and did not say anything. After all, they were father and son. Although Mu Feng might be saying this, he could tell how important this matter was to him. To arrange the array this time, I will be responsible for 20 spiritual seals. As for the remaining 30, Chen Ling and the others will each be responsible for 8. As for Mu Chen, he will be responsible for 6 spiritual seals. Wen Ling looked at Mu Chen and said, do not underestimate these 6 spiritual seals. If you want to complete this portion of the diagram array, it will probably be even harder than the spiritual flame array. Mu Chen nodded. Naturally, he understood this truth. Furthermore, he did not have much experience, so Wen Ling had already thought highly of him when he allowed him to be responsible for 6 spiritual seals. Next up, I will explain the key parts of the spirit convergence array. You must carefully remember it, so that you will not make a mistake and ruin everything. Wen Ling said strictly. Yes. Mu Chen gave a slight smile and said. Although the boy's handsome face was quite young, he was still humble and polite. This made the other 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters watching by the side nod their heads. It was rare for this Mu territory's little lord to act so harmonious even with his status and talent. If it was another youth, they would have acted arrogant and butted in already. Mu Feng watched and seriously listened as Wen Ling explained the key points about the spirit convergence array to Mu Chen. He also smiled pleasantly and waved his hand before heading away with Zhou Yi. It was a headache to listen about this and that about spiritual arrays. It was still best to leave that boy to deal with it by himself. In the next few days, Mu Chen would head to this square and study with Wen Ling regarding this rank 2 spirit convergence array. Moreover, with his gentleness and studious attitude, the other 3 rank 1 spiritual array masters were quite satisfied with it. They would also talk about their experiences in arranging spiritual arrays, and Mu Chen would humbly learn from it. By working hard, Mu Chen had basically understood the rank 2 spirit convergence array after a few days. At the same time, he was surprised about how complex the spirit convergence array was. Compared to it, the spiritual flame array that he had learned earlier was nothing much. Moreover, Wen Ling and the others were quite satisfied after seeing Mu Chen beginning to understand about this rank 2 spirit convergence array. They discussed it for a while and finally decided to take action tomorrow. Mu Chen stood in the square. He stared at the 5 spirit convergence pillars standing upright and took a deep breath. He gradually allowed himself to calm down. Beside him, Mu Feng patted his shoulders and said with a comforting smile, "Just do your best, it doesn't matter if it fails. After all, it will only just be delayed for a while." Mu Chen smiled, but he did not reply. He looked at Wen Ling and saw the latter's face becoming extremely serious. Then, he immediately waved and moved on top of a spirit convergence pillar. Seeing this, Mu Chen and the others also moved and each of them landed on top of a spirit convergence pillar. "Prepare yourself." Wen Ling shouted and shook his hands. Then, a clump of light floated out from his hand and a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation emitted out wave after wave. Mu Chen and the others also followed. 4 clumps of light rose to the sky. These were all high-rank spiritual beasts' soul essence. In order to construct this sort of array, spiritual beasts' soul essence is an indispensable item. This is because the array requires the massive energy that is accumulated within the soul essence as a guide. Let's begin. Wen Ling stared at the clumps of light overhead and let out a shout. He waved his sleeves and 20 spiritual seals surged out from his sleeves in an instant. This speed of condensing spiritual seals had, indeed, surpassed ordinary rank 1 spiritual array masters. Chen Ling and the other 2 rank 1 spiritual array masters all stared enviously at this. Although they were considered rank 1 spiritual array masters, they were far worse than Wen Ling. The latter could highly likely become a rank 2 spiritual array master. They were jealous for a moment. Then, they collected their thoughts and each of them condensed 8 spiritual seals. They carefully controlled it and allowed them to enter the air surrounding the spiritual beast's soul essence above them. Buzz. Mu Chen also took action now and 6 spiritual seals condensed on his fingertips. With his ability right now, he would be able to manipulate it sophisticatedly if he was only manipulating 6 spiritual seals. The 6 spiritual seals vanished within the surroundings of the spiritual beast's soul essence. Then, the air trembled. Mu Chen closed his eyes slightly and moved his long fingers. As his fingertips trembled, a light emerged within the surrounding air of the spiritual beast's soul essence. Light beams carefully extended out and intertwined with each other. The square was completely silent. The 5 of them were gathering all their thoughts and carefully arranged the portion of the diagram array they were responsible for. Mu Feng and the others stood nearby and had a serious expression as they stared at the fluctuations caused by the spiritual energy. A hint of nervousness flashed through their eyes. If they were to fail this time, this plan of theirs would be delayed for at least 6 months. Moreover, they would definitely be ridiculed by the Lu territory. Pass down an order. Do not let anyone approach this location. Mu Feng waved his hand and gently spoke. Yes. A guard hurriedly responded and spread out with a large amount of men. The time quickly passed while Mu Feng and the others were waiting restlessly. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. The spiritual energy fluctuations at the scene were becoming increasingly violent. Above the 5 individuals and the spirit convergence pillars, a complex spiritual energy diagram array was flashing dazzlingly. Another half an hour quickly passed, when Ling was the first to open his eyes. His eyes were filled with nervousness and seriousness. This time, he assumed half the responsibility of arranging the spiritual array. If others were to make a mistake, they might be able to save it. However, if he were to cause it, it would basically mean that the arrangement of the array would end up in complete failure. Following after Wenling, Chenling and the others also opened their eyes one after another. It was evident that they had completely the portion of the diagram array they were responsible for. Connect the array. Seeing this, Wenling's face became increasingly serious. Next up, it was the most difficult step. If any mistakes were to occur during the connection process, it was likely to affect the situation as a whole and force the entire group to collapse. The four of them heard this and tensed up their bodies. They gathered all their focus and moved their thoughts. Then, light beams shot out from the complex light array above them and began to intertwine with each other. At the outside, Mu Feng and the others' hearts pounced when they witnessed this scene. They knew that whether or not it would succeed would all depend on this step. Chapter 72, Heart Array State. Chapter 72, Heart Array State. Buzz. A violent and dense spiritual energy trembled within the air like a wave. Everybody outside was staring nervously at the sky. At that location, 5 parts of the complex spiritual energy light array were beginning to gather slowly above Wenling and the others' heads. Swoosh! At this moment, the 5 complex light arrays were rapidly trembling. Then, a spiritual energy light beam exploded out and suddenly made contact with each other in the center point of the array. The light beams intertwined with each other complicatedly and bursts of fluctuations emitted out. Wenling and the others' faces were extremely serious. They did not dare to be distracted. At this moment, if even a single mistake were to occur when the light beams intertwined with each other, it would lead to serious consequences. Chi. The light beams quietly connected with each other. Then, Mu Feng and the others were able to see that the 5 separated spiritual energy light array were showing faint signs of merging together. However, they still didn't dare to breathe out. This is because they knew that it was not completely successful yet. The time passed by slowly and the trajectories of the connected light beams also became more complicated. This requires a rather precise control. When 2 spiritual energy light beams made contact with each other, they must control the power of the spiritual energy to the same level. Otherwise, it is highly possible that one side's light beam would be shattered by the other and, thus, the connection would fail. It truly requires sophisticated and subtle control ability. As the connection became increasingly complex, Wenling and the others' eyes became more serious. Even cold sweat emerged on their forehead. This sort of control had a considerable consumption on their mind. Mu Chen focused his mind. His eyes suddenly closed, yet Wenling and the others did not notice it. Although the sight in front of him was complete darkness, it was strange that his mind seemed to have flowed through the spiritual energy light beams that he controlled and wandered within the spirit. Convergence array like a flood. Not only was it the part he was responsible for, even Wenling and the others' parts were reflected within his heart. At this moment, the other world seemed to have been separated by him. No movement could disturb him. There were only sketched out complex and obscure diagram array trails within his heart. Under this somewhat strange state, the nervousness that Mu Chen had originally felt faded away. His long fingers trembled slightly and the spiritual energy light beam moved precisely based on his thoughts. At this moment, he felt increasingly that he had an innate sense of proficiency over this spiritual array. In mid-air, the 5 diagram arrays were getting closer. The spiritual energy light beams converged together and gradual signs of it completely merging had appeared. When Mu Feng and the others witnessed this scene, they could not hold back the delight surging out from their faces. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, Wenling did not relax. He understood that it was not considered successful as long as the final step of the connection process was not complete. That is because this tiny step could cause the entire array to collapse. There's only the final bit left. Wenling gritted his teeth and attempted to calm himself down. He continued to manipulate the spiritual energy light beam stably and allowed it to connect with the other 4 portions of the diagram array. And when he completed this final step, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, he felt a strange fluctuation coming out from the spiritual array. This fluctuation was not strong, yet it instantly changed the color of Wenling's face. He hurriedly lifted his head and noticed that traces of disorder had actually appeared in the spiritual array in front of Chenling. **T. Wenling's heart jumped and his face became pale. It turned out that when Chenling was connecting the spiritual array with the spiritual array master to the left of him, the latter's spiritual energy light beam was slightly stronger. It actually caused his spiritual energy light beam to shatter. Upon seeing this, Chenling's face changed. He quickly attempted to save it and hastily converged light beams to reconnect them. However, he made a mistake while he was in a rush and, instead, caused the originally stabilized spiritual array to tremble. Gotcha. A sudden sound of breaking emerged from a part of the spiritual array formed by Chenling. Then, he stared with a pale face as the spiritual energy light beams were disappearing bit by bit. Finally, it affected the spiritual seals and caused 3 of the spiritual seals to completely shatter. This sudden turn of events made the other 2 spiritual array masters' face change. Especially the one whose spiritual energy was too strong and caused Chenling's spiritual energy light beam to fade away. His face was exceptionally ugly. Once a spiritual seal was destroyed, it basically meant that half the spiritual array was destroyed. Moreover, it was impossible to complete the spirit convergence array without Chenling's disappeared portion of the spiritual array. This accident was immediately perceived by Mu Feng and Zhou Yi. Their hands gripped together on the spot as they stared at the disorderly spiritual array in front of Chenling. They glanced over and noticed a hint of bitterness from the other person's eyes. Indeed, a problem had appeared. Chenling, stabilize your mind, do not get confused. Wenling shouted out lugly. Chenling gritted his teeth and took a couple of deep breaths. He quickly used all his power to stabilize the spiritual array. However, after the 3 spiritual seals shattered, his spiritual array could be considered as incomplete. Brother Wen, I'm afraid that I cannot maintain it for long. Sorry, I've dragged you down this time. Chenling said with a bitter smile. You only have 3 spiritual seals that were shattered, so the spiritual array is only slightly incomplete. Can you form more spiritual seals to save it now? Wenling gritted his teeth and asked. Chenling's face reddened up and he said ashamedly, I probably cannot stabilize this incomplete spiritual array as I continue to form spiritual seals. Wenling sighed. Then, he turned to look at the other 2 spiritual array masters. They, too, shook their heads embarrassedly. If they were to distract themselves to help save Chenling's portion, problems would probably appear on their side. Seeing this, Wenling let out a bitter expression. He had already took the responsibility of completing the most complex portion during this joint array arrangement. Right now, manipulating 20 spiritual seals was already hit limit. It was impossible for him to create any more. He sighed and shook his head helplessly at Mu Feng. It seems that they failed this time as well. Mu Feng let out a bitter laugh and nodded his head. But just when he was about to wave his hand to allow them to stop. However, when he intended to end this time's array arrangement, Zhou Yi suddenly said aloud, Little Mu, Mu Feng hurriedly lifted his head when he heard this. He noticed that Mu Chen had his eyes closed tightly and did not seem to have noticed the situation occurring right now. However, 3 spiritual seals suddenly appeared on his fingertips. What is he doing? Wenling and the others also became aware of Mu Chen's action and were stunned. However, their color of their faces instantly changed as they noticed Mu Chen flicking the 3 spiritual seals over and it landed above Chenling. These 3 spiritual seals quickly fused into the air. Then, Wenling and the others were able to see spiritual energy light beams rapidly extending out and the incomplete portion of the spiritual array were being drawn out. It's the shattered portion of Chenling's spiritual array. Wenling and the others had a keen vision over the others. They instantly saw that the portion of the spiritual array that Mu Chen had drawn out was Chenling's shattered portion of the spiritual array. However, they were immediately astounded. How was this possible? Mu Chen had always been studying about the spiritual array portion that he was responsible for. Moreover, he had never made contact with the Chen Ling's portion. How could he form out the missing portion this quickly and without any mistakes? Wen Ling exchanged glances with each other and saw the surprise within each other's eyes. Then, they discovered that Mu Chen had kept his eyes shut the entire time. In other words, he did not need to see it at all and he formed the shattered portion out. How could this be possible? The other two spiritual array masters were speechless. Wen Ling was also surprised. He fixed his sight at Mu Chen, who had his eyes closed while his fingers trembled. Then, his eyes focused and he slowly said, "He seems to have entered the state of heart array. Heart array state." Chen Ling and the others hesitated for a moment before gasping. Their eyes were filled with an incredulous expression. Isn't the heart array state only possible for spiritual array masters, who are at least rank 3? How could he enter such a state? Wen Ling also felt incredulous, yet he only said with a bitter smile, "I am not too sure as well." He seemed to possess great talent within the areas of spiritual arrays. Although this situation is rare, it has appeared before. A few highly gifted individuals would be able to rely on a certain catalyst to enter this state before reaching rank 3 spiritual array master. Chen Ling and the others were completely speechless. Soon, they were filled with envy. They would probably never enter this state within their lifetime. However, the boy in front of them seemed to have entered it inadvertently. It really made them sigh deep down within their hearts. Chen Ling, control the rest of your spiritual array to connect it with Mu Chen's. Then, continue to combine the array. Wen Ling said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chen Ling nodded. He carefully controlled the incomplete spiritual array and slowly connected it to the part that Mu Chen had saved. Combine the array. Hearing Wen Ling's shout, Chen Ling and the others urged the spiritual arrays to connect once again. This time, no accidents occurred and the 5 spiritual arrays merged together perfectly. All of a sudden, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation burst out from midair. A large brilliance enshrouded the light barrier and everybody within the Mu territory could feel that the spiritual aura within the world was gathering in the direction of the square. Success! Wen Ling and the others stared at the complex spiritual array that enveloped the sky above the square. A sense of relief and delight poured out from their eyes. Outside of the venue, Mu Feng also had an excited expression as he saw that the situation took a dramatic turn. Gradually, Wen Ling and the others detached their thoughts away from the spirit convergence array and stared complicatedly at the boy nearby. At this moment, the boy gradually opened his eyes. He looked at Wen Ling and the others as he scratched his head. With a slightly dazed voice, he said, "We finished it." Hearing this, Wen Ling and the others' faces completely stiffened. Chapter 73, Seated Entry. Chapter 73, Seated Entry. You don't know what happened. Wen Ling could not help but ask as Mu Chen's confusion showed. Mu Chen frowned. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have entered a certain state earlier. However, he was not particularly clear about what had just happened. Earlier, you have entered the heart array state. Wen Ling said softly. Heart array state. Mu Chen was surprised. It is a mysterious state you would only be able to touch after you become a rank 3 spiritual array master. At that time, you will be able to get rid of the binds of the naked eye and use your heart to observe the array. All of the trajectories of the spiritual array would be within your heart and it will move based on your thoughts. Wen Ling stared at Mu Chen and said, an accident occurred for the spirit convergence array earlier and it was going to fail. However, it seems that you have unconsciously saved it. Mu Chen was slightly stunned. He seemed to have remembered that the spirit convergence array had completely reflected itself within his heart. Moreover, the originally completed spiritual array seemed to have a flaw at the final moment. Then, at a conditioned reflex, he seemed to have done something to it. So that is called heart array state. Curiosity filled Mu Chen's eyes. Under that state, he could feel that it has become a lot easier to arrange a spiritual array and the spiritual energy light beams would move based on his thoughts. The feeling like how water floods in made him feel extremely comfortable. However, Based on your appearance, it seems that you have unconsciously entered that mysterious state. You must try to comprehend that feeling more. If you are able to control whether or not you can enter the heart array state, it will greatly benefit your spiritual array cultivation. Wenling smacked his lips. This time, he could not conceal the jealousy within his tone. The heart array state, it is a state that many spiritual array masters would dream of. Even he had never experienced it before. Beside him, Chenling and the other spiritual array master also stared at Mu Chen with a complex expression. They did not have the slightest mentality of looking down on him. They understood that the boy in front of them was probably at a completely different level. Perhaps in the near future, they would be looking up at the boy, who had once humbly asked for advice. Haha, thank you, everybody. You've done a great deed to the Mu territory since you constructed the rank 2 spirit convergence array this time. At this moment, Mu Feng walked in from the outside with a delighted expression. Then, he cupped his fist and thanked Wenling, Chenling and the other. Wenling let out a faint smile. Moreover, Chenling and the others had slightly reddened faces. They had nearly ruined the entire thing. If it wasn't for Mu Chen entering the heart array state, they would probably cause the Mu territory to have a major loss. Territory Lord Mu, the ones who performed the majority of this service are Brother Wan and the Little Lord, Chenling said embarrassedly. Mr. Chenling, what are you saying? There is no size of this service. Without the three of you, how could we have arranged this spirit convergence array? Mu Feng said in a stern voice. Hearing this, Chenling and the others also emotionally cupped their hands. They did not have arrogance within their eyes anymore. For Mu Feng to be the Mu territory's lord, his tolerance was really impressive. In the future, they might decide to move around the Mu territory more. Furthermore, Mu Chen's talent in spiritual array cultivation was extremely terrifying. He will reach a staggering height in this aspect. At that time, they would benefit greatly if they were able to get some pointers from him. Mu Chen also quietly smiled when he saw Mu Feng's act of winning them over. His own father was quite crafty. There aren't many spiritual array masters in the northern spiritual realm. If they were able to rope in 3 rank 1 spiritual array master, it would be a considerable assistance. Because Wenling and the others have also consumed a lot of strength due to the rank 2 spirit convergence array, Mu Feng only talked with them briefly before sending them off so they could rest. Afterwards, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he stared at Mu Chen beside him. Good boy, it's all thanks to you this time. You are my father, of course I have to help you. Mu Chen grinned as he spoke. Damn brat. Mu Feng scolded him for a moment before rubbing Mu Chen's head. He sighed and said, if you want to help me, then hurry and get admitted to the 5 great academies. The northern spiritual realm may seem very big, but we are only a group of visionless toads sitting within a well. You will only be qualified to become a true powerhouse if you obtain the resources and education from the 5 great academies. Your talent far surpasses me, your father. Therefore, you will walk much farther than me and you will be able to do things that your father cannot do. Mu Feng muttered to himself, you are all my hope. Mu Chen stared at Mu Feng's gentle and comforting eyes and smiled, Dad, relax. I have said it before, there will be a day when I bring mother back. Mu Feng laughed. He only felt that his eyes started to become obscure and firmly nodded his head. He believed that his son would never let him down. I'll head back to the Northern Spiritual Academy tomorrow. After calculating the time, the spaces within the 5 great academies should have been sent over by now. I'll see how many spaces were assigned to the Northern Spiritual Academy this time. Mu Chen stretched his waist and his black eyes stared at the red glow on the horizon. An elegant and soft figure was reflected within the depths of his eyes. She seemed to have long silver hair as well as a pair of glass-like eyes. Her exquisite and tiny face, which would definitely create a calamity in the future, would often be covered with a coldness that separated others away from her. However, only he knew how gentle she was underneath that coldness. The 5 great academies, I really have to go there. The next day, after Mu Chen said farewell to Mu Feng, he used the Mu territory's transfer spiritual array to hurry back to Northern Spiritual City. However, he did not stay within the city for long and headed straight back to the Northern Spiritual Academy. At this moment, 3 figures were sitting up straight in a study within the Northern Spiritual Academy. The principal of the Northern Spiritual Academy, Xiao Mu, was in the front. Behind him on the left and right were the 2 highest level of instructors within the Northern Spiritual Academy, Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi. The spaces for the 5 Great Academy have been sent over. Within Principal Zhao's hand, he held a golden picture scroll. On the picture scroll, there were 5 different, yet extremely oppressive emblems. These 5 emblems represent the 5 Great Academies. How many spaces did our Northern Spiritual Academy obtain this time? Teacher Mo asked interestedly. Principal Zhao's dry fingers gently touched the golden picture scroll within his hand. He said with a strange expression, 5 entries. 5? Teacher Mo thought for a moment before saying, there are only 5 students within the East Branch, who would be eligible to reach the spiritual rotation stage in a short period of time. As for the West Branch, there will probably be 7 students. It seems that there will be a fierce competition for it. Principal Xiao nodded his head. The requirements for the 5 Great Academies were quite harsh. It isn't a place where you can enter just by wanting to enter it. Moreover, aside from these 5 entries, there is a special entry. Principal Zhao's expression became increasingly strange as he stared at Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi. A special entry? Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi stared and puzzled at Principal Xiao. It is a seated class entry. Principal Xiao said as he lowered the golden picture scroll within his hand. A seated class entry? Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi's faces finally became serious and they could not help but ask, how could they hand over this sort of entry to our Northern Spiritual Academy? The 5 Great Academies entries were divided into 3 classes. The lowest class was the ordinary entries. The second level was the seated class entries. Right now, the Northern Spiritual Academy had received this type of special entry. However, these entries would only be obtained by powerful academies. A spiritual academy like the Northern Spiritual Academy should never obtain this level of entry. The highest level entry was the core entries. It is extremely rare and everyone, who earned it, were monster-like existences. Only the most dazzling individuals in the spiritual road would be able to obtain it. Moreover, these entries were not just in name. It would also provide you an identity after you've decided which one of the 5 Great Academies you'll enter. The status and resources you'll obtain would depend on it. Thus, many people would fight to the bitter end in order to obtain this high-class entry. A seated class entry. After including all the spiritual academies, there will only be 20 of them within the 100 spirit heavens. I can't believe that one would actually land in our Northern Spiritual Academy's hands. Principal Xiao let out a strange laugh as if it was incomprehensible. 100 spirit heavens is the vast land outside of the Northern Spiritual Realm. Within the 100 spirit heavens, there were dozens of large and small realms and the Northern Spiritual Realm was only a relatively weak realm. Therefore, the Northern Spiritual Academy would not be able to obtain an advantage over all the other spiritual academies within the 100 spirit heavens. If it was in the past, this seated class entry would definitely be divided through the other powerful spiritual academies within the 100-inch spirit heavens. How could it be their turn? I've heard a little bit of information. This seated class entry was probably allocated to us directly due to a decision of the 5 Great Academies. Principal Xiao said faintly. Oh. A decision from the 5 Great Academies? Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi exchanged gazes with each other. Just what sort of existence are the 5 Great Academies? Why would they take care of a measly Northern Spiritual Academy? Moreover, they did not have any powerful figures within the 5 Great Academies. We aren't the ones that obtained it. Principal Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. I think that it might be a certain student within the Northern Spiritual Academy who has attracted the attention of the 5 Great Academies. Student? Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi was stunned. Then, their eyes immediately lit up. It's Mu Chen. Within the entire Northern Spiritual Realm, Mu Chen was the only one who had participated in the spiritual road. Moreover, he had surprisingly been kicked out halfway. This was extremely difficult to understand and also made thoughts flash through other people's mind. Just what on earth did Mu Chen do in the spiritual road? Principal Xiao slowly nodded his head and said, "It should be that little guy. The 5 great academies kicked him out of the spiritual road, yet they purposely handed a seated class entry to us. What is the meaning of this? Is it to compensate him? Or are they reluctant to let him go? Reluctant to let him go? To the 5 great academies, what genius haven't they seen? It's only Mu Chen, it shouldn't be enough, right?" Teacher, she frowned. Teacher Mo let out a faint smile and said, "You should not underestimate a person who killed a vicious individual, who was at the spiritual rotation stage late phase, by relying on his spiritual movement stage late phase strength." Principal Xiao smiled and waved his head as he said, "We should not care what the 5 great academies are thinking of. Since they handed this entry to us, we should just take it." "Then what about the entry? Should we hand it directly to Mu Chen?" Teacher Mo inquired. Principal Xiao shook his head and said, "That would only lead to dissatisfaction with the other students. Moreover, if the territory lords within the Northern Spiritual Academy knew that we actually have a seated class entry, wouldn't they all be envious of it? If we handed it to Mu Chen, they would all be filled with fury and say that we were unfair. Then." Principal Xiao stood up and let out a faint smile as he said, "We'll follow the rules. Strength is supreme. We will hand over this seated class entry to whoever is the strongest. Although it is possible that it was prepared for Mu Chen, he can only blame himself if he does not have the strength." As he said this, he waved his hand. "Convey the news out. I think that many little guys would go crazy about it. Oh ho ho, a seated class entry. It is the first one since the establishment of the Northern Spiritual Academy." Chapter 74, Chen Fan, Hui Yun. Chapter 74, Chen Fan, Hui Yun. Northern Spiritual Academy, East Branch, Training Grounds. It was evident that the training grounds were quite lively today. It seems that every East Branch Heaven class student came. This is because today was the day that the Northern Spiritual Academy would announce the amount of entries for the 5 great academies. Most of the students, who came to train in the Northern Spiritual Academy, came for the entries of the 5 great academies. They would work hard year after year in order to use the Northern Spiritual Academy as a stepping stone and enter the rumored 5 great academies. When Mu Chen entered the training grounds, he was startled by the loud noise. He looked at the tightly packed heads and secretly smacked his lips. He never imagined that there will be so many students in the East Branch's Heaven class. "Mu Chen, over here." Not far away, a girl's sweet voice rang out. Mu Chen turned his gaze over and saw Tang Qianer waving her slender hands at him. The moving smile on her pretty face attracted a lot of attention from the youths nearby. Mu Chen also directed a smile towards Tang Qianer and walked over. They had not met in a month. This young girl has increasingly become more slim and graceful. Although she was dressed in black training clothes, it is still possible to see her exquisite curves. "I haven't seen you in 1 month, yet why do I feel that you've changed a bit?" Tang Qianer tilted her head and asked in surprise as she glanced at Mu Chen. After all, Mu Chen had stepped into the spiritual rotation stage. Even though he had not revealed it, a girl is indeed perceptive and could still feel a little bit of change. "I nearly died inside the Black Eerie Swamp." "Of course, I'll change a bit." Mu Chen smiled and said. "You also went to the Black Eerie Swamp?" "I heard from my father that the Mu territory seemed to have fought with the Lu territory within the Black Eerie Swamp. I never imagined that you would have gone as well. Are you okay?" Tang Qianer frowned and asked. Mu Chen shook his head. It seems, on that day, the commotion within the Black Eerie Swamp was quite large. Even the Tang territory had received news about it. However, it seems that they did not know that the commotion was caused by the 9 Netherbirds' evolution. "Brother Mu!" A shout suddenly rang out from nearby. He noticed that Mo Ling, Tan Qingshan and the others all walked over with a smile. It seems that they have seriously trained during this month and appeared to be darker, especially Mo Ling. Mu Chen could feel that the spiritual energy within his body had become increasingly dense. It was only a step away from advancing to spiritual rotation stage. Hee, Brother Mu. It's all thanks to the jaded essence fruit you've gave me last time. I will probably reach the spiritual rotation stage soon. When that happens, I'll leave you behind. Mo Ling directed a smile at Mu Chen and spoke. Mu Chen smiled as he glanced at him. He was too lazy to correct him. I wonder how many entries the Northern Spiritual Academy will receive. Last time, it seemed to be 3 entries only. The East and West branch fought to the bitter end for those 3 entries. Mo Ling licked his lips. His eyes twinkled as he talked about the entries. It was apparent that he really wanted it. Mu Chen also nodded his head. But just when he was about to speak, he heard a commotion coming from behind. He turned his head around and noticed 2 figures slowly walking over. Ha! It's Chen Fan and Hui Yun, so these 2 guys finally decided to appear. Mo Ling whispered as he looked at the 2 men and was a little surprised. Hearing this, Mu Chen was also shocked. He glanced at the 2 individuals for a moment. When he was in the Earth class, he had heard of these 2 names. Based on their strength, they were probably at the pinnacle of the East Branch's Heaven class. They were only slightly weaker than Lu Mubai. However, they were rather low-key and would rarely appear in the Northern Spiritual Academy. Therefore, their names would never appear in the rankings. It was rumored that they joined an adventurer's team and would often hunt spiritual beasts. Mo Ling said. Only then, Mu Chen nodded his head suddenly. No wonder he could feel a faint smell of blood from them. Moreover, from their calm eyes, it was indeed different from the youthful students nearby. Most likely, these 2 individuals have already attempted to charge into the spiritual rotation stage. Mu Chen said softly. He could feel that the spiritual energy fluctuation from their bodies were even stronger than Mo Ling. It seems that they have gradually condensed a spiritual wheel. It's those 2. Tang Qianair whispered as her beautiful eyes stared at them. Mu Chen could hear that her tone had changed and could not help but glance at her in confusion. Hee, Brother Mu. Chen Fan and Hui Yun knew each other since they were young. Both of them had fought against each other as they grew up. Moreover, they both fell in love with Qianair after entering the Northern Spiritual Academy and would often fight with each other because of her. However, they were both rejected by her in the end. Then, these 2 grouped together and joined an adventurer's team to train. They said that they would court her again after they obtained the entries for the 5 great academies. Mo Ling whispered on the side. Mu Chen was stunned. He immediately glanced with a funny expression at Tang Qianair, who had a red face. The attractiveness of the East Branch's flower really couldn't be covered and would come wave after wave. While Mu Chen was talking with Mo Ling, Chen Fan and Hui Yun also looked over to this side. To be exact, they saw Tang Qianair beside Mu Chen and a smile emerged on their indifferent faces as they walked quickly over. Seeing that they were coming for her, Tang Qianair helplessly bit her lips and hid her body behind Mu Chen. This tiny action made Chen Fan and Hui Yun completely stunned. They immediately fixated their gaze over at Mu Chen. Chen Fan's gaze was still alright, but Hui Yun had an ill gaze. You should be Mu Chen, right? I've heard of your name before. So we finally meet today. Chen Fan gave a faint smile at Mu Chen and held out his hand. Nice to meet you. Mu Chen also replied with a smile and glanced at Chen Fan's outstretched hand. Then, he immediately shook it. The moment when the 2 hands clasped with each other, spiritual energy surged out from Chen Fan's palm and the veins jumped on the arm that gripped Mu Chen's hand. Mu Chen could feel a powerful squeeze coming from the palm and helplessly shook his head. He did not resist and allowed Chen Fan to utilize his strength. However, his face did not have the slightest movement. Chen Fan, what are you doing? Tang Qianair also noticed this scene and immediately frowned and shouted out. Chen Fan stared at the trace of ridicule at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth and frowned as well. This Mu Chen really had some ability. Oh ho, Qianair. I only had a teasing inclination. It's been a while since such an amazing person has appeared in our East Branch. Chen Fan retracted back his hand and smiled at Tang Qianair. Brother Mu Chen probably didn't mind, right? Chen Fan looked at Mu Chen. If it's only this amount of strength, naturally, I wouldn't mind. Mu Chen smiled and said. Then we definitely should have a duel sometime. Huiyun challenged Mu Chen as he spoke. We'll talk about it when you have the chance. Mu Chen did not make any comments and ignored these two individuals as he walked towards the direction of the training grounds. On the other hand, Tang Qianair gave off a fierce glare at the two of them before following Mu Chen. Could Qianair have fallen in love with that boy? Wouldn't we have benefited someone else because we were fighting with each other all the time? Huiyun glanced at Tang Qianair's figure and muttered. That will depend if he has the ability to let us allow him to do so. Chen Fan rubbed his chin and said. Let's find an opportunity to beat him up. Huiyun said. Okay. Chen Fan smiled and nodded his head. More and more students appeared in the training ground. After approximately 30 minutes, a familiar figure slowly walked out. The commotions at this place instantly quieted down and stared eagerly at Teacher Mo, who walked over to the training grounds. Teacher Mo glanced at the tightly packed heads and let out a faint smile. He cut straight to the point and said, this time, the Northern Spiritual Academy has received five Great Academies entries. 5. An uproar suddenly burst out within the training grounds. Although there were more entries than last time, it was still quite short in supply for the qualified students. Moreover, Teacher Mo's eyes suddenly glanced at Mu Chen and said, aside from the 5 entries, we also have a seeded class entry. A seeded class entry? All sounds seemed to have disappeared within the training grounds as looks of astonishment were directed at Teacher Mo. After a long period of them, a few people fiercely inhaled a breath. Even Chen Fan and Huiyun took in a deep breath. Mu Chen was probably the only person who remained calm. A seeded class entry was indeed quite rare. However, if he had successfully completed the spiritual road, he would have probably obtained an even higher class entry. Only the strongest student within the Northern Spiritual Academy would qualify to obtain this seeded class entry. Therefore, if you want to obtain it, you must defeat all other competitors. Teacher Mo stared at the shocked students and glanced once again at the calm Mu Chen. He smiled and said, within our East Branch Heaven class, there are only 5 individuals who are qualified to compete for it. They are, Chen Fan, Huiyun, Mo Ling, Tang Qianair and Mu Chen. After hearing these 5 names, regretful sighs rang out from within the training grounds. However, they also understood. The ones who qualified for it must possess the ability to reach the spiritual rotation stage in a short period of time. In this location, only these 5 individuals would meet this requirement. For the next month, I will personally guide the 5 of you individually and allow you to complete the final step and advance into the spiritual rotation stage. Teacher Mo said in a deep voice. Yes. Hearing this, Mo Ling and the others nodded excitedly. Teacher Mo was a spirit stage powerhouse. If he was to personally guide them, their cultivation would be smoother. However, Mu Chen smiled helplessly and hesitated for a moment before holding up his hand. Mu Chen, do you have a question? Seeing Mu Chen raise his head, he asked in confusion. Teacher Mo, that step is probably unnecessary for me. Teacher Mo was stunned. He immediately guessed what that meant and his eyes fixated itself onto Mu Chen's body. Then, he could feel the spiritual energy fluctuation within the latter's body was different than the rest of the students. Why, you've advanced to the spiritual rotation stage. Teacher Mo exclaimed. W.A. Sounds of wowing erupted out from nearby. Not only did Tang Qianair, Mo Ling and the others stare in shock at Mu Chen, even Chen Fan and Huiyun opened their mouths slightly. This guy, actually reached the spiritual rotation stage already. Chapter 75, Spiritual Arts Room 3rd Floor. Chapter 75, Spiritual Arts Room 3rd Floor. In the training grounds, the atmosphere turned into an uproar due to the sudden and explosive news. Everyone's gaze fixated onto the figure of the young boy. Spiritual rotation stage. Although there were many excellent students within the current Northern Spiritual Academy, who have reached the critical point of their breakthroughs, there was only one person who managed to advance into that level. Based on everybody's knowledge, that person is the West Branch's Lu Mubai. He is also the strongest student within the Northern Spiritual Academy. However, a second one had appeared in the East Branch now. At the side, Mo Ling and the others stared blankly at Mu Chen. Then, he immediately let out a bitter laugh. Previously, he still tried to show off, yet he never knew that Mu Chen had left him in the dust a long time ago. What an insane person. Mo Ling and Tan Qingshan exchanged gazes with each other and saw this thought emerging from within their eyes. Especially the latter one, he had originally ascended to heaven class together with Mu Chen. However, right now he had only reached spiritual movement stage middle phase, yet Mu Chen had already surpassed him by far. He really is a tough nut to beat. Chen Fan and Hui Yun's expression became solemn. Although the spiritual energy within their aura sea had shown traces of condensing into a wheel, they were still quite far from reaching the actual spiritual rotation stage. Staring at the boy in front of them wearing a calm and composed expression, they were flabbergasted. It seems that this competitor would be difficult to deal with. Teacher Mo waved his hand and stopped the noise within the training grounds. He stared deeply at Mu Chen before saying, although you managed to enter the spiritual rotation stage, you should still remain in the Northern Spiritual Academy during the next month. It would probably be beneficial to you as well. After hearing this, Mu Chen's heart moved slightly. He looked at Teacher Mo and nodded his head without saying anything. Alright, everyone should train by themselves now. Mu Chen, follow me for a moment. Teacher Mo waved his hands and left the training's grounds. Seeing this, Mu Chen immediately followed him. With the departure of these two men, the training grounds became an uproar completely. It was evident that they were still immersed in the shock that Mu Chen had already advanced into the spiritual rotation stage. Mu Chen ignored the uproar that he had caused and walked forward. Then he saw Teacher Mo with his hands behind his back. Mu Chen, I think that you should be able to guess why our Northern Spiritual Academy obtained a seeded class entry. Teacher Mo laughed as he looked at Mu Chen. Although the latter was only a youthful boy, he understood that Mu Chen was quite mature and more cautious than any battle-hardened veterans. Is it because of me? Mu Chen, indeed, managed to predict it a bit. A seeded class entry was considerably rare even within the 100 spirit heavens, not to mention about the Northern Spiritual Realm. Therefore, it would not have landed within the Northern Spiritual Academy unless of a special reason. Teacher Mo nodded his head and said, indeed, it is related to you. However, Principal Xiao does not intend to hand the seeded entry to you directly. I understand, that thing is too attractive. If it was handed over to me, it wouldn't be good to the Northern Spiritual Academy. Mu Chen was not particularly surprised. The Northern Spiritual Academy has always remained neutral. If it were to be given to him so easily, others probably would not see things favorably. And, Mu Chen let out a laugh. The boy's smile seemed to be a little bit conceited, yet it did not annoy anyone. Since it belongs to me, I will rely on myself to obtain it. I don't need others generously gifting it to me. Teacher Mo was stunned for a moment. He couldn't resist laughing out loud and a hint of admiration passed through his eyes. You sure feel confident about it. If you're competing to obtain the seeded class entry, you should know who is the greatest opponent for you, right? Lu Mubai. Mu Chen shrugged. Although that person was indeed quite annoying, Mu Chen had to admit that he had quite the strength. Do you know Lu Mubai's strength? Teacher Mo asked again. He should have advanced into the spiritual rotation stage a long time ago. Although the rumors within the Northern Spiritual Academy say that he is in the spiritual rotation stage initial phase, I feel that he is probably stronger than that. Mu Chen thought for a moment before saying this. He had fought against Lu Mubai earlier and the latter had definitely concealed a part of his strength. Yes, Lu Mubai currently might be in the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. Teacher Mo nodded and he spoke. As expected. Mu Chen narrowed his eyes. He was indeed a formidable opponent. However, he had also advanced into the spiritual rotation stage right now. Mu Chen wasn't exactly afraid of him if they had to fight. Moreover, Lu Mubai refused Teacher Shi's personal guidance when he heard about the news of a seeded class entry and headed straight back to the Lu territory. Furthermore, he even took 1 month off. Teacher Mo said with a faint smile. He refused Teacher Shi's guidance. Mu Chen was slightly surprised. Teacher Shi was still a genuine spirit stage powerhouse. Ordinary students would not be able to receive his personal guidance, yet Lu Mubai actually ignored it. There must be a reason why he chose to do this. It means that he believes that the Lu territory has some sort of method to greatly improve his strength. Teacher Mo said softly. Mu Chen nodded his head seriously. Although Lu Qingtian was a spirit stage powerhouse, he did not believe that Lu Qingtian would be better than Teacher Shi if it was about guidance for cultivation. Then where did this belief of his come from? Mu Chen bit his lips as he felt a sense of crisis. The most frightening thing were the unknown facts. During this 1 month, I will also teach you personally. Of course, if you believe that you will be able to improve more rapidly in the Mu territory, I will not stop you. Teacher Mo smiled as he spoke. Teacher Mo, don't joke around. Although my father is also at the spirit stage, he has never taught others regarding cultivation. He is not good at it. Mu Chen said helplessly. Mu Feng's strength might be stronger than Teacher Mo's, but he was not suitable to teach others about cultivation. Teacher Mo smiled and said, since that's the case, I will personally teach you during this 1 month. But before this, I will first talk about the compensation that the Northern Spiritual Academy would be handing to you. Compensation? Mu Chen was startled. He immediately shook his head and said, is it about the seeded class entry? Teacher Mo, the Northern Spiritual Academy did not do anything wrong. Moreover, I do not feel that I've lost anything. Oh ho ho, Principal Xiao was the one to say it. No matter what, you are the reason why the Northern Spiritual Academy obtained this seeded class entry. If you think that compensation does not sound good, then you can change it to a reward. Teacher Mo smiled. Then, fine. Mu Chen scratched his head and did not refuse it anymore. Since the Northern Spiritual Academy was going to give him some benefits, it would be too pretentious if he continued to reject it. Then follow me to the Spiritual Arts Room. Teacher Mo smiled. Spiritual Arts Room? Mu Chen was stunned. Weren't you interested in the Spiritual Arts Room's 3rd floor? This time, I'll let you enter it. Teacher Mo gave a faint laugh before turning around and walking away. The Spiritual Arts Room's 3rd floor. Mu Chen licked his lips. A hint of delight surged out from his eyes. The Spiritual Arts Room's 3rd floor contains the most powerful spiritual arts within the Northern Spiritual Academy's collection. The collection over there must be many times more bountiful than his father's collection. It seems that the Northern Spiritual Academy really decided to pay a price. The Spiritual Arts Room's 3rd floor is a place that very few students would be able to enter. At that location, the spiritual arts were all at least spiritual tier. Mu Chen's heart was filled with excitement and he quickly followed. He followed Teacher Mo as they went all the way through the Northern Spiritual Academy and directly entered the Spiritual Arts Room. Then, they headed straight towards the 2nd floor. At this moment, a few heaven-class students were searching through spiritual arts. They were surprised when they saw Teacher Mo bringing Mu Chen up here. Mu Chen. A voice came from the side and Mu Chen looked over towards the red dress. It was evident that the charming Hong Ling was staring at him with her mouth slightly opened. Senior Hong Ling. Mu Chen gave a slight smile and directed a nod towards Hong Ling. However, he did not say much more and directly followed Teacher Mo to the depths of the 2nd floor. At that location, there was a faint light barrier. A dense spiritual energy fluctuation emitted out from the light barrier. The two of them stopped in front of the light barrier and caused the students on the 2nd floor to turn their gaze over at them. They knew that this was the passageway to the Spiritual Art Room's 3rd floor. However, no students were ever permitted to enter. Teacher Mo, what are you doing? A few heaven-class students stared in astonishment at Teacher Mo and Mu Chen. Their eyes flashed as if they understood. Then, a surge of surprise filled their eyes. No way. While they exclaimed in a low voice, Teacher Mo waved his sleeves and cracks slowly appeared on the light barrier. However, just when he was about to bring Mu Chen in, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, Teacher Mo, why is he allowed to enter the third floor? Teacher Mo stopped for a moment and turned around. He could see many heaven-class students staring angrily over at this location. Moreover, many of their eyes were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. They had longed to enter the spiritual arts room third floor, yet they were not qualified to enter. However, seeing Teacher Mo bring Mu Chen in, it instantly imbalanced their psychological state. Teacher Mo swept his eyes across them and said in a faint voice, "This is because his performance in the spiritual road has helped us to secure the first ever seeded class entry for the Northern Spiritual Academy. Is this reason enough?" The entire spiritual arts room's second floor instantly became silent. Numerous incredulous gazes began to fixate themselves onto Mu Chen. So the first ever seeded class entry of the Northern Spiritual Academy came because of him? Wasn't he kicked out of the spiritual road halfway through? Why would the 5 great academies still purposely hand over a seeded class entry to the Northern Spiritual Academy? Hong Ling could not help but conceal her lips with her slender hand. She immediately stared complicatedly at the boy, who had become the center of attention. The boy that had been ordinary within her eyes had slowly emitted out heat and light, causing him to become dazzling. Seeing that nobody was questioning him anymore, Teacher Mo waved his hand and walked past the light barrier. Mu Chen also followed him immediately. After the 2 individuals disappeared behind the light barrier, the spiritual arts room's second floor was still completely silent. It was evident that they were still immersed in the shock brought by the sudden news. Chapter 76, 2 Spiritual Arts. Chapter 76, 2 Spiritual Arts. The third floor of the spiritual arts room was not as luxurious as imagined by Mu Chen. Instead, it was quite simple. It seemed like an ordinary attic, yet the spotless floor made others understand the importance of this place to the Northern Spiritual Academy due to its maintenance. It was the first time Mu Chen had entered the treasured location, which every single Northern Spiritual Academy student would drool about, and he immediately looked around curiously. Teacher Mo walked forward. In the center of the attic, there was a bluestone platform. A delicate jade box was placed neatly on top of the bluestone platform. He waved his hand and the jade box opened. A light slowly floated out and many jaded scripts of different color were within the light. These are all spiritual tier spiritual art. You can pick from them. Teacher Mo stared at Mu Chen and smiled. These are all spiritual tier spiritual arts. Mu Chen stared at the dozen lights and could not help but smack his lips. As expected from the Northern Spiritual Academy, this collection was many times more powerful than his father's collection. Mu Chen hurriedly walked up and eagerness filled his eyes. He did not train in many spiritual arts right now, and the only one that could be displayed was the limitless death seal. Moreover, it may have a high potential, but it was still common tier. As for the Great Pagoda art, it was too profound. It also could not bring obvious benefits to Mu Chen currently. Therefore, he needed this level of spiritual art to increase his combat abilities. Otherwise, he did not believe he would be able to defeat Lu Mubai, who returned to the Lu territory to prepare, 1 month later. Mu Chen stretched out his hand and a clump of light appeared within his hand. The light faded away and a brown-colored jaded script floated out. He glanced at it for a moment. Earth Spirit Wave, Spiritual Tier Low Rank. This seems to be a script for a spiritual tier low rank attack spiritual art. Mu Chen pondered for a moment, yet he shook his head. Although this spiritual art was pretty good, it did not feel like it suited him. Mu Chen lowered the spiritual art within his hand and looked at the other ones. Teacher Mo stood at a corner and quietly watched. After 10 minutes since Mu Chen had started the selection, his eyes had finally lit up. Then, he stared in great interest at the jaded script in his hand. This jaded script was a faint cyan color. However, it was not an attack spiritual art, but a movement spiritual art. Moreover, its rank was not that low as well. Shadow Spirit Step, Spiritual Rank Middle Rank. If this spiritual art was to be trained to the Great Achievement stage, your figure would be like a spirit while the afterimages would confuse others. It was also untraceable. Mu Chen had learned a few movement spiritual arts before, but these movement spiritual arts were too ordinary. It was still the first time for him to see one of this level. Done. You really have a pretty good discerning eye. You've picked one of the few spiritual tier middle-rank spiritual arts. Seeing this, Teacher Mo let out a faint smile and spoke. Mu Chen smiled embarrassedly before he stared at the spiritual arts reluctantly. He actually also took a liking to an attack spiritual art. However, it would seem that he was too greedy if he picked another one. You've taken a liking to another one? However, Teacher Mo still noticed his expression and immediately frowned as he asked. Mu Chen smiled awkwardly. I originally planned on letting you select one spiritual art as compensation. Teacher Mo stared at the resentful Mu Chen that was rubbing his head. He thought about it for a moment before he said with a smile, however, I can make an exception to it and allow you to select one more. However, there is a condition. What is the condition? Mu Chen hurriedly asked. You must guarantee that you'll defeat Lu Mubai and let the Northern Spiritual Academy East Branch obtain the seeded class entry, Teacher Mo said. Mu Chen was surprised for a moment. This was originally his goal. He stared at Teacher Mo's eyes that contained a smile and seemed to have understood the meaning behind it. He immediately nodded his head, Don't worry, Teacher Mo. I will not let others obtain what belongs to me. Teacher Mo smiled as he waved his head, Since that's the case, then I'll watch your performance. Choose it. Mu Chen nodded his head gratefully. Then, he did not hesitate and grabbed onto a jaded script amongst the ones that he had looked at. Ancient light writings emerged on top of the jaded script. Spirit King Finger, Spiritual Tier Low Rank. It walks down the path of fierceness and hardness. Moreover, it allows the finger to be like metal and could fracture bones. This was a spiritual art that trains the fingers. Mu Chen was quite interested in it. In the past, he had trained in a threat-level finger spiritual art. He was extremely satisfied with this type of attack, which was sharp and lethal without using weapons. Oh. It's actually a finger spiritual art? Teacher Mo was also stunned for a moment when he noticed Mu Chen selecting this spiritual art. It was quite painful to train in this sort of spiritual art. This is because it requires you to train solely your fingers. Moreover, during the training period, the pain caused by training your fingers was not something an ordinary person could endure. After all, the nerves of the fingertips are linked with the heart. I've gotten accustomed to it. Mu Chen smiled. There was no power that you could obtain without effort. If you want to obtain it, you would naturally have to pay a price. Teacher Mo nodded his head. He felt even more satisfied regarding the boy in front of him. He has talent, yet he was not conceited nor was he reckless. He could endure what ordinary people could not endure. A boy like this was considered to be the most excellent student he had seen through the many years of teaching in the Northern Spiritual Academy. During this 1 month, I will help you with the training of these 2 spiritual arts and allow you to succeed in it as soon as possible. Teacher Mo waved his hand before he walked out of the building. I will not disappoint Teacher Mo. Mu Chen stared at the back of Teacher Mo and nodded his head heavily. He was not a person who would only talk about how grateful he is to another person. Teacher Mo had helped him greatly, so what he needed to do was not to disappoint him. It would be enough if he snatches the seeded class entry away. Lu Mubai. Let us have a good fight this time. Lu territory, inside the Lu estate. Seeded class entry. Within the room, the Lu territory lord, Lu Qingtian, immediately sat up when he heard these words. He stared in surprise while revealing a hint of excitement at Lu Mubai as he said, How is it possible for the Northern Spiritual Academy to obtain a seeded class entry? I'm not too sure as well. Lu Mubai shook his head and said, However, it is indeed true. A seeded class entry. This is probably the first time that the Northern Spiritual Academy has obtained it, right? If Lu Mubai is able to obtain this seeded class entry, he would definitely obtain better resources when he entered the 5 great academies. His achievements would also surpass ordinary 5 great academies students. Lu Zong was also shocked by the news, but he immediately said with a delighted expression. They were aware that a student, who obtained the seeded class entry, would be in a different level compared to an ordinary student. If Mubai becomes a seeded student in the 5 great academies. Perhaps he would have reached the three heavens stage by the time he graduated. At that time, not only would the Lu territory become the Northern Spiritual Realm's lord, we would even obtain a decent position in the 100 spirit heavens. Lu Ming laughed. Lu Qingtian licked his lips and stared eagerly at Lu Mubai as he said, "Mubai, no matter what price you have to pay, you must obtain the seated class entry." "That's right. Within the Northern Spiritual Academy, who is the most threatening opponent to you?" Lu Mubai's eyes narrowed. He thought about the brief fight he had with Mu Chen in the Black Yuri Swamp. Although he had hit quite a bit of strength back then, he could feel, with his instincts, that Mu Chen seemed to have some other means as well. If there was still a student within the Northern Spiritual Academy that could cause him some uncertainty, it would probably be Mu Chen. "Mu Chen?" Lu Mubai replied. "Dad, this Mu Chen had obtained the qualifications to the spiritual road before. We cannot underestimate him too much." "Mu Chen? That boy?" Hearing this name, Lu Qingtian's eyes turned cold. He remembered that Mu Chen had lured the devouring spirit bees over in the Black Yuri Swamp and helped Mu Feng solve their dilemma. "Big brother, that boy is quite strange. Back then, Xue Tu went to kill him, who was only a spiritual movement stage middle phase, but in the end, he was the one who somehow died." Lu Ming also opened his mouth to speak. He could still remember deeply about the matter back then. Lu Qingtian nodded his head and a hint of coldness immediately surged through his face. He said, "The seated class entry must fall into the hands of the Lu territory. Otherwise, it would be a calamity. Therefore, we must not make any mistakes about this matter. Mubai. From today onwards, you will enter the forbidden lands behind the mountain. Your grandfather will assist you with your training." Lu Qingtian's eyes flashed and he muttered. "Grandfather? Grandfather is inside the forbidden lands? Didn't he go missing 3 years ago?" Hearing this, Lu Mubai was surprised and became speechless. "Heh, that is what is said at the outside. Your grandfather secluded himself to try and enter the three heavens stage. If we wait until that old man succeeds, wouldn't the Northern Spiritual Realm be completely controlled by our Lu territory?" Lu Qingtian let out a dark laughing sound and said, "That group of idiots from the Mu territory thought that they would be safe if they hindered the Lu territory from obtaining the Nine Netherworld Bird. Just you wait, as long as your grandfather comes out, I will make Mu Feng kneel down in front of me like a dog. An upstart force wants to compare backgrounds with my Lu territory. What an idiotic dream. Yes." Hearing this, Lu Mubai also had a hint of excitement flash through his eyes. If his grandfather could personally assist him, his strength would definitely increase greatly after 1 month. By then, who would care about Mu Chen? As he thought back about the shame that Mu Chen made him feel in the Black Yuri Swamp, Lu Mubai gritted his teeth tightly. A hint of cruelness appeared at his mouth. "At that time, I want to trample you fiercely in front of everybody's face, in front of everybody, who had confidence in you. The most excellent youth in the Northern Spiritual Realm is me, Lu Mubai, and not a trash like you." Chapter 77, Harsh Training. Chapter 77, Harsh Training. Northern Spiritual Academy, behind the mountains. Over at this location, there was a lush forest as well as a huge waterfall. The waterfall hung down from the mountain like a silver water python as sounds of rumbling bombarded down. A mist rose up from it and emitted outwards. Teacher Mo had his hands behind his back as he stood in the empty space below the waterfall. In front of him, Mu Chen, Tang Qianer, Mo Ling, Chen Fan and Hui Yun were all there. "From today onwards, I will give each of you a specialized training. Aside from Mu Chen, the rest of you must officially advance to the spiritual rotation stage within the month. Otherwise, you will be disqualified and lose the rights to fight for the 5 Great Academies entries." Teacher Mo's gaze swept across the few people as he spoke faintly. Hearing these words, Tang Qianer, Chen Fan and the others' expressions became serious. They trained at the Northern Spiritual Academy because of the 5 Great Academies entries. If they were to lose the qualifications, it would be a hard blow for them to resist. The 4 of you are currently at the pinnacle of spiritual movement stage late phase. Chen Fan and Hui Yun have even begun to attempt to condense a spiritual wheel. However, all of you are still a step away. Therefore, all of you will require using some external pressure in order to condense the spiritual energy into a wheel. External pressure. Chen Fan and the others exchanged gazes. Do you see this waterfall? Teacher Mo smiled and pointed at the waterfall, causing a rumbling sound behind him. Numerous currents flowed down and crashed into the rocks below with a massive energy. It splashed and caused the sky to be filled with mist. Starting from today, the four of you will sit beneath the waterfall and train. You will use all your spiritual energy to resist the impact of the waterfall. The external pressure will gradually seep into your body and gradually force the spiritual energy within your aura sea to condense into a wheel. Ah! Chen Fan and the others were astonished. Sitting and training underneath a waterfall. Wouldn't they become dizzy just after resisting this terrifying impact for a minute? There are no shortcuts for training. If you want to advance to the spiritual rotation stage within a month, you must take ruthless methods. If you can't even do this, then there's no need for you to compete for the entries. Teacher Mo said in a deep voice. Yes. The four of them hurriedly replied. If you do not have enough spiritual energy within your body, you can exit temporarily to recover your spiritual energy. Afterwards, you'll head back in. Teacher Mo swept his sharp eyes across them as he spoke. Yes. You can begin now. Teacher Mo waved his hand and said. Tang Qianair and the others exchanged gazes. Then, they gritted their teeth as spiritual energy surged out from their bodies. Afterwards, their body moved and passed by the wide river before reaching the bottom of the waterfall. Bang bang bang. However, just when they reached the bottom of the waterfall, they did not even manage to sit cross-legged and were directly blown into the lake by the powerful impact. Every one of them became a drowning chicken. The four of them climbed out from the lake as their spiritual energy poured out constantly, and they forcibly resisted the impact from the water current as they sat down. Then, they gritted their teeth and endured the pain from the waterfall's impact. They stubbornly resisted it and circulated their spiritual energy. Mu Chen stared at the four individuals sitting cross-legged underneath the waterfall and secretly smacked his lips. This method of training was quite serious. It was indeed a demonic training. Mu Chen. Teacher Mo's gaze fixated on Mu Chen. This made the latter's heart jump and he felt a bad feeling. Did you read the two spiritual arts? Teacher Mo asked faintly. Mu Chen nodded his head. The training ground for you is over there. Teacher Mo pointed at a place down the river. Mu Chen turned his gaze over there and was suddenly numb. He could see that it was a location where the waterfall would fall down without hitting any obstacles. If you have to say it, the place where Tang Qianair and the others were training had a few rocks above to ease the impact. As for him, it was completely vast and empty. There was nothing blocking it. And most importantly, there seemed to be only wooden logs with the size of his feet standing tall and upright underneath the waterfall. If you want to successfully learn the Shadow Spirit step, it is very simple. You only have to shuffle back and forth through those wooden logs without getting wet at all. Teacher Mo said. What? Mu Chen was completely stunned. He had to shuffle back and forth, yet he could not get wet. How was that possible? These waterfalls will not be maintained continuously. There will be a momentary gap. If you want to fulfill this condition, your speed must be able to keep up with the momentary gap of the water current. Mu Chen let out a bitter smile. This difficulty wasn't small. However, it was indeed an excellent method of training his movement. Moreover, the Spirit King finger is indeed fierce and sharp. However, with the extent of training you have had with your fingers, it is still impossible for you to train in the Spirit King finger. Therefore, your fingers must accept this training. I will let some wooden logs fall down from time to time from the waterfall. And what you have to do is to use your fingers to pierce through these wooden logs that would flash by instantly. Teacher Mo slowly spoke. Mu Chen felt his head becoming numb again. The wooden logs would fall down rapidly through the water current. Just how powerful would it be? Moreover, based on their speed, he would miss it if he was slightly distracted. If he wanted to pierce through it, he must take action the moment when the wooden logs passed by. This not only requires a perfect control of your attacking speed, it is also an extremely brutal training towards his fingers. What is it? Are you afraid? Teacher Mo said faintly. Although it is a bit troublesome, it's not enough to make me feel afraid. Mu Chen took a deep breath. His handsome face gradually became calm and eagerness emerged within his black eyes. Okay. Seeing this, Teacher Mo also nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, let's begin. Mu Chen also nodded. He did not plan on being indecisive and immediately moved. He directly passed by the surface of the water and charged directly into the fierce waterfall currents like a swallow. Then, he landed on top of a narrow wooden log. Boom! The powerful water current charged down fiercely. Mu Chen toes hurriedly touched the wooden log and charged to the next wooden log in front of him. Bang! But just when he was about to charge out, a powerful water current rushed down and instantly threw him into the lake below. He seemed to have underestimated the speed of the water current. Mu Chen spat out the lake's water in his mouth and his hands slapped the water. Then, his body jumped onto a wooden log again. His face had already become completely serious and spiritual energy gushed out of his body in order to defend against the water current's impact. In the beginning, it was apparent that he had to use all his spiritual energy to protect his body. Then, he would gradually get accustomed to it. Mu Chen focused all his senses before rushing out again and passed straight through a water current. Then, he landed on another wooden log. However, just when he was about to leap forward again, he heard a strange sound coming from the water current and his eyes stared up. He noticed a black shadow fiercely charging down from the water current. It was a wooden log mixed up in the water current. 2 fingers from Mu Chen's hand were straightened out and in the next instant, it fiercely thrust out. The 2 fingers were like spears as they stirred the layers of water vapor. Then, it directly stabbed ruthlessly as the black shadow passed by. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The wooden logs only shuddered and showed no signs of being thrusted through. Then, it flowed down the water current into the lake below. Seeing that his strike was completely useless, Mu Chen grinned. An intense pain came from his fingertips. In addition to the speed of it flowing down, the wooden log was soaked with the lake's water. It was harder than fine iron. Moreover, he could not use spiritual energy. This sort of collision made it feel that the bones of his fingertips had shattered. Boom! Due to this slight distraction, the waterfall poured down rapidly and directly blew Mu Chen into the lake. Damn it! Mu Chen stuck his head out from within the lake and cursed fiercely. He endured the pain from his fingertips and stood on once again. He pushed his speed to the extreme and charged straight out. Bang! 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 Underneath the waterfall, a figure was constantly blown out and was mercilessly pushed into the lake. This powerful force was enough to make Mu Chen dizzy. However, he stubbornly endured the pain throughout his entire body and gritted his teeth. His speed was increasing endlessly. Although he would sometimes be able to dodge the water current's impact once, the wooden log flowing down the water current still tormented his fingers. Near the waterfall, Tang Qian'er and the others, who were sitting cross-legged, heard the commotion and quietly opened their eyes. Upon looking at the commotion, they immediately shivered. Although they have not personally experienced it, they could tell that Mu Chen was facing something more vicious than them just by looking at it. Beside the lake, Teacher Mo was standing with his hands held behind his back. He looked calmly at the awkward figure beneath waterfall. If he wants to succeed, he must first pay a price. Throughout the entire afternoon, the figure would tirelessly shuffle back and forth the waterfall. During this period, even Tang Qian'er and the others took 2 breaks. However, Mu Chen did not have the slightest plans of stopping this demonic training. When the sunset emerged in the sky, Tang Qian'er and the others would drag their exhausted bodies onto the shore. Every single one of them were tired and had a pale expression. They did not care and slumped down onto the ground while panting heavily. Seeing this, Teacher Mo said, "Let's end today's training." Tang Qian'er and the others had just become relieved, yet they immediately turned gloomy the moment the next phrase came out. "We'll continue it tomorrow." Tang Qian'er and the others slumped down on the ground powerlessly and rested for a while. However, they could still hear a plopping sound coming from nearby. Then, they lifted their heads and noticed a slim figure moving like a machine. It seems that he did not hear Teacher Mo's words and continued to climb up and get washed away. Although they could feel that the figure was already somewhat sluggish due to the exhaustion, a determined will supported his thin body so that he did not fall down. "Teacher Mo, he's reaching his limit soon." Tang Qian'er bit her lips and could not help but look away towards Teacher Mo. Mo Fei shook his head slowly and said gently, "This is his own decision. He is stronger than you not just because of his talent. Mu Feng really has a good son." Chen Fan and the others had a complicated expression as they watched the tired figure beneath the waterfall. A rare sense of admiration emerged within their hearts. If Mu Chen's talent was higher than theirs, they could say that it was because the heavens have given it to him. However, they must admit that Mu Chen's willpower. This person is really insane. Chapter 78, Shape Condensation. Chapter 78, Shape Condensation. Time was like sand in an hourglass, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this half a month, Mu Chen had engaged in a high-intensity training underneath the waterfall every day. He did not know how many times he was fiercely smashed down by the impact of the waterfall into the lake. The logs that fell down from the waterfall made Mu Chen's fingers become swollen many times. If it wasn't because his spiritual energy would endlessly circulate and nurture his body and bones within his finger, Mu Chen would not have been able to endure it. In the first 5 days of this half a month, Mu Chen was almost always brought back by Teacher Mo in a half-unconscious state. The boy's gentleness would make others feel quite comfortable. However, once he decided to do something, the persistence that he showed even moved Teacher Mo. Luckily, Mu Chen began to display his talents out after 1 week of adaptation period. Although he would still be injured, it was already much better compared to the half-unconscious state he was in during the first week. Moreover, Mu Chen was adapting to it even more as the days passed. Sometimes, he would be able to follow the momentary gap of the waterfall's current. After many injuries and coupled with them being nurtured by spiritual energy, his fingers had finally been trained to the point where its lethal power had increased. He would occasionally pierce through the wooden logs that passed by if he managed to grasp onto the opportunity. The harsh training had finally begun to show its results. Naturally, Mu Chen wasn't the only one who improved during this period of time. Tang Qian'er and the others had also improved after training under the pressure below the waterfall. Amongst them, the ones who improved the most were Chen Fan and Hui Yun. After all, the two of them had long attempted to condense their spiritual wheel. Right now, they only need to cross through a small step in order to officially advance to the spiritual rotation stage. Thus, they were surprised to discover that the spiritual energy within their aura sea had completely condensed into a spiritual wheel on the 13th day of the training. The spiritual energy that surged out had split apart the massive water current flowing down. However, Teacher Mo made them continue their training underneath the waterfall after they had successfully advanced to the spiritual rotation stage. It was to allow them to stabilize their level as soon as possible and to avoid their spiritual energy to show signs of being unsubstantial. Furthermore, Tang Qian'er and Mo Ling were also stimulated when they were aware that Chen Fan and Hui Yun had succeeded in their advancement to the spiritual rotation stage. The amount of time they rested daily had been greatly reduced, and they gritted their teeth to bear the impact of the water current. They circulated the spiritual energy within their bodies and hoped that they would soon reach the spiritual rotation stage. Under the scorching sun in the horizon, the 5 figures were facing waves of pressure underneath the freezing waterfall and allowed time to slowly pass by. Bang! The waterfall descended down from the mountain stream and landed in the lake below. Water vapor splashed and filled the sky. At the edge of the lake, Teacher Mo held his hands behind his back as he looked at Tang Qian'er and the others sitting cross-legged below the waterfall. He felt the increasingly dense spiritual energy fluctuation and nodded his head slightly. Then, he turned his head over to another direction. It was evident that the waterfall over there was much more rapid. The massive water current would rumble as it flowed down. Sounds of rumbling reverberated itself among the mountain. Underneath the waterfall were numerous wooden logs. Mu Chen's body was swiftly jumping across the wooden logs like a nimble monkey. His speed was extraordinary, and sometimes, you could only see a shadow flashing by. It's not enough. However, Mu Chen was not satisfied with his own speed. Instead, he frowned. The cold water vapor splashed onto his face and allowed his state of mind to calm down. The dark black spiritual energy surged out of Mu Chen's body and wrapped around his feet. In that instant, a booming sound resounded and he seemed to vanish into thin air. The water current that covered the sky suddenly descended down. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and his body instantly moved. He was like lightning and shuffled through the water current within the waterfall. At this moment, he had pushed his speed to the very limits. Swoosh! A vague shadow emerged on a wooden log, and the impact from the water current directly passed through it. It was actually an afterimage caused by his high speed. Huh! Teacher Mo's eyes suddenly focused as he watched this scene from the lake. His mouth issued out a light, sound. At this moment, Mu Chen seemed to have been separated from the outside world. He could feel that his body suddenly became a lot lighter, while the water current, which was originally impossible to catch with his eyes, had suddenly slowed down. He could even see the tiny gap between the curtains of water. As long as he passed through those gaps, the waterfall would not be able to touch him. Swish! Mu Chen's figure rushed out like a blur, and dark black spiritual energy continued to be instigated around his legs. A blurry figure emerged, and its body seemed to pass through the gap inside the waterfall like a black line. Swoosh! Moreover, a black shadow seemed to have flowed down the rushing water as Mu Chen's body passed through the gap in the water current. However, Mu Chen's eyes remained calm. He paused for a moment while sticking up two fingers. Then, his arm extended straight out, and his fingers seemed to be like a spear. It pierced through the flow of water and accurately struck the center of the wooden log while it flowed down from the waterfall. Bang! A deep sound resounded out. Mu Chen's fingers forcefully pierced through the wooden log and caused splinters of wood to fly out. Then, it was washed away by the water current. Joy instantly surged out of Mu Chen's heart. It was the most relaxing attack he had done during these 20 or so days. There wasn't the slightest hesitation, and his power flowed out perfectly. Ha! An indescribable delight rang out within Mu Chen's heart. Then, he could not help but laugh out loud. His body moved and turned into a black line as he shuffled through the waterfall. Bang! 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 While shuffling through the waterfall, his attacks did not stop. The winds emitted from his fingers were like lightning and grasped the timing to attack perfectly. Numerous wooden logs were pierced through as they passed near his body. At this moment, these sounds seemed to have formed a wonderful rhythmic melody. Beneath another waterfall, Tang Qian'er and the others were shocked by this rhythmic sound and turned their gazes over. Then, they were stunned when they noticed the shadow shuffling back and forth like a ghost beneath the waterfall. This crazy guy. Chen Fan could not help but open his mouth wide. After he had advanced to the spiritual rotation stage, he wasn't willing to accept Mu Chen and attempted Mu Chen's training. However, he was instantly washed away by a wooden log. Later on, he used his spiritual energy to wrap it around his body and attempted it once again. But in the end, he was still fiercely blown away by a wooden log flowing down the waterfall. And right now, Mu Chen was actually treating those wooden logs within the waterfall like they were something ordinary. Moreover, he did not forget to pierce through all the wooden logs with his fingers as they passed by. Just what sort of terrifying speed and finger strength would it require to do this? Within the entire Northern Spiritual Academy, the West Branch's Lu Mubai might be the only one who could fight against this crazy individual. As Tang Qian'er and the others watched Mu Chen as if he was a monster, Mu Chen finally stopped and stood steadily on a wooden log after 10 minutes. He balanced himself, but did not plan on backing out yet. Instead, he sat down cross-legged as Tang Qian'er and the others gazed at him, puzzled. Dark black spiritual energy surged out from within his body and blocked the impact from the waterfall. Seeing Mu Chen's strange action, Tang Qian'er and the others were slightly startled. Then, they could feel a special spiritual energy fluctuation emitting out from within Mu Chen's body. This is... Teacher Mo's eyebrows lifted up slightly. He made a breakthrough in his Gong Fa's spiritual art. Teacher Mo's prediction was correct. Previously, Mu Chen could feel an indescribable relaxing feeling within his body and pushed his speed to the very limits. However, when he did that, he discovered that the spiritual energy within his body suddenly circulated and the route it took was the circulation route for the Great Pagoda Art. The dark black spiritual energy surged out and finally entered his aura sea. In that instant, Mu Chen's mind had followed and entered it as well. Then, he was surprised to see the dark black spiritual energy rising up on top of the spiritual wheel in his aura sea. It slowly condensed and formed a palm-sized illusionary light tower. The light tower was extremely unreal and seemed like it would vanish if some wind blew. If you looked at it carefully, the tower seemed to have 9 floors. However, aside from the foundation of the tower which seemed to look real, the rest of it was like an illusion. But when this illusionary light tower was formed, Mu Chen could feel the mysterious lights within his body lighting up once again. These lights were spread around the depths of his body. However, when he looked, he discovered that when he connected the lights together, they would form a massive light tower within Mu Chen's body. The moment that this light tower appeared, the dark black spiritual energy on the surface of Mu Chen's body in the outside world seemed to have formed a vague black light tower. This tower of light protected his entire body. Rumble. The boundless waterfall descended down and smashed onto the black light tower, yet the light tower was motionless. However, the black light tower only lasted for an instant before swiftly fading away. Furthermore, Mu Chen's tightly closed eyes slowly opened when the light tower faded away. A hint of delight could not be concealed within the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the Great Pagoda Art which he trained in had suddenly entered the shape condensation level. Chapter 79, Results. Chapter 79, Results. Within the flowing waterfall, Mu Chen opened his eyes. His face was completely filled with delight. He never expected that the Great Pagoda Art would actually make a breakthrough at this moment. This had gone beyond his expectations. The Great Pagoda Art had a total of 3 levels: foundation, shape condensation and tower form. The first level was relatively easy to reach. However, Mu Chen did not make much progress after that. Although he felt that he was becoming increasingly proficient in the Great Pagoda Art, the feeling of breakthrough did not appear until today. Within his aura sea, the illusionary light tower above his spiritual energy light will had already vanished. However, Mu Chen could clearly feel that the spiritual energy flowing within his body had become increasingly pure as it condensed. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the sealed spiritual pulse within his body after the Great Pagoda Art had reached the shape condensation level. It was not like before when he could not perceive it at all. It was evident that the spiritual pulse that his mother had sealed was gradually being perceived by him as he was deepening his understanding about the Great Pagoda Art. Mu Chen lowered his head and looked at his hand. He gently clenched it and an inexplicit expression emerged on his face. It was the first time that he could clearly feel the hidden spiritual pulse within his body. He could not predict what level the spiritual pulse was, but he could vaguely feel a peculiar feeling. It was as if it was awakening from hibernating and begun to reveal itself from within the clouds. He was looking forward to the moment when his Great Pagoda Art reaches the Mastery Stage 1. Just how powerful would the spiritual pulse be when that happens? Mu Chen took a deep breath and spread out his hands, allowing the spiritual energy which was wrapped around his body to disappear. He allowed the freezing waterfall to bombard his body before himself pushing off with his toes. His body turned into a black shadow and rushed out. In the end, he landed beside the lake. At this moment, Tang Qian'er and the others had already stopped training and were resting on the shore. They had a strange expression when they noticed Mu Chen rushing over to their side. They had completely witnessed the commotion caused by Mu Chen earlier. You seem to have become even more powerful. Chen Fan looked at Mu Chen. The latter's aura remained at the spiritual rotation stage initial movement. However, they felt that he was completely different from before. Even if he was considered to be at the same cultivation level, he felt some danger when he faced Mu Chen. Mu Chen smiled. Currently, he had truly succeeded in his training for the Shadow Spirit Step and Spirit King Finger. Although he still required actual combat to hone it, his combat ability had already improved greatly. Moreover, his Great Pagoda art had made a breakthrough earlier and his spiritual energy was much more powerful compared to Chen Fan and the others. It was to the point where he was not inferior to a spiritual rotation stage late phase in terms of density and endurance of spiritual energy. It seems that this training style has already reached your desired effects. Teacher Mo slowly walked over and glanced at Mu Chen as he smiled. Mu Chen nodded. Right now, he could truly follow the speed of the waterfall's current. Furthermore, he could even pierce through the wooden logs which flowed down without missing a single one. Therefore, he had already succeeded in reaching the results he had initially desired. However, training is still just training. Right now, you need actual combat to hone the spiritual arts that you've trained. Teacher Mo smiled and turned to Chen Fan and Hui Yun. The two of you should join forces and see if you can defeat him. Join forces? Chen Fan and Hui Yun frowned. However, they stared eagerly at Mu Chen. During this period of time, Mu Chen had severely shocked them. If they were able to beat Mu Chen up, then they would be able to balance their emotions. They understood that they would not be Mu Chen's opponent if they were fighting individually. However, if they joined forces, they still had some confidence about winning. After all, they were both at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase like Mu Chen. It was possible to make up for the gap by relying on numbers. Mu Chen, will you let us feel happy? Chen Fan grinned as he spoke. You're actually still acting this happy when it's 2 against 1, can't you be more promising? Tang Qian'er batted her eye at Chen Fan and sighed. On the other hand, Mu Chen smiled. He glanced at Teacher Mo before nodding his head and said, since it's like this, I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me hone my skills for a while. Seeing Mu Chen accept, Chen Fan and Hui Yun suddenly laughed. They twisted their neck and said, that's great. However, I will tell you in advance, you shouldn't treat us like students, who have never fought against humans before. We have once participated in an adventurous team, so we fought against others in a bloody battle before. Thank you for the reminder. Mu Chen slowly extended his hands and said, please guide me. Chen Fan and Hui Yun's faces became slightly serious when they saw this. Although they were saying this, they were still quite afraid of Mu Chen. After all, Mu Chen had trained under their gazes during the past 20 days. They knew somewhat how powerful the latter was. Let's go. The two of them were quite familiar with each other. They exchanged gazes and rushed out towards Mu Chen at the same time without deliberately reminding the other one. Moreover, they split apart to the sides as they rushed over. Dense spiritual energy surged out from Chen Fan and Hui Yun's body. Their speed instantly increased and their tightly clenched fists emerged on the left and right side of Mu Chen. A vicious wind came from their fists and headed towards Mu Chen's head ruthlessly. When she saw the two of them being so merciless against Mu Chen, Tang Qian'er could not help but call out softly. However, Mu Chen remained quite calm against this synchronized attack. Before the winds from their fist could reach him, he had already taken half a step back. The fierce winds brushed past his face and lifted up Mu Chen's hair. It revealed a pair of black eyes that were calm like a serene lake. Tempest Massacre Fist. Since Mu Chen had easily avoided their offense, Chen Fan and Hui Yun pressed onwards tightly. Their fists blasted out and a tempest seemed to have emerged. A fierce fist wind was enveloped by dense spiritual energy and directly charged over at Mu Chen. As this storm-like attack rushed over, spiritual energy gushed out from Mu Chen's feet. His body moved and with a swishing sound, he seemed to have become a ghostly shadow and directly passed through the duo's continuous offensive. The duo's fist winds did not manage to touch Mu Chen's body at all. What speed! Chen Fan and Hui Yun narrowed their eyes. They did not manage to capture how Mu Chen passed through their offensive. On the left. Light flashed through the corner of their eyes and they turned around to fire off a kick. The kick was like a spear and tore apart the air as it fiercely bombarded the figure over there. However, when their kicks reached the figure, it went straight through. There wasn't the slightest feeling of them hitting Mu Chen. It's an afterimage. A touch of amazement finally flashed through Chen Fan and Hui Yun's eyes. How could Mu Chen's speed be this swift and bizarre? Over here. Laughter suddenly rang out from their right side. Chen Fan and Hui Yun were surprised and hurriedly turned their body. However, they witnessed Mu Chen with a total of 4 fingers standing up on both hands. A vague golden light was flashing on the fingertips while an extremely fierce fluctuation emitted out. Swish! Mu Chen's arm trembled. The finger seemed to pierce through the air like lightning as it charged straight towards Chen Fan and Hui Yun's throat. Boom! A dense spiritual energy rushed out unreservedly from Chen Fan and Hui Yun. It formed a thick spiritual energy light shield in front of them. It was apparent that they had noticed how powerful Mu Chen's attack was. But in face of their defense, Mu Chen did not show any signs of stopping. At his fingertips, a golden light seemed to surge out from his bones. It was filled with an extremely fierce fluctuation. Dong! Mu Chen's fingers finally landed on Chen Fan and Hui Yun's spiritual energy light shield. They watched as the light shield became distorted. Then afterwards, the fingers pierced through the spiritual energy light shield under the duo's widened eyes. Swish! Mu Chen's glowing fingertip stopped half an inch in front of Chen Fan and Hui Yun's throat. Although it did not touch their bodies, a bloodstain still appeared on their throats. A slight pain exuded out. Chen Fan and Hui Yun did not dare to move at all. They stared at the golden fingertips in front of them and took a deep gulp. If they were in a fight for life and death, Mu Chen's fingers would have ripped through their throats. Thanks for the fight. Mu Chen directed a smile at the duo. However, he felt some joy within his heart. The Shadow Spirit Step and the Spirit King Finger's power had exceeded his expectations. If he had to fight against 2 spiritual rotation stage opponents earlier, it would not be this easy even if he won. It seems that we should not even think about getting that seeded entry. Chen Fan helplessly pouted. Although they held back a little, it was evident that Mu Chen did not use his full strength as well. You wanted to take advantage of Mu Chen, yet in the end you were the ones that were taught a lesson, right? Tang Qianair suddenly smiled when she was aware of Mu Chen's victory. Qianair. We're at least considered your most faithful suitors. You shouldn't give us such a heavy blow, right? Chen Fan and Hui Yun said while being depressed. Thanks, but I would be happier if you 2 stopped pursuing after me. Tang Qianair smiled sweetly and had a pure and beautiful smile. However, she still gave the duo a relentless hit. Not bad. On the side, Teacher Mo also nodded as he smiled. However, your Shadow Spirit Step is still a bit rusty. You're unable to use it naturally and at ease. It seems that you will have to practice it for a while before it will integrate completely into your fights. Since it's impossible for them to give you a decent spar, I'll personally fight against you for the remainder of the time. Teacher Mo smiled as he stared at Mu Chen, who was completely stunned. Of course, I will suppress my strength to the level of spiritual rotation stage. No matter what methods you use, you will have perfectly completed the 1-month training if you are able to defeat me. How's that? Mu Chen grinned and nodded heavily. Not even the slightest hint of fear emerged in his eyes, instead, fighting spirit burned within his eyes. It was more than he could wish for to have a spirit stage powerhouse help him with his training. And while Mu Chen began to fight against Teacher Mo, suddenly a powerful spiritual energy exploded out in the forbidden lands behind the mountains within Lu Territory's Lu estate. The spiritual energy formed a fierce wind and caused the forest to shake. After a while, the forest gradually stopped shaking. A slender figure slowly walked out from a cave in the forbidden lands. That appearance, it was Lu Mubai. At this moment, he grasped his hands tightly and gently felt the powerful strength within his body. The smile on his face gradually became more savage. Mu Chen, I'm afraid that your lucky days are about to end. 1. Any martial arts, in the case of TGR, spiritual arts, usually can be split into different levels of mastery. In this case, the mastery stage usually means when it is either completely mastered or close to being completely mastered, would depend on the story to determine which one. Chapter 80, Spirit Stage as a Sparring Partner. Chapter 80, Spirit Stage as a Sparring Partner. After Mu Chen had defeated Chen Fan and Hui Yun, his opponent had suddenly become Teacher Mo. This change of events finally made Mu Chen suffer. Although Teacher Mo suppressed his strength to the spiritual rotation stage, it was not the initial phase and rather the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. Based on what Teacher Mo had said, you require great pressure if you want to temper yourself. If they were equally matched, the effects weren't as great. Initially, Mu Chen had no objections to these words. However, he felt that he was tricked by Teacher Mo after they began to fight. Although Teacher Mo suppressed his strength to the spiritual rotation stage middle phase, his keen vision, experience, the dexterity of his forged body and his variety of offensive and defensive techniques were all at the spirit stage level. He could suppress his spiritual energy, but he could not suppress these things. Therefore, Mu Chen was basically fighting against an opponent, who possesses spiritual rotation stage middle phase strength and has the experience of a spirit stage. The result of the battle was obvious. Mu Chen was completely slaughtered. During the first day of combat, Mu Chen had fought against Teacher Mo 13 times. He basically did not manage to do any significant damage to the latter and lost terribly every single time. On the side, Tang Qianer and the others felt that it was an extremely painful sight to watch and turn their gazes away. The situation on the second day was slightly better. However, Mu Chen still remained in a disadvantaged position. If he was slightly careless, Teacher Mo would instantly take advantage of the flaw and defeat him in one move. Although Mu Chen's situation was quite miserable, he wasn't considered to be the same as any ordinary boy. In the spiritual road, he had experienced many bloody fights and had a certain excellent talent. He was able to quickly absorb the reason of his failure and improve by making changes bit by bit. Therefore, after being completely slaughtered by Teacher Mo for 2 days, he was finally able to gradually catch up to the pace. Although he was still in a disadvantaged position, he was, at the very least, able to counterattack. The counterattacks weren't that effective, but it was still considered to be an extremely decent change. Within the mountains, under the waterfall, dense spiritual energy erupted out and caused the gravel on the ground nearby to shatter to powder. A thin boy's figure flew out like the wind and like a blurry shadow, he instantly appeared in front of a slender figure. His hand was clenched tightly as spiritual energy surged out. It brought out vicious winds as it ruthlessly headed at the back of the slender figure's head. Bang! But before the fist managed to smash on its target, the slender figure seemed to have eyes behind his back and did not show signs of turning his body. A fist passed by his ears and bombarded behind him. It directly collided with the fist. A fierce breeze emitted out and the slender figure's body trembled slightly. His fist instantly turned into a palm as a dense spiritual energy surged out from the center of it. Dong! The thin figure was suddenly hit by a heavy blow and his body flew backwards. Then, the figure made a spin in mid-air before staggering as he landed on the ground. He lost again. Not too far away, Chen Fan and the others watched this scene and instantly grinned. During this past week, they have seen this scene numerous times. However, Mu Chen was currently doing a lot better than the previous week. At that time, Mu Chen would have been defeated miserably when Teacher Mo attacked. But as of now, he had already managed to initiate an attack, though those attacks were easily blocked by Teacher Mo. Mu Chen is already quite amazing like this. If it was us, we probably wouldn't even have the courage to fight against Teacher Mo. Tang Qianer frowned and said when she noticed Chen Fan and the others snickering. It's true that we wouldn't dare to fight against Teacher Mo. But that's because we aren't that stupid. Chen Fan laughed. Unless he was stupid, why would he fight against a spirit stage? Even if the spirit stage powerhouse was to suppress his spiritual energy to the level of spiritual rotation stage, isn't it still the same thing? Tang Qianer batted an eye at him sourly. Today is the final day of training. We will be fighting for the entries tomorrow. Mo Ling was a little regretful as he said, it seems that Brother Mu won't be able to reach his target. That's good. That guy is quite proud and arrogant. Even I would have to admire his performance during this period of time. However, how is it possible for him to defeat Teacher Mo? Huiyun patted Mo Ling's shoulders and spoke. Mo Ling scratched his head. It was true. Teacher Mo was pretty much an unattainable existence in their eyes. With their current strength, it was basically impossible for them to defeat Teacher Mo. It was impossible even if he had suppressed his strength. That guy still refused to give up. Chen Fan suddenly said. He watched as Mu Chen, who was blown away by Teacher Mo, straightened himself. Within Mu Chen's eyes, there was still a fiery fighting spirit that refused to be extinguished. That guy, Chen Fan smacked his lips and immediately gave a wry smile as he scratched his head. He is quite crazy. However, he is definitely much stronger than us. At the very least, I would not be able to persist when I clearly knew I was going to be slaughtered. Tang Qianair held her hands tightly. Although her eyes were filled with worry, she knew Mu Chen's personality quite well. The latter would never give up this easily. Let's do this one final time. You have to fight for the entries tomorrow, so you should have a good rest tonight. Seeing Mu Chen look over here once again, Teacher Mo nodded his head and spoke faintly. Mu Chen did not say anything. He only took a deep breath and his eyes instantly became sharp. Dark black spiritual energy surged out from his feet and his body turned into a black line as he headed directly at Teacher Mo. Teacher Mo did not move his body at all and only stomped with his feet. Some gravel on the ground flew up into the sky as he waved his sleeves. His spiritual energy surrounded the gravel and it covered the sky as it shot off towards Mu Chen like a volley of arrows. Swoosh! Mu Chen's speed suddenly accelerated and an afterimage emerged behind him. His body actually passed through the sky filled with gravel. Boom! Teacher Mo's body also rushed out at this moment. He instantly collided against Mu Chen. His spiritual energy surrounded his body, fist, fingers, elbow and legs. Every single part instantly turned into a lethal and terrifying weapon as it shot off fiercely at the vital areas of Mu Chen. Swish! Mu Chen pushed the shadow spirit step to the limits and a blurry shadow went around Teacher Mo. He avoided every single attack that contained a powerful force. It's still not fast enough. Mu Chen could feel Teacher Mo's attacks barely hitting him. The powerful winds caused by the attacks made his skin sting. Moreover, it was obvious that the latter's offensive was speeding up. Sooner or later, he would be showered by it. He must let his speed become even faster. Mu Chen gritted his teeth. At this moment, he gathered all his focus and pushed his spiritual energy to the extreme. The spiritual energy within his meridians roared and brought dense waves of energy. It was still not fast enough. His attacks weren't strong enough. An unyielding roar echoed within Mu Chen's heart. His eyes seemed to have been cut apart from the world again. He did not make any strange sound and only watched Teacher Mo's fierce offensive in front of him. Bring out all my power. Buzz. As this roar echoed within Mu Chen's heart, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within Mu Chen's aura. He could see that his spiritual energy had actually gathered together and formed a vague light tower above the spiritual wheel in his aura. Buzz. The moment that the vague light tower emerged, light seemed to have been summoned and lit up within the depths of Mu Chen's body. Boom. The spiritual energy within Mu Chen's body suddenly rose sharply and flooded out. An indescribable feeling rumbled through his limbs and bones. Swish. At this very moment, Mu Chen's speed suddenly increased. It even turned into numerous afterimages and enshrouded Teacher Mo. Afterwards, the latter was somewhat surprised to discover that all his attacks were dodged by Mu Chen. How could his speed suddenly increase this much? A hint of suspicion arose within Teacher Mo's heart. Mu Chen's speed became faster. How is that possible? Chen Fan and the others, who were watching this scene, also exclaimed out loud. They were unable to tell which afterimage was Mu Chen's true body. Teacher Mo stopped his attacks. He stared at the afterimages that surrounded his body as the winds surged out and enveloped him. He frowned for a moment. Mu Chen, who had been firmly locked on by him, had suddenly escaped his sights. It's my turn to attack. A cry suddenly resounded through the sky. Teacher Mo narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned around. He noticed that Mu Chen had 2 fingers that were straightened out and a dazzling golden light was flashing at the fingertips. This light actually emitted out from the bones and it made it seem that the fingers were made of gold. Swish! The golden fingers were like a divine golden spear as it tore through the sky. An extremely fierce power, along with an abnormally dense spiritual energy, stabbed at Teacher Mo's chest at lightning speed. There was no hesitation within that stab. It was sharp and vicious. So fast. Teacher Mo was also surprised. The dazzling golden light had almost obscured his vision. Before he could respond, the golden fingers had already been thrusted over. Boom! A dense and matchless spiritual energy instantly rushed out from Teacher Mo's body. At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground and a huge boulder nearby even instantly shattered. Mu Chen's finger also landed on Teacher Mo's body at this moment. However, before it could penetrate through, it was bounced back by the powerful spiritual energy. His body left a dozen or so meters trail on the ground before it finally stopped. Tang Qianair and the others were flabbergasted as they witnessed this scene. Then, Tang Qianair could not help but suddenly shout out, "Teacher Mo, you cheated." In the moment earlier, the spiritual energy that erupted out from Teacher Mo's body had far surpassed the limits of a spiritual rotation stage. Hearing Tang Qianair's shout, Teacher Mo could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. It was true that he had brought out his spirit stage's spiritual energy. However, it was not intentional. Rather, it was a reflex due to his body sensing danger. Mu Chen climbed up awkwardly from the ground and stared at his body covered with mud. However, he did not reveal any signs of being dispirited. Instead, the eyes that looked over at Teacher Mo were filled with excitement. This boy. Teacher Mo could not help but shake his head when he stared at Mu Chen's excited expression. He immediately chuckled and raised his thumb towards Mu Chen, amazing. I won. Mu Chen sat down on the ground and felt exhausted, yet he could not endure laughing out loud. Holy sh*t. No way, right? Chen Fan, Hui Yun and Mo Ling were all staring dumbfounded at Mu Chen, who was laughing maniacally. Is this crazy bastard still human? Chapter 81, Entry Competition. Chapter 81, Entry Competition. Within this vast region of the Northern Spiritual Realm, it was hard for the variety of large and small commonplace events to attract the interest of others. However, there was one event that was considered to be a rare and grand event within the Northern Spiritual Realm. That was the Northern Spiritual Academy's entry competition. During this competition, they would decide the home for the entry into the 5 Great Academies. Within the eyes of all the forces in the Northern Spiritual Realm, the 5 Great Academies were basically an incomprehensible and massive existence. They could not imagine what sort of background and terrifying power it possesses. The only thing that they did know was that they couldn't even be considered as ants in the eyes of the 5 Great Academies. This is why almost everybody would attempt to let their child enter this massive existence. They were clear that their achievements would far surpass any ordinary person if they managed to enter the 5 Great Academies. Although the Northern Spiritual Realm was considered a vast region, it was still a relatively remote place within the endless Great Thousand World. If they truly want to experience the brilliance of the Great Thousand World, they must first pass through the path of the 5 Great Academies. Thus, the Northern Spiritual City would become the most dazzling and bustling location whenever the Northern Spiritual Academy's entry competition was hosted. Even the 9 territories' territory lords would personally come over. This was because it was an extremely important matter to them. As long as their children are able to stand out and obtain an entry within the competition, their reputation would improve. Moreover, they would enjoy the envious gazes of other people. This comfortable feeling was not something that could be achieved through the daily expansion of their territory. Today, the Northern Spiritual City was undoubtedly in a state of being inflated. The massive city was crowded and many noisy sounds gathered. The sound soared through the clouds and could be heard within a radius of 100 miles. The venue for the entry competition was set in the Northern Spiritual City's northwest area's Northern Spiritual Square. It was considered to be the most spacious location within the Northern Spiritual City and could accommodate 100,000 people. However, the spacious venue has already long been occupied by the crowd. Looking at it, the sea of humans filled the venue to the limits. Even the tall buildings near the square were filled with figures. Inside the square, all the students in the Northern Spiritual Academy were gathered there and were all excited. Wasn't the reason why they came to train in the Northern Spiritual Academy the wish of being qualified for this sort of competition one day? Although they weren't good enough to be in the competition right now, they could still take the opportunity to observe it. Moreover, they would be able to assess how powerful the students that were participating in it were. In front of the Northern Spiritual Square, there were also a few rather prominent and special seats. Currently, the seats were all filled with people. Every single one of them had an extraordinarily imposing manner as well as dense spiritual energy. As they glanced around, their might was revealed. It was the 9 territory lords of the Northern Spiritual Realm. Huh, Brother Mu. You came really early. It's said that that little guy, Mu Chen, is also participating in it this time, right? I haven't seen that little guy in a while, but I've heard from Qianer that he is very amazing. In front of the seats, sounds of laughter rang out. A few individuals glanced over and noticed a middle-aged man smiling. Everybody immediately recognized him. It was the Tang Territory's territory lord, Tang Shan. Mu Feng smiled as he cupped his head towards Tang Shan and said, "How could that boy be powerful? He just likes showing off in front of girls." Mu Feng had a pretty good relationship with Tang Shan. Although the two territories weren't allies, they would often cooperate with each other. That girl, Qianer, has only broken through to the spiritual rotation stage a few days ago. I wonder if she will be able to pass this time. Tang Shan was a bit worried. Although Tang Qianer was quite gifted, the ones participating in this entry competition were all outstanding individuals among their peers. It was not easy to win. Oh ho ho, I've heard that there is a seeded entry this time. It's the first time that the Northern Spiritual Academy obtains it. It's impossible for Qianer to get it, but let's see if that little guy, Mu Chen, can obtain it. Tang Shan did not say much about this matter and his tone changed as he laughed. Mu Feng smiled, but just when he was about to speak, a mocking voice rang out from nearby, "The Lu territory have pre-ordered this seeded entry. We did not plan to let the others obtain it." Mu Feng turned around and glanced at the calm Lu Qingtian. He let out a faint laugh and said, "This isn't a queue for business. How could you talk about pre-ordering it? I've said it wrong. Your Mu territory shouldn't even dream of obtaining this seeded entry." Lu Qingtian took a fleeting glance at Mu Feng and said, "You shouldn't say too much. Otherwise, wouldn't it be disgraceful for you when you can't retract back those words?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "Then let's see who will be the one that would be disgraced." Lu Qingtian sneered. A cold chill emerged within his eyes. "Just act all you want now. I'll see if you can laugh when Mubai beats your son half to death." The other territory lords nearby did not participate when they noticed the confrontation between Mu Feng and Lu Qingtian. They knew that the Mu territory and the Lu territory were incompatible with each other. Although there were few of them who were accustomed to Lu territory being so overbearing, the Lu territory was still the strongest force within the Northern Spiritual Realm. Unless there is a need to do so, they did not want to offend them. Mu Feng retracted his gaze away from Lu Qingtian's body. It was useless to say anything right now. Although he knew that Lu Mubai was quite amazing, how could his son be an ordinary individual within his generation? Dong! After the bustling sounds lasted for half an hour within the Northern Spiritual Square, a deep bell sound suddenly rang out and echoed throughout the entire city. As the bell sounded, countless gazes fixated itself in the direction of the Northern Spiritual Square. At that location, 4 figures slowly appeared. The person in front was the Northern Spiritual Academy's principal Xiao. Behind him, Teacher Mo and Teacher Shi were closely following him. Moreover, there was a rather unfamiliar old man amongst them. He seemed to have a lazy appearance and did not pay the slightest attention as he glanced at the 9 territory lords. "Oh ho ho, I would like to thank everybody for coming today. We are considered to be acquaintances, so I will not say any superfluous words to annoy you." Principal Xiao cupped his fists in the direction of the 9 territory lords and smiled. Seeing this, Mu Feng and the others hurriedly cupped their hands to return a salute. Although Principal Xiao kept a low profile within the northern spiritual realm, no force would dare to underestimate him. Not to mention the peerless identity of the neutral Northern Spiritual Academy, there weren't more than 3 individuals who could surpass his strength amongst the 9 territory lords. Of course, I'll introduce the referee of the Northern Spiritual Academy's entry competition this time. He has the final say over all the rules. Principal Xiao cupped his hands towards the seemingly lazy old man nearby. He immediately smiled and said, "Everybody, this is Mr. Hao from the 5 great academies. He will be supervising the entry competition this time." From the 5 great academies. Mu Feng and the others were shocked when they heard this remark. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands towards this old man. Every single individual that came out from the 5 great academies was an all-powerful individual. They were not to be underestimated. The old man known as Mr. Hao only directed a nod towards Mu Feng. This attitude was not considered to be polite, yet the 9 territory lords could only chuckle dryly. His background of the 5 great academies was enough to overwhelm them. "Let's begin." Mr. Hao nodded at Principal Xiao and said. Hearing this, Principal Xiao also smiled and glanced at the entire venue. Under his dense spiritual energy, his voice resounded in everybody's ears. For the entry competition this time, there are a total of 12 individuals participating, 5 from the East Branch and 7 from the West Branch. There will be 5 ordinary entries and 1 seeded entry. The 12 individuals will split up into 6 matches and fight with each other. The winner will be able to obtain the qualifications of the ordinary entry. Of course, if anyone would like to obtain the seeded entry, they can challenge once again. The final winner will be able to obtain this seeded entry. Principal Zhao's gaze looked towards the students from the East and West branches and he said, "Is there any problems?" "No." "That's good. The students that are participating in the competition should come up onto the venue." Just as Principal Zhao's voice faded away, a commotion rang out from the East and West branch. Under numerous envious gazes, a group of figures surged out and landed on the venue. "Brother Mu, good luck. Go seize that seeded entry." From the East branch, Su Ling, Tan Qingshan and the others shouted out while being excited. Mu Qin directed a smile at them as he waved. "Seeded entry? I'm afraid you don't have the right to get it." At the opposite side, Lu Mubai tilted his head slightly and stared coldly at Mu Chen as he gently spoke. "Won't we know if I have the right to obtain it later on?" Mu Chen smiled and replied. "You think you have the right to fight against Brother Lu?" Beside Lu Mubai, a boy sneered and spoke. He was the one who had a conflict with Mu Chen during the Northern Spiritual Field, Chen Tong. However, the current him seemed to have broken through to the spiritual rotation stage after teacher. She's training. This made his confidence soar and he did not have the fear that he initially had when facing Mu Chen. Mu Chen only glanced at Chen Tong and ignored him. A person, who had just advanced to the spiritual rotation stage, wasn't someone worthy of his attention. And when Chen Tong noticed that Mu Chen had directly ignored him, he gritted his teeth in hatred. He thought that he must punish him if he meets him later on. For this entry competition, we will follow the old rules. We will decide the opponents through lots. Principal Xiao waved his hand and the person holding the bamboo lots ran up. Mu Chen and the others extended their hands and each of them picked a bamboo lot from him. When they noticed that they were drawing lots, the numerous gazes fixated over at that location. The fierce entry competition was about to begin. Chapter 82, Complete Victory. Chapter 82, Complete Victory. Mu Chen stared at the lot within his hands. A number, 1, was written on the lot. Then, he lifted up the bamboo lot. The others, seeing this, also raised the bamboo lot that they just drew. "How interesting, I was only thinking about it earlier." Chen Tong smiled hypocritically as he stared at Mu Chen. Then, he arrogantly lifted up the bamboo lot within his hand. It was the same number as Mu Chen. Apparently, he was Mu Chen's opponent. Mu Chen stared at Chen Tong, who was arrogantly smiling, and shook his head helplessly. That idiot, Chen Fan and the others grinned. They felt pitiful as they directed a smile towards Mu Chen. The two of them weren't even opponents for Mu Chen right now. Moreover, Chen Tong was probably even weaker than them by a bit. They really didn't know how foolish this person was. How could he still reveal this sort of smile at this moment? It's over. Besides them, Mo Ling's face turned pale and he smiled bitterly. He raised the bamboo lot within his hand and said, "My opponent is Lu Mubai." Ah. Chen Fan, Tang Qianair and the others all looked sympathetically at Mo Ling. Amongst the 12 participants of the entry competition, there was no doubt that Mu Chen and Lu Mubai were the hardest to defeat. Since Mo Ling had to fight against Lu Mubai immediately, he was indeed quite unlucky. It's fine. For this entry competition, the outcome is related to the entry. However, it doesn't mean that you're completely out of luck if you lose. Mu Chen patted Mo Ling's shoulders, yet his eyes glanced at the platform towards Mr. Hao, who was from the 5 great academies. He said, "Your current strength has already reached the requirements for the 5 great academies. Therefore, even if you lose, it's possible for you to get an extra chance if you are able to prove how different you are from the others." Really? Mo Ling hesitated for a moment before quickly asking. Mu Chen nodded his head and said, "Of course, but as for how you will impress him will depend on yourself." Mo Ling nodded his head gratefully. The entry was equally important to him. If he failed this time, he would no longer be allowed to enter the 5 great academies. It was his final chance. Dong! A bell sound rang once again within the northern spiritual square. Chen Fan, Tang Qianair and the others looked at the bamboo lots they drew and slowly backed off. Right now, this first match should be Mu Chen against Chen Tong. As they moved away, numerous gazes instantly gathered at the two figures within the stage. Oh ho ho, I never imagined that Mu Chen would be in the first match. Tang Shan looked at the two individuals on the stage and said as he smiled. Mu Feng also smiled and nodded his head. Naturally, he could tell that Mu Chen was at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase. Although his opponent was the same level as him, Mu Chen should still be able to defeat such an opponent. Moreover, if Mu Chen were to win this match, he would at least obtain the entry to the 5 great academies. So he's that Mu Chen. On the main platform, Mr. Hao, who seemed to be lazy, suddenly straightened up his body. He looked peculiarly at the handsome boy at the stage. Beside him, Principal Xiao smiled and nodded his head. He looks like a gentle and peaceful boy. I never thought that he would actually do all those things. You really can't judge a person through his appearance. Mr. Hao stared in interest at Mu Chen and muttered these words. I hope that this little guy will not disappoint me. Otherwise, I came here for no reason. At the side, Principal Xiao was quite curious when he heard these words. However, he did not ask about it. He could only try to figure out within his heart just what sort of shocking thing Mu Chen had done in the spiritual road that made the 5 great academies concerned about him. I've said that sometimes people would be unlucky. It really is unreasonable. On the much anticipated stage, Chen Tong smiled as he looked at Mu Chen. He was still thinking about punishing this guy earlier. Who would have imagined that the opportunity to do so would appear in the next instant? Mu Chen stared helplessly at the arrogant Chen Tong. He could not help but shake his head. This guy is quite foolish. Can you stop talking? Mu Chen sighed and said. Seeing Mu Chen's disregarding attitude, Chen Tong gnashed his teeth. This guy always had an appearance that angers others. Mu Chen. This time, I won't let you act this arrogant. Chen Tong shouted out. Dense spiritual energy surged out from within his body. The extent of this power made many Northern Spiritual Academy students secretly click their tongues. As expected, this person had advanced to the spiritual rotation stage. Swish! His toes touched the ground and his body moved swiftly. Spiritual energy erupted out from both palms and a faint burning fluctuation emitted out. Fiery Heartbreak Palm. Chen Tong emerged directly in front of Mu Chen. A fiery energy gathered at the center of his palm. It was like a mass of extremely hot flames. Then, it carried violent winds as it shot off in anger towards Mu Chen's chest. Mu Chen glanced at him casually and raised his hand. Smack! A crisp sound suddenly resounded out from the stage. The palm that Chen Tong had fired off suddenly froze in midair. He was stunned as he stared at the boy, who directly a helpless smile, in front of him. He immediately felt a burning sensation coming from his face. He was suddenly slapped mysteriously. This. Surprised voices also broke out from outside the stage. Many people did not even see what had exactly happened. They could only see a handprint emerging on Chen Tong's face and hear the crisp sound of a slap. What a fast speed! Only the ones with extraordinary eyesight muttered to themselves with a serious expression. They could vaguely see the lightning speed attack during that instant. I'll kill you. Although he did not understand what had happened, the pain from his face made Chen Tong's eyes turn red. He looked ferociously at Mu Chen and the spiritual energy within his body was released unreservedly. The palm winds were like fire sweeping through the place as it bombarded towards Mu Chen. However, Mu Chen only moved slowly against this fierce offensive. It was like a stroll and he allowed Chen Tong to attack him crazily, yet it did not even touch his clothes. The scene on the stage looked quite funny. One of them was crazily attacking while the other was walking around relaxed. It was like a boat following and rising with the waves within a storm. At this moment, even the ordinary individuals could see the difference between the two of them. It seems that the two individuals were not at the same level. What a mysterious movement ability, that Mu Chen isn't simple at all. A few powerful individuals nodded in surprise. He could actually act so relaxed during a spiritual rotation stage's berserk attacks. This wasn't something that anybody could do. Lu Mubai watched this scene coldly. He was quite surprised about Mu Chen's speed. However, he immediately grinned. It would only be interesting if it's like this, otherwise, wouldn't he feel bored about it? Do you only know how to dodge? Seeing that his attacks were to no avail after a long period of time, Chen Tong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was too hard to bear when every attack of his missed. Mu Chen finally stopped moving. His black eyes stared undisturbedly at Chen Tong. Pyroblast Spirit Fist. Seeing that Mu Chen had stopped moving, Chen Tong's eyes were filled with delight. He immediately took a step forward and his spiritual energy rushed out endlessly from within his body. Layers of flame accumulated on his fist as it fiercely blasted off towards Mu Chen. Since there was an opportunity, he must use all his strength in this attack to defeat this person. This thought flashed through Chen Tong's mind. Then, he noticed Mu Chen also clenching his fists in front of him. Then, his arm fired off directly like a spear. Boom! Wrapped by a dark black spiritual energy, Mu Chen's fist collided with Chen Tong's all-out attack without the slightest signs of dodging. A deep sound suddenly resounded through the sky. With the two individuals as the center, a violent blast of air spread out. Mu Chen's body remained motionless, but Chen Tong's face turned red. In the next instant, his body trembled and flew backwards under many astonished gazes. He brushed against the ground for a dozen meters before finally stopping. How is that possible? Chen Tong lifted his head. His face was filled with an incredulous expression. Both Mu Chen and he were at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase. Why is it that he couldn't even block one attack from Mu Chen? I won't believe it. Chen Tong's eyes turned red. With a low cry, he fiercely attacked again. Swish! Just when he was about to charge out, a ghost-like black figure appeared in front of him. Before he could even react, a cold hand was pressed onto his throat. Feeling the cold hand on his throat, Chen Tong was suddenly shocked and froze. He stared at the boy's face that was close to him. The originally gentle face had become cold and heartless. Those indifferent eyes made his heart jump and he could feel that he was being stared by a cheetah. I surrender. Chen Tong swallowed his saliva and said while quivering. He finally understood the difference between the two of them. Although he had advanced into the spiritual rotation stage, he wasn't Mu Chen's opponent at all. Mu Chen glanced at him. He did not seem to care about him and slowly released his hand. Brother Mu is amazing. As Mu Chen released his hand, a commotion instantly burst out from outside the stage. The East Branch students, especially Su Ling, Tan Qingshan and the others could not help but excitedly shout out. They weren't able to see the battle clearly, yet they could tell that the arrogant Chen Tong was completely overwhelmed by Mu Chen. Hearing their cheers, Mu Chen directed a smile towards them. Then, he suddenly felt something and turned his head around. His line of sight landed at the direction of Lu Mubai. At this moment, Lu Mubai had crossed his arms and was staring at Mu Chen like he was something interesting. That appearance was just like a wolf that had found a prey. Lu Mubai noticed Mu Chen looking over and smiled. Then, his lips moved slightly. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed. He could tell what Lu Mubai wanted to say to him. You will end up as pitiful as him. Mu Chen replied back with a smile as his eyes turned cold. I'll be waiting for it. Chapter 83, Battle for the Entries. Chapter 83, Battle for the Entries. The entry competition's first match ended with Mu Chen utterly crushing Chen Tong. This fight surprised many of the audience. Although the battle did not last long, the people that were capable of discerning it could tell how powerful the boy named Mu Chen is. They were both at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase, yet the strength they exhibited on the stage were at a completely different level. That Mu Chen is the son of the Mu territory lord, Mu Feng, right? He is indeed quite capable. It was said that he was the only one who obtained the qualifications to the spiritual road, within the northern spiritual realm. However, something happened and he was kicked out from it. Judging from his appearance, the boy is quite extraordinary. With such abilities, he shouldn't be too bad within the spiritual road, right? Who knows why he was kicked out? But with his abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the 5 great academies. Outside of the northern spiritual square, many whispers spread out. It was evident that other people are starting to notice the boy from the earlier battle, who had once caused a commotion within the northern spiritual realm. Mu Chen did not care much about the various gazes that were sent over and returned to the East Branch's seats. At the same time, Lu Mubai stood up from the West Branch's seats with a calm expression and walked towards the stage. From the East Branch, numerous gazes were directed at Mo Ling, who had become pale. Mu Chen gently patted his shoulder. Only then did Mo Ling grit his teeth and walked up. Lu Mubai glanced at Mu Chen calmly before turning his gaze towards Mo Ling, who was walking onto the stage. He lowered his head and fixed his sleeves as he said, "You should just concede." Mo Ling was suppressed by the pressure coming from Lu Mubai, but immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Please instruct me." Lu Mubai's eyes were calm and indifferent as he shook his head and said, "You really don't appreciate my kindness." Facing Lu Mubai's attitude, Mo Ling's face were changing alternately to blue and red. However, the other person was definitely strong. He simply had no other method. He was going to lose in this battle for sure. The only thing he could do was to not to lose too badly. Mo Ling took a deep breath and clenched his hands tightly. Spiritual energy flowed out from his body and he felt his body filled with energy. Afterwards, Mo Ling finally had a little bit of confidence and took a step forward. He initiated the attack and headed straight towards Lu Mubai. Mo Ling's strength was actually considered to be quite decent. Even amongst the Northern Spiritual Academy's heaven class, he was ranked rather up front. However, he knew that Lu Mubai, who was in front of him, had always dominated the title of the strongest Northern Spiritual Academy student all these years and nobody was able to shake that title. Against such an opponent, there wasn't the slightest chance of winning if he didn't go all out from the beginning. Lu Mubai looked calmly at Mo Ling charging over. His body tilted slightly forward and an explosion rang out from beneath his feet. His figure instantly turned into a red light as he rushed over. His speed was extremely fast, even Mo Ling was only able to see the red light flash as it emerged. Then, he was horrified to see Lu Mubai appearing in front of him. A slim palm gently smashed over and landed on Mo Ling's chest. He did not even have the time to defend against it as the volcanic spiritual energy erupted. Bang! A muffled sound emitted out. Mo Ling, who was in a position of charging forward earlier, instantly flew back. Fresh blood sprayed out as he awkwardly brushed on the ground. Wow! This scene directly caused numerous uproars from the onlookers. Mo Ling, who had reached the spiritual rotation stage initial phase, didn't even have a chance to attack in front of Lu Mubai. What a terrifying strength! Su Ling and the others gulped. The title of the strongest Northern Spiritual Academy student wasn't just for show. Mu Chen also stared at the stage. When Lu Mubai had attacked previously, his eyes focused slightly. Lu Mubai's speed was not inferior to his. He was indeed quite powerful. They aren't at the same level. Beside him, Chen Fan and the others sighed. It was just like earlier when Mu Chen had fought against Chen Tong. The current Mo Ling and Lu Mubai were at a completely different level. On the stage, Lu Mubai stared indifferently at the awkward Mo Ling. A hint of disdain emerged on his mouth and he turned away to leave. In a battle where he completely oppressed the other, it didn't feel great at all. Wait. A hoarse voice came out from behind. Lu Mubai frowned and turned around. He could see Mo Ling wiping the blood from his mouth and stood up while wobbling. He gritted his teeth and said, "I haven't lost yet." Lu Mubai's eyes slowly darkened. Under Lu Mubai's dark eyes, Mo Ling circulated his spiritual energy within his body and charged over to Lu Mubai. Boom! A muffled sound rang out once again. Lu Mubai moved like a lightning and emerged at the right side of Mo Ling. With a kick that was like a spear, he fiercely kicked Mo Ling's waist. Poochie! Mo Ling flew backwards again. Fresh blood sprayed out and it was obvious that he was quite helpless. However, just when everybody sighed in regret, they were surprised to see Mo Ling gritting his teeth as he stood up once again while trembling. Oh ho ho, good. You're quite stubborn. Seeing Mo Ling clinging at him obstinately, Lu Mubai laughed due to his rage. This time, he did not give Mo Ling an opportunity to initiate an attack. His feet stomped onto the ground as he charged out. Bang! Mo Ling's body was directly sent flying by Lu Mubai's palm. Bang! Before Mo Ling could even stand up, Lu Mubai's figure had rushed out again. His eyes were dark and he kicked Mo Ling in the waist and sent him flying a dozen meters as if he was garbage. Countless people watched as Lu Mubai continued to attack the helpless Mo Ling. But even so, that boy continued to grit his teeth and endured. Although his face had turned pale, he still refused to surrender. What a tenacious boy. A few people secretly sighed. Although Mo Ling's strength was incomparable against Lu Mubai, the courage to fight against him when he knew he was in a completely different level was still quite surprising. At the East Branch's side, all the students watched Mo Ling, who refused to admit defeat, as he was kicked around. They were all silent. A few students even tilted their heads away and could not bear to watch anymore. It was too cruel. Motherf asterisk Ker. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. It would be fine if Lu Mubai had knocked out Mo Ling and threw him off the stage. However, this way of insulting others was going overboard. Tang Qianair also gently gritted her teeth. She moved her gaze away from the stage and whispered, "Should we just let him surrender? If he surrenders now, Mo Ling wouldn't have the slightest chance of obtaining an entry." Mu Chen said gently. His eyes swept past the main platform. At that location, Mr. Hao was frowning as he watched the stage. It was impossible to tell whether he was delighted or furious based on his expression. But, Tang Qianair still wanted to say more. This is the method he chose. Perhaps his strength could not compare with Lu Mubai, but his courage would help him obtain dignity and pride. There is something called guts. If a man doesn't have this deep down inside, he would be a weakling no matter how powerful his spiritual energy is. He would be looked down by others. Mu Chen said in a calm voice. There was nothing Tang Qianair could say. Although she did not understand why men would have to struggle even if they had to die, those men were indeed quite attractive to the girls. This one-sided battle lasted for nearly 10 minutes. At that moment, Mo Ling was completely covered with blood. His consciousness was also quite blurry. However, he used his willpower and endured it. Lu Mubai's face had already turned completely dark. This sort of battle brought no benefits to him. He knew that when he heard sounds of whispers appearing from time to time. Lu Mubai stared at Mo Ling and a hint of killing intent emerged within his eyes. Since you can't be sensible, I'll destroy you. But just when Lu Mubai was about to deliver the killing blow, Mr. Hao gently waved his hand on the main platform. Principal Xiao immediately shouted out, "The battle is over, Lu Mubai wins." Hearing this, Lu Mubai glared fiercely at Mo Ling, who was almost unconscious. He could only leave while waving his sleeves in anger. As he left the stage, he glanced coldly at Mu Chen. Apparently, he thought that this was Mu Chen's idea to deliberately trouble him. Seeing that the match was over, a few students from the East Branch carried the unconscious Mo Ling down from the stage. "It's my turn next." Chen Fan gritted his teeth and angrily stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a rather well-known student from the West Branch. They were both at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase. However, this student lacked combat experience compared to Chen Fan, who had joined an adventurer's team. It couldn't be seen at the start of the battle. However, as the battle gradually intensified, it was slowly revealed. In the end, Chen Fan finally discovered a flaw and seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent in one attack. Following Chen Fan was Hui Yun. He, too, obtained victory just as anticipated from the start. And the final match was Tang Qianer's fight. The match made many eyes lit up. This was because her opponent was the West Branch's Hong Ling. The two Northern Spiritual Academy's flowers would actually clash with each other. It was evident that two beautiful girls fighting were more likely to attract attention. This attention surpassed even the matches of Mu Chen and Lu Mubai. It could be seen that a beauty's attractiveness would always be the strongest. This battle was not brutal nor bloody. However, everybody still watched intently. The girls' gentle methods were like butterflies flying around. Even the attacks that would take one's life would still become graceful in their hands. Tang Qianer and Hong Ling's strength were equally matched. Although they had their own means of attacking, they failed to determine the winner. In the end, Mr. Hao opened his mouth and the match between the two of them actually ended up in a draw. As it was a draw, everybody was shocked. There were only this many entries. How would they allocate it if it was a draw? But since this was said by Mr. Hao, they could only keep this question deep down in their hearts. With the end of this battle, the Northern Spiritual Square's atmosphere quietly rose. Even the powerful powerhouses casted their gaze over with great interest. This is because, next up, it was the fight for the seeded entry. After all these battles, they could tell that there were only two students among the group, who could compete for the seeded entry, Mu Chen and Lu Mubai. And coincidentally, these two individuals were the Mu Territory's Little Lord and Lu Territory's Little Master. The relationship between these two territories was quite terrible. In another perspective, this seeded entry competition would be a battle between the two territories. However, they just didn't know who exactly would have the final laugh. Chapter 84, Fierce Struggle Between a Tiger and a Dragon. Chapter 84, Fierce Struggle Between a Tiger and a Dragon. In the massive Northern Spiritual Square, the atmosphere was becoming heated up. Numerous gazes looked eagerly at the stage, waiting for the true fierce struggle between a tiger and a dragon. Under the audience's eyes, Lu Mubai's body moved and was first to land on the stage. His cold eyes stared at Mu Chen, who was at the East Branch. The corner of his mouth twitched as he could not wait it to start. He wanted to see just how wonderful the expressions of the people, who believed in Mu Chen, would be when Mu Chen was defeated. Mu Chen also looked at Lu Mubai's cold smile and calmly headed up to the stage. He stood at a place near Lu Mubai. "Brother Mu, good luck." Su Ling and the others' faces turned red as they shouted. Although they knew how powerful Lu Mubai was, they still had quite the confidence in Mu Chen. This day has finally come. Lu Mubai gently twisted his neck and stared at Mu Chen. A smile actually emerged on his face. However, underneath that smile was a hint of coldness. It seems that he has endured for a long time for the scene today. "You're not afraid of it becoming twisted?" Mu Chen said with a soft laugh. "I'll waste you." Lu Mubai shrugged and said with a smile. If I get the chance, I'll do the same to you. Mu Chen nodded his head and replied seriously. Lu Mubai smiled as he looked at Mu Chen. The latter also seriously stared at him. The atmosphere may seem quite gentle, yet the cold chill flowing through the depths of their eyes made others freeze. It seems that Mu Chen is the only one who could compete with Lu Mubai for the seated entry. Tang Territory's territory lord looked at the two individuals facing off. He could help but speak. These two individuals were already considered to be the most outstanding individuals among the younger generation within the northern spiritual realm. But based on what I know, Lu Mubai is probably at the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. Moreover, with those powerful spiritual arts from Lu territory he read through, his combat ability is quite extraordinary. Mu Chen is only at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase, so he's at a disadvantage. Tang Shan looked towards Mu Feng. After all, they had a pretty good relationship with each other. At this moment, he was naturally biased towards Mu Chen. Hearing these words, Mu Feng said with a faint smile, "The boy from the Lu family is quite capable." However, Mu Chen isn't a weakling that could be defeated by just anybody. Although Mu Feng recognized Lu Mubai's ability, he also had confidence that his son wouldn't be any weaker than him. Since that's the case, I hope to see a decent match. Tang Shan said with a chuckle. On the other side of the seats, Lu Qingtian seemed to have heard Mu Feng's words. He instantly made a mocking smile and waited for the show to begin. What a foolish dream. At the main platform, Mr. Hao from the 5 Great Academies stared at the two individuals in the stage. He finally straightened up his body and did not act this lazily anymore. His pair of muddy eyes finally showed a tiny bit of interest, so that main event is finally about to begin. Principal Xiao also nodded his head. Then, he stood up while his eyes remained fixated at the stage. His eyes paused for a moment as he stared at Mu Chen and Lu Mubai's body before he gently waved his hand. The competition for the seated entry officially begins. Boom! The instant Principal Zhao's voice emerged, two powerful spiritual energies seemed to have erupted out from the stage at the same time. It brought forth bursts of wind spiraling. Two pair of cold eyes would flash as it seemed to bypass the dense spiritual energy surrounding the bodies and intertwine with each other. Swish! The two figures also rushed out at this moment. A black figure and red figure ripped through the obstruction of the air and directly charged forward. They did not show any signs of dodging and collided with each other at the center of the stage in a couple of seconds. Dong! A violent spiritual energy shock wave erupted out during the instant they collided. The solid ground shattered and tiny cracks emerged. The intensity of their spiritual energy was absolutely not something an ordinary spiritual rotation stage initial phase could compare with. Interesting. Lu Mubai licked his lips gently. The eyes that he used to stare at Mu Chen were as if he had met a prey that caught his interest. In the next instant, his eyes turned cold and fiery red spiritual energy wrapped around his legs like flames. With the sound of an explosion coming out from beneath his feet, he charged out like a fiery red figure. This speed was just like a lightning bolt and caused countless cries to appear from the surroundings. That's the Lu territory's blaze step. It's a spiritual tier low-rank movement spiritual art. I never expected that Lu Mubai would actually be able to learn it. Tang Shan stared at the flames from underneath Lu Mubai's feet and exclaimed slightly. Under many gazes, the fiery red figure seemed to have instantly appeared behind Mu Chen. Afterwards, a palm was fired off. At the center of the palm, fiery red spiritual energy surged out and it was extremely violent. Swoosh! However, Mu Chen's body trembled slightly when Lu Mubai was about to successfully land his attack on Mu Chen's back. Following this, Lu Mubai's attack passed directly through his body. An afterimage? Lu Mubai's eyes immediately focused when he noticed that his attack missed. He did not hesitate and took advantage of his miss in order to kick behind him like a spear. An enormous gale blew out. Boom! A deep voice sounded out from behind. Without anybody noticing, Mu Chen had appeared behind Lu Mubai and his fist wrapped with black spiritual energy collided with Lu Mubai's kick. Pretty good movements you have there. Lu Mubai sneered. He leapt up to the sky as fiery red spiritual energy flashed at the soles of his feet. Turning around, he fired off numerous fists towards Mu Chen. Each of these fists contained violent spiritual energy and brought forth numerous winds as it enshrouded Mu Chen. Against Lu Mubai's fierce offensive, Mu Chen's body moved and dodged like a ghost. Afterimages would vaguely appear and it was impossible for others to capture his dodging trajectories. What a mysterious movement ability. Seeing Mu Chen's movement abilities, Tang Shan's eyes lit up. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally tell that Mu Chen was displaying a rather mysterious movement spiritual art. Mu Feng was also surprised when he saw Mu Chen's movements. He was quite unfamiliar with this movement ability and it was definitely not taught by him. It seems that it must have come from the Northern Spiritual Academy. Bang bang bang. Lu Mubai's offensive was extremely fierce. He was in hot pursuit, yet Mu Chen relied on the mysterious movement in order to avoid endlessly. He completely evaded all the attacks brought out by Lu Mubai. The two of them on the stage had pushed their strength to the very limits. It was still fine for the powerful individuals. However, students like Su Ling and the others could only see blurry red and black shadows flashing around the stage. Their faces were completely filled with shock. After chasing Mu Chen for so long with no avail, Lu Mubai's eyes turned completely dark. He pondered for a moment and spiritual energy surged out from his body. His speed instantly increased and he caught up with Mu Chen's ghost-like figure. Swish! But during the moment he had just caught up, Mu Chen's body suddenly stopped. Two fingers remained straight up and had instantly turned into a gold color. It flashed dazzlingly and emitted an extremely sharp fluctuation. Mu Chen's fingers tore through the air and ruthlessly headed towards Lu Mubai's throat. Mu Chen's sudden change from defense to offense surprised Lu Mubai. However, he did not panic and straightened two of his fingers. A fiery red spiritual wrapped around it like flames and it seemed extraordinarily brutal. The gold fingers and fiery red fingers were thrusted out. In the next instant, they collided heavily together. Clang! The collision of the fingers was like metal colliding with each other. A crisp sound actually broke out and sparks flew out both fingers. It was visible that their fingers had changed forms. Mu Chen's eyes were cold as he formed finger seals with both hands. His fingers sparkled like gold and he activated the Spirit King finger. Two golden spears accompanied with finger seals charged fiercely at Lu Mubai. Swish! And while facing Mu Chen's fierce offensive, Lu Mubai sneered and fiery red spiritual energy emitted out. Four of his fingers remained straightened as he stabbed at Mu Chen. The golden light and fiery light seemed to have enshrouded their bodies. Everybody could see that each of the finger seals formed had a lethal power. Countless individuals held their breaths as they watched the two figures colliding against each other with their fingers. This sort of collision wasn't something that even a spiritual rotation stage middle phase could do. Clang! Another collision between their fingers appeared. Mu Chen and Lu Mubai both had to take a step backwards. From their fingertips, blood actually dripped down. It was evident that the collision had caused them a bit of injuries. Mu Chen's cold eyes remained fixated at Lu Mubai's body. The latter was indeed quite powerful. He couldn't achieve any results even with such an offensive. Apparently, it wasn't enough to obtain victory like this. Mu Chen took a deep breath and his body suddenly retreated backwards. His hands also retreated back into his sleeves. And most surprisingly, he even actually closed his eyes slowly. Mu Chen's strange action instantly aroused a commotion from the audience. It was evident that they did not understand what he was doing. This, Tang Shan looked suspiciously at Mu Feng. Wouldn't it give an opportunity to his opponent if he closed his eyes right now? Mu Feng also frowned. He was unclear what Mu Chen was planning to do. Trying to act all mysterious, go to hell. Lu Mubai's eyes narrowed. He immediately sneered and rushed out towards Mu Chen. But against his offensive, Mu Chen did not show any signs of dodging. Although he closed his eyes, he still pushed the shadow spirit step to the extreme. A few confusing afterimages were brought out and he evaded Lu Mubai's attacks. Lu Mubai did not hold back because of the strange state that Mu Chen was in. His attacks became fiercer and gradually blocked Mu Chen off. But just when he was prepared to shut down Mu Chen's escape path, he did not notice that dozens of spiritual seals had emerged from Mu Chen's hands that were hidden by his sleeves. It silently integrated into the air. At the stage, Mu Chen, who had always been evading, suddenly stopped. He stared at Lu Mubai as he rushed over and had a faint smile on his handsome face. He gently placed his hands together and formed a strange seal. At the main platform, Mr. Hao stared at the seal formed by Mu Chen's hands and his eyes focused completely. This is, a spiritual arrays seal. Chapter 85, Hidden Cards Revealed. Chapter 85, Hidden Cards Revealed. Under everybody's astonished gazes, Mu Chen's hand suddenly formed a strange seal. Afterwards, his eyes suddenly focused. A dazzling red light suddenly erupted from the sky behind hand and formed a fiery red spiritual array that was the size of a dozen or so zhang tall. A spiritual array? Numerous individuals stood up at the northern spiritual square. They watched the spiritual array behind Mu Chen's back with incredulous eyes. The people with keen vision could even tell that the powerful fluctuations within the spiritual array had definitely reached the level of a rank 1 spiritual array. God, Mu Chen actually arranged a spiritual array. He's actually a rank 1 spiritual array master. How is that possible? Even for a rank 1 spiritual array master, they would require some time to quietly arrange an array. However, he's in a battle right now. Moreover, he even closed his eyes earlier. But this is definitely a rank 1 spiritual array. How is this possible? Shocked cries rang out from the northern spiritual square. Everybody's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. It was apparent that they did not know how Mu Chen was able to do this. Not only were they shocked, even the territory lords in the seats at front were completely surprised. Lu Qingtian even straightened up his body and had an extremely ugly expression. He never thought that the boy from the Mu territory, aside from having a decent strength, would actually have such a surprising hidden card up his sleeves. So Mu Chen is actually a spiritual array master. No wonder you were so confident. Tang Shan gradually recovered from the shock and praised him loudly. Then, he was somewhat puzzled and asked, however, how could he arrange an array this quickly even if he is a rank 1 spiritual array master? Mu Feng had a surprised expression as well. However, he quickly understood the reason behind it. He could not help but smile. Others might not be able to understand why Mu Chen could form a spiritual array this quickly, but he could guess vaguely why that happened. Is it the heart array state? It seems that Mu Chen is grasping and understanding the heart array state more and more, Mu Feng muttered to himself. That Mu Chen really hid his strength well. At the main platform, Principal Xiao also had a surprised expression. He could not help but smile. I never imagined that he was a rank 1 spiritual array master. Beside him, Teacher Amo also nodded his head. He had trained Mu Chen this long, yet he had not discovered it at all. This guy really knew how to conceal his hidden cards. Moreover, he isn't an ordinary spiritual array master. Mr. Hao's eyes flashed as he stared at the handsome boy on the stage. He could not conceal the shock within his voice. He seems to be able to enter the heart array state. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for him to close his eyes and arrange a spiritual array this quickly. Heart array state. Principal Xiao and the others trembled. Naturally, they have heard about this state before. They heard that even rank 3 spiritual array masters might not be able to enter that mysterious state. Yet Mu Chen was actually able to enter that state with his strength of a rank 1 spiritual array master. Ordinarily speaking, a peculiar fluctuation would emerge while arranging a spiritual array. However, they never expected that Mu Chen would arrange a spiritual array. Therefore, their attention was completely focused on the exchange between the two of them. But who would have thought? Interesting. Mr. Hao smiled slightly. His eyes remained tightly fixed at the stage. A spiritual array? On the stage, Lu Mubai's figure had completely stopped. He had an extremely pale expression as he stared at the circulating fiery red spiritual array behind Mu Chen. The violent spiritual energy emitted out from that location had caused the air to constantly tremble. Mu Chen looked at the pale Lu Mubai and gently smiled as he exhaled slowly. He actually carried a mentality of hoping to be lucky as he arranged a spiritual array in combat. After all, this was extremely difficult to do. Although he had constantly attempted to understand the mysterious heart array state during this 1 month, he would still have to pay a big price if he made a mistake. But fortunately, he won this bet. The experience from the spiritual road had allowed him to gather his thoughts and focus completely. During the critical moments, he would not be distracted and remain calm like the water as he entered the mysterious heart array state. By borrowing its power, he had successfully arranged a spiritual array. Try out this feast that I've prepared for you. Mu Chen directed a smile towards Lu Mubai and his eyes immediately turned sharp. His hand seals changed as he shouted out, devouring Tiger Blaze spiritual array. Roar! Following Mu Chen's shout, a deep tiger's roar actually emitted out from the fiery red spiritual array behind him as it shone. This devouring Tiger Blaze spiritual art was a diagram array that Mu Chen had obtained from Wen Ling the night before he returned to the Northern Spiritual Academy a month ago. The power of this spiritual array was quite extraordinary. It required a total of 17 spiritual seals in order to arrange it. A month ago, Mu Chen did not have the ability to condense 17 spiritual seals. However, after a month of harsh training, he had finally succeeded. The power of this spiritual array was ranked in the top 3 amongst all the spiritual arrays that Wen Ling knew. Once it was released, even a spiritual rotation stage late phase would have to avoid its brilliance and power. Lu Mubai stared at the spiritual array filled with a violent spiritual energy. His hands slowly clenched together and coldness surged through his eyes. Roar! The fiery red spiritual array had become increasingly violent. In the next instant, a fiery red light swept out like lava and directly formed into a mighty flame tiger. Swish! The instant that this flame tiger had appeared, it shouted to the sky. With a burning flame and violent spiritual energy, it crossed through the skies and lunged towards Lu Mubai under many gazes. This attack was something that a spiritual rotation stage late phase individual would be afraid of. The flame tiger roared and heated winds blew. It seemed that the air was completely oppressed and fled away as it enshrouded Lu Mubai. Lu Mubai lifted his head and stared at the rapidly approaching flame figure. His face suddenly became extremely cold. You think you can win with such a technique? He muttered to himself. However, he did not move too much. The fiery red spiritual energy gushed out like fire as the flame tiger charged towards him. Ah! Within the Northern Spiritual Square, everybody watched as Lu Mubai clashed together with the flame tiger. They exclaimed out loud. Did this guy abandon himself to despair? In the seats at front, Lu Qingtian smiled sarcastically when he saw this. Mu Chen also watched tightly at the location where the flames were raging. However, he frowned. In the next instant, he seemed to have felt something and quickly retreated backwards. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy fluctuation erupted out from within the center of the flames. The powerful spiritual energy actually forcibly scattered the raging flames away. What a powerful spiritual energy! This sudden turn of events stunned everybody. They hurriedly looked over and saw a figure wrapped with dense spiritual energy slowly walking out from within the flames. Lu Mubai's spiritual energy is actually even more powerful than an ordinary spiritual rotation stage late phase. A few individuals sensed the dense spiritual energy surging out from the figure's body and could not help but shout out loudly. So this Lu Mubai also had a hidden card up his sleeves. Su Ling, Tang Qianer and the others turned slightly pale as they watched this scene. Spiritual rotation stage late phase. This Lu Mubai was truly a person, who concealed himself completely. Mu Chen. You're not the only one that holds a hidden card. Dense spiritual energy enshrouded Lu Mubai. He felt the powerful spiritual energy within his body as his viper-like eyes locked itself onto Mu Chen and he laughed. Mu Chen also stared at Lu Mubai. This guy really made a breakthrough during this 1 month and reached the spiritual rotation stage late phase. However, did you believe that a spiritual rotation stage late phase was the limits of my power? Lu Mubai smiled gently and had a cold smile. The eyes he used to look at Mu Chen became extremely mocking. I'll show you what is called an insurmountable gap. Although I haven't used it for a long time, did you all forget that I possess a spiritual pulse as well? Lu Mubai slowly spread out his hands. Afterwards, everybody was able to see lights slowly emerging on his body. These lights were like a soaring dragon as it flashed. With the emergence of these lights, Lu Mubai's spiritual rotation stage late phase's spiritual energy fluctuation actually began to expand once again. Finally, under many astonished gazes, he had reached the pinnacle of a spiritual rotation stage late phase. At this moment, he had reached the limits of a spiritual rotation stage. Just who, among the spiritual rotation stage, could compete with him? The entire venue was completely silent. The only thing happening was Lu Mubai's dense spiritual energy spreading out in waves. The pressure from this spiritual energy even made the people near the stage feel a sense of pressure. Not only did Lu Mubai advance to the spiritual rotation stage, he even possesses a human-level spiritual pulse. It will be troubling now. Tang Shan sighed. There are probably only a few people who could compete with Lu Mubai within the spiritual rotation stage. Mu Feng's face sank. The boy from the Lu family wasn't that simple. He never expected that the rank 1 spiritual array that Mu Chen had arranged would be completely useless in front of him. I won't give you a chance to struggle. On the stage, Lu Mubai stared coldly at Mu Chen. His hands slowly clenched together and forceful waves of spiritual energy quickly gathered at the center of his palm. In the end, a dazzling sun seemed to emerge at the center of Lu Mubai's palm. Sensing the powerful spiritual energy at the center of Lu Mubai's palm, many people's hearts jumped. Is he planning to defeat Mu Chen ruthlessly? Solar Inferno Palm. Lu Mubai's body rushed into the air and his spiritual energy poured out endlessly. His entire body seemed to have turned into a fiery light while a fiery sun was tightly clutched at the center of his palm. It carried an extraordinary fluctuation as he charged furiously at Mu Chen, who was below him. The ground on the stage collapsed slightly due to the violent impact. Everybody watched flabbergasted at Lu Mubai's amazing offensive. Within the spiritual rotation stage, is there really someone who could block it? The outcome will be decided like this. Phew. Under numerous gazes, Mu Chen also took a deep breath. Then, he actually slowly closed his eyes once again. His heart was calm like the water and his great pagoda art began to furiously circulate. Within his aura sea, the spiritual energy will begin to emit numerous lights. These lights gathered above it and a vague black light tower with 9 levels slowly emerged. When this black light tower appeared, mysterious black lights began to slowly lit up within the depths of his body. At the same time, a vague black light tower appeared on the surface of Mu Chen's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and watched with razor-sharp eyes at the sun descending down from the sky. You have a spiritual pulse. I also have one. Furthermore, mine is much more powerful than yours. Chapter 86, Victory or Defeat. Chapter 86, Victory or Defeat. A fiery spiritual energy swept down violently from the sky. A dazzling sun emitted a powerful spiritual energy as it bombarded down like a meteorite towards the boy at the center of the stage. At this moment, dark black spiritual energy surged out from Mu Chen's body. Black lights emerged on the surface of his body and formed a blurry black light tower. Black lights spilled out from the light tower as it guarded Mu Chen's body. A rather mysterious fluctuation emitted out from it. When a black light tower suddenly emerged on the surface of Mu Chen's body, it also attracted a lot of attention. At that moment, many individuals had surprised expressions. As Mu Chen had brought surprise to them earlier when he arranged a spiritual energy, they did not dare to underestimate this. Boy! Mu Feng was startled slightly when he saw the black light tower. Then, he immediately recalled something and his eyes instantly narrowed. He clenched the chair's support with his hands while his heart was completely in a chaos. Although the black light tower was quite blurry, he had a deep impression of it. This was because Mu Chen's mother had used a similar measure before. However, the black light tower formed by her was many times stronger compared to the one formed by Mu Chen. Did Mu Chen's great pagoda art improve again? Mu Feng's eyes twinkled. Surprise surged out from the depths of his eyes. That brat was truly unpredictable. The great pagoda art that had once troubled him was flowing smoothly within Mu Chen's hand. This is... On the main platform, Teacher Mo was shocked as he stared at the black light tower on the surface of Mu Chen's body. The black light tower exuded a mysterious fluctuation. Although it appeared to be insignificant, nobody dared to underestimate it. Teacher Mo looked at the boy's figure and could not help but click his tongue. This boy really hid many cards up his sleeves. Swish. Just when ideas were appearing within everybody's hearts, the atmosphere within the stage had completely heated up. In the air, Lu Mubai witnessed the commotion caused by Mu Chen. However, the sneer on his face became increasingly rich. Right now, he had advanced to the spiritual rotation stage. Moreover, with the power of the spiritual pulse, there were few that could compete with him among the spiritual rotation stage. No matter what the current Mu Chen would do, it was nothing but a last-ditch effort. There would only be one outcome for him. That is to be stepped by him on the stage. You're not qualified to snatch the seated entry away from me. A cold light flashed through Lu Mubai's eyes. The fiery sun within the center of his palm swelled once again. It was evident that he was planning to use all his strength in this one attack to end this fight. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy pressure enveloped down from the sky. Mu Chen slowly raised his head and stared at the burning sun that was quickly descending down with his black eyes. He immediately bent his knees slightly as his eyes twinkled coldly. Boom! Mu Chen's body charged out as a dark black spiritual energy erupted out from within his body. A mysterious light pattern seemed to emerge above the black light tower. Outside of the stage, the countless individuals exclaimed loudly when they noticed Mu Chen actually taking the initiative to attack. They did not dare to blink as they watched the scene. The black and red lights flashed as they charged out like light beams. In the next instant, it collided fiercely against each other under the numerous gazes. Boom! A shocking sound rang out from midair. The black and red lights bloomed in the sky like fireworks. Crunch! The fiery red spiritual energy that formed a sun had fiercely smashed against the black light tower and a crunching sound rang out. At the same time, Mu Chen's eyes peeked through the black light tower and stared tightly at the hideous-looking Lu Mubai. Break! Lu Mubai issued out a deep roar from his throat. His veins on his arms trembled as he pushed the spiritual energy within his body to the limits. He instilled spiritual energy crazily into the center of his palm. The collision between the two of them did not go as he expected. He thought that the light tower would crumple instantly. However, the black light tower that enveloped Mu Chen's body had a powerful defensive power even when it seemed quite fragile. It actually withstood his fierce attack. This was not the result he wanted. You're only a spiritual rotation stage initial phase, what gives you the right to fight against me? Lu Mubai clenched his teeth tightly and retracted his arm. Then, he fiercely smashed forward. The burning sun continuously bombarded the thin black light tower. Deep sound spread out through the entire northern spiritual square. Buzz! The black light tower began to ripple under the crazy bombardment by Lu Mubai. Even Mu Chen, who was protected inside, was subjected to the vibrations and blood flowed out from his mouth. Mu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his eyes became cold. He furiously circulated the spiritual energy within his body. The spiritual energy well within his aura sea became increasingly brighter as he released all his spiritual energy unreservedly. At the same time, the mini-sized black light tower above the spiritual energy will also let out subtle buzzing sounds. This sound seemed to reveal traces of human pride. It was the feeling of being provoked by something mediocre. Swoosh! The mysterious black lights within the depths of Mu Chen's body became increasingly dazzling. It has an arrogance that belongs to itself. A trashy spiritual pulse actually dares to challenge its command. Above Mu Chen's body, the black lights from the thin black light tower suddenly erupted out. A long humming sound rang out and the black lights that expanded out instantly covered the violent red sun. As this occurred, a roar emitted out from Mu Chen's mouth. He moved his feet and his body suddenly spun at a high speed. The black light tower that enshrouded his body had turned into a light spiral at this moment. Swish! As the black light tower rotated, the top part of the tower smashed fiercely into the burning sun. Then, Lu Mubai was horrified to see cracks appearing on the burning sun that combined all his spiritual energy. Moreover, he was astonished when he felt a strange fluctuation passing over from the light tower. Under this fluctuation, the spiritual pulse within his body was actually suppressed. How is that possible? The spiritual pulse that was shining within his body had suddenly dimmed a little bit. Lu Mubai's face instantly changed. Break! However, when he was still astonished, a cold cry rang out from within the black light tower. The fiery sun instantly began to collapse and completely shattered apart. Moreover, the black light tower also crumbled and became like an illusion while the fiery sun shattered. Swish! A black figure charged out swiftly from the illusory light tower and fist filled with black lights fired out. On the fist, 2 black light seals emerged. When the fiery sun shattered, Lu Mubai turned pale. The spiritual energy within his body had quickly vanished. He hurriedly crossed his arms in order to protect his body against the black fist that fiercely smashed over. Boom! The fists wrapped with the 2 black light seals landed on Lu Mubai's arm. A domineering and matchless energy exploded out like a flood. Puchi! Lu Mubai felt a stinging pain emerging from within his arms. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and his body flew back awkwardly. However, the instant he was sent flying away, his leg also fiercely kicked Mu Chen's body. Dong! The 2 figures descended down from the air and landed severely on the ground. It created 2 holes on the stage as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Wah! A commotion rang out once again from outside the stage. They never expected both of them to fight to the point where they were both hurt. Mu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood up unsteadily. He stared coldly at Lu Mubai, who was not far away. Although he felt immense pain, he ignored it completely and charged forward. He stuck up 2 fingers and a golden light flashed dimly at his fingertips. Since the 2 of them have fought to this extent, they had almost completely depleted the spiritual energy within their bodies. Right now, it was a competition of whose willpower was stronger. Mu Chen charged directly at Lu Mubai. His face was expressionless, yet it gave off a sharp killing intent. From this killing intent, nobody doubted that he was really going to kill Lu Mubai. Seeing Mu Chen charged recklessly over to him, Lu Mubai's face became even paler. He stood up awkwardly and retreated 2 steps. The spiritual energy within his body was already completely depleted and there was no way of him attacking anymore. From this scene, the outcome was already quite obvious. However, since Lu Mubai refused to admit defeat, the competition was not considered over. Mu Chen's body charged towards Lu Mubai. But just when his fingers were about to stab into the latter's throat, Lu Qingtian's face finally turned dark and he shouted out, "Asshole, you dare!" As he cried out loudly, he actually charged out and an immense spiritual energy fluctuation filled the entire venue. "Lu Qingtian, you dare touch my son!" Mu Feng also shouted out furiously and his palm smashed against the armrest. His body also rushed over and appeared directly above Mu Chen. Then, he smacked Lu Qingtian in anger. Bang! As the 2 spirit stage late-phase powerhouses fought fiercely in midair, the spiritual energy shock wave made Mu Chen and Lu Mubai fly backwards. Both of them immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Qingtian, Mu Feng, what are you 2 doing? Seeing both of them fight, Principal Xiao also shouted out in anger. His body moved and appeared between the 2 of them while stopping both of them. As they noticed Principal intervening in this, Lu Qingtian and Mu Feng stopped as well. They glared fiercely at each other. That Mu Chen is too ruthless. It was evident that he was going to take Lu Mubai's life. Acting this ruthless in a duel, we must cancel his qualifications. Lu Qingtian gnashed his teeth and said. Stop with your bullsh**. You lost the battle, yet you don't want to lose the war. Just how shameless is your Lu territory? Mu Feng said mockingly. Both of you, if you both disturb the competition again, then don't blame the Northern Spiritual Academy for not giving face to you too. Principal Xiao shouted in anger. Lu Qingtian gritted his teeth and lowered his voice and asked, then, who is the final victor of this match? Seeing that both of them are completely exhausted, why don't we consider this as a draw? Hush. When these words were said, hushing sounds instantly rang out from outside the stage. If it wasn't for Lu Qingtian earlier, Mu Chen would have probably obtained the victory. Principal Xiao also frowned and said, that will be determined by Mr. Hao. After he said this, he turned towards Mr. Hao, who was on the main platform, and cupped his hands as he asked, Mr. Hao, in your opinion, what's the outcome of this match? Hearing this, Mr. Hao said with a faint smile, Mu Chen wins. Why? Lu Qingtian shouted out furiously. Can't you see? Mr. Hao pointed at the stage and said, Mu Chen is still on the stage while Lu Mubai was sent out. Therefore, he lost. When Lu Qingtian heard this, he hurriedly looked down and his face turned dark. The shock wave caused by Mu Feng and him when they fought had actually sent Lu Mubai out of the stage. Although Mu Chen was lying down far away, he was still at the edge of the stage and did not drop out. Sounds of suppressed laughter rang out from outside the stage. Lu Qingtian really shot himself in the foot. Originally, he could still argue about the situation. However, in the end, he sent his son directly off the stage. This way, there was no hope on arguing about it. Mr. Hao slowly stood up and looked at the audience. His faint voice resounded through the sky. Right now, I declare that the Northern Spiritual Academy's seated entry belongs to the East Branch's Mu Chen. At the Northern Spiritual Academy's East Branch, Su Ling, Tang Qianair and the others were stunned. Then, thunderous cheers resounded out instantly. At the same time, countless individuals stood up outside of the stage and a loud applause rang out. The earlier battle was magnificent. The strongest student within the Northern Spiritual Academy was well deserved. Amongst the thunderous cheers, Mu Chen struggled to sit up. He had a pale expression and lifted his head to look at Mu Feng. Then, he noticed the latter giving a thumbs up to him and immediately smiled. What belongs to me will ultimately belong to me. Nobody can take it away. Chapter 87, Selecting the Spiritual Academies. Chapter 87, Selecting the Spiritual Academies. The much-anticipated entry competition closed the curtains with Mu Chen obtaining the most valuable seated entry. However, everybody within the Northern Spiritual Square was still immersed in the fierce battle earlier. Many people were amazed by that fight. With his spiritual rotation stage late phase strength and the power of his spiritual pulse, Lu Mubai was almost regarded as having no opponents beneath the spirit stage. However, who would have expected that he would ultimately be defeated by Mu Chen, who was only a spiritual rotation stage? Initial phase. This result made everybody secretly sighed. No wonder Mu Chen was able to become the only one qualified for the spiritual road within the Northern Spiritual Realm. Although Lu Qingtian was extremely dissatisfied with the final judgment made by Mr. Hao, he was not stupid. The latter's background was extremely powerful and he would not care about his identity of the Lu territory's territory lord. Since that he lost the seated entry, he could only think of another approach. After resting for a while, Mu Chen and Lu Mubai gradually recovered a bit of strength. However, Lu Mubai had an extremely cold and ugly expression. Under numerous gazes, Mr. Hao looked across the stage and waved his hand. Then, the 12 people that participated for the entry competition hurried onto the stage as they were stared enviously. The final results have come out for the entry competition today. Mr. Hao's eyes fixed themselves at Mu Chen and the others as he faintly said, originally, there should be only 6 entries including the seated entry. However, there is a slight change right now. Afterwards, Mr. Hao turned his gaze towards Mo Ling, who was sweating nervously, and said, you have lost the competition originally. Based on the rules, you should be disqualified. Mo Ling's eyes turned dark and revealed a bitter expression. However, your perseverance and courage is commendable. Your talent is also acceptance. Thus, I will make an exception and give you an entry this time. Mr. Hao said. Mo Ling was stunned. His face immediately turned red with excitement and hurriedly bowed down as he said, "Thank you, Mr." Mr. Hao nodded. Then, he turned around to look at Tang Qian'er and Hong Ling. "The two of you drew. Normally speaking, this should not have happened. However, I can look aside and hand both of you an entry." Tang Qian'er and Hong Ling were instantly filled with joy when they heard this. "However, there is a condition," Mr. Hao said. "What's the condition?" Tang Qian'er and Hong Ling quickly asked. "You can only choose to enter the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy 1. Mr. Hao said with a faint smile. The Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy? Tang Qian'er and Hong Ling were stunned. The 5 Great Academies. Accurately speaking, it is the title for 5 spiritual academies. These 5 spiritual academies are known respectively as Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy, Azure Sky Spiritual Academy, Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy, Martial Spiritual Academy and the Saint Spiritual Academy. Amongst them, the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy was rather unique as they only recruit female students. Naturally, you should not underestimate the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy due to this. To be able to become one of the 5 great academies with just females, the strength of the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy was absolutely terrifying to the point where it was utterly indescribable. Moreover, the name of the 5 great academies actually had some sort of origin. It was said that each of the 5 great academies had an ancient divine beast living there that had once shocked the world. In fact, the name of the 5 great academies are actually derived from the name of the 5 ancient divine beasts. So what's your decision? Mr. Hao looked at Tang Qian'er and Hong Ling. To be honest, there were indeed much less female students compared to male students during the recruitment process. As the recruiter for the 5 great academies, he would fail his job if he didn't find enough people for the Million Phoenix Academy. Although the people within the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy were all females, it was precisely because of this that it was extremely tough and troublesome. Hong Ling did not hesitate at all and directly nodded her head. To be able to enter the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy was just as she had wished. Although the other 4 spiritual academies were not terrible compared to the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy, the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy was still the one that suited her the most. Tang Qian'er hesitated for a moment. She peeked and glanced at Mu Chen. If that's the case, wouldn't she be in a different spiritual academy than Mu Chen? However, if she did not accept, would she have another choice? As if he was aware of Tang Qian'er's gaze, Mu Chen nodded at her. The Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy was actually quite suitable for Tang Qian'er. It would be irrational if she failed to enter it. Seeing Mu Chen nod his head, Tang Qian'er bit her red lips and bitterness filled her eyes. Then, she tilted her head and said to Mr. Hao, "I'll select the Million Phoenix Spiritual Academy as well." When that happened, Mr. Hao smiled. Afterwards, he turned to look at Lu Mubai and the others and asked, "Your decisions are?" "I'll choose the Azure Sky Spiritual Academy." Chen Fan and Huiyun exchanged glances and actually selected the same spiritual academy. "I'll choose the Saint Spiritual Academy." Lu Mubai pondered for a moment and said without any hesitation. He had considered about it a long time ago. Although the strength of the 5 great academies was absolutely terrifying, he still discovered that the Saint Spiritual Academy was considered the leader amongst the 5 great academies if you really had to rank them. It was said that the Saint Spiritual Academy was always the strongest in the competitions shared between the 5 great academies during the past few years. Mr. Hao glanced at Lu Mubai and nodded without saying anything. Then, he turned his attention towards Mu Chen and said, "What about you?" Everybody nearby immediately set their sights towards Mu Chen. As the one who obtained the seated entry, no matter which spiritual academy he entered, he should be able to obtain far more resources and status compared to an ordinary student. Lu Mubai stared hatefully at Mu Chen and his eyes revealed that he was extremely unwilling. That was what he was supposed to enjoy. Mu Chen pouted his lips for a moment. A transparent, glass-like pair of beautiful eyes and silver long hair flashed through his mind. As he thought about this, he slowly clenched his hands. Mr. Hao, may I ask you for some information? Mu Chen took a deep breath and respectfully asked Mr. Hao. Mr. Hao smiled and nodded his head. He felt quite satisfied with Mu Chen. I want to ask about two people. Mu Chen said in a soft voice, Mr. Hao, you should have heard of the name, Ji Xian, right? When Mu Chen said this name out, Mr. Hao's eyes narrowed. His face also became serious and he stared deeply at Mu Chen as he spoke, Ji Xian. In the Spiritual Road's trial, he was a person that was assessed as a king class. He was one of the most dazzling individuals within the Spiritual Road and obtained a core entry for the 5 great academies. Everybody's expression changed when they heard these words. Although they were unfamiliar with that name, they could feel an intense pressure. A core entry. It was something that could only be obtained by a person who was like a monster. King class, huh? Mu Chen's eyes drooped slightly. This was the highest class of assessment within the Spiritual Road. However, it was within his expectations that Ji Xian would obtain this assessment with his abilities. Which spiritual academy did he enter? Mu Chen's voice remained calm. Nobody could tell what sort of emotions were within his voice. Mr. Hao stared at Mu Chen. Shortly after, he said, Ji Xian entered the Saint Spiritual Academy and was even specially named out by the higher-ups of the Saint Spiritual Academy. The Saint Spiritual Academy? Mu Chen glanced at Lu Mubai. Then, he nodded his head slightly before he hesitated for a moment. His originally sharp and cold gaze suddenly turned gentle. The second person I would like to ask is called Luo Li. Mu Chen scratched his head and asked. Luo Li. Mr. Hao frowned and said faintly, Luo Li. She was also assessed as a king class within the Spiritual Road's trial. She also obtained a core entry for the 5 great academies. Everybody at the scene secretly clucked their tongues. What sort of insane individuals are within the Spiritual Road? She's also a king class. Mu Chen smiled. If it's her, she definitely had the ability. It seems that she became a lot more powerful after he had left the Spiritual Road. Then which spiritual academy did she enter? Mu Chen looked at Mr. Hao nervously. He had made a promise with her. If it deviated from it, she would probably put on a terrible face when they met again with her personality. Though she would always have an indifferent expression. Luo Li entered the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. Mr. Hao stared at Mu Chen with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Then he said, originally, the Martial Spiritual Academy's Lord Principal had personally spoken with her and wanted to let her enter the Martial Spiritual Academy. But in the end, she rejected and instead chose the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. At the side, Chen Fan and the others were completely flabbergasted. Isn't that simply too arrogant? Hearing this, Mu Chen was also stunned. He had an exceptionally complex expression on his face. The Spiritual Road. As the cold night enveloped the lands, a warm bonfire rose up within the depths of a forest. Beside the bonfire, a boy was fiddling with the fire and caused the warm flames to float towards the right. At that location, a girl with black clothes was sitting there quietly. Her delicate face was buried within her knees and she only revealed a pair of glass-like eyes. She stared at the handsome face of the black-haired boy in front of her as she was warmed by the flames. Her eyes curved gently like a crescent moon. However, the curvature was minimal and was impossible to detect. You. She suddenly extended her slender white hands over and pulled out a wood unconsciously. She casually asked, after the spiritual road is over, which spiritual academy would you enter? Me. The boy thought for a moment. He smiled and said, I'll probably go to the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. I was born in the Northern Spiritual Realm, so I have a good feeling with the word North. The girl glanced at him. Her voice was flat, like the sounds of the valley, and she said, the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy? I don't want to go there. It seems that we'll have to separate after the spiritual road is over. The boy was stunned. He helplessly asked, then which spiritual academy are you planning to go to? Tell me, when the time comes, I'll go to that one as well. The girl tilted her head and asked, why should I tell you? Didn't you say that you'll help block all the arrows behind my back? You can't say something when you didn't mean it. You didn't have this attitude when you first formed the team with me. The boy said furiously. No. If I'm with you, it will bother my training. You should just go to your Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. I won't choose that place. The girl gently let out an humph sound. She did not wait for the boy to become angry and directly extinguished the fire with a wave of her hand. Then, she jumped onto a tree and said, I'm going to sleep. It's your turn to guard during the night today. Luoli, you didn't keep your promise. Don't act that you're amazing because you're pretty. Tell me clearly. Beneath the tree, an angry voice rang out endlessly from the boy. Above the tree, the girl gently leaned on the tree branch and gently lifted the corner of her mouth under the faint moonlight. At that instant, her charm even made the moonlight dimmer. Idiot. She gently smiled within her heart. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Mu Chen exhaled heavily. Then, he looked towards Mr. Hao in front of him and said with a slight smile, Mr. Hao, I'll select the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. Chapter 88, Conclusion. Chapter 88, Conclusion. Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. Mr. Hao smiled at Mu Chen and his eyes showed a meaning as if he understood. He soon nodded his head and said, that's fine. It's up to you. It seems that Mu Chen decided to go to the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy because he shared a relationship with Luoli. However, this was not within the scope of his consideration. With Luoli's strength and talent, she would definitely be dazzling even if she entered the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. As for Mu Chen, he was quite excellent as well. However, he lacked the final part of the spiritual road and temporarily had a bit of a gap compared to the monsters that had successfully completed the spiritual road's trial. However, Mr. Hao knew that this gap would soon be covered by the boy in front of him. He knew that if it wasn't for that sudden turn of events, Mu Chen's final assessment within the spiritual road would perhaps reach the king class as well. This was enough to prove his talent. How about the two of you? Mr. Hao looked at Mo Ling and a West Branch student, who haven't decided on their spiritual academy yet. I'll go to the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy as well. Mo Ling scratched his head and said in an embarrassed way. In his eyes, the 5 great academies were a mysterious and massive existence. Due to the trust he had in Mu Chen, he felt that it may be better if he was beside Mu Chen. I'll go to the Martial Spiritual Academy. The West Branch student also quickly replied. Mr. Hao nodded. This way, the entries from the Northern Spiritual Academy were completely clear now. There would be 2 individuals going to the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy, 2 for the Azure Sky Spiritual Academy, 2 for the Myriad Phoenix Academy, 1 for the Martial Spiritual Academy and 1 for the Saint Spiritual Academy. You still have 2 months of preparation time. After 2 months, you will come to the Northern Spiritual Academy once again and I'll send you to the place prior to the 5 great academies. Over there, you will meet the new students from all over the world. Moreover, there will be a trial waiting for you at that location. If you perform poorly during the trial, there is a danger of being deprived of your entry. Thus, you should train well during these 2 months. Mr. Hao said faintly. Chen Fan and the others suddenly cried out loud when they heard this. The 5 great academies weren't really that easy to enter. Isn't it too harsh with all these tests? When he heard this, Mu Chen's heart shook. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to meet Luoli at that place? Okay. The entry competition today is over now. For the remaining time, you can manage it by yourself. It is fine even if you take a temporary leave from the Northern Spiritual Academy. However, you must remember to come back after 2 months. Mr. Hao waved his hand and leisurely left. With Mr. Hao's departure, Chen Fan and the others were relieved. Lu Mubai glanced coldly at Mu Chen before heading out directly. Even Chen Fan and the others could feel the rage within Lu Mubai clearly. TCH, he can't even admit that he lost. Chen Fan pouted his lips and said towards the back of Lu Mubai. Mu Chen. It seems that we'll be separated in the future. Haha. However, I will train hard within the Azure Sky Spiritual Academy. Moreover, I remember that the competitions within the 5 great academies are quite fierce. You must be careful, otherwise, I might have surpassed you by the time we meet again. Chen Fan laughed. Mu Chen also smiled. The 5 great academies weren't a tiny place like the Northern Spiritual Academy. It is a place that gathers all sort of talented individuals from all over the world. If they wanted to shine at that location, it wasn't an easy thing to do. Because they managed to obtain an entry, Chen Fan and the others were extremely excited. After they spoke a few words with Mu Chen, they headed off towards their friend. Afterwards, only 2 beautiful girls remained beside Mu Chen as they stared at him. Congratulations. Hong Ling stared complicatedly at Mu Chen. It was evident that Mu Chen was the one in the limelight today. Nobody could have imagined that someone as strong as Lu Mubai would actually be defeated by him. The ordinary boy in her memories back then had become someone bright and dazzling. I'll also have to congratulate Senior Hong Ling. Mu Chen gave a smile to Hong Ling. Then, he saw the resentful face of Tang Qianair beside him. He could not help but chuckle, Sister Qianair. This is a happy event, why do you have such an expression? Are you really that glad that you'll separate from me? Tang Qianair pouted and said. Mu Chen could only helplessly smile. It seems that it was wise to shut up. Are you close with that Luo Li? Tang Qianair said in a bitter tone. Naturally, she saw the different expression Mu Chen had when he said that name. She's a friend that I met within the spiritual road. She's beautiful like Sister Qianair. Mu Chen smiled and said. Tang Qianair's face turned red and she said, enough with your sweet talk, I'll go and work hard within the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Academy. In case we meet again, I'll represent the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Academy to defeat a person like you from the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. When that happens, I must ask Sister Qianair to hold back for old time's sake. Mu Chen nodded and seriously said as he smiled. Poochie. When Tang Qianair saw Mu Chen acting this way, she could not help but chuckle. The girl's bell-like laughter sound made Mu Chen's tired boy to slowly relax. After the gloomy Lu Mubai reunited with Lu Qingtian, they did not remain long at this location and instead stormed away with a dark expression. However, they glanced coldly at Mu Feng and Mu Chen as they left. Dad, what should we do now? Upon exiting the Northern Spiritual Square, Lu Mubai finally could not resist and asked. He could not accept this. After all, he had prepared himself so well for the seated entry, yet he failed in the end. With a cold expression, Lu Qingtian said, since that Mu Chen obtained the seated entry, he will definitely be valued highly after he enters the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. Moreover, with his talent, his achievements would not be low in the future. Therefore, it is considered a great potential threat for us. Then, Lu Mubai had to admit it. Mu Chen was indeed quite dangerous. What are you afraid of? Even though he has a seated entry, what use is it if he could not enter the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy? Savageness passed through Lu Qingtian's expression, as long as we decimate the Mu territory, Mu Feng and Mu Chen would definitely die. Although Mu Chen had already obtained the entry, a battle between the Lu territory and the Mu territory is a dispute between forces within the Northern Spiritual Realm. Even the 5 great academies cannot say anything regarding this matter. Moreover, if we accidentally kill a rascal during this battle, who could say anything about it? Lu Mubai's eyes jumped. His eyes were filled with ominous color. Then, when should we attack? There's no need to be that impatient. Isn't there still 2 months? Lu Qingtian's eyes narrowed as he sneered, your grandpa is about to finish his training. As long as he is able to advance into the 3 heavens stage, the Mu territory will become a weakling that we could easily crush. Right now, we have to find something for the Mu territory to do. This way, we could avoid letting them know this information. If they were to arrange it so that Mu Chen could escape when it happens, it would be a great disaster for us. Lu Mubai nodded heavily. For things like this, you either should not do it or otherwise, once you've done it, you must eradicate the problem completely. You must not leave the slightest chance of an impending future disaster. Lu Qingtian said coldly and turned around to look back at the massive northern spiritual square. Then, he waved his sleeves and walked away. Mu Feng. You and your son should just wait for your death. After the entry competition ended, Mu Chen remained at the Northern Spiritual Academy for a day before he returned back to the Mu territory with Mu Feng. When they returned, the entire Mu city was decorated with lights. The atmosphere was filled with joy. As the little lord of the Mu territory, Mu Chen had obtained the seated entry for the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy. This was considered an extremely great news for the Mu territory. Haha, little Mu is amazing. This time, the Mu territory really obtained a great deal of fame. It's the first seated entry within the Northern Spiritual Realm. Zhou Yi led the crowd and headed forward. The stern expression that he always had was currently filled with delight. After hearing Zhou Ye's praise, Mu Chen also scratched his head. Enough. I've heard enough of these words during the past 2 days. Mu Feng smiled and waved his hand. His face suddenly turned slightly serious as he said, during this period of time, increase the alertness a bit. Since the Lu territory lost the seated entry this time, with his personality, Lu Qingtian would probably not let it go so easily. When Zhou Yi heard this, he also nodded and quickly sent down a command. After returning to the Mu estate, Mu Chen participated in the celebratory feast for a moment before heading back to his room. He sat cross-legged on his bed and stretched his waist. It had been quite tiring for him during the past few weeks. I should be able to see her after 2 months, right? I wonder if she changed since I haven't met her for so long. Mu Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, his handsome face seemed extremely gentle. With Luo Li's talent and her rating within the spiritual road, she would be valued highly no matter which spiritual academy she entered. However, nobody knew the reason why she chose the Northern Heaven Spiritual Academy aside from him. She completed the spiritual road's trial. Right now, she's probably far stronger than me. Mu Chen sat up fiercely. This was not allowed. If he had fallen behind her too much, it would be too disgraceful. Moreover, she was so beautiful. There must be a variety of excellent individuals who coveted her. Regarding about this matter, he had seen enough of it during the spiritual road. In the spiritual road, he was able to protect her. However, the situation was different right now. Thus, he could not feel satisfied just on this tiny bit of achievement. Mu Chen took a deep breath and began to focus as he suppressed the stress within his body. He entered a cultivation state and began absorbing the spiritual aura within the world as he circulated the great pagoda art. Mu Chen's consciousness entered his body. After a while, he seemed to have suddenly recalled something and allowed his consciousness to enter his aura sea in order to look at a certain location within it. At that location, a mysterious page of black paper was quietly floating. Above the black paper, a mysterious dark purple mandala flower extended out and formed a beautiful cage. In the center of the cage, there was a Nine Netherworld Bird, who had restrained the flames on its black wings. Mu Chen's consciousness stared at the Nine Netherworld Bird. He hesitated for a moment before sending extremely gentle thoughts into the cage. Boom! Just when Mu Chen's gentle thoughts entered, the Nine Netherworld Bird suddenly opened her eyes fiercely. Fierceness instantly filled its eyes and it viciously stared at Mu Chen. Boom! It crashed onto the light barrier formed by the cage and caused a chain reaction of ripples. Her vicious eyes seemed that it wanted to swallow Mu Chen up completely. Mu Chen was shocked by the vicious aura coming from the Nine Netherworld Bird. However, he could not trap it here forever. It was an unstable bomb. Moreover, it was a bomb that was hidden within his body. If it exploded one day, Mu Chen would probably be blown to the extent where not even his bones would remain. Therefore, he must find a solution to this problem. Regarding the solution, Mu Chen had thought with much deliberation and felt that he should use the method of negotiations. However, only God would know whether or not it would be effective. But no matter what, he must attempt it. Chapter 89, Failed Negotiations. Chapter 89, Failed Negotiations. Mu Chen's consciousness stared at the Nine Netherworld Bird, which was trapped within a cage. The latter also stared at him fiercely with a vicious gaze. From the vicious aura, Mu Chen had no doubt that the Nine Netherworld Bird would rip him into pieces if it had the chance. It was too difficult to tame a spiritual beast at its level. Cough. As he was stared at fiercely by the Nine Netherworld Bird, Mu Chen let out a dry cough. He attempted to convey friendly thoughts about that, hello. However, the Nine Netherworld Bird was completely indifferent when facing his method of conveying friendliness. The vicious aura within its eyes did not show the slightest signs of weakening. I know that you can understand my words, Mu Chen said helplessly. For you to be in such a situation is actually your own fault. I did not provoke you, yet you dove into my body and attempted to erase my consciousness. The Nine Netherworld Bird looked at Mu Chen coldly and slowly retracted its body. Its elegant wings, which were filled with black fire, instantly laid down lazily on top of the mandala flower. If we continue to be in a stalemate, it would not be beneficial to either of us. Why don't we discuss it a bit and find a method that would benefit the both of us? Mu Chen led the discussion and said. However, against his induction, the Nine Netherworld Bird's eyes seemed to show a hint of ridicule and it simply ignored him. Oi, can't you give me a bit of face? At the very least, this is my place. Do you believe that I'll use this thing to deal with you? Seeing the Nine Netherworld Bird ignore him, Mu Chen could not help but feel a bit angry. When the Nine Netherworld Bird heard this, the ridicule within its eyes increased and a special thought was conveyed out as Mu Chen became angry. Despicable human, if you could control it, would you have to talk with me? So you really knew how to communicate with humans. When he was aware of these thoughts, Mu Chen's heart jumped. No matter what, the Nine Netherworld Bird had finally communicated with him. However, during the communication, it had always looked down upon him and mocked him. You treacherous humans really know how to sweet talk. You just took a fancy to my soul essence and wanted to attempt to ingest me. What a low-quality method. The Nine Netherworld Bird sent out cold thoughts over. Humph, you seem to have said it that way so that you're quite honorable and just. Don't you want to erase my consciousness? Moreover, it was entirely your fault. If you did not have bad thoughts, why would you be trapped inside my body? Mu Chen sneered. You think you can trap me forever? My Nine Netherworld Bird's clan possesses the blood of the undying bird. With your strength, it is impossible for you to kill me. My strength will gradually recover, and when that happens, the first thing I'll do is to kill you. Viciousness was filled within the thoughts conveyed by the Nine Netherworld Bird. Then, why don't you try it? We'll see who will last until the end. Mu Chen grunted. He knew that it was impossible to negotiate with the Nine Netherworld Bird. This damn beast was too arrogant. It was simply impossible to discuss how they would mutually benefit. Mu Chen's consciousness gradually faded away and he opened his tightly closed eyes. Then, he pouted. This damn Nine Netherworld Bird. I must think of a way to get rid of this trouble, otherwise, it will become a calamity in the future. Mu Chen secretly thought to himself. He did not understand much about the Nine Netherworld Bird. If what it said was true, perhaps Mu Chen would be the one in trouble. Therefore, he must find a method to deal with this trouble. However, Mu Chen knew that it wasn't easy to think of a solution. The only thing right now that could restrain the Nine Netherworld Bird was the mysterious black paper within his body. However, Mu Chen did not obtain the slightest harvest when he re-examined it later. Therefore, there was no choice aside from giving up. Perhaps his strength was not enough, so he was not able to understand the mysteries of this mysterious black paper. Thus, he could only slowly deal with the matter regarding the Nine Netherworld Bird. In the next few days, Mu Chen did not give up hope and would occasionally head over to communicate with the Nine Netherworld Bird when he was resting. However, the latter completely ignored his words and laid down on top of the mandala flower. Its eyes were cold and were filled with ridicule. It was as if it was watching Mu Chen speaking a monologue. After attempting several times, Mu Chen finally gave up on this naive action of his. It seems that it was not feasible to reason with the Nine Netherworld Bird. He could only hurry and increase his strength. Once he advanced to the spirit stage, he would have the ability to ingest a spiritual beast's soul essence. At that time, he would be able to cause a threat to this Nine Netherworld Bird. When that happens, that damned feathery beast would look him directly in the eye. After he temporarily gave up on the matter regarding the Nine Netherworld Bird, Mu Chen spent 2 days with Mr. Wenling. Based on Mu Feng's information, it seems that Mr. Wenling was about to advance to a rank 2 spiritual array master soon. If he succeeds, it would definitely be excellent news to the Mu territory. After all, there weren't more than 5 individuals that had reached the rank 2 spiritual array master within the entire northern spiritual realm. The past Mu territory never had a spiritual array master at this level. Therefore, once Mr. Wenling succeeds, it would be of great help to the reputation of the Mu territory. As for Mr. Wenling, who would always have a solemn and dull expression, he had become considerably gentle towards Mu Chen. Apparently, he had heard that Mu Chen had used a spiritual array to deal with Lu Mubai during the entry competition. This act had made Wenling feel quite honored. Within the quiet courtyard, sounds of footsteps suddenly emerged. Mr. Wenling, who was training with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and let out a faint smile. Everybody within the Mu estate knew that he did not like being disturbed. Therefore, nobody would come over to his place at this time aside from Mu Chen. Hee, Mr. Wen. I've come over to see when you'll make a breakthrough. As expected, Mu Chen's figure appeared in the doorway of the courtyard. The boy directed a smile towards him and greeted him. Wenling stared at the boy amused. He helplessly shook his head and said, "Boy, you don't have to play any tricks. Just say it directly if you want the diagram arrays. You've bothered me for a couple of days now. Even if you don't feel annoyed about it, I will." Noticing that Wenling had seen through his thoughts, Mu Chen could only scratch his head awkwardly. Diagram arrays were considered to be the thing which was valued the most by a spiritual array master. He had felt guilty about asking to look through Wenling's collection of diagram arrays. Wenling stared at the awkward Mu Chen and let out a laugh. Then, he beckoned Mu Chen over and said, "From tomorrow onwards, I'll seclude myself and attempt to break through to a rank 2 spiritual array master. When I advance to a rank 2 spiritual array master, the previous diagram arrays are not suitable for me anymore. It's fine if I teach it to you." When Mu Chen heard this, his face was suddenly filled with delight. "How many spiritual seals can you condense right now?" Wenling stared at Mu Chen and asked. 18 seals. Mu Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Because of his cultivation, the spiritual energy within his body had gradually become stronger. Therefore, the amount of spiritual energy required to condense seals had increased. Although Wenling was mentally prepared for it, he could not help but smack his lips when he heard Mu Chen saying this. The latter's talent in spiritual arrays was considerably shocking. With 18 spiritual seals, it is considerable to be quite excellent amongst the rank 1 spiritual array masters. The Devouring Tiger Blaze spiritual array that I taught you previously was one of top 3 most powerful spiritual arrays that I know. Wenling smiled. He clenched his hand and a scroll containing a flashing diagram array emerged. This diagram array is called Nine Heavenly Lightning Spiritual Array. It is considered to be my strongest spiritual array. When Mu Chen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This was Mr. Wenling's strongest spiritual array. This spiritual array requires a total of 20 spiritual seals. Among the rank 1 spiritual arrays, it is considered to be at the pinnacle. Of course, the arrangement of this spiritual array is considered to be quite complicated and is comparable to a few rank 2 spiritual arrays. I originally thought that you would not be able to touch upon it yet, but since you are able to enter the heart array state, it will greatly reduce the difficulty level. As he mentioned the heart array state, Wenling's face was filled with envy. To a spiritual array master, that state was something that they desire dearly. Once this Nine Heavenly Lightning spiritual array is successfully arranged, nobody within the spiritual rotation stage could block it. Even spirit stage initial phase powerhouses would not underestimate it. Mu Chen could hear his heart pounding. So this Nine Heavenly Lightning spiritual array was actually this powerful. I'll hand this diagram array over to you. However, you must remember not to act recklessly if you do not feel certain that you can arrange it, so that you will be able to avoid being hit by the backlash of the spiritual array. Wen Ling handed the diagram array over to Mu Chen and warned him seriously. Yes. Mu Chen hurriedly responded. He carefully took the diagram array and spread it open slowly. A flash of lightning entered his eyes. To any ordinary person, a complicated mess emerged. However, to a spiritual array master, a diagram array filled with mysterious trajectories had emerged within their eyes. Mu Chen stood at that spot and stared at the diagram array within his hand. His expression was mesmerizing as if he was immersed within the diagram array. When Wen Ling noticed this, he smiled faintly and quietly left the courtyard. When Mu Chen woke up from his mesmerizing state, the color of the sky had slowly become dark and he hurriedly returned back to his room. During the next couple of days, he spent all his concentration on the 9 heavenly lightning spiritual array. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to arrange this spiritual array right now even with the help of the heart array state. Therefore, he did not act recklessly and instead studied it over and over again. This allowed him to firmly memorize these complex spiritual energy light beam trajectories. For a full 5 days, Mu Chen was immersed in his study about the spiritual array. Until one day, he suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside the courtyard, only now did he walk out while frowning. Then, he noticed a few guards rushing over to the foreyard. Based on the atmosphere, it seemed that something was wrong. What happened? Mu Chen stopped a guard and asked in a deep voice. Little Lord. When the guard saw Mu Chen, he hurriedly bowed down. Then, he hesitated for a moment before saying, a big problem occurred. One of our Mu territory's cities suffered an attack and the city lord, Chen Xiong, was killed. When Mu Chen heard this, the color of his face suddenly changed. Chapter 90, Mang Yin Mountain. Chapter 90, Mang Yin Mountain. Uncle Xiong was killed. When he heard the guard's words, Mu Chen's breathing stopped for a moment and his hands clenched tightly together. The Mu territory's 5 city lords, Duan Wei, Chen Xiong and the others, were all loyal individuals, who had helped Mu Feng conquer the lands. In the end, they had finally managed to create the Mu territory within the northern spiritual realm. When Mu Chen was small, he had received a lot of care from them and shared feelings with them. Thus, the sudden news of Chen Xiong's death made his face completely pale and filled him with anger. Who? Mu Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger and killing intent within his heart. His face darkened as he charged towards the meeting room. No matter who did it, Mu Chen would never forgive him. When Mu Chen arrived at the meeting room, he noticed that a lot of people were surrounding it. All of their faces were filled with rage. Chen Xiong was quite bold and generous. Moreover, he had great popularity within the Mu territory. Coupled with the fact that he was a veteran general for the Mu territory, he was respected by everyone. Since he was suddenly killed, everybody had become furious. The little lord has arrived. Everybody hurried to bow when they saw Mu Chen rushing over. Then, they got out of the way and watched Mu Chen with admiring eyes. When Mu Chen defeated Lu Mubai during the entry competition and demonstrated a frightening degree of strength, they noticed that his combat abilities had surpassed even the other city lords like Duan Wei. Mu Chen nodded his head and entered the meeting room. At that moment, rage filled the entire meeting room. Mu Feng sat at the head of the table and had ferocious eyes as if he wanted to devour people. Below him, Zhou Ye's face was also extremely terrifying. Duan Wei, what on earth happened? Mu Feng glanced at Mu Chen, who had entered and didn't say anything. His dark eyes turned towards Duan Wei and asked. Duan Wei gritted his teeth and said, according to the information we have obtained, it was done by Mang Yin Mountain. Mang Yin Mountain? Mu Chen frowned. In the northern spiritual realm, there were many other forces aside from the 9 territories. And this Mang Yin Mountain was considered as one of the strongest among the other forces. Their strength was not too far apart from the 9 territories and were known as the strongest underworld forces within the northern spiritual realm. We never interfere with the Mang Yin Mountain and would mind our own businesses. Why would they suddenly attack us? Killing intent flashed through Zhou Ye's eyes while he asked this. The Mang Yin Mountain has secretly been in contact with the Lu territory. this matter must be related to the Lu territory. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice. The Lu territory? It's those trashes again. Did they really think that our Mu territory is afraid of them? Zhou Yi smacked the back of his hand and shouted out in anger. Mu Chen's eyes were also completely cold. If it was the Lu territory, it might be related to the fact that he seized the seated entry. With Lu Qingtian's personality, he would definitely do something. What should we do right now? Mangyin Mountain has already attacked our Mu territory and killed one of our city lords. If we do not act, I'm afraid that it would cause great damage to our reputation. Zhou Yi said in a deep voice. Mu Feng slowly placed his palm on top of his teacup on the table. Then, he suddenly pressed his palm down and turned the teacup into powder. His tone was as cold as a blade and he said, how can we ignore it? My Mu territory will definitely decimate this Mangyin Mountain. The boss of the Mangyin Mountain, Yang Gui, is someone at the spirit stage initial phase. Under his command, there are 2 individuals that have reached the spiritual rotation stage late phase. If we're going to attack, then let me personally lead the team. Zhou Yi said. When Mu Feng heard this, he hesitated slightly before nodding his head. He would have liked to personally lead the troops. However, since the Lu territory had thoughts about his Mu territory, he must take charge on guarding Mu city and watch over the Lu territory. This way, they would be able to avoid having their elite troops being eliminated by the Lu territory when they were sent out. Zhou Ye's strength was also at the spirit stage initial phase. By bringing over elite troops, there was no need to fear the Mangyin Mountain. Dad, I'll go together with Uncle Zhou. Beside him, Mu Chen, who had been listening to the conversation, suddenly spoke up. Mu Feng frowned and said, it's too dangerous. Dad, with my strength, unless a spirit stage personally attacks me, nobody can pose a threat to me. Mu Chen said with a faint smile. With this, Mu Feng hesitated. He only now remembered that Mu Chen was considered to be an expert. Among the Mu territory's experts, nobody could really have an advantage in a fight against him aside from himself and Zhou Yi. Since little Mu has the heart to do this, then let him come with me. He is considered to be quite excellent with his strength right now. Moreover, he is proficient in spiritual arrays and will be a big help. Zhou Yi smiled and said. Mu Feng thought for a moment before he nodded. Indeed, Mu Chen's combat abilities were in no way inferior to Duan Wei and the others. If he went as well, it would be a big help. Then, you should follow and head out. However, you have to remember to listen to Uncle Zhou's arrangements. If you disobey the commands and recklessly charge out, I will not forgive you. Mu Feng warned him seriously. The Mangyin Mountain was quite greedy and selfish. Moreover, they would be extremely vicious when they fight. If they harbored any underestimation towards them, they would probably be overturned. Okay. Mu Chen nodded. A cold light flashed through his eyes. Mangyin Mountain. Since you've dared to attack our Mu territory, then you should be prepared for a bloodbath. When Zhou Yi acts, he would do everything at lightning speed. Once he made his decision, he would immediately execute it. He spent less than 2 hours to summon hundreds of elite troops. Then, he brought the 2 city lords, Duan Wei, Tai Lang and Mu Chen as they charged straight out of the Mu territory and headed towards the western direction of the Mu territory. Mangyin Mountain was located at the Mangyin Mountain Range. It was connected to the Mu territory's west borders. The Xiong city that Chen Xiong was guarding was located at that location. It protected the borders of the Mu territory. However, it was also because of this that the Xiong city was the first target of Mangyin Mountain. Chen Xiong was even personally killed by the boss of Mangyin Mountain, Yang Gui. When Mu Chen and the others arrived at Xiong city, the day was approaching sunset. The city which originally bustled with popularity had its city gates destroyed. The guards at the gate were all looking frightened and constantly scanned the area vigilantly. Zhou Yi directly brought the troops into the center of the city. The awful killing intent in the atmosphere attracted a lot of surprised gazes. However, when they noticed that the leader was Zhou Yi, their hearts jumped. It seemed that the Mu territory was quite furious. They would even send out a spirit stage powerhouse. Zhou Yi and the others directly rushed to the city lord's estate. At that location, a middle-aged man was waiting for them a long time ago. When he saw them, he hurriedly rushed forward. Master Zhou, little lord. This person was the vice-city lord of Xiong City. His surname was Cheng while his name was Yong. Since Chen Xiong was killed, he temporarily managed Xiong City. However, his appearance was covered with bandages and showed that he had suffered severe injuries when they were under attack by the Mangyin Mountain. Zhou Yi waved his hand and sat down in the living room of the city lord estate. His eyes darkened and he said, "Are there any movements from the Mangyin Mountain? We have been monitoring them during this period of time. However, they retreated back into the Mangyin Mountain range ever since they killed the city lord and did not cause any other commotions." Qing Yong quickly replied. "It seems that bastard, Yang Gui, knows that the Mu territory will not forgive him that easily. He's only acting like a coward right now," Zhou Yi said with a cold expression. "Master Zhou, Mangyin Mountain range is extremely steep and they have tightly guarded some paths that we must pass. If we were to forcibly attack, there will be a lot of casualties," Qin Yong said. Mangyin Mountain range was quite high in altitude. Even for a spirit stage powerhouse like Zhou Yi, it was impossible for him to fly up there. Unless it was a powerhouse, who had ingested a spiritual beast's soul essence which possessed a flying ability like Mu Feng, it would be impossible for them to get there. Moreover, this was only limited to its user. It was not realistically possible to bring that many men up there. Moreover, the most troublesome thing isn't this. The locations near the Mangyin Mountain range were infested by the underworld forces within the northern spiritual realm. Aside from the Mangyin Mountain, there are other underworld forces there. They have a bit of fear towards the 9 territories. However, if we were to charge in, we would be prompting them to join forces against a common enemy. This way, it would be quite troubling for us." Qing Yong sighed and said. When Mu Chen heard these words, he frowned. It seemed that this matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Aside from Mangyin Mountain, which underworld forces are the most powerful? Zhou Yi asked in a solemn voice. It's 9 Dragon City. Their strength is only second to Mangyin Mountain. Moreover, they have quite a lot of power to rally supporters among the underworld forces. If they were willing to help, we would be able to directly cross through the Mangyin Mountain range and charge straight into the Mangyin Mountain's lair. Chen Yong thought for a moment and said. Who's the leader of 9 Dragon City? Lei Shan, he is also someone with the strength of a spirit stage initial phase. Lei Shan, Zhou Yi nodded his head slightly. He had a vague impression of this name as he was a well-known powerhouse within the northern spiritual realm. Back in the days, they had met before. However, they were only acquaintances and Zhou Yi did not have a close relationship with him. I'll bring some men to 9 Dragon City tomorrow. Zhou Yi pondered as he spoke. The matter right now was quite troubling. If they were able to get acquainted with 9 Dragon City, it would be much easier to deal with the situation. Otherwise, it would be quite troubling. Early in the morning of the second day, Zhou Yi brought Mu Chen, Duan Wei and the others towards 9 Dragon City. They did not bring too many troops over. After all, the underworld forces were quite cautious. If they brought too many men over, it may cause 9 Dragon City to be alert of them. 9 Dragon City was located on the north side of the Mangyin Mountain Range and it guarded several roads. Merchant teams would have to take the initiative to pay a toll to pass through. And towards these merchants, who knew how to behave, 9 Dragon City would not cause any trouble. Although they were underworld forces, they still wished for peace and wealth. Nobody enjoyed fighting bloody battles. Zhou Yi and the others headed directly to 9 Dragon City. After 2 hours, they reached 9 Dragon City. However, what welcomed them was a tightly shut city gate and a few wary gazes from the shadows. Zhou Yi stared at the tightly closed city gates and frowned. It seemed that 9 Dragon City had expected that the Mu territory would head over here. Based on its action, were they planning on not helping? Friend from 9 Dragon City, could you notify Leader Lei that Mu territory's Zhou Yi wishes to meet him? Zhou Yi sat on his horse and cupped his hands on his mouth as he shouted out. The shout was wrapped by dense spiritual energy and emitted out from midair. My dad has secluded himself for training. He is unable to meet with guests, so please leave. After Zhou Yi shouted, a cold voice sounded out from the top of the city gates. Everybody's gazes turned towards that location and noticed a vigorous figure emerging. It was a young girl dressed in green clothes. She had a slim figure and her tightly fit clothes highlighted her slender body. Her appearance was originally quite beautiful. However, her short hair made her seem quite valiant. At that moment, she had crossed her arms and stared down from above at Mu Chen and the others with slightly pouted lips. When Zhou Yi heard this, he let out a faint smile and said, "My apologies. If we cannot meet with Leader Lei today, we would not be able to leave that easily. I hope that this miss would open the city gates. You want to charge in forcibly? Then, you'll have to ask whether I will agree to it." The girl lifted her eyebrow and let out a grunt. She gripped her slender hand and a spiritual seal emerged on her fingertips. When Mu Chen saw the spiritual seal, his eyes were filled with surprise. The girl in front of him was actually a spiritual array master. Chapter 91, Persuasion. Chapter 91, Persuasion. A spiritual array master. When Mu Chen noticed the spiritual seals on the girl's slender hands, Zhou Yi also became aware of them. A hint of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He never imagined that there would be a spiritual array master within Nine Dragon City. But based on her appearance, it seems that this girl was merely an ordinary rank 1 spiritual array master. The people from the Mu territory should hurry and leave. Otherwise, you shouldn't blame me for being rude. The spiritual seal circulated around the girl's slender fingers as she glanced at Zhou Yi and the others. Is this how you treat your guests? Zhou Yi frowned and asked. Nine Dragon City is unfamiliar with the Mu territory. Therefore, you are not considered as guests. The girl lifted the corner of her lips and the spiritual seals located at her hand quickly integrated into the air. From that location, a spiritual energy fluctuation emitted out and soon, an icy blue spiritual array was formed in midair. It emitted a faint chill to the surroundings. Since you're refusing to leave, don't blame me for this. The girl said softly and waved her hand. The chill from within the spiritual array suddenly swept out and condensed into many ice spears. Afterwards, they shot off towards Zhou Yi and the others. It brought sounds of wind breaking as well as a freezing chill. When Zhou Yi noticed this, his eyes sank. However, just when he was about to move, Mu Chen took a step forward. He did not perform any actions, yet the air in front of him suddenly fluctuated. A fiery red spiritual array was quickly formed and spewed out flame-like pillars. They directly evaporated the numerous spears that were shot over. Ha! Seeing this, the young girl turned to look at Mu Chen and said with a surprised voice, "You're also a spiritual array master." This young lady, the Mu territory, came over here in order to give an opportunity to the Nine Dragon City. With Leader Lei's positive outlook, I believe that he would not give up on this rare opportunity. Of course, there is a chance that I have overestimated Leader Lei. But if that's the case, then Nine Dragon City will never be able to have any great achievements. Mu Chen said in a faint voice as he stared at the beautiful girl. You dare say such words about my father? When the girl heard Mu Chen's words, she lifted her eyebrows. But just when she was about to attack once again in anger, a sudden cry rang out, "Yin Air, stop!" When Mu Chen heard this voice, he was stunned. That voice sounded quite familiar. Just when Mu Chen frowned, a figure appeared next to the young girl. He turned his gaze over and was startled, Brother Lei Ching. Beside the young girl was a muscular man with bare arms. The appearance of that man was the same person that he met within the Northern Spiritual Field Training, the leader of the Thunderstorm team, Lei Cheng. "Ha, little brother Mu Chen, long time no see." Lei Chen cupped his hands towards Mu Chen and said with a smile. Mu Chen. The girl beside him was stunned when she heard this name. Her beautiful eyes immediately stared at Mu Chen. Within her eyes, there was a hint of curiosity as well as a provocative feeling, as in the Mu Chen, who obtained the only seated entry within the Northern Spiritual Academy, Lei Ching smiled and nodded, open the city gates. Second uncle, but, the young girl quickly spoke. Lei Ching shrugged and said, it's your father's decision. The young girl mumbled to herself before waving her hand. Moments later, a few individuals slowly opened the heavy city gates. Mu Chen and Zhou Yi exchanged gazes with each other before riding in with their horses. Brother Lei Ching, why are you in Nine Dragon City? After they entered the city, Mu Chen asked Lei Ching in confusion. Haha, that's because my brother is Nine Dragon City's leader. Naturally, I will be here as well. However, I often bring others to hunt spiritual beasts, that's why I formed an adventurers team. Lei Ching said as he laughed. Oi, you're Mu Chen. I heard that you're a spiritual array master as well. Since when does the Northern Spiritual Academy teach students about spiritual arrays? The young girl asked with a pout as she stared up and down at Mu Chen. Within her tone, it seemed that she felt quite a bit of anger towards the Northern Spiritual Academy. This made Mu Chen a bit suspicious. Oh ho ho, this is my brother's daughter, Lei Yin. This girl is extremely fond of spiritual arrays and possesses quite the talent in them. However, Nine Dragon City has no way to invite experienced spiritual array masters over to teach her. She has studied it over the years by herself and has a bit of an achievement. She could barely be considered as a rank 1 spiritual array master. Lei Ching said as he introduced the young girl. When he heard this, Mu Chen stared in surprise at the young girl. She actually relied on herself and became a rank 1 spiritual array master. It seemed that she's quite talented in that aspect. Although she's talented in spiritual array cultivation, her spiritual aura cultivation isn't as good. She originally wanted to go to the Northern Spiritual Academy, but she did not reach the requirements. Mu Chen stared at the girl whose eyes were filled with resentment. He finally knew why the girl had so much hatred towards the Northern Spiritual Academy. Did you guys come because of the matter regarding Mangyin Mountain? Lei Chen looked at Mu Chen and Zhou Yi as he spoke. Zhou Yi nodded and said, I hope that you can take the trouble and allow us to meet with Leader Lei. About this matter, Big Brother said that we should not intervene. However, since you've already come and based on the fact that Mu Chen had once helped me, I'll bring you over. As for whether or not you can convince my brother, that will depend on you. Lei Ching said helplessly. Thank you, Brother Lei Ching. Mu Chen smiled and said. Lei Ching smiled and led the way. The girl called Lei Yin stared at Mu Chen a few times before pouting her lips and following them. Mu Chen and Zhou Yi both followed Lei Ching and entered Nine Dragon City. Along the way, they met many men, who were sweating madly as they trained. The aura coming from them was not weak. Moreover, their bodies had the faint smell of blood. It was evident that they weren't people that could be easily dealt with. Nine Dragon City was definitely quite powerful. The two of them followed Mu Chen and headed straight towards the main stronghold. At that location, a burly middle-aged man, who looked quite similar to Lei Ching, was sitting on the seat in front. His sharp eyes stared at Mu Chen and Zhou Yi as they entered. It was obvious that this person was the leader of Nine Dragon City, Lei Shan. He is also a powerful figure only second to Yang Gui among the Northern Spiritual Realm's underworld forces. Friend from the Mu territory, I already know the reason why you've came. Lei Shan stared at Zhou Yi and Mu Chen as he said in a faint voice, however, this is a grudge between your Mu territory and Mangyin Mountain. We, Nine Dragon City, will not participate in it. When Zhou Yi heard this, his heart sank. As expected, Nine Dragon City did not want to help. But just when he was about to speak, a faint voice came from beside him, Uncle Zhou, leave this to me. Zhou Yi was stunned as he glanced at Mu Chen. He saw the serious expression on the boy's face and hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Leader Lei, I have heard a long time ago the story how you created this Nine Dragon City. Within the Northern Spiritual Realm's underworld forces, you are considered to be a well-known figure. However, from what I've seen today, you have disappointed me. Seeing Zhou Yi nod his head, Mu Chen took a step forward and said this with a faint smile. Lei Shan's sharp eyes stared directly at Mu Chen. However, he waved his hand in order to prevent his men from attacking due to frustration. He said in a faint voice, if you want to provoke me to act, then you're still too inexperienced. I wonder if Leader Lei has the ambition to make it so that Nine Dragon City becomes the leader of the underworld forces within the Northern Spiritual Realm? Mu Chen said slowly. Lei Shan's eyes narrowed. However, he still did not speak. Among the underworld forces right now, Mangyin Mountain's strength has been growing. They have gradually started to expand and conquered a few underworld forces. Currently, they are considered to be the strongest force within the underworld. About this point, I believe that Leader Lei should agree to it. Lei Shan nodded indifferently. Since Mangyin Mountain has expanded their forces this rapidly, it should be easy to see their ambition. And from now on, with the Lu territory helping them secretly, I believe that their ambitions will not stop here. Perhaps in the nearby future, Mangyin Mountain will integrate all the underworld forces within the Northern Spiritual Realm into their group. When that happens, Nine Dragon City will only have two paths to choose. One is to be conquered by them and become a part of Mangyin Mountain. The second is to resist. However, it is evident that Nine Dragon City is currently not Mangyin Mountain's opponent. Lei Shan's calm face gradually revealed a few changes. Shortly after, he said, "These are just your speculations." Yes, they are indeed just speculations. But what if it's true? Is Leader Lei willing to use the futures of all the lives within Nine Dragon City and gamble that Mangyin Mountain will not do it? To be honest, you should understand them better than me. Mu Chen smiled. Before he came over here, he had carefully analyzed the situation among the underworld forces within the Northern Spiritual Realm as well as how Mangyin Mountain acts. Within the main stronghold, Nine Dragon City's executives looked at each other. Their eyes had become a little serious. It was evident that Mu Chen's words had made them secretly feel uneasy. After all, they truly understood Mangyin Mountain. If they were to obtain support from the Lu territory, they might really have this ambition. Moreover, in the Northern Spiritual Realm's underworld forces, the only one that could oppose Mangyin Mountain was their Nine Dragon City. Therefore, if Mangyin Mountain wanted to integrate all the underworld forces within the Northern Spiritual Realm, they must attack Nine Dragon City. Zhou Yi could feel the changes occurring within the Nine Dragon City's executives. A hint of delight flashed through his eyes and he quietly gave a thumbs up to Mu Chen. He never expected that this little guy would be so clever with his words as well as having such keen insight. He specifically pointed out the weak point within Nine Dragon City. Then, what do you want to do? Lei Shan frowned. He had finally loosened up his tone a little bit. We, the Mu territory, originally did not plan on caring about the affairs of the Northern Spiritual Realm's underworld forces. However, since Mangyin Mountain took the initiative to provoke us, the Mu territory will never forgive them. Therefore, this is also a chance for Nine Dragon City. If we were to join forces, it is enough to completely eradicate Mangyin Mountain. When that happens, Nine Dragon City will become the strongest underworld force in the Northern Spiritual Realm. Moreover, you will have space to expand once again. Mu Chen said without any hesitation. Then, won't my Nine Dragon City offend the Lu territory? The Lu territory is the strongest force within the Northern Spiritual Realm. It is not a wise idea to offend them because of the Mu territory. Lei Shan said slowly. However, you do not have a choice. The Lu territory dislikes you and they directly chose to support the Mangyin Mountain. Right now, it is not about the issue of offending the Lu territory. Instead, it is the Lu territory wanting to help Mangyin Mountain to get rid of you as a stepping stone. Mu Chen said sincerely as he loosened his hands. They have already decided to eliminate you. Isn't it stupid for you to worry about offending them? Lei Shan's face had turned increasingly ugly. Mu Chen's words had hurt his pride. Right now, this is the only chance for you. If the Mu territory fails to get rid of Mangyin Mountain, we can only leave. However, when that happens, the one that will be in trouble will be Nine Dragon City. Mu Chen smiled. His eyes gradually turning cold, thus, if Leader Lei is far-sighted, he should not worry about those rules and directly join forces with us to eradicate Mangyin Mountain. Not only will this allow you to get rid of a potential crisis, it will give you a great opportunity. Leader Lei, what do you think? Mu Chen's final words finally began to fade away. Within the main stronghold, the atmosphere had become tense. All the 9 Dragon City's executives, Lei Cheng, Lei Yin and the others were all staring at Lei Shan, whose face was changing. His next decision would determine the future fate of the 9 Dragon City. Time slowly passed by. Mu Chen had also gradually turned tense. Although he said everything that he should say, if it could not dispel Lei Shan's concerns, then it couldn't be helped. He could only think of another plan to deal with Mang Yin Mountain. Among the tense silence, Lei Shan finally let out his breath. He then lifted his head, staring sharply at the nervous Mu Chen as he slowly nodded his head. Fine. We, the 9 Dragon City, will cooperate with you and eliminate Mang Yin Mountain. Chapter 92, Teaming Up. Chapter 92, Teaming Up. The tense atmosphere inside the main stronghold was instantly broken due to Lei Shan's sentence. Not only did the light fill Zhou Ye's eyes, even 9 Dragon City's executives were secretly relieved. They, too, were actually tangled between the gains and losses. However, since Lei Shan had made a decision, they would have a pillar of support behind the decision. Leader Lei, may we have a pleasant cooperation. Zhou Yi cupped his hands as he smiled towards Lei Shan. Lei Shan also stood up. His gaze looked at Mu Chen for a while and he said, back in the days, I've met Mu Feng a few times, even I would have to admit that I admire how he treats others. However, I never expected that his son would be even more amazing than him. Leader Lei, that's too much flattery. I only spoke the truth. Mu Chen secretly loosened up the tense feeling he had and smiled. What you said was certainly true. Mang Yin Mountain has become more and more arrogant and they cause many troubles to our 9 Dragon City. In the past, I did not want to cause any more issues, so I endured it. But based on the situation now, it seems that I will only destroy many brothers' futures and lives if I continue to endure. A hint of murderous intent flashed through Lei Shan's eyes. He said, since he, Yang Gui, isn't planning on letting my 9 Dragon City go, then I, Lei Shan, won't let him do as he pleases. Zhou Yi nodded and said, we, the Mu territory's men, will attack Mang Yin Mountain tomorrow. As for the other underworld forces within the Mang Yin Mountain range, I must trouble Leader Lei to inform them. Our main goal is Mang Yin Mountain. We will not attack any other underworld forces. Relax. With the reputation of my 9 Dragon City, the brothers that we will meet on the path will certainly give way. I believe that they won't say anything about it. Lei Shan waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Leader Lei. You should know that we would have to eliminate them from their roots. Since we have decided to attack Mang Yin Mountain, we must not give them any opportunities. Therefore, I hope that the 9 Dragon City will give us their full support, so that we can eradicate all future troubles. Mu Chen said softly. Heh. You're still so young, yet you're more ruthless than us. Lei Shan smirked for a moment. He stared strangely at Mu Chen. A hint of admiration filled his eyes. As someone from the underworld, it was quite pleasing to see such ruthlessness. Yang Gui killed one of my seniors. If I do not get revenge, I will be worse than a woman. Mu Chen shook his head and said. Oi, so what if it's a woman? Are you looking down on women? Just as Mu Chen's voice faded away, a shout sounded out beside him. He noticed that Lei Yin was glaring angrily at him with her beautiful eyes. Lei Shan laughed awkwardly. Ha! My family's heir isn't in any way inferior to males. Mu Chen, you should not offend her. She is the person who understands Mang Yin Mountain range the most. Therefore, if she were to guide you around Mang Yin Mountain, you will be able to bypass their defensive fortresses and head straight to their lair. Lei Shan smiled and said. Mu Chen was surprised. He immediately cupped his hands towards Lei Yin and said with a smile, I was wrong in what I said. I will have to bother Miss Lei Yin for this matter. Although I hate the individuals from the Northern Spiritual Academy, this matter is extremely important to my 9 Dragon City as well. Naturally, I will help. Lei Yin batted an eye towards Mu Chen and said, additionally, I've heard that you're a spiritual array master. Then, let's see who is more amazing in that aspect tomorrow. Mu Chen smiled. Although Lei Yin was a girl, her competitiveness was not weaker than that of any male. It's no wonder that she would bear a grudge towards the Northern Spiritual Academy. Then, we'll wait for Nine Dragon City's good news tomorrow. We'll head back and prepare our troops in order to attack Mang Yin Mountain tomorrow. Zhou Yi directed a smile towards Lei Shan as he turned around and brought Mu Chen away. Lei Shan stared at the two figures far away and smacked his lips. Leader, are we really going to cooperate with the Mu territory in order to deal with Mang Yin Mountain? If this was known to the others, wouldn't the other underworld forces believe that we did not follow the rules? A Nine Dragon City executive asked in a low voice. What Mu Chen said previously was correct. If we were to care about the rules now, our Nine Dragon City will probably have no path of survival. Lei Shan sighed and said, Mang Yin Mountain has cooperated with the Lu territory secretly. We must prevent their sinister ambition. Send down an order. Let all of our brothers begin their preparations. We have endured it all these years. It seems that not many individuals still remember how we built the Nine Dragon City back then. Lei Shan waved his hand and a hint of coldness passed through his eyes. Since Yang Gui wants to eliminate us, we will do a preemptive attack and destroy them. The following day, inside Xiong City, Zhou Yi and the others had already finished their preparations. With a cold cry, large amounts of troops surged out of the city like a torrent. They brought out a murderous aura as they charged towards Mang Yin Mountain Range. Before entering Mang Yin Mountain Range, Mu Chen had met with Nine Dragon City's troops that came to assist them. Among them, Lei Yin was the leader while Lei Cheng and a few other experts from Nine Dragon City followed. We will head to Mang Yin Mountain from the east side. The other troops from Nine Dragon City will circle around and enter Mang Yin Mountain from the west side. When it is time, we will form an encirclement and cut off all escape routes for Mang Yin Mountain. Lei Yin looked at Zhou Yi and Mu Chen as she spoke. We'll have to trouble Miss Lei Yin then. Mu Chen cupped his hands and said. Let's go. Lei Yin didn't bother to say any more words and waved her petite hands. Then, she rode a horse and charged into the center of the Mang Yin Mountain Range. The hooves of their horses were wrapped in thick cloth. Thus, it would not cause much commotion even if they were a large force. With Lei Yin, who was quite familiar with the terrain, leading the large forces towards the center of the mountain range, the journey was quite smooth. They were not blocked by any underworld forces as they headed over. It seemed that Nine Dragon City had already opened the path up. In just an hour, their large force had already gotten close to Mang Yin Mountain. Mu Chen stared at the towering mountain peak and could feel a killing intent emitting from it. It was evident that Mang Yin Mountain's main camp was not a peaceful place. There are only a handful of paths that lead towards Mang Yin Mountain. However, all of these paths are heavily guarded nowadays. If you want to break through forcibly, there will be quite the amount of injuries. Therefore, I will bring you to another path so that you can perform a sudden attack and completely eradicate one of their strongholds. Afterwards, we will be able to surround their lair. Lei Yin pointed at the steep Mang Yin Mountain and said. Mu Chen exchanged gazes with Zhou Yi and nodded their heads. Lei Yin waved her hands. She gave up on her horse and rushed valiantly into Mang Yin Mountain. Behind her, numerous figures silently charged and followed her tightly. This Mang Yin Mountain was extremely steep. Fortunately, the troops that came were all elites from the Mu territory. Every one of them had excellent skills and could keep up with Lei Yin's pace. They passed through a trial at the edge of the cliff and secretly sneaked into Mang Yin Mountain. At one of Mang Yin Mountain's strongholds, numerous figures were scanning the area vigilantly. A man, who seemed to be a captain, would constantly scold them in a low voice, causing them to keep their eyes open. Swish! But at this moment, numerous arrows were shot off fiercely from the forest. Every single arrow was accurate and pierced the throats. Enemy attack. This sudden attack instantly plunged the stronghold into chaos. But before they could sound the alarm, numerous figures had already charged out from the forest like death gods. Faced with the sudden enemy, the stronghold's defenses were all ineffective. In a few minutes, the stronghold was thoroughly cleaned. These figures swiftly opened the stronghold's gates. Then, they turned around and quickly vanished. Similar incidents also occurred in many other strongholds at the same time. Within half an hour, Mangyin Mountain's strongholds were all completely destroyed. In a location near the peak, Mu Chen and the others had quietly reunited with Nine Dragon City's troops. Lei Shan stared at the mountain peak sharply. At that location, an enormous fortress was there. That place was Mangyin Mountain's lair. Let's do it. Next up will be the true battle. In all of their strongholds we destroyed, there weren't many experts. It seems that all of them have gathered inside their lair. That Yang Gui is quite cunning. Lei Shan said in a deep voice. Mu Chen and Zhou Yi also nodded. Within their eyes, a murderous intent arose. Mangyin Fortress. This fortress seemed extremely mighty. Its exterior was made of steel and it looked like a metal fortress. On the fortress, lots of people were patrolling back and forth vigilantly. Boom! All of a sudden, a matchless and vigorous spiritual energy soared into the sky and directly formed a palm. It smashed heavily on the steel gates and caused the entire fortress to tremble violently. Enemy attack. A sharp sound suddenly destroyed the silence at the mountain peak. It caused the stronghold to enter a state of chaos. Numerous figures flashed and appeared on the fortress. They immediately casted their sights out and could not help but suck in a cold breath. At this moment, they noticed a torrent of troops charging over from outside of their fortress and completely surrounding the fortress. An amazing killing intent filled the sky. Damn it, why did we only discover the enemies now? What happened to our strongholds? A few people that noticed this formation screamed suddenly. Don't panic. Hurry and inform the boss. Everyone, remain alert. Zhou Yi looked at the chaos within Mangyin Mountain and shouted out angrily. A thunderous sound resounded out, Yang Gui, hurry and scram out here. You've killed our Mu territory's men. Right now, it's time for you to pay your debt. Zhou Ye's shout echoed throughout the peak. The faces of the troops in Mangyin Mountain changed. So it was the Mu territory. However, how could they come over here so fast? Haha, Zhou Yi. I've waited for you for a long time now. So what if you're the Mu territory? You think that I'm afraid of you? Just as Zhou Ye's shout faded away, a sneer filled with hostility rang out. Then, a light flashed out and appeared above the fortress. The light scattered away and revealed a skinny man. His eyes were sunk in and he looked extremely wicked. His thin lips let out a provocative arc as he sneered at Zhou Yi. Mu Chen stared coldly at the figure in midair. This person was the #1 individual among the Northern Spiritual Realm's underworld forces. The boss of Mangyin Mountain and also the killer of Qinxiong, Yang Gui. Yang Gui's eyes looked fiercely at the troops that surrounded his lair. However, he did not show the slightest fear and, instead, grinned. Where's Lei Shan? Stop hiding around when you are already here. How gutless. Seeing Yang Gui's fearless expression, Mu Chen's eyes narrowed. It seems that he had expected them to go to find Nine Dragon City for help. Huh, Yang Gui. It seems that your nose is still quite sensitive like a dog. A big laugh sounded out from behind. At this moment, Lei Shan slowly walked out and stared at Yang Gui coldly. Lei Shan, you're quite courageous. I haven't even caused any trouble for you, yet you dare to come here. It seems that you're planning to start a war against my Mangyin Mountain. Yang Gui directed a wicked smile towards Lei Shan and said. Stop acting in front of me. If I do not attack you today, you would have probably attacked me tomorrow. Lei Shan curled his lips and said. Huh, it seems that you're not stupid. Yang Gui grinned. He actually did not have any traces of hiding it as he said, however, that's good. Since you came here on your own accord today, it will save me the trouble. He tilted his head as he stared coldly at Zhou Yi and Lei Shan. However, you fools, did you think that I'm afraid of your revenge when I dared to attack the Mu territory? After his voice faded away, Yang Gui looked towards the inside of his fortress and smiled, friends from the Lu territory, you should come out now. Swish. As the last word was said, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly surged out from within the fortress. A light figure also emerged next to Yang Gui. Then, as the light dispersed, a familiar figure was revealed. That appearance, it was the second master of the Lu territory, Lu Zong. Lu Zong directed a smile towards Zhou Yi. His cold eyes also glanced at Mu Chen beside him as he cupped his hands gently. Then, a cold voice echoed throughout the mountain peak. Zhou Yi. My Lu territory is here. We've been waiting a long time for you. Chapter 93, Bloody Battle. Chapter 93, Bloody Battle. Lu Zong. Zhou Yi and Lei Shan looked at the figure that appeared beside Yang Gui. Both their expressions immediately became serious. It seems that the affair today wouldn't be settled that easily. So the one backing up Mang Yin Mountain really is you, the Lu territory. Zhou Ye's face became dark as killing intent surged within his eyes. Then, was it also the Lu territory's instruction which caused the sudden attack on our Mu territory? Oh ho ho, we noticed that the Mu territory acted too proud recently and wanted to suppress it a bit. However, who would have thought that brother Yang Gui would attack that severely and kill people? Lu Zong smiled faintly as he spoke. Zhou Ye's eyes darkened and a crunching sound came out from his clenched fists. Since you've all come today, I think that there's no need for you to leave here. Zhou Yi, you're considered the right-hand man of Mu Feng. If you were to be killed at this location, the Mu territory would suffer greatly from it. Lu Zong pretended that he did not see Zhou Ye's dark expression and waved his hands. Then, a sound of wind breaking could be heard from within the fortress. Afterwards, a group of men appeared on the fortress walls. The one leading them was the third master of the Lu territory, Lu Ming. It seemed that Lu Zong had brought many elite troops over to Mang Yin Mountain this time and had waited for the appearance of the Mu territory. Leader Lei, prepare to attack. Zhou Yi said in a low tone. Although the situation was out of his expectations, it was clear that there was no way of retreating. They could only fight to the bitter end against Mang Yin Mountain and the Lu territory. And regarding this point, Lei Shan also understood this. The Lu territory had already made it clear that they were cooperating with Mang Yin Mountain. If they failed to get rid of Mang Yin Mountain today, then Nine Dragon City would be eliminated by them in the future. Attack! A chill flashed through Lei Shan's eyes. He immediately waved his hand and cried out with killing intent. Leave Lu Zong to me. A powerful spiritual energy erupted out from Zhou Ye's body. His eyes remained fixed on Lu Zong. The latter was a spirit stage middle phase powerhouse and was extremely powerful. Even Zhou Yi could only barely stall for time against him. Lei Shan nodded. Both sides had two spirit stage powerhouses. However, it seems that the opponent had a slight advantage over them. It seems that it would probably be a bloody battle today. Lu Zong, get the F***ck over here. Zhou Yi took a step forward and powerful spiritual energy began to gather behind him. It vaguely turned into a light brown rhino and a heavy feeling was emitting out. At the same time, the ground he was standing on collapsed. Zhou Yi. Do you really believe that you're my opponent? Lu Zong let out a sneer. A dense spiritual energy also gathered behind him and formed into a jaded green scorpion. The scorpion's jaded green tail was flashing as a bloody smell emitted out from it. Dong! However, Zhou Yi did not care about it and his body rushed out like lightning. The giant rhino behind him also became lively and caused the entire ground to tremble. This terrifying power was quite amazing. Swish! Lu Zong let out a cold humph before his body rushed out. He waved his hand and the tail of the jaded green scorpion behind him fiercely stabbed towards Zhou Yi. The two types of dense spiritual energy collided with each other. This shockwave immediately brought out a gale and caused the nearby forest to tremble. Kill! Seeing that Zhou Yi took action, Lei Shan also let out a shout. Spiritual energy gathered behind his back and formed into a golden armored beast. The armored beast was like a giant mouse and its entire body was covered with golden scales. It seemed like a layer of armor, dazzling and strong. When Mu Chen saw the golden armored beast, he immediately recognized it. Golden Armadillo. Ranked 168th on the Myriad Beast Records Earth rankings. It was said that it possesses the strength to pierce through a mountain. Lei Shan. We haven't fought in so many years, let me see how much you've improved. Seeing this, Yang Gui let out a big laugh. Dense spiritual energy surged out and formed in a giant dog with a crescent moon imprint behind him. Silver Moon K9. Ranked 177th on the Myriad Beast Records Earth rankings. It had an extremely powerful sense of smell and no movement could escape its sense of smell within a radius of 100 miles. Lei Shan and Yang Gui also dashed out. The two of them also collided against each other heavily. Their fight was actually extremely violent and emitted out waves of spiritual energy shockwaves as it shaved off layers from the ground. Kill. Since the leaders on both sides had already attacked, there was no need for the troops to have any inhibitions. The troops screamed out loud with red eyes and charged towards the fortress like a flood. Boom boom boom. A violent spiritual energy exploded out endlessly from above the peak. If you were to look above, it was extremely colorful and dazzling. However, beneath the dazzling sight raged a truly bloody battle. Mu Chen also rushed into the crowd. His movements were like a ghost and a golden light would flash between his two fingers. They were like a sharp golden spear, which would cause blood to splash out every time it broke the winds. Sounds of screams accompanied it. It was evident that Mu Chen, who had activated the Shadow Spirit Step and Spirit King Finger, possessed an extreme killing ability. Bastard, you're seeking death. However, just when nobody could stop Mu Chen's rampage, a violent cry rang out beside his ears. Then, a powerful fist of wind swept over towards Mu Chen. The trembles even caused the earth to crack up. Lu Ming. Mu Chen looked up at the figure rushing over here and let out a sneer. During the Northern Spiritual Field training, it was hard for him to resist against Lu Ming. However, that wasn't the case right now. Against Lu Ming's fierce offensive, Mu Chen did not dodge and instead changed his fingers to a fist. Two limitless death seals emerged on the surface of his fist as he punched out. An overbearing wind erupted out from his fist. Boom! The two fists collided with each other and caused waves of air to emit out. A dozen or so individuals nearby were directly blasted back forcibly and spat out blood. When the blast erupted out, Mu Chen's body trembled and retreated a few steps backwards. As for Lu Ming, who had rushed over, tumbled in midair and landed on the ground. His face was extremely dark. Asshole, you've truly become powerful. Lu Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Originally, he never cared about Mu Chen. However, as they fought again today, he realized that Mu Chen was in no way inferior to him. It's just that you're too weak. Mu Chen said with a cold smile. I, the third master, will tear you to pieces today. Lu Ming angrily laughed. He pushed the spiritual energy inside his body to the extreme. Then, he rushed over towards Mu Chen like a lightning. The winds coming from his clawing attacks were extremely fierce. Seeing this, Mu Chen immediately used the Shadow Spirit Step and retreated backwards like a ghost. He waved his sleeves and the air fluctuated. A tiny spiritual array emerged out and spiritual energy chains made of light wrapped around Lu Ming's body. With his current ability, it was a simple act to arrange a tiny spiritual array. Bang bang. However, this tiny spiritual array was not much of an obstacle to someone with Lu Ming's strength. The spiritual energy rushed out from his body and directly destroyed all the chains around him. He said in a mocking voice, I had heard that you're a spiritual array master. How come you only know to use these measly things? Then, I'll give you something big. Mu Chen's eyes turned cold. A dozen spiritual seals quickly emerged on his palm. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart jumped. He did not dare to be careless and charged out. Although the spiritual arrays formed by a spiritual array master were extremely powerful, they required a period of time to prepare. As long as they were able to get up close, a spiritual array master could not resist against them. Swish swish. However, Mu Chen saw through his thoughts. He immediately activated Shadow Spirit Step to the limits and caused many illusionary shadows to appear. It actually made Lu Ming unable to know where his true body was located at. "Boy, do you only know how to hide?" Lu Ming shouted out in rage. Mu Chen's movements were too elegant. It was evident that Mu Chen had trained in a rather extraordinary movement spiritual art. Although he pushed his spiritual energy to the limits, he still failed to catch Mu Chen. Swish! Just when he shouted, Mu Chen's body suddenly stopped moving. However, Lu Ming did not have the time to rejoice. Instead, the color of his face changed when he noticed the violent fluctuations behind Mu Chen. A massive fiery red spiritual array emerged slowly and emitted out a violent spiritual energy. Damn it! How could he arrange a spiritual array this quickly? Lu Ming's face twitched. It wasn't that he hadn't fought against a spiritual array master before. However, it was the first time that he saw a spiritual array master, who could arrange a powerful spiritual array at such a high speed. Devouring Tiger Blaze spiritual array. Mu Chen did not allow Lu Ming to remain shocked for a long period of time. He stared coldly at the latter and the hand seals immediately changed. A tiger's roar erupted out from within the fiery red spiritual array, and then, a flame tiger containing a violent and burning spiritual energy directly rushed towards Lu Ming. Ghastly netherworld hands. Feeling the violent pressure coming from the flame tiger, Lu Ming did not hesitate and hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy to the extreme. With a loud shout, his hand smacked out and the spiritual energy formed into a light which gathered around his palm. Afterwards, the light-covered palm collided fiercely against the flame tiger. Bang! The violent spiritual energy erupted out and shattered the gravel on the ground into powder. Swish! Swish! But just when Lu Ming used all his strength to resist against the violent flame tiger, a vague shadow suddenly rushed in from the side. Two of its fingers were straightened out. The fingertips were flashing a dazzling golden light as it mercilessly headed straight towards his throat. This offensive was quite clinical. As he was caught off guard, Lu Ming could only smack it away with the back of his hand. Chi! The golden lights were sharp like a spear. As it touched Lu Ming's palm, its sharpness erupted out. Then, it actually stabbed right through the center of Lu Ming's palm and caused blood to sputter out. Ah! Lu Ming issued out a scream immediately. His body flew back awkwardly and he held onto his bloody palm with an astounded expression. Mu Chen looked coldly at Lu Ming. However, he did not give him time to recover and rushed over once again. Stop him! Seeing this, Lu Ming quickly shouted out. The Lu territory's men nearby immediately charged towards Mu Chen when they heard the cry. However, they were quickly stopped by the Mu territory's men. The current situation was quite chaotic. Mu Chen glanced at Lu Ming, who was retreating quickly. However, he did not show any signs of chasing after him. Instead, he retreated back to the center of the Mu territories and Nine Dragon City's men. He frowned as he stared at the two battles in midair. Lei Shan and Yang Gui were both Spirit Stage initial phase powerhouses. It would be hard to determine the victory without a period of time. However, Lu Zong was at the Spirit Stage middle phase. He was stronger than Zhou Yi. Therefore, Zhou Yi would be the first one to topple down if they continued to draw out the battle. Once Zhou Yi was defeated, it would immediately lead to a chain reaction. Moreover, once it affected Lei Shan, the Spirit Stage powerhouses on their side would be defeated. It would be useless no matter how much of an advantage they obtained down here. Therefore, they must think of a way to defeat the other Spirit Stage powerhouses. Mu Chen's eyes flashed. He immediately tilted his head and looked at Lei Yin and the others beside him. Can you protect me for a while? What are you planning to do? Lei Yin's beautiful face was quite unnatural. She had just seen how Mu Chen had dealt with Lu Ming using a spiritual array. This speed of arranging a spiritual array was not something she could compare with. I want to help your father kill Yang Gui. Mu Chen said in a deep voice. Lei Yin was surprised. She stared strangely at Mu Chen and said, they are both Spirit Stage powerhouses. If you want to pose a threat to them, you must use a rank 2 spiritual array. Aren't you currently only a rank 1 spiritual array? I'll try it out. Mu Chen took a deep breath. His hand gripped tightly and a jaded essence fruit emerged within his hands. This was the final one remaining. With his current spiritual energy, he would need a bit of external support in order to condense 20 spiritual seals. He did not hesitate and shoved the jaded essence fruit into his mouth. Then, under Lei Yin's eyes of amazement, he closed his eyes tightly. Shortly after, she was stunned as she noticed spiritual seals emerging out from Mu Chen's fingertips. The amount was a total of 20 spiritual seals. Chapter 94, Nine Heavenly Lightning Spiritual Array. Chapter 94, Nine Heavenly Lightning Spiritual Array. 20 Spiritual Seals. Lei Yin was slightly shocked as she watched the spiritual seals that were being condensed out of Mu Chen's fingertips. A hint of complexity filled her eyes. This amount of spiritual seals almost reached the pinnacle of a rank 1 spiritual array master. She had always believed that she had a high talent in spiritual array cultivation, however, it seemed that she was quite far behind in talent when compared to Mu Chen. Mu Chen did not care about Lei Yin's feelings. At this moment, he was fully preoccupied on condensing the spiritual seals. After he carefully condensed out 20 spiritual seals, he flicked his fingers and the 20 spiritual seals integrated into the air in front of him. Chi. Numerous complex spiritual energy light beams erupted out when the spiritual seals were integrated into the air. They formed an extremely complicated diagram array. Moreover, Mu Chen had shut off all interference from the outside world and had entered the heart array state once again. He controlled the spiritual energy light beams and attempted to complete the complex connections. At this moment, he was attempting to arrange the strongest diagram array that he had obtained from Wenling. It was the Nine Heavenly Lightning Spiritual Array, whose power could rival quite a few rank 2 spiritual arrays. At present, he would have to strain himself in order to arrange this sort of spiritual array even with the help of the heart array state. However, the situation right now will not permit him to think about that. Whether or not the spiritual array would fail, he had to attempt it. Mu Chen concentrated and his slender hands constantly changed forms. His 10 fingers shuttled back and forth like a butterfly. They drew countless trajectories as cold sweat emerged on his forehead. Seeing Mu Chen's appearance like this, Lei Yin's eyes became serious. It seemed that Mu Chen was not absolutely certain on whether he could arrange this spiritual array. Right now, he must not be disturbed. Otherwise, he would suffer a severe injury if the spiritual array backfires. At the mountain peak, the troops from both sides rushed against each other. Numerous spiritual energies erupted out and sounds of fighting rang out. As time passed, the cold sweat on Mu Chen's forehead began to increase. His handsome face was extremely serious right now. However, it made Lei Yin let out a sigh of relief. The strange fluctuation in the air in front of Mu Chen did not show any signs of disorder. It seemed that everything was under Mu Chen's control. Buzz. As Lei Yin relaxed, the air in front of Mu Chen suddenly let out a violent buzzing sound. At that location, the air seemed to fluctuate like boiling water. Then, dazzling silver lights began to emerge from the fluctuations. These silver lights slowly began to gather and vaguely formed into a light array that was dozens of meters tall. From the light array, deep sounds of rumbling were emitted out while lightning flashed. This array that appeared suddenly shocked everyone at the mountain peak. They quickly turned their gaze over and stared in astonishment at this complex silver spiritual array. What a powerful spiritual energy! The men from both sides stared at the dazzling lightning spiritual array. Then, they felt the surging spiritual energy from within it and their faces immediately changed. This level of spiritual energy was almost comparable to a spirit stage powerhouse. Stop him, he's arranging a spiritual array. When Lu Ming, who was wounded by Mu Chen earlier, noticed this scene, his eyes instantly narrowed and he quickly shouted. From the surging spiritual energy fluctuations, it was evident that Mu Chen was arranging an extremely powerful spiritual array. If he successfully arranges this array, even a spirit stage powerhouse would suffer from this great threat. Hearing Lu Ming's shout, the elite troops from the Lu territory immediately rushed forward towards Mu Chen. However, there were many men from the Mu territory and Nine Dragon City nearby protecting him. They were unable to charge forward quickly. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Ming grunted and lunged forward. He pushed his spiritual energy to the limits and tore a crack through the defensive lines. Currently, all the experts were mutually restraining each other. Among the ones protecting Mu Chen, all weren't powerful experts, so it wasn't easy for them to stop Lu Ming. Stop right there. As she noticed Lu Ming charging over, Lei Yin immediately frowned. Spiritual seals emerged from her fingers and were fired out swiftly. The air in front of her fluctuated and formed into an icy blue spiritual array that exuded a freezing chill. Frozen Serpent Spiritual Array. Hiss. A chill expanded out from within the icy blue spiritual array. Then, several enormous ice serpents surged out and tangled around Lu Ming. It's another spiritual array master. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face changed. However, he quickly noticed that the spiritual array formed by the girl in front of him wasn't as powerful as Mu Chen's. When he became aware of the situation, a cold light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and dense spiritual energy exploded out. His fists whistled through the air and crushed the ice serpents that tangled him into pieces. Lei Yin's face turned slightly white. However, she gritted her teeth and urged the spiritual energy within her body in order to arrange another spiritual array. She used all his strength to prevent Lu Ming from approaching closer. Bang bang bang. Due to her attempts to stop him, Lu Ming was slowed. However, he still managed to rush over and appeared in a location near Lei Yin in a couple of minutes. Damn brat, go to hell. Lu Ming's eyes were dark. His clawing attacks were like lightning and brought out fierce winds. He attempted to grab onto Lei Yin's snowy white neck mercilessly as if he wanted to destroy a beautiful thing through ruthless means. Seeing the grim Lu Ming rush over, Lei Yin's face became a lot paler. However, she stubbornly fought back her fear and refused to retreat. She immediately circulated the spiritual energy within her body in order to struggle recklessly against Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming immediately laughed wickedly when he noticed that Lei Yin wanted to fight against him head-on. If she were to arrange spiritual arrays from a distance, it might cause him some trouble. However, in a close-up battle, he could take her life within 3 moves. But just when Lu Ming was about to deliver the killing blow, a brilliant silver light erupted out from behind Lei Yin. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with rumbling sounds were formed into lightning and struck out against Lu Ming, who was approaching. This incoming lightning instantly changed Lu Ming's expression. He quickly urged the spiritual energy within his body to form a spiritual energy light barrier on the surface of his body. Boom! The lightning did not hesitate as it severely bombarded his body. As the violent lightning erupted out, Lu Ming's body instantly flew backwards hundreds of meters, sliding on the ground before it buried itself in a boulder. Poochie! Fresh blood sprayed out from Lu Ming's mouth. His entire body was charred as he lifted his head in surprise. He noticed Mu Chen, who was behind Lei Yin, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. A lightning spiritual array slowly circulated above his head. It carried an extremely violent spiritual energy and would flash from time to time. Damn it, how could this spiritual array be this powerful? Horror filled Lu Ming's heart. He was bombarded by the lightning to the extent that he became seriously injured. The power was comparable to a spirit stage powerhouse's attack. The men nearby were all scared because of this. Fear immediately filled their faces. Even Lu Ming, who was at the peak of a spiritual rotation stage late phase, could not block a single attack from the spiritual array. How could they dare to rush forward? Mu Chen stared coldly at Lu Ming, who was severely injured. However, he ignored him and turned his gaze towards Lei Yin and asked, "Are you okay?" Lei Yin shook her head and said, "Thank you." If Mu Chen had not helped during the critical moment earlier, she probably would have been killed by Lu Ming. "It's fine. I still have to thank you for protecting me." Mu Chen smiled gently. Then, his cold eyes looked towards the battle between Lei Shan and Yang Gui. His hand seals changed and the massive lightning spiritual array slowly circulated as numerous lightning flashed. In the sky, Yang Gui was currently fighting fiercely against Lei Shan when he felt a chill. He hurriedly turned his gaze away and his eyes instantly narrowed. Then, he revealed a surprised expression. Even he felt a hint of danger coming from this lightning spiritual array. What a powerful spiritual array! Lei Shan also noticed the spiritual array and immediately exclaimed. 9 heavenly lightning spiritual array. Mu Chen stared coldly at Yang Gui and shouted out while his hand seals changed. Boom! Following Mu Chen's cry, the lightning spiritual array had completely activated. Rumbling thunder sounds echoed throughout the sky. Then, the array trembled for a moment and a massive lightning rushed out like a lightning dragon. It tore through the sky at lightning speed and fiercely bombarded against Yang Gui. Damn it! Seeing the lightning quickly becoming larger within his eyes, Yang Gui's face changed instantly. The violent spiritual energy within the lightning made his heart jump. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy immediately rushed out from Yang Gui's body. His fingers were spread apart and then he fired off from his palm, Grand Wraith palm print. Billowing spiritual energy gushed out and formed a gigantic spiritual energy palm print. It carried a powerful energy as it collided fiercely against the lightning. Bang! An immensely violent spiritual energy shockwave erupted out in the sky. As a dazzling brilliance emerged, many people closed their eyes. Humph! Yang Gui's body also trembled at that moment. A muffled humph sound emitted out from his throat. Then, his body quickly staggered a dozen steps backwards as a trace of blood emerged from his mouth. The spiritual energy within his body had been shocked and it was apparent that he had suffered a severe injury from that collision. Yang Gui, die. Just when Yang Gui retreated back quickly due to his injuries, a shout filled with killing intent rang out from behind him. He quickly turned around and noticed Lei Shan rushing over. The latter's body was completely wrapped in golden light. Behind him, the golden armadillo seemed to have fused together with him. With a cry, an indescribable sharpness emerged from it and penetrated through his chest. Yang Gui's body immediately stiffened as he struggled to lower his head. He noticed that a 2-foot bloody hole appeared on his chest as fresh blood poured out from it. At this instant, the entire mountain peak was silent. The troops from Mangyin Mountain stared at this scene in horror. Their eyes showed a feeling of intense fear. Upon seeing this, Mu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He sat down on his butt. Yang Gui was dead. Thus, Mangyin Mountain and Lu territory would definitely lose today's battle. Chapter 95, Black Scroll. Chapter 95, Black Scroll. On the top of the mountain, the originally chaotic battlefield had suddenly quieted down, especially the men from Mangyin Mountain. They were all stunned as they looked at Yang Gui whose aura was fading away while he fell down from midair. Their boss was killed just like that. But he was a spirit stage powerhouse, how did he get killed so easily? Men from Mangyin Mountain. If you dare to resist, then don't blame the 9 Dragon City for making a bloodbath out of you. Lei Shan landed on a huge tree as he glanced at the panicked troops from Mangyin Mountain. From within his shout, a thick murderous intent surged out. Kill! The morale of the troops from 9 Dragon City rose. With a loud cry, they suddenly charged towards Mangyin Mountain's troops in order to kill them. The latter had been destroyed mentally and could not form an effective defense. Mu Chen watched the defeated troops from Mangyin Mountain and let out a sigh of relief. He circulated the Great Pagoda art and absorbed spiritual aura in order to recover. Previously, Lei Shan's attack was quite decisive. He did not hesitate and killed Yang Gui when he had become weak momentarily. Bang! In the sky, violent spiritual energy erupted out from the place where Zhou Yi and Lu Zong were fighting. Zhou Yi retreated a dozen steps while Lu Zong only retreated 2 steps. However, Lu Zong had an ugly expression on his face. That was because he had seen the cold corpse of Yang Gui. Useless trash. Lu Zong's heart was slightly shocked. He immediately gritted his teeth as he cursed. Yang Gui's death had basically ruined their advantageous situation. Huh, Lu Zong. It seems that it's impossible for things to go your way today. Zhou Yi let out a cold laugh. The morale on their side had increased with Yang Gui's death. And more importantly, Lei Shan could now extend a helping hand. Zhou Yi could team up with him in order to defeat Lu Zong. Even for Lu Zong, who was at the spirit stage middle phase, it would be difficult to obtain the upper hand when facing two spirit stage initial phase powerhouses. Lu Zong's face darkened. He stared at Mangyin Mountain's defeated troops and gnashed his teeth bitterly. Then, he glared coldly at Zhou Yi and appeared next to Lu Ming, who was heavily injured and burned to a char by Mu Qin. He grabbed onto Lu Ming and quickly fled away from the mountain peak. Retreat! Seeing Lu Zong retreat, the Lu territory's men also shouted out and quickly escaped from the fray. Without the support from the Lu territory, Mangyin Mountain's troops completely lost their morale and quickly surrendered when the fortress was broken into. Mu Qin stood on top of the fortress walls and watched as the troops from Mangyin Mountain scattered away. Mangyin Mountain would now disappear forever from the northern spiritual realm's underworld. Huh, Mu Qin. You're quite amazing. You're actually able to arrange such a powerful spiritual array at such a young age. Lei Shan laughed as he landed next to Mu Qin. He firmly patted Mu Qin's shoulder as Mu Qin gave a bitter laugh due to the force. He felt that his entire body was being shattered. It was evident that Lei Shan was in an excellent mood. Yang Gui was a big rival for him and Lei Shan had been suppressed by him over the past few years. He had never thought that he would be able to get his revenge today. Of course, it was thanks to Mu Qin's spiritual array support. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take Yang Gui's life that easily even if he had managed to defeat him. Zhou Yi also descended down. He looked at Mu Qin with a pleased smile. It was a wise decision when he decided to bring Mu Qin along with him. Leader Lei. We'll let you deal with the remaining men from Mangyin Mountain. Zhou Yi looked at the troops that had surrendered as he directed a smile towards Lei Shan. That's fine. Lei Shan nodded. For an underworld force, what they needed the most was manpower. The Mu territory might despise these individuals, but Nine Dragon City required them. Mangyin Mountain is the strongest underworld force within the northern spiritual realm. They surely must have a lot of treasures. Since we've obtained their troops, we'll leave the treasure collection to you. Lei Shan smiled. This was within reason. Mangyin Mountain had been eradicated and hence they had managed to resolve a big concern of theirs. Moreover, they could take this opportunity and form a friendly relationship with the Mu territory. Thus, Lei Shan was willing to give up the Mangyin Mountain's treasure to the Mu territory. Zhou Yi smiled. He did not refuse, but he also did not plan on accepting everything. He said, let's split it in half. Nine Dragon City has suffered quite a bit of losses today. Moreover, we still have an opportunity to cooperate. Then, I'll have to thank Brother Zhou. Lei Shan did not argue as he cupped his hands and smiled. Right now, they had offended the Lu territory. In order to avoid their retaliation, they naturally had to form a better relationship with the Mu territory. Since the two sides had come to an agreement, Lei Shan waved his hand and called his men to bring over a certain person. This person was exceptionally skinny, yet he had quite the cunning eyes. However, he looked miserable instead, due to the blood covering his body. This is the second leader of Mangyin Mountain, Lin Ho. He is also a known figure. Lei Shan smiled coldly at Lin Ho and said, bring us to the treasure room. If you are useful to us, you will naturally be able to keep your life. Otherwise, I do not mind getting rid of you right now. Lin Ho shuddered when he saw Lei Shan's killing intent. He hurriedly smiled and said, Leader Lei, relax. I know all about Mangyin Mountain and am well aware of where the most precious collection is located. Then, why don't you hurry and lead the way? Lei Shan shouted. Yes, yes, please follow me. Lin Ho quickly nodded and awkwardly led the way. This sort of person, who would betray anyone in his interest, isn't suitable for staying in Nine Dragon City. Zhou Yi stared at the silhouette of Lin Ho as he said that with a faint smile. Brother Zhou, there's no need to worry. I naturally understand this. Lei Shan smiled. He wasn't a fool. How could he let a person, who could easily betray his former lord, stay by his side? Hearing this, Zhou Yi did not bring it up anymore and followed quickly along with Mu Chen. Mangyin Mountain's fortress was quite massive and had numerous houses. Currently, Lin Ho was turning left and right as he brought everyone to the largest building in the depths of the fortress. Lin Ho stopped in the study room of the building. Then, the walls suddenly cracked open when Lin Ho touched the wall. Afterwards, he directed a smile towards Lei Shan and said, "Everyone, this place is Yang Gui's treasure collection when he was still alive. I only found it due to a coincidence. You can enter it first." Lei Shan said faintly. It was clear that he did not trust this person. Lin Ho laughed awkwardly and immediately entered. Seeing that he was completely fine, Lei Shan, Zhou Yi and Mu Chen followed him. Behind the wall was a secret room. There was a sparkling light coming from it. The secret room wasn't large, yet it was definitely filled with treasure. There were spirit coins piled up almost forming a small hill. From the looks of it, there were at least 1,000,000 coins. On the other side, numerous jaded scripts were placed. It was obvious that this was Yang Gui's spiritual arts collection. Mu Chen became a little bit interested and wandered in. He looked at a few spiritual arts and immediately curled his lips. These spiritual arts were not considered that excellent. The highest level one was only at the spiritual tier. Mu Chen casually looked at them and soon completely lost interest in these spiritual arts. He began to wander into the interior. At that location, there were a few exquisite jaded boxes. He picked one up and gently opened the cover. Then, a fist-sized blood ginseng appeared in his eyes. A rich and pure spiritual energy emitted out along with its fragrance. 9 Truths Blood Ginseng. Mu Chen looked at the blood ginseng and his eyes suddenly lit up. This was a worldly treasure that was even rarer than the jaded essence fruit. It was extremely beneficial for cultivation. However, the spiritual energy within it was extremely violent. It would harm the body if it was not completely ingested. However, Mu Chen was not afraid of this at all. The great pagoda art that he trained in was exceptionally domineering. It was clear that the violent spiritual energy from the blood ginseng was at a level beneath it. Moreover, if he was able to completely ingest this fully matured 9 Truths blood ginseng, he might be able to break through to the spiritual rotation stage late phase in a short period of time. "Uncle Zhou, this thing belongs to me." Mu Chen waved the jaded box towards Zhou Yi and smiled. "You've performed a great job this time. Pick as many treasures as you want." Zhou Yi smiled. Hearing this, Mu Chen placed it within his mustard seed bracelet. However, he was not greedy. Although these worldly treasures were excellent, it would be harmful for him, in the long run, if he over-relied on them to increase his strength quickly. Therefore, he was not envious when the other decent worldly treasures were taken away by Zhou Yi and Lei Shan. Instead, he wandered around the secret room and looked everywhere. The secret room was not that spacious and Mu Chen quickly reached the end of it. However, he did not see anything special. Thus, he could only pout his lips. It seemed that Yang Gui's collection wasn't that amazing. Mu Chen shook his head and was about to turn around. Crack. However, he seemed to have stepped on something when he turned around. Something rolled out from beneath his foot. He lowered his head and saw a black scroll rolling near his foot. The scroll was covered in dust. It was evident that it wasn't taken care of properly. Mu Chen frowned as was about to leave. However, he did not know why he suddenly hesitated for a moment and sucked up the black scroll into his hands. Mu Chen looked at it carefully, yet he did not discover anything special from it. Then, he casually opened the scroll. When the scroll was opened, a faint black light emerged. Flashing black lines were scattered across the scroll without any rules. Mu Chen frowned as he stared at the scattered lines. His eyes were filled with doubt. These lines seemed like a diagram array. However, it was disorganized and had no proper trajectories for the array. What is this thing? Mu Chen pouted his lips. The pattern within the scroll seemed like something drawn by an ignorant child and looked completely useless. Mu Chen fixated his gaze on the black scroll. He could vaguely feel something wrong with it. Then, he pondered for a moment before suddenly closing his eyes. The sounds from the outside world were gradually being cut off. Under the silence, he actually entered the heart array state. Although Mu Chen had closed his eyes when he entered the heart array state, he could still see the thick black light that erupted out from the black scroll. Then, he saw with his heart, a mysterious trajectory slowly connecting the originally chaotic light beams. The black light surged through the outlines of the light beams. As Mu Chen looked at them attentively, he could see an extremely complex diagram array emerging from the scroll. He could vaguely perceive a mysterious black lotus and an indescribably vicious aura emitting out from the diagram array. Mu Chen's body trembled slightly and he suddenly opened his eyes. A muffled sound rang out from his throat. Then, traces of blood began to emerge from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not care about it at all and only stared in shock at the black scroll within his hands. This item was definitely a high-rank diagram array. Chapter 96, Suppression and Breakthrough. Chapter 96, Suppression and Breakthrough. A high-rank diagram array. Mu Chen stared unsteadily at the black scroll within his hand. Although he could not determine the rank of this diagram array, it should be at least more powerful than a rank 2 spiritual array. If word comes out about this level of a diagram array, it would probably create madness among the spiritual array masters within the northern spiritual realm. In the eyes of spiritual array masters, even rare worldly treasures wouldn't be as attractive as this high-rank diagram array. Mu Chen wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Then, he walked towards Zhou Yi and Lei Shan as he waved the scroll. "Uncle Zhou, I want this as well." Zhou Yi and the others took the black scroll and looked over it back and forth. However, they did not see any clues from it. Thus, they smiled and handed it over to Mu Chen. Mu Chen snickered when he accepted it. He knew that Zhou Yi and Lei Shan wouldn't be able to see the mystery behind the black scroll. Otherwise, Yang Gui wouldn't have casually discarded it at this place. The value of a high-rank spiritual array was probably much higher than everything else inside this secret room. As for how Mu Chen could see through the mystery of this black scroll, it was all because he could enter the heart array state. Otherwise, Mu Chen believed that even a rank 2 spiritual array master wouldn't be able to discover the hidden diagram array within the black scroll even if they were. Looking at it. The heart array state is something that only a rank 3 spiritual array master could enter. However, it was not absolute and only had a small probability. Not every single rank 3 spiritual array master would be able to enter the heart array state. Thus, it was a secret that couldn't be unlocked by just anyone. Mu Chen quickly put away the black scroll. When he headed back, he could research it a little. However, it was impossible for him to attempt arranging it with his current strength. Previously, his body had trembled just from the vicious aura emitting from the diagram array. If he attempted to arrange it forcibly, he would definitely die due to the backlash. After he obtained the high-grade diagram array, Mu Chen did not have any other thoughts about the items within the secret room and allowed Zhou Yi and Lei Shan to divide the spoils of war. Then, they called their respective troops to transfer it back to their own territory. Leader Lei. Regarding this matter, it is all thanks to Nine Dragon City. If there is anything you need help with, please feel free to send some men over to the Mu territory. We will definitely help you with the best of our abilities. At the entrance of the Mangyin mountain range, Zhou Yi cupped his hands towards Lei Shan and smiled as he led the Mu territory's troops. "Ha! Brother Zhou, you're being too polite. My Nine Dragon City will have to thank you. Once we settle the situation over here, we will definitely head over to the Mu territory and pay a visit to Territory Lord Mu Feng." "Sure, farewell." Zhou Yi smiled. He did not delay it and waved his hands as he brought the large number of troops away. They quickly disappeared from Nine Dragon City's line of sight. News quickly spread out regarding the battle against Mangyin Mountain. The destruction of Mangyin Mountain shocked the northern spiritual realm. After all, Mangyin Mountain was the strongest underworld force within the northern spiritual realm. Since it was now eradicated, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Especially when news yang Gui's death came out. Numerous individuals were completely stunned when they heard this. A spirit stage powerhouse would actually be killed like this. They really can't provoke the Mu territory. Numerous large and small forces sighed. They naturally heard about Mang En Mountain attacking the Mu territory and killing one of the Mu territory's city lords. Although they knew that the Mu territory would not just endure it, they never expected that the Mu territory's revenge would be enacted. This quickly and this viciously. Lu territory, within the Lu estate. Lu Qingtian sat at the seat of honor with an indifferent expression. Beside him was Lu Mubai while below him were Lu Zong and Lu Ming. However, both of them had an ugly expression at this moment. How did you fail? Lu Qingtian glanced at the two of them and asked as he frowned. It's all because of that little as asterisk hole, Mu Chen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, that brat could actually arrange a spiritual array whose power was comparable to a rank 2 spiritual array. Together with Lei Shan, they killed Yang Gui. Oh. Lu Qingtian's expression changed slightly. So Mu Chen could arrange such a powerful spiritual array? That brat really was a disaster. He actually improved so much in such a short period of time. At the same time, Lu Mubai also gnashed his teeth secretly. A hint of jealousy and hatred flashed through the depths of his eyes. Unknowingly, the gap between Mu Chen and him had been pulled apart. How could his prideful self endure this? Big brother, what should we do now? With the matter about Mang En Mountain, the Mu territory's reputation will definitely soar. Moreover, they also formed a close relationship with Nine Dragon City. This isn't good news for us. Lu Zong asked. Lu Qingtian smiled calmly. However, a chill filled his eyes. Why are you so impatient? We instructed Mang En Mountain to act in order to capture the Mu territory's attention. Our father is progressing smoothly with his training. He should be able to exit his secluded training after 1 month. When that happens, he will become the only 3 heavens stage powerhouse in the northern spiritual realm. By that time, who will care about the Mu territory? We will be able to easily destroy them. As for the other forces, it would be great if we could conquer them. However, if they're unwilling, then we can just eliminate them. Lu Qingtian's eyes were burning eagerly as he clenched his hands tightly. When that happens, the Lu territory will become the true overlord of the northern spiritual realm. The vast area will be controlled single-handedly by my Lu territory. When Lu Zong and Lu Ming heard this, their eyes became a lot more passionate. It was finally time for the Lu territory to rule over the northern spiritual realm. Mu territory. After the incident with Mang En Mountain was dealt with, Mu Chen had quietly stayed in the Mu estate. This was because he spent most of his time researching the mysterious black diagram array inside the scroll. He had also allowed Wen Ling to glance at the diagram array. The latter had already successfully advanced to a rank 2 spiritual array master. However, he did not possess the heart array state and could not view the hidden diagram array within the scroll. About the diagram array, he did not hide it from him. After all, Wen Ling had treated him quite well. Not only did he lead him on the path of a spiritual array master, he had also handed over all the diagram arrays he possessed without reservation. To this stern teacher, Mu Chen felt quite grateful to him. Moreover, when Wen Ling heard about this from Mu Chen, he was quite interested in it. After all, a high-rank diagram array possessed great attractiveness towards spiritual array master. But contrary to Mu Chen's expectation, Wen Ling was not fixated on it. He only smiled and said that he had no luck with this diagram array. Therefore, he could not view it. Regarding this, Mu Chen could do nothing about it. Since Wen Ling could not see the hidden diagram array within the scroll, he did not have the ability to simulate it. Therefore, Mu Chen could only keep it to himself and slowly research it. After a period of research, Mu Chen had vaguely entered the starting point and had a bit of understanding concerning the diagram array. If his research was correct, this diagram array's name was known as the Butchering Demonic Lotus Spiritual Array. As for the overall rank of the diagram array, Mu Chen did not fully understand it yet. However, it was at least a rank 3 diagram array. It was obvious that Mu Chen could not arrange a diagram array of this level with his current strength. About this, Mu Chen felt quite helpless. He had the diagram array, yet he did not have the strength to attempt it. Instead, it made him itch. Thus, he could only gradually gather his thoughts and attempt the diagram array in the future. After turning his focus away from this, Mu Chen began to dedicate himself fully to his cultivation. With his current strength, he had long possessed the qualifications to break through into the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. However, he did not do that. Instead, he had constantly suppressed his spiritual energy and did not allow himself to reach that step yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance to the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. It was just that his ambition did not stop there. Instead, he planned on directly breaking through to the spiritual rotation stage late phase. This idea was quite unreliable. After all, it required a large amount of spiritual energy to break through to a spiritual rotation stage late phase from the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. If it was before, Mu Chen would not have this idea. However, he possessed the Nine Truths blood ginseng right now. Therefore, he had this thought. The Nine Truths blood ginseng possessed a pure and violent spiritual energy. As long as Mu Chen could ingest this spiritual energy, he could rely on the spiritual energy that he suppressed within his body and release it all out during the peak density. This would definitely be like a pent-up volcano. The eruption would be extremely terrifying. By relying on this energy, Mu Chen was certain that he could break through to the spiritual rotation stage late phase. Thus, Mu Chen could only wait for the correct timing. And this wait lasted for nearly half a month. After half a month, Mu Chen sat cross-legged on a stone platform inside the Mu Estate's courtyard. At this moment, spiritual energy continued to leak out endlessly from the surface of his body. It represented that the spiritual energy within his body had reached an extreme. At every level, there was a limit how much spiritual energy could be stored within the body. Currently, Mu Chen was only at the spiritual rotation stage initial phase. However, the amount of spiritual energy within his body had surpassed the limits of a spiritual rotation stage initial phase. If he failed to deal with the situation accordingly, it could easily cause damage to the meridians as the spiritual energy was too abundant. Hu! Mu Chen let out a deep breath. A hint of black light leaked out from his breath as well. It was evident that it was mixed with spiritual energy. It's about enough. Mu Chen felt a slight pain within his body and smiled slightly. This act was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the Great Pagoda art was exceptionally domineering and could control the abundant spiritual energy. It stopped the spiritual energy from causing damage recklessly within his body. Otherwise, he would not dare to do such a bold act. Mu Chen gripped his hand and a jaded box emerged. He opened the box and the Nine Truths blood ginseng appeared from within it. A rich scent poured out. Then, he inhaled and instantly felt the spiritual energy within his body expand once again. Amazing! Mu Chen secretly let out a praise. However, his eyes quickly turned serious and he threw the Nine Truths blood ginseng into his mouth. The scalding juice emitted out within Mu Chen's mouth and instantly turned into surging amounts of spiritual energy. It flowed into Mu Chen's body like a torrent and instantly caused his body to turn red. Mu Chen felt the spiritual energy that was about to rampage within his body and did not dare to act slowly. He quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. He circulated the Great Pagoda art madly in order to ingest the violent spiritual energy. Right now, it was time to break through. Chapter 97, Spiritual Rotation Stage Late Phase. Chapter 97, Spiritual Rotation Stage Late Phase. Boom! Surging spiritual energy rushed out like a flood and roared past Mu Chen's limbs. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy, Mu Chen felt a pricking pain in his meridians. It was evident that his meridians had reached the limits of enduring it. At the same time, Mu Chen was clear about the condition of his body. He immediately circulated the Great Pagoda art in order to drive the dense spiritual energy through the spiritual art's circulation route. Waves of spiritual energy were ingested by the Great Pagoda art and were turned into numerous dark black spiritual energy before it fused into the spiritual energy wheel within his aura sea. Accompanying this influx of dense spiritual energy, the originally pigeon egg-sized spiritual energy wheel slowly grew. The spiritual energy lights flashing on the surface also became brighter. Hu! The entire aura sea seemed to have rumbled at this moment. This commotion awakened the Nine Netherworld Bird, who was trapped inside the dark purple mandala flower within his aura sea. It watched this scene with a cold and cruel gaze. Then, it suddenly stood up when it witnessed the scene. The burning black flames within his black wings suddenly enshrouded the cage which trapped it. Buzz! However, against the impact, the light barrier cage formed by the mandala flower rippled. It did not show even the slightest signs of shattering. A hint of hatred flashed through the Nine Netherworld Bird's eyes. Right now, it was an excellent chance for it to attack Mu Chen. But this abominable cage had sealed it to the extent that it couldn't even display any means of attacks towards him. Regarding the Nine Netherworld Bird's actions, Mu Chen did not have the time to care about it. He was completely focused on controlling the surging spiritual energy within his body. At this moment, he could not afford even the slightest error. The spiritual energy within his meridians howled endlessly. This high-speed circulation made Mu Chen's meridians ache. This time, there was way too much spiritual energy entering his body. However, it was clearly useless to be thinking about this right now. Therefore, Mu Chen could only concentrate and he circulated the Great Pagoda art to the extreme. He ingested the violent spiritual energy constantly. Time quickly passed by and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, the spiritual energy well within Mu Chen's aura sea had expanded by an entire size. Right now, he had already reached the spiritual rotation stage middle phase. But there was still a considerable amount of spiritual energy surging endlessly within his body. It was time to charge at the spiritual rotation stage late phase. This idea flashed through Mu Chen's mind. He immediately took a deep breath. The surging spiritual energy within his meridians accelerated as it flowed through the Great Pagoda art circulation route. This speed made his meridians contract slightly. However, Mu Chen ignored it. The domineering Great Pagoda art would be enough to control the violent spiritual energy. The violent spiritual energy that others might not be able to deal with was like a tamed sheep inside his body. All of you should just become part of my spiritual energy. Mu Chen muttered within his heart. Above the spiritual energy wheel, lights condensed and turned into an illusory light tower. This light tower swayed and absorbed the flooding spiritual energy like a whale. Then, with the empowerment of the massive amount of spiritual energy, the illusory light tower seemed to have turned slightly material. Buzz! The absorption speed of the light tower was extremely terrifying. In a matter of just a dozen minutes, the dense spiritual energy within Mu Chen's meridians was completely absorbed by it. Moreover, the illusory light tower seemed to have become more corporeal after absorbing this dense spiritual energy. This made Mu Chen exclaim loudly. If he wanted to turn the illusory light tower into a corporeal light tower, wouldn't the amount of spiritual energy he required be terrifying? Mu Chen smacked his lips in shock. He immediately concentrated and the light tower slowly faded away into lights as it entered the spiritual energy wheel. Dong! As the lights entered his spiritual energy wheel, the light wheel shook violently. Waves of dense spiritual energy fluctuations emitted out constantly and the size of the spiritual energy wheel expanded at a visible speed. In a matter of seconds, the spiritual energy wheel had expanded to the point where it was the size of an infant's fist. Around the light wheel, spiritual energy lights would emerge. It looked rather abstruse as if it was enveloping the stars outside of the galaxy. A dense spiritual energy fluctuation emitted out from within Mu Chen's body. This sense of power made his pores open up. It was an indescribable and comforting feeling. Mu Chen sensed the spiritual energy wheel with a bit of joy. With its degree of strength, he had truly reached the spiritual rotation stage late phase. After suppressing his spiritual energy during this period of time, he had finally reached this level with the help of the Nine Truths Blood Ginseng and the Great Pagoda art. As long as he advanced one more step, he would become a spirit stage powerhouse. That level would be a qualitative change to his cultivation. In the northern spiritual realm, a person at the spiritual rotation stage late phase was quite powerful. However, to tell the truth, there are many of them. If they wanted to truly become a leader of a force, they could only do it if they possessed the strength of a spirit stage powerhouse. This was because everybody knew that the capability of a spirit stage powerhouse was simply not something that a spiritual rotation stage late phase could compare with. No matter how many spiritual rotation stage late phase men you had, it was not as convincing as you, yourself, being a spirit stage powerhouse. They were two completely different levels. The prestige that they represent was also completely different. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction when he felt the density of the spiritual energy within his body. Then, he focused his consciousness on the Nine Nether Bird which was trapped within the Aura Sea. Although he was completely focused on ingesting the spiritual energy previously, he did not ignore the actions that the Nine Nether Bird did. The Nine Nether Bird also noticed Mu Chen. However, it only glanced at him coldly before lying down lazily. Damn feathery bird, you've already lost your influence and position right now. Can't you act sincerely? Mu Chen said with a cold smile. Go to hell. Hearing Mu Chen call it a damn feathery bird, the Nine Nether Bird bursted into a rage. The blazing wings fiercely flapped and a cold intent was conveyed over. You wouldn't benefit if you were to kill me. Therefore, you should act more sincerely. Mu Chen said heartlessly. With your spiritual rotation stage late phase strength, you are worse than an ant in my eyes. You dare scold me? Thoughts surged out from the Nine Nether Bird. Within it, a cold murderous intent was conveyed out. You think that it's your victory because you've trapped me within your body? This mandala flower isn't something that you can control. Hearing this, Mu Chen flew into a rage. His consciousness moved and actually floated towards the cage formed by the mandala flower. Then, his consciousness slowly touched it. When it was touched, Mu Chen was exceptionally nervous. It was true that he didn't have a way of controlling the mysterious mandala flower which had emerged from the black paper. But no matter what, this was the only thing that was capable of restraining the Nine Nether Bird. He must attempt it. Otherwise, the Nine Nether Bird would never listen to his words. As Mu Chen timidly touched the mandala flower, he was stunned. The rebound that he expected to come did not appear and, instead, his consciousness also integrated into the mandala flower a little bit. At that instant, Mu Chen felt that he could control the mandala flower a little bit. This feeling instantly made Mu Chen froze. Shortly after, a surge of ecstasy filled his mind. Afterwards, he stared unfavorably at the Nine Nether Bird. The Nine Nether Bird also detected something. It folded its black wings uneasily and was on alert. Damn feathery bird. I'll make it so that you'll want to hurt me. Mu Chen snickered and moved his consciousness. The massive flower petals of the mandala flower actually spread out slowly and whacked fiercely at the Nine Nether Bird. Boom! The Nine Nether Bird, who was caught off guard, immediately issued a cry of pain when it was hit by the flower petals. The black flames on its body dimmed slightly. Then, a hint of fear finally emerged within its eyes. It was evident that it never expected that Mu Chen would be capable of activating this mysterious mandala flower. Seeing this, Mu Chen's heart was filled with delight. During this time, he had to endure the Nine Nether Bird's attitude and could not do anything to get back at it. Now, he finally had a mean to counter back. He immediately activated the mandala flower in order to smack at the Nine Nether Bird endlessly. The Nine Nether Bird evaded it awkwardly. Every time it was hit by the mandala flower's petals, the black flames on its body would dim. This made it a bit frightened. The mandala flower was quite mysterious as it was actually capable of absorbing its energy. Mu Chen, don't go overboard now. Believe it or not, I'll fight to the bitter end with you. After avoiding repeatedly, the Nine Nether Bird also entered a rampage and the feathers on its body stood up. Within the thought that was conveyed over, it was full of rage and horror. Humph, this is a punishment that you deserve. Since you're staying in my body, you should act more honestly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not holding back if you hold some ill desire towards me. Mu Chen said ruthlessly. He did not dare to push the Nine Nether Bird too hard. After all, the latter was not an ordinary existence. Even though it was weakened a lot, who knew if it had some sort of last resort or not? If he made the Nine Nether Bird feel anxious and it decided to fight him to the death, Mu Chen might not be able to endure it. Fury filled the Nine Nether Bird's eyes. However, it stopped scorning and ridiculing Mu Chen. Instead, it shook the feathers on its body and slowly lay down. Now that Mu Chen was capable of controlling the mandala flower, it was best not to provoke this person. Noticing that the Nine Nether Bird finally caved in, Mu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Then, his consciousness exited the mandala flower. But once he exited it, he felt a sense of dizziness. A feeling of fatigue emitted out and made him drowsy. So controlling the mandala flower actually consumes this much mental energy. Mu Chen was shocked and forcibly suppressed the stress that he felt. The mandala flower was indeed strange. He had activated it inaccurately, yet it nearly made him fall asleep. Then, wouldn't he faint if he attempted to use it to do something? It seems that I shouldn't use it often. Mu Chen muttered to himself. Then, his consciousness exited his body. Although the consumption was great, he still obtained a measure that the Nine Nether Bird was afraid of. This damn feathery bird. Just wait until I advance to the spirit stage, I'll deal with you then. Chapter 98, Uneasy Silence. Chapter 98, Uneasy Silence. After Mu Chen successfully advanced to the spiritual rotation stage late phase, he gradually slowed down his cultivation pace. This breakthrough was different compared to the times when he would slowly yet steadily advance and instead was a sudden leap. Although Mu Chen was thoroughly prepared for this rapid breakthrough, no matter what, it still made his spiritual energy a little bit sparse. Thus, he must quietly temper his spiritual energy. Otherwise, this sparseness would be trouble for him when he attempts to break through to a higher stage. Mu Chen selected a decent idea to temper his spiritual energy. The plan was to condense spiritual seals. Before his breakthrough, Mu Chen could only condense 19 spiritual seals. On the day that Yang Gue was killed, he only managed to arrange the 9 heavenly lightning spiritual array due to the jaded essence fruit. Otherwise, he would not have reached that level. But since his strength had increased significantly, Mu Chen could easily condense 20 spiritual seals. He no longer required any external help to do so. This made Mu Chen quite delightful, as it also means that he could successfully arrange the 9 heavenly lightning spiritual array with his own strength. With this powerful spiritual array, he would be able to fight even a spirit stage initial phase powerhouse. However, a great obstacle emerged when Mu Chen attempted to condense the 21st seal after condensing 20 spiritual seals. It was difficult to form the 21st spiritual seal. This phenomenon puzzled him. With the increase of his strength, it should be easy for him to condense over 20 spiritual seals. Why did he keep failing? After thinking for a while without any conclusion gathered, Mu Chen, who was in confusion, could only head over to find Wenling. Then, after the explanation given by Wenling, he finally understood that the 21st spiritual seal was the critical point for a rank 1 spiritual array master to break through to a rank 2 spiritual array master. Although 20 spiritual seals and 21 spiritual seals only differ from 1 seal, it separated the 2 levels. Wenling spent numerous years before he finally completed this difference of 1 seal and became a rank 2 spiritual array master. It was evident that it wasn't as simple as Mu Chen thought if he wanted to cover the gap in a short period of time, even if he had a monstrous talent. After he heard Wenling's explanation, Mu Chen was enlightened. No wonder it was so difficult to condense the 21st spiritual seal. This was due to it actually representing the difference between the 2 levels. As long as he successfully condensed the 21st spiritual seal, he would be considered to be a rank 2 spiritual array master. Moreover, he would condense numerous spiritual seals at an alarming speed. For example, Wenling could only condense 20 spiritual seals before he became a rank 2 spiritual array master. But after he finally stepped past the 21st seal, he managed to condense 29 spiritual seals within half a month. Furthermore, the number of seals was still growing slowly. Thus, this was the difference between a rank 2 spiritual array master and a rank 1 spiritual array master. After identifying the cause, Mu Chen slowed down the speed of condensing spiritual seals. Although it would still be a compulsory lesson every day, he split up the time so he could complete other matters. As Mu Chen relaxed, a dozen days or so passed by. During this period, Mu Chen would split up his time into 4 parts. One part was for condensing spiritual seals, another part for cultivating spiritual energy, another part for researching on the complex and mysterious, butchering demonic lotus spiritual array, and the last part was for talking with the Nine Netherworld Bird within his body. The Nine Netherworld Bird was an extremely powerful existence and was currently within Mu Chen's body. Although it was trapped, Mu Chen was quite tempted towards its strength. Therefore, he did not want their relationship to be filled completely with hatred. However, the Nine Netherworld Bird ignored his actions for a conversation. The viciousness within its eyes did not fade at all. Instead, the gaze that would occasionally look at Mu Chen was like how it would view a naive fool. This foolish person actually believes that he could make it obedient just like this. Although there were minimal effects of the talk, Mu Chen did not get bored of it. Instead, the Nine Netherworld Bird was the one that felt it was annoying. Once it heard his voice, it would cover the cage with its wings and would not listen nor talk. Even though Mu Chen did not obtain much significant results from the exchange he had with the Nine Netherworld Bird, he still made a discovery regarding about the butchering demonic lotus spiritual array. However, this discovery made him get a headache. This is because he discovered that the butchering demonic lotus spiritual array that he saw within the black scroll wasn't complete. Accurately speaking, it should only be a part of the complete butchering demonic lotus spiritual array. The most peculiar thing about it is that this part was still a perfect spiritual array. It could be arranged and activated by itself. Mu Chen was quite surprised to see that. It was his first time seeing a diagram array with such a perfect spiritual array after dissecting it out from the complete version. As for the remaining parts of the butchering demonic lotus spiritual array, it was still hidden within the black scroll. It was impossible to detect even when Mu Chen activated his heart array state. This was obviously because he wasn't strong enough to see it. However, Mu Chen did not feel dispirited. Right now, his strength wasn't enough. Not to mention the complete version of the butchering demonic lotus spiritual array, the part of the diagram array he could see required approximately 100 spiritual seals. Mu Chen still had a long way to go before he reached this number. Perhaps only an excellent rank 3 spiritual array master would barely reach this requirement. After all, he had only just begun on the path of a spiritual array master. While Mu Chen was quietly cultivating, the Mu territory was relatively quiet. Even the entire northern spiritual realm was somewhat quiet. This silence made Mu Feng feel a little bit uncomfortable. Did the Lu territory cause any commotions? Within the Mu estate, Mu Feng held a teacup and frowned as he asked Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi shook his head and said, it was as if those bastards had changed their personalities. They became completely quiet and peaceful. Moreover, they didn't even care about their underworld forces, which we helped the 9 Dragon City conquered. After hearing Zhou Yi say this, Mu Feng frowned even more. He understood Lu Qingtian's personality. The latter was cunning and crafty. He was definitely not a good person. How is it possible that he would let it go after they suffered such a loss against the Mu territory? Send down an order. They should keep a close surveillance towards the Lu territory. If the Lu territory causes any commotion, they should immediately report it back. Mu Feng placed down the teacup and said in a deep voice. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded his head and immediately turned away. Mu Feng stared at Zhou Ye's silhouette as his hands grinded against the armrest of his chair. His eyes turned towards the direction of the Lu territory. Somehow, anxiety had filled his heart. This feeling was like how a bloody storm would sweep over soon. Ominous and terrifying. Lu territory. Recently, the Lu territory had remained rather calm. However, everybody could feel it vaguely that the patrols within the Lu city had become a lot stricter. It was as if they were preparing something. This made many individuals a bit puzzled. Thinking about some time ago, the Lu territory had confronted the Mu territory. Could the Lu territory be preparing to defend against the Mu territory? But the Lu territory should be the strongest force within the northern spiritual realm. They had always bragged about it gloriously. Why would they suddenly be afraid of the Mu territory? Many were puzzled. Thus, rumors spread out about how the Lu territory was afraid of the Mu territory. They did not dare to fight against them and etc. This harmed the reputation of the Lu territory. Lu estate. Boom. In the meeting room, a table was completely smashed into pieces by a paled-faced Lu Ming. His face darkened as he said, "Those idiots think, we, the Lu territory, would actually be afraid of the Mu territory." At the seat of honor, Lu Qingtian glanced at him and said, "It's only just rumors. Why do you care about it? What Big Brother said is correct." Lu Zong nodded his head and continued, "Right now, the most important thing is to wait for the old man to exit his secluded training. We should not care about anything else. As long as the old man advances to the three heaven stage, the rumors would all fade away." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "But how long do we have to wait?" During this period of time, the Mu territory and the Nine Dragon City had conquered many forces that belonged to us. Those as asterisk holes, they actually dare to bully our Lu territory, how bold. This Mu Feng is definitely seeking his death. Lu Zong said in a cold voice. Lu Qingtian smiled. However, this smile was extremely cold. He said, "Be patient, there will be a time when he would have to pay for it all. When that happens, I will make him beg in front of us. The Mu territory is only an upstart force. They actually dare to compare background and history with my Lu territory. They're biting off more than they can chew." Lu Qingtian stood up and waved his hand, "Just do what you have to do. We'll continue to wait." His voice faded away and he was about to leave. However, his face suddenly changed and he lifted his head up. The bright sky above the Lu territory had actually suddenly become darker. Buzz. Fierce winds blew in the sky. Everybody in the Lu territory could feel it. At this moment, the spiritual aura within the world seemed to fluctuate violently. Moreover, the spiritual aura flowed with the winds and rushed quickly in one direction. A few people looked in that direction and noticed that location was the mountain behind the Lu estate. "What's happening?" Lu Ming hurriedly walked out. He stared at the changing weather and could not help but ask. Lu Qingtian only stared at the sky. Then, he took a deep breath. His gaze turned towards the mountain and he could see that winds were fiercely blowing in the sky. Clouds gathered as an amazing spiritual energy pressure emitted out in waves. Dad is about to exit. A smile emerged on Lu Qingtian's face. However, the smile looked extraordinarily ferocious and cold within the dark skies. Hearing this, Lu Zong and Lu Ming also revealed delightful expressions. Lu Ming, immediately send out news. We, the Lu territory, will host a 9 territory meeting. Every single force within the northern spiritual realm must be present. Otherwise, we'll eradicate them. Lu Qingtian said with a faint smile. Yes. Lu Ming smiled as he replied. Facing the fierce winds, Lu Qingtian slowly opened his arms. From this point on, the Lu territory is the overlord of the northern spiritual realm. Mu Feng, just wait for your death. Chapter 99, 9 Territory Meeting. Chapter 99, 9 Territory Meeting. The news about the Lu territory holding a 9 territory meeting quickly spread like the wind throughout the entire northern spiritual realm. Moreover, everyone in the northern spiritual realm was astounded by it. The 9 territory meeting. It was known as the most extravagant affair within the northern spiritual realm. Normally, it would only be held when there was an extremely important matter. The last time a 9 territory meeting was hosted within the northern spiritual realm, the 9 territories had decided on their positions of power and boundaries of their domain. Furthermore, it was due to this setup, of the 9 territories within the northern spiritual realm, had continued until the present time. And now, the Lu territory had suddenly called for a 9 territory meeting. Why would they do that? Although many factional forces were in doubt, they could feel a surging and turbulent presence coming from the 9 territory meeting. It was likely that peace within the northern spiritual realm would disappear. Mu territory, within the Mu estate. A serious atmosphere filled the meeting room. Mu Feng's complexion changed, as he sat on the seat of honor. At the same time, Mu Chen, Zhou Yi and a few higher-ups from the Mu territory were present at the scene. Why did the Lu territory suddenly call for a 9 territory meeting? Mu Feng's eyes were sharp. He slowly lifted them up and asked, what are they planning to do? Everybody at the scene was silent. The Lu territory's actions were too abrupt. Nobody understood what they were planning to do. The 9 territory meeting, this certainly wasn't something that could casually be hosted. Mu Chen also frowned. His instincts told him that the Lu territory must have some sort of goal. Moreover, this goal should be extremely unfavorable to the Mu territory. The Lu territory acted too suddenly, and it makes me feel a bit uneasy. Should we just ignore them and not participate in the 9 territory meeting? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before asking. I'm afraid that wouldn't work. The 9 territory meeting was set as a compulsory obligation that was personally decided by the 9 territories. No matter who calls for it, all of us must attend. If we were to break the rules, there will be no benefit for us. Mu Feng shook his head and said, furthermore, if they were coming at our Mu territory, it would be impossible to avoid it, even if we did not go there. Instead, the Lu territory might use a method to alienate us from the other territories. Zhou Yi sighed and said, what should we do then? Gather the troops tomorrow. We will convene the strongest force we can from within the Mu territory and participate in this 9 territory meeting. Mu Feng's hands smashed onto the table as he said in a cold voice, I do not believe that the Lu territory could eat up my Mu territory in one gulp. Also, please send the message to the territory lord, Tang Shan, and the other territory lords. I believe that they must be feeling a bit uneasy at this moment. If the Lu territory dares to do anything funny, let's see what they are capable of when the remaining 8 territories are against it. Zhou Yi nodded. Although it was unclear what the Lu territory was planning to do, they wouldn't dare offend all of the other 8 territories at once. Mu Chen stared at Mu Feng, who was currently wearing a tense expression. His eyes also became serious. It seemed that Mu Feng could feel the danger from this situation as well. But no matter what, Mu Chen would not let the Lu territory go that easily, if they dared to attack the Mu territory. The location of the 9 territory meeting was at a city known as 9 Territory City, located deep within the center of the Northern Spiritual Realm. The previous 9 territory meeting had also been held at this location, and thus this city held the perfect precedent for playing the host. This area was considered neutral territory. It did not belong to any particular force, so, whenever a force calls for a 9 territory meeting, they will become the host and entertain the other forces. Normally, this city was not that festive. However, it had instantly been thrust into the limelight, after the Lu territory had sent out news about the 9 territory meeting. It was even livelier when compared to the entry competition held by the Northern Spiritual Academy a while ago. After all, only a few people were eligible for the entry competition. Although many would yearn for entry, the notion of victory or defeat would be meaningless to most of them. Therefore, they were really only seeking a kind of fantastic and lively entertainment, when they headed there. However, the 9 territory meeting was different. It was a setup related to the Northern Spiritual Realm. Once any kind of turbulence broke out, it would be impossible for all the forces within the Northern Spiritual Realm to avoid it. Thus, it was likely that everyone within the Northern Spiritual Realm would be paying attention to this matter, as it would affect them personally. When Mu Feng and his troops arrived at the 9 territory city, the city was already flocking with people. They could vaguely see numerous forces bring their men and surge within the city in waves. This time, all the elites within the Mu territory were sent out. Not only did Mu Feng lead the team personally, Zhou Yi, Mu Chen and the other 4 city lords had followed as well. Even Wen Ling, who had recently advanced to a rank 2 spiritual array master, had followed along. Coupled with the hundreds of men, their imposing manner was quite powerful and mighty. And just like that, a commotion broke out through the entire 9 territory city due to the Mu territory's troops' arrival. Countless forces quickly moved to greet them, while Mu Chen returned the greeting as he laughed. The Mu territory's men stopped when they arrived at the stone temple located in the center of the city. Then, the 4 city lords personally kept them in check as Mu Feng's gaze swept around. Afterwards, he seemed to have noticed other squadrons of elite troops. They were probably brought by the other territory lords. So it seems that those guys were also quite vigilant. Brother Mu. As Mu Feng looked around, sounds of laughter rang out nearby. Mu Feng quickly turned his head around and saw Tang Shan coming over with his most trusted group of men. Brother Tang. Seeing this, Mu Feng quickly headed forward. At the same time, Mu Chen also followed and glanced behind Tang Shan. He was immediately startled. This was because he noticed that Tang Qianer had also followed Tang Shan over. When Tang Qianer noticed Mu Chen, delight emerged instantly within her eyes. She blinked at him in amusement. Mu Feng and Tang Shan quickly grouped up together. They whispered to each other with a serious expression. Why did you come as well? Mu Chen, who was following behind Mu Feng, asked the girl beside him. Dad seemed to place a great importance on the 9 territory meeting, this time. Since I would have been bored if I stayed in the Tang territory, I followed him out here. Tang Qianer smiled. However, she immediately frowned. She glanced at the surroundings, before leaning over to Mu Chen and whispered, I heard that the Lu territory is planning something. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort to call for a 9 territory meeting? Mu Chen smiled and said, although the 9 territories all possess the right to call for a 9 territory meeting, no territory has ever called for it, since they established the 9 territories' power. Structure. Have you heard of the name, Lu Jingshan, before? Tang Qianer whispered. My dad seemed to speak in earnest about him. Lu Jingshan. Mu Chen's heart jumped as his eyes narrowed. He whispered, Lu Jingshan is Lu Qingtian's father. Back in the day, he was the strongest person within the northern spiritual realm. However, he seemed to have disappeared 3 years ago. Why would your father suddenly be mentioning him? Tang Qianer shook her head and said, I don't know either. Mu Chen frowned. An uneasy feeling filled his heart. Lu Jingshan was the strongest person within the northern spiritual realm back then. His strength was at the spirit stage late phase. Moreover, it was said that he had been only a step away from advancing to the 3 heaven stage. However, before that could happen, he suddenly disappeared one day. Rumors were spread about how his cultivation had gone wrong, and he had died due to serious injuries. Could that old man still be alive? Mu Chen's heart shook. If Lu Jingshan was still alive, wouldn't the Lu territory have 2 spirit stage late phase powerhouses if he came? If he included Lu Zong, there will be 3 spirit stage powerhouses. No territory within the northern spiritual realm could fight individually against this obscene strength. Furthermore, the most disturbing fact was that Lu Jingshan already possessed spirit stage late phase strength 3 years ago. If he was still alive, no, if he improved, wouldn't he have advanced to the 3 heaven stage by now? Thinking about this point, Mu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 heaven stage. It had not been seen within the northern spiritual realm in many years. If a powerhouse at this stage appears within the Lu territory, no force could compete with them within the northern spiritual realm. Thoughts rapidly filled Mu Chen's mind, and he didn't look good. Seeing this, Tang Qianer secretly stuck out her tongue. She placed her hands behind her back and did not dare to say anything more. When they entered the stone temple, Mu Chen saw Mu Feng looking over towards him. The latter's eyes were quite serious. Beneath that seriousness, there was even a hint of uneasiness. It had been many years since Mu Chen had seen Mu Feng reveal such an expression. It seemed that he too had obtained a bit of information from Tang Shan as well. Within the stone temple, the area was extremely spacious. Numerous important figures were walking around. At the same time, the other territory lords had already arrived and were talking with each other. However, Mu Chen could detect that the atmosphere was a bit unnatural from their laughter sounds. It seemed that this news had already been secretly spread out. Mu Feng sat down on one of the stone seats as well. Mu Chen and Zhou Yi stood behind him. Then, Mu Chen glanced at the opposite side. At that location, there was a beautiful woman wearing a red dress, and her smile attracted numerous gazes. Moreover, Mu Chen was able to see a familiar figure behind her. It was Hong Ling. He had never expected that even she would follow her mother over to this place. Hong Ling smiled when she noticed Mu Chen. Her peach-like eyes were moist and she displayed the enchanting aura that she inherited from her mother. "Little girl, did you take a liking to the boy from the Mu family?" The beautiful woman's gaze had fixated on Mu Feng ever since he entered. She gently gritted her teeth before glancing at the handsome boy beside Mu Feng. Then, she directed a question to Hong Ling. "Mom, what are you saying?" Hong Ling blushed wildly as she said in embarrassment. "That Mu Feng isn't a good person. Thus, his son cannot certainly not be much better. If you don't like him, then it's best not to have any dealings with him," the beautiful woman said in faint voice. A trace of resentment was slipped into her tone. "You have obtained the entry to the Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Academy, and you will have a promising future. When the time comes for you to attend, you will meet many youths that are far more outstanding than that boy from the Mu family." Hong Ling glanced strangely at her mother. She was vaguely aware of her mother's affair when she had been young. Back then, her mother seemed to have pursued Mu Feng, yet she never succeeded. In the end, her mother became too discouraged and married her father as she was disheartened. However, her father had died, due to a grave injury from a battle. After all these years, her mother had maintained being single. Although time could change a lot of things, her mother still possessed a little bit of resentment towards Mu Feng. "Mom, I just want to enter Myriad Phoenix Spiritual Academy, so I can train properly. As for the other affairs, we'll talk about it later," Hong Ling said in a faint voice. She glanced once more at the handsome boy beside Mu Feng, yet she had complex feelings within her heart. The beautiful woman patted Hong Ling's petite hands. Then, she stared bitterly at Mu Feng, who avoided looking over to that location, before retracting her gaze. "Dad, that side has been looking at you ever since you've arrived." Mu Chen was also aware of the situation over there. He gently coughed and spoke. "Shut up." Mu Feng glanced fiercely at Mu Chen. "This boy, he really is being insensitive." Mu Chen smirked. It seems that his father was quite popular when he was young. Within the temple, other territory lords gradually arrived as time passed. Aside from them, a few well-known forces within the northern spiritual realm had also arrived. As more troops arrived, the scene within the temple gradually quieted down. Then, sounds of footsteps came from behind the temple. At that location, the curtains were raised and numerous figures walked out from behind it. At the same time, laughter rang out from Lu Qingtian. I would like to thank everybody for giving face to my Lu territory. Since everybody has arrived, I feel extremely honored." Lu Qingtian had a big smile plastered on his face as he walked into the temple. Then, he sat down on the seat of honor. Behind him, Lu Zong, Lu Ming and Lu Mubai followed him closely. When Lu Mubai entered, his gaze fell on Mu Chen's form. A hint of coldness emerged within his eyes, and he curled his lips at Mu Chen. "Mu Chen. Today, this place will become the burial ground for both you and your father."